Lin Feng, while at home indulging in the viewing of Naruto, unexpectedly finds himself inhabiting the body of Nagato, who is poised in confrontation with Hanzo. In order to break the deadlock, he unleashes the power of the Uzumaki, embarking on a life of mutual dependence with Konan. Rest in peace, Yahiko. I will live on with Konan, not merely the two of us, but also for our future children. This time, it is not to inflict pain upon the world, but to provide the world with a final answer. I shall exploit my familiarity with the Naruto universe to consolidate resources and shatter the precious entity known as ninja, which has been cherished by countless Naruto fans as a symbol of their youth during the era of Boruto. I will utterly demolish the so-called deities of the Ōtsutsuki clan and the alleged technological advancements of the ninja world and re-establish the grand banner of ninja. What do you mean the era of ninjas has come to an end? As long as I, Nagato, am here, it shall never conclude. Chapter 1. The place where dreams begin. Nagato, together with Konan, no matter what, we must survive. Before Nagato, Yahiko's visage appears vividly real. Clutching a kunai, his Rinnegan eyes widen in shock. Yet, the astonishment does not stem from Yahiko's reckless charge towards the kunai, facing imminent death, but from his transformation from external observer to a participant in this tragic scene. His name is Lin Feng, and he's at home reliving the moment of confrontation between Nagato and Hanzo, mourning the tragic life manipulated by Obito and Madara. Have I traversed dimensions? Have I become Nagato, facing Hanzo? Reality does not pause for even half a second due to his hesitation. Yahiko, so close, has the light of life swiftly fading from his eyes, his bloodied lips curling into a farewell smile. You are the savior of this world. If it's you, then surely it can be true. Thud. Yahiko's body collapses helplessly to the ground, blood mingling with the rainwater beneath Lin Feng's feet, while the chilling raindrops become the sole melody in this world. Lin Feng's pupils mirror those of Nagato at that moment, staring blankly at the dim sky of the rain village. Yet his thoughts diverge entirely. I've truly traversed dimensions and become Nagato. I can alter Nagato's fate. I can step into the role of the protagonist in the Naruto world. I can live a shameless life with my beloved Konan. I can leverage my knowledge of the Naruto universe to consolidate resources during the era of Boruto. I will utterly obliterate the precious entity known as ninja, which has been cherished by countless Naruto fans as a symbol of their youth. I will shatter the so-called deities of the Ōtsutsuki clan and the alleged technological advancements of the ninja world and re-establish the grand banner of ninja. What do you mean the era of ninjas has come to an end? As long as I, Nagato, am here, it shall never conclude. He cast a glance at Yahiko's lifeless body and thought, rest in peace, Yahiko. I will live on with Konan, not just for the two of us, but also for our future children. Yahiko. Konan's heart-wrenching cry from the cliffside jolted Lin Feng back to reality. Indeed, he now faces the dual encirclement of Hanzo and Danzo's forces. Nagato once paid the price of a lifelong disability to escape this very predicament. The first trial after his transmutation has arrived. Only by surviving can he fulfill his ambitions. From this moment forth, Lin Feng in the three-dimensional world has perished. There exists only Nagato in the Naruto world. Make your move. At Hanzo's command, the Rain Village ninjas launched a collective assault, a deluge of shuriken and kunai raining down. Clang! Instinctively, Nagato raised his palm, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan to deflect the incoming kunai. He deflected it. How could he achieve that? The Rain Village ninjas gasped in astonishment. Nagato's expression grew grave, for that last act was the remnant will of Nagato residing within this body. From now on, it is entirely up to him. Gazing at the helpless angel on the cliff, Nagato leaped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, neglecting to untie Konan's bonds as he retreated. Such decisiveness. Could it be that he sensed my explosive tag? Hanzo's pupils constricted slightly as he withdrew. You won't escape. In the next moment, he steadied himself and struck the ground with his palm. Sizzle. The explosive tags buried underground, ignited by flames, pursued relentlessly. Catch up, Nagato clutched Konan tightly, leaping backward with all his might. Boom! He narrowly evaded the explosion, but the debris propelled by the blast struck him squarely on the head. Clang! The bent forehead protector flew off, and as Nagato landed, he stumbled a few steps, struggling to regain his balance, with warm blood streaming from the wound on his forehead, trickling onto Konan's face. Had it not been for the protective forehead guard that absorbed the impact, I fear the consequences of that strike would have been dire. Is this the nature of a ninja's combat? Nagato, it's fine, I won't perish. Nagato tore the ropes binding Konan, commanding, "Stand behind me." Gritting her teeth, Konan had no choice but to place her trust in Nagato at that moment. Hanzo approached through the smoke and dust, gazing down at Nagato. Impressive, little brat, managing to escape from that last attack. However, this is where it ends. Swish! Nagato glared furiously at Hanzo. Upon seeing the eyes peering through Nagato's hair, Hanzo's pupils abruptly constricted. Those eyes, you are no ordinary child. Let's attack together. Swish! The members of the Ōtsutsuki and the Rain Village ninjas brandished their kunai, descending from above. In the distance, on a mountain peak, the instigator Obito squinted his right eye mischievously. Indeed, Nagato, in this predicament, your options are limited to summoning the outer path Geto Mazo and employing sacrificial techniques. Unleash the true power of your Rinnegan for my use. At this moment, Nagato's face was shrouded in the shadow of his crimson hair. If I perish here, will I return to that mundane reality? A reality devoid of family, friends, and warmth. I absolutely refuse to accept such a fate. Nagato suddenly lifted his head, his red hair billowing in the wind. Greyra! Once, Nagato had unknowingly synchronized with a certain demonic entity, which led Konan to sense the impending calamity, exclaiming, "Nagato, you must not use that!" Obito's gaze deepened. Descend, Geto Mazo. Crack, crack, crack. Yet, what transpired next astounded everyone beyond measure. Golden chains erupted from his back, piercing through the ground, intertwining in midair and forcing the approaching Rain Village ninjas back. Obito exclaimed in shock. This is the adamantine sealing chains. At the brink of death, has he awakened the powers of the Uzumaki clan? What a joke. Lin Feng, no. Nagato could not execute any ninjutsu at this moment, let alone summon the Geto Mazo. He was incapable of forming hand seals or gathering chakra. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he could unleash a power within him that Nagato had never before awakened, fueled by genuine emotion and the conviction to survive. I must live. I will certainly survive. I will alter Nagato's destiny. I shall become the protagonist of this world, revive Konan, and lead a life unrestrained by shame. I will bear a multitude of children. I will crush those self-proclaimed celestial beings and re-establish the banner of the ninja. Until these goals are fulfilled, how can I return to that frigid reality? Greyra! The chains, hissing and snapping, struck the ground, as if declaring his arrival to this ninja world. GRRR. In response to Nagato's rampaging emotions, the chains lunged toward Hanzo and Danzo's minions. Aha! What is that? Stay back! Amidst the horrific cries, countless minions were impaled on the spot. Obito's eyes trembled. This scene was no less chaotic than the hellish riot he had once witnessed, even evoking a long-forgotten sense of dread within him. For so long, I regarded him merely as a vessel for Madara's eyes, forgetting that he is a legitimate descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Crack, 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 until blood stained the rain, the earth fell silent. Nagato coldly gazed at Hanzo, who was rendered mute atop the cliff, unleashing a furious roar. Growling, crack, the chains converged and surged toward Hanzo with lethal intent. Possessing the Rinnegan and being a scion of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato, I underestimated you. Hanzo's gaze darkened. In the instant the chains bore down upon him, he raised his finger to form seals. Body flicker technique. Boom! Beneath the white smoke, Hanzo vanished, while Danzo had long since fled at the first sign of peril. Clatter, clatter. The adamantine sealing chains gradually dissipated. Ha ha ha. Nagato supported himself with one hand on the ground, breathing heavily. Blood continued to pour from Nagato's forehead, blurring his vision. Truth be told, he was on the verge of collapse, yet he could not afford to fall now. For there loomed an immense trouble awaiting resolution. The one who inherited Uchiha Madara's will, the orchestrator of today's massacre, intent on manipulating him. Uchiha Obito. After steadying his breath, Nagato raised his bloodied face, his gaze piercing through the rain, locking onto the distant mountain peak. Madara, descend. Chapter 2, Mediation. A new direction. Was he calling for me? In a moment of bewilderment, Obito could hardly believe that Nagato had summoned him. Black Zetsu, wrapped beneath the aloe leaves alongside white Zetsu, remarked with a hint of mockery, "It certainly appears so." He sensed my presence. When did this realization dawn upon Obito, who was now clenching his fists unconsciously? White Zetsu inquired, "What shall we do? Should we approach? Your stance could significantly influence his trust." Swish. After a brief contemplation, Obito utilized Kimui to draw himself in. Well, let us observe how he navigates this situation, Zetsu followed him into the ground. Swish. Nagato, through this battle, you must have become more convinced, haven't you? Positioning himself as Madara, Obito emerged before Nagato and Konan, his voice imbued with confidence and depth. As the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths and the wielder of the Rinnegan, you alone possess the power to transform this hopeless ninja world. My silent witness to all of this was intended to help you grasp this reality. Regarding Yahiko's death, I express my sorrow. Yet, the one responsible for his demise is precisely this decaying ninja world. Do you not agree? Nagato observed Obito's performance in silence, yearning to tear off Tobi's mask and chastise that sorrow-laden face for its audacity. However, circumstances did not permit, for now. He had to cooperate with this puppet master and partake in the charade. In his mind, Nagato swiftly analyzed the delicate positions of both parties, recalling the original narrative. After inheriting Madara's will, Obito approached Nagato, using the latter's identity as the reincarnation of the sage as a guise to present himself as a guide, subjecting Nagato to relentless indoctrination. Desiring to realize his dreams and find a path to peace, Nagato was nearly persuaded. Yet, Yahiko's rationality instilled in him skepticism towards this man who claimed to be Madara, questioning his identity and motives, thus intervening. Consequently, Obito's ambitions remained unfulfilled. He viewed Yahiko as a thorn in his side, perpetually seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. As the third great ninja war drew to a close, Hanzo, swayed by Danzo's machinations, planned an assassination against Ōtsutsuki. Obito exploited this situation, first, to remove Yahiko, deepening Nagato's faith in his ideology, and second, to corner Nagato, synchronizing the power of the Outer Path's golem to pave the way for Ōtsutsuki to gather tailed beasts. Little did he anticipate the ensuing complications. Although Yahiko was eliminated, Nagato shattered the deadlock using only his own strength, further embarrassingly revealing his observant behavior. At this moment, he hoped that Nagato, reeling from Yahiko's death, would willingly seek cooperation. Understanding Obito's psychology, Nagato resolved to claim the initiative for himself. To turn against him now would be akin to courting death. His power was insufficient. Should he compromise and follow Obito, he would have to endure and disguise himself, and while this might be tolerable, it would inevitably cost him a degree of freedom, making it difficult to accomplish the life plan that had begun to take shape in his mind. With the options of rebellion and compromise rendered futile, a third choice emerged, one that was imperative: to engage in mediation. Madara, as you have stated, I have indeed come to understand, and I concur that Yahiko was slain by this corrupted ninja world. At these words, the corners of Obito's concealed mouth involuntarily curled upward. Is that so? Have you finally grasped it? Then, are you willing to enact the Eye of the Moon plan? Of course, but not at this moment. Obito furrowed his brow. If not now, then when? Nagato's gaze shifted to Yahiko's lifeless body, his expression somber. Yahiko was an irreplaceable friend to me. I require time to mourn his passing. Obito maintained his composure. How long is this time? Nagato lowered his gaze, pondering. The current year was the 50th since Konoha's establishment, and Obito would incite the Nine Tails incident a year hence, which would decisively shape the ninja world and Nagato's own interests. Undoubtedly, he would face a significant choice at that time, whether to enable Obito's successful initiation of the Nine Tails chaos. How about 2 years? No, 1 year? Obito shook his collar. A year seems excessively long, does it not? Nagato clenched his fists, asserting resolutely, Madara, if you can resurrect Yahiko, I can assist you immediately, without hesitation. The air momentarily thickened, and the sound of rain became particularly pronounced. Obito's hand gradually fell from his collar, and his gaze turned somber, for he had detected the undercurrent of anger. Nagato, are you questioning my inaction regarding Yahiko's demise? Indeed, in the past, Nagato would never address him by name, always referring to him as Mr. Madara. Obito could not afford to confront him at that moment, as it would contradict the guiding persona he had long established before Nagato. More importantly, the latter's remarkable display today instilled a sense of caution within him. I can wait a year. Ultimately, Obito conceded. Very well, Nagato, I shall grant you a year. Nagato bent down to retrieve his forehead protector. Konan, take Yahiko, we must depart. Konan wrapped Yahiko's body in paper, casting a meaningful glance at Obito as she followed Nagato's lead. In the rain, Obito silently gazed at the retreating figure with crimson hair. Gug. A head of aloe emerged from the ground, and a murky voice followed. That brat Nagato is not adhering to our plans at all. Obito clenched his fist tightly. Oh, but on second thought, The more formidable he becomes, the greater the return once his ocular power awakens. Black Zetsu remarked, perhaps, but the longer we wait, the more variables emerge. We shouldn't afford him a year. Obito's gaze gradually lowered. Everything is for the greater good. I have resolved that 1 year from now, I will go to any lengths to compel Nagato to summon the Outer Path's golem for the sacrificial ritual. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. Can I first indulge in a hearty meal? White Zetsu, fused with black Zetsu, eagerly eyed the corpses scattered about, nearly drooling. Suit yourself. Obito vanished into the vortex emitted from his right eye. Haha, that guy Obito appears composed, yet his heart must be in turmoil. Black Zetsu retorted, unlike the good-natured Toby. Obito has quite the temper. Under the dim sky, thunder rumbled, and the rain intensified. Konan observed Nagato, whose blood flowed freely as he ran, expressing her concern. Nagato, your head is injured. I'm fine. Nagato ran, his thoughts swirling. Obito possessed the power of Kimui, would release, and Madara's legacy, including but not limited to the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, and the army of White Zetsu. What I possess is the power of the Uzumaki, a pair of Rinnegan that do not rightfully belong to me, Konan, and a comprehensive understanding of the world of Naruto. Regardless of whether I confront Obito directly in a year or temporarily ally with him for mutual benefit, only with sufficient strength can I wield sufficient influence. Following a gradual path to strength over the next year seems unfeasible. My greatest asset is my extensive knowledge of the Naruto world, and to convert that knowledge into power, I cannot overlook that individual. Yes, the man who holds the key to core technology, Orochimaru. Only by locating him and securing him as my steadfast ally can I realize my ambitions, not just in facing Uchiha Obito a year from now, but to lay a solid foundation for the long years ahead. Having solidified my short-term objective, Nagato could no longer hold on and collapsed into the muddy ground. Nagato. In the midst of the outcry, he fell into Konan's tender embrace. This turn of events proved fortuitous. Just before losing consciousness, a smile graced Nagato's lips. Chapter 3. 10 days later. After sinking into a coma, Lin Feng experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream. In his dream, he experienced everything from Nagato's perspective. Living peacefully in a village of the Rain Country with his parents, until the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War turned the Rain Country into a battlefield. After his parents were slain by Konoha ninja, he became a war orphan, wandering alone until he encountered 2 other orphans, Konan and Yahiko. In the shattered remnants of the Rain Country, together, they supported one another through a difficult, yet heartwarming childhood. Their paths crossed with the legendary Sannin, leading him to become a disciple of Jiraiya and commence his training. After an extended separation from his mentor, he gathered a group of like-minded companions and embarked on the journey of Ōtsutsuki. Ultimately, the scene froze at the moment Yahiko fell at the cliff's edge. This was also the juncture of his transference. With a shift in the narrative, he found himself in an ethereal realm of light and shadow, his own form becoming a blurred silhouette. Above him, Nagato, enveloped in white light, gazed down impassively. Was this also a dream? This reality, I cannot accept. How could I possibly embrace it? Nagato's gaze was laced with a terrifying ferocity that made his heart race. Suddenly, a tempest arose as Nagato lunged towards him. Damn it! In a state akin to a nightmare, Lin Feng found himself utterly immobilized, oblivious to what would transpire next. Nagato's lethal hand paused just a half step away. At that moment, a swirling vortex of deep violet appeared behind him, emitting an irresistible pull that drew Nagato in. Even as he was absorbed, Nagato muttered in disbelief, refusing to accept such a fate. With a thunderous roar, the vortex vanished, and the illusory realm shattered into glass-like fractures, culminating in an eerie silence. In the dim cavern, Nagato cried out, awakening from his stupor. Gasping for breath, he pressed his bandaged forehead, panting heavily. Nagato. Konan, having heard the commotion, rushed over. You're finally awake. Are you feeling unwell? No, at this moment. I have truly transformed into Nagato. Lin Feng realized he had become the past personified. No, I'm fine. Nagato slowly lowered his hand, steadying himself. Konan, how long have I been unconscious? 10 whole days and nights, she replied, her brow furrowed with concern. What? Only 10 days and nights? Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. Why do you say that? Konan asked, her expression one of surprise. Oh, it's nothing. I must have been muddled from sleep. Nagato quickly diverted the topic. Thus, it was revealed that after fainting, he had experienced an intensely condensed dream, reliving nearly 2 decades of Nagato's life within those 10 days and nights. The vividness of the experience far surpassed any portrayal in manga or anime. Yet, What was the significance of that final scene? In that moment, he could not find clarity. At the very least, this dream filled in the gaps, allowing him to genuinely inherit Nagato, including his current prowess as a ninja. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to justify himself in front of Konan. With 6 elemental chakra natures and mastery of all mainstream jutsu by the age of 10, how could he suddenly find himself unable to perform ninjutsu? Was it due to a rock striking his head that resulted in a complete loss of technique? Who would believe such a tale? The cave was dark and cramped. For 10 days and nights, Konan had tended to him in this harsh environment, remaining vigilant against Hanzo's relentless pursuit. The pressure was palpable. Observing Conan's weary visage, his heart ached. Konan, you haven't slept a wink, have you? Look at you. You've got dark circles under your eyes. It's all right, Konan gently replied, leaning against the wall and curling up with her legs wrapped in black stockings. I can rest for a bit before we continue our journey, can I? Please, do sleep. I'll be right here, Nagato assured her. Thank you, Konan murmured. Too exhausted to even adjust her position, she closed her eyes and fell asleep leaning against the wall. Outside the cave, the rain fell relentlessly. Nagato gazed at Conan's angelic face, unable to resist the urge to reach out and gently touch her cheek with his fingertip. Was the softness of a girl's skin truly this exquisite? He yearned to protect the beauty before him. Wait for me. After surveying the surrounding terrain outside the cave, he produced blank talismans and crafted 5 sealing symbols, placing them around the area. He then formed hand seals. 5 seals. As the talismans activated, a pentagonal barrier formed around the cave, sealing its entrance. This would ensure Conan's safety. Nagato leapt to the summit, gazing out over the landscape. In his memories, there were many small villages ravaged by war in this vicinity. He would venture there to scavenge for food. As he raced through the rain, passing the mountain where he had clashed with Hanzo, he caught sight of a familiar figure with white hair standing there. He halted at a high vantage point, staring intently. Jiraiya-sensei, so he has come here at this time. It dawned on him that the legendary sage was likely there to investigate the rumors of their demise. The memories of their time together during those 10 days and nights deepened Nagato's feelings for Jiraiya. An impulsive thought flashed through his mind. If I approach him now and lay everything bare, could it alter our fates? However, after careful contemplation, he found himself unable to take that step. The path I am to tread differs from that of the past Nagato, yet it is not what Jiraiya-sensei envisioned either. This time, I do not wish to inflict pain upon the world. Rather, I seek to provide it with a final answer. The one certainty I hold is that my teacher shall never again sink into the depths of an unfathomable silence. With that resolve, Nagato vanished. Jiraiya turned as if sensing something, catching a glimpse of red in the distance. Nagato, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, he thought, no, that's impossible. That child is already. The Rain Country was filled with harrowing memories. Perhaps he would never return during his lifetime. Jiraiya turned away, his silhouette forlorn in the rain, as if he were weeping. In the dead of night, Konan awakened in the cave. Nagato immediately offered her bread and a water pouch. Konan, you're awake. Please eat something. For days, she had not dared to leave the cave, fearing a misstep would allow Hanzo's pursuers to breach their sanctuary. The provisions and water she carried had long been exhausted, and it had been several days since she had eaten. Have you eaten? Don't worry, I have, she replied, taking the bread and eating it with water. When I went out to search for food, I saw Jiraiya-sensei. Conan's eyes widened. Perhaps he came to investigate after hearing the dreadful news. I didn't tell him we were still alive. I see, Konan said, her gaze dropping as she absent-mindedly chewed her bread. Nagato spoke softly. The path we are to take is certainly not what the teacher hopes for. So I believe it's best we do not meet at this time. Nagato, Konan slowly lifted her gaze, her voice resolute. Whatever you choose to do, I will support your decision, even if not everyone agrees. I will steadfastly stand by your side. Thank you. Konan possessed a spirit of self-sacrifice and devotion, cherishing the bond and dreams shared among the three, following Nagato without regret, believing in his vision. Her actions and convictions had once shaped Nagato, and now they were dependent on him. Konan recalled the conversation between Nagato and Madara from 10 days prior. At that time, she had been engulfed in the grief of Yahiko's death, unable to contemplate much. But now Nagato, there's something I've been meaning to discuss. I know. But first, I need to resolve a little predicament. Nagato raised his palm, aiming it at a shadowy corner of the cave. Whoosh. A hidden white zetsu was yanked from the wall, flying towards Nagato. You can sense me? The white zetsu exclaimed in shock. Nagato grasped its head firmly. Wait, I'm one of you. A friend. The white zetsu stammered in panic. Nagato coldly remarked to himself, I am well aware that you were sent by Obito. Your arrival is quite fortuitous, for I am currently troubled about where to locate Orochimaru. His Rinnegan shimmered with brilliance. Human Path. Chapter 4. The Unexpected Choice of Beasts. It is truly astonishing that even the information network of Zetsu is unaware of Orochimaru's current whereabouts. He certainly lives up to my expectations. Fortunately, I have successfully acquired the clues that will guide me to Orochimaru. Whoosh. Thud. Zetsu collapsed. Nagato gazed at the white, fluffy substance in his hand, murmuring, "Indeed, Zetsu possesses a soul. The usage rights of Zetsu lie in Obito's hands. Perhaps this corpse and soul of Zetsu will prove invaluable in the future. Let us seal it for now." Hell Path. Swish. Amidst the purple inferno, the king of hell rose, and Nagato cast Zetsu's corpse and soul into it for preservation, watching as they sank into the depths and vanished from sight. Nagato had just witnessed this, and Konan looked on in astonishment. "That fellow is monitoring us on Madara's orders. I recognize the ability you just utilized. Ah, this is the power of the Rinnegan's 6 paths. After awakening from this injury, I can now wield it, albeit still clumsily, requiring refinement through actual combat." Konan pondered. "After the explosive power displayed in my battle with Hanzo, not only has my chakra increased, but so too has Nagato's mastery over the Rinnegan." Nagato sighed. "I owe much to that dream, which transformed both my mind and body into that of a ninja. Otherwise, reaching this point would have entailed numerous trials and tribulations. However, it seems the divine provisions I received may be coming to an end. From here on, I must proceed with grounded determination." Konan. "I will now explain why we must wait a year before meeting Madara." In the dim cavern, a colossal demonic statue loomed, with countless Zetsu suspended in the air. Black Zetsu's head slowly emerged from the statue, delivering unwelcome news. The clone monitoring Nagato has been eliminated. Obito's pupils flickered momentarily. That fellow is issuing a warning. What should we do? Should we continue sending clones to observe? There is no need for that. Moreover, wherever Nagato appears, you are to actively steer clear. Hey, that puts us at a disadvantage. It's of no consequence. I have come to terms with it. A mere year is not enough for him to grow beyond our control. Furthermore, my plans encompass more than just Nagato." As his words fell, Obito vanished into the swirling void of Kamui. White Zetsu remarked, "He is off to Konoha, watching his rival pay respects to his beloved." Black Zetsu replied, "If you ask me, what he ought to do is retrieve the left eye left behind with Kakashi and reunite them." White Zetsu agreed. "Indeed, once those eyes are together, I can scarcely imagine anyone in this ninja world who could stand against him." Black Zetsu added, "That young man with a mental obsession is truly a headache." White Zetsu retorted, "Let us not forget we share the same head." In the cavern, Konan was struck with disbelief upon hearing the truth. Madara, knowing that Hanzo and Danzo had allied to ambush, could merely watch it unfold? I only realized the reason when I noticed him observing mid-battle. Yahiko repeatedly thwarted his attempts to approach me. He sees Yahiko as a thorn in his side. The infinite Tsukuyami, with its vivid portrayal of a dreamlike world, once ensnared even me. It was Yahiko's death that opened my eyes. This must be Madara's scheme. He merely seeks to exploit my Rinnegan to fulfill his personal ambitions. Nagato did not arrogantly divulge everything he perceived from the divine perspective to Konan, but rather approached the situation rationally, deducing and reflecting like a sensible individual. He believed this was the most prudent course of action, allowing Konan to understand his future strategies without an overwhelming burden of thought. During your unconsciousness, I attempted to contact the great Buddha and Jiraiya, but received no response. I initially feared they had fallen victim to Hanzo, but it seems Madara is to blame. Damn it, Yahiko and everyone, to be ensnared by such a person. Konan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I cannot completely sever ties with him just yet, nor can I allow myself to be subjugated. Thus, I negotiated for a year's reprieve. Konan looked at him. After a year, do you intend to confront him directly? Nagato replied, it will depend on the circumstances. However, I must acquire the strength to stand against him within this year. A year is too hasty. Konan resolved. I cannot allow Nagato to bear this burden alone. I must lend him my support in my own way. Nagato, go forth and act. I will assist you with all my might. Konan, take me to see Yahiko. Since awakening, I have yet to lay eyes on him. Konan's expression darkened, her gaze shifting to the depths of the cavern. Deep within, beneath the stalactite-laden rock wall, several eternal lamps flickered. In a coffin filled with paper flowers, Yahiko lay in eternal slumber, hands clasped peacefully over his chest. Konan gently caressed Yahiko's cold cheek, unable to stifle her sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Lin Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions as he gazed upon Yahiko's remains, reminiscing. It was not solely as a devoted fan of the Hokage that he admired the character. It was also due to his own experience as an orphan in reality. His past was even more tragic. Abandoned by his parents at birth, he grew up in an orphanage. Due to his introverted nature, he lacked companions like Yahiko and Konan, suffering bullying that led him to become reclusive and contemplate ending his life. During the darkest moments of his life, he discovered the anime Naruto, and from then on, he was captivated. What resonated with him most was not Naruto's cheerfulness, Sasuke's coldness, Obito's madness, or Madara's arrogance, but the friendship of three orphans from Amigakure supporting one another amidst chaos. Right? Konan is his one and only shining light across dimensions. He yearned for a friend like Yahiko, yet ultimately, his wish remained unfulfilled. Yahiko, had I a friend like you in reality, I might not yearn so deeply for the world of anime. Yet I must ultimately live for myself, so I do not intend to resurrect you. Though you in life cannot partake in my journey, I shall ensure that you, in death, forever accompany us as pain's Deva path. As Konan's tears subsided, Nagato gently placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, Konan, though Yahiko is no longer with us, he will remain by our side. Nagato, what do you mean by that? I possess a technique that can ensure the deceased remain in this world and can act as if they were alive. Under Konan's astonished gaze, a dark rod slowly slipped from the sleeve of his robe. Half an hour later, Deva Path Yahiko rose from the coffin. Gazing at the familiar yet strange figure before him, Konan felt a flicker of solace in her heart. Does this technique have a name? Nagato caressed the back of his neck, concealed by his collar, where a short black rod protruded, a chakra emitter resonating with the receiver on Pain's body. In his days of disability, Nagato's back was filled with black rods. Now, in a healthy body, having awakened the power of the Uzumaki, he no longer needed such complexity. This technique is called the Six Paths Technique. Born from suffering, it advances through death. Its product is known as pain. Yahiko is the highest among the 6 paths of pain. The 6 paths of pain. Does that mean there are 5 remaining paths? Will we need 5 more corpses? Indeed. In the original narrative, Nagato expanded upon the 6 paths of pain due to a lack of mobility. However, the superiority of the pain technique offers advantages beyond mere mobility. Nagato resolved to inherit this technique and sought to optimize and refine it in real combat, aiming to elevate it to new heights. Generally speaking, the most pivotal aspect among the 6 paths, apart from the Deva path, is the Hell path. However, in Nagato's eyes, it is the animal path that holds greater significance. The Hell path's function of resurrecting pain can also be performed by Nagato himself, whereas the animal path facilitates summoning. The animal path can, to a certain extent, substitute for the functions of space-time ninjutsu. Thus, it stands as the second indispensable path after the Deva path. Furthermore, due to its aforementioned capabilities, the animal path will undoubtedly be the one that accompanies him and Konan the most, and selecting a female vessel is preferable. Regrettably, the well-worn topic among Naruto fans regarding the lowly path, represented by the Rain Village ninja named Hydrangea, has yet to manifest. Nevertheless, Nagato has already identified a suitable candidate to replace the lowly path, and the individual is readily available. The information I extracted from Black Zetsu concerning the human path not only led me to clues about Orochimaru, but also successfully pinpointed the location of her burial. A smirk graced Nagato's lips as he thought of Obito. Do you not wish to create a world with Rin once more? Then I shall make Rin my pain of the animal path. Chapter 5. Harmless to humans and beasts. Traveling west from the land of rain and crossing the land of birds, Nagato and Konan arrived at the border region between the land of earth and the land of wind after a 3-day journey. This area was unclaimed territory, rarely trodden due to climatic conditions. Scaling towering mountains, they reached an inland lake. In the center of the lake lay an island, upon which stood a temple. At the entrance of the temple, an altar bore a talisman. Nagato paused, focusing intently on the talisman. The talisman contained a barrier technique and had the properties of fire release. Anyone stepping into the temple would trigger the barrier. Uchiha fire array, is it? Such a grand display must indicate we are indeed in the right place. Konan, step back. Nagato advanced, extending his hand towards the talisman from a distance. Hungry Ghost Path Sealing Technique, Absorption. Whoosh. A hemispherical sealing barrier formed in front of his palm, absorbing the technique inscribed on the talisman upon contact. The now ineffective talisman disintegrated into ashes. Nagato and Konan ascended the stone steps and pushed open the temple door, gazing at the immense object displayed within the temple. Konan expressed her confusion. A shell? No, it is a coffin fashioned from shells. Nagato recalled that the records mentioned Rin's fondness for collecting such items during her lifetime. Konan sighed. It seems the coffin contains a girl. Nagato replied, Konan, if you find this uncomfortable, you may wait outside. No, Nagato, since you are undertaking this, there must be a reason. It wouldn't make sense to travel such a distance following Black Zetsu's intel otherwise. Perhaps. The information from Black Zetsu indicated that this girl had once been the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, suggesting she possessed extraordinary qualities. The Three Tails Jinchuriki? Konan's mind conjured the image of a burly woman. As the shell coffin opened, Rin's true form was revealed, and Konan's expression was one of astonishment. It was hard to believe that this petite and adorable girl had once been regarded as a vessel for the Three Tails. Rin had not been buried for long, and with Obito having performed some preservative techniques, her appearance remained unchanged from her living days. Nagato, if it's inconvenient for you, allow me to take care of this. I have learned the methods during the creation of the Deva Path. As a fellow woman, I should know how to adorn her without compromising her beauty. Nagato accepted with pleasure. That would be splendid. Ding dong. Various black rods of differing sizes tumbled from his sleeve. How rude. Konan stepped forward to remove Rin's clothing. Noticing the hollow in her left chest, she couldn't help but worry. Can she still be used in this condition? Nagato reassured her. It's of no concern. Once she is made into pain, I can repair her using the Hell Path. That is good to hear. Konan began her work. The entire process took half an hour. Nagato, does this look all right? After finishing, Konan wiped the sweat from her brow. It's absolutely magnificent, Nagato praised. On Rin's face, Konan had only used 3 black rods, positioned between the brow above her nose, and on the purple patterns of her cheeks, with 2 small barbs adorning her lips, resembling tiny fangs. As for the body, there was little to say. Ensuring chakra reception efficiency was essential. Let us see the effect of the completed product. Hell Path. Nagato summoned King Enma, swallowing Rin into the realm. Soon, a petite figure emerged. Rin donned a black cloak akin to those worn by Nagato and Konan. Her hair had transformed to a golden hue, and her eyes had taken on the appearance of the Rinnegan. Her consciousness belonged to Nagato, while her voice retained Rin's essence. The animal path of pain was complete. The hallmark of this work is its high quality and finish, Konan remarked. With such a harmless and cute face, perhaps she could deceive our enemies. Regrettably, Konan, that is not the case. This visage is reserved solely for those fortunate enough to behold it. Nagato produced a cat-faced mask and affixed it to Rin's face. Obito, I wonder what expression you will wear when you gaze upon the face hidden beneath this mask. I must peel off your mask to see. Nagato's malice towards Obito stemmed from the original story, wherein he was the one who killed Konan. He could not forget the bridge to peace. This was a personal vendetta. But is it a crime? Leaving the nameless territory, Konan inquired, where shall we go next? Nagato gazed toward the direction of the Land of Wind. During his unconsciousness, the Third Great Ninja War had officially concluded. The immediate cause was the alliance of the Cloud and Sand against Konoha in the final battle at the Valley of the End, which ended abruptly with the disappearance of the third Kazekage of Sunagakure. The mastermind, Sasori of the Red Sand, had not escaped Black Zetsu's notice. You wish to recruit Sasori, the strongest genius ninja in the history of Sunagakure, to join Ōtsutsuki? That is not my current intention. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of someone of immense importance to our future development. Indeed, Sasori has been searching for Orochimaru for some reason. Currently, he is the only one who can provide a lead on Orochimaru. Summoning technique. The animal path of pain summoned the Yada no Kagami, with Rin standing at the forefront. The Deva path remained in the back, surveying the situation. Nagato accompanied Konan, positioned in the middle. The Yada no Kagami soared into the sky, heading toward the deserts of the Land of Wind. Nagato, he retrieved the conical hat he had acquired along with the mask. The sandstorm ahead will be fierce. Let us don our hats. Konan smiled. It seems you already had a plan for this journey before we set out. By the way, Konan, how long has it been since you last soaked in a hot spring? Konan reminisced. It's been ages, ever since I finished my training with Jiraiya-sensei. I haven't had the chance. Once we meet Sasori, let us indulge in a long overdue hot spring visit. Konan chuckled. That sounds like a splendid idea. Boom. The Yada no Kagami pierced through the clouds, charging into the swirling sands. In the evening, deep within the desert of the Land of Wind, Nagato observed a sand dune. It appears we have arrived at just the right moment. Bang! The Yada no Kagami vanished. The group landed on a distant sand dune, quietly awaiting the individual inside to complete his most satisfactory creation. In the dead of night, amidst the howling winds, an unusual sound emerged. A shadow appeared outside the sand dune, dragging itself slowly along the ground. Upon seeing its somewhat sinister visage, Konan inquired, is that Sasori? Nagato chuckled, no. Sasori prefers to conceal his true form within a puppet. It is time for me to meet him. Let us first test the waters with pain. Whoosh, whoosh. The Deva path and the animal path leapt forward, intercepting the path of Sasori. Sasori coldly regarded the two before him, and a deep voice resonated. What is it you seek? Pain's Deva path slowly advanced, positioning himself before Pain Lin, affectionately referred to as Pylon, seeking to inquire about a certain individual. Oh, it appears you are aware of who I am, he remarked with a hint of arrogance. The piercing gaze of the Scarlet Flow glanced around, attempting to ascertain whether there were hidden pursuers from Sunigakure. Regrettably, the person you seek is no longer attainable. Clearly, Scorpion had misinterpreted the situation, believing that these two were Sunigakure ninjas sent to investigate the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. You shall all perish here, becoming my prize collectibles. With that proclamation, the Scarlet Flow transformed into a shadow, swiftly maneuvering behind Pylon, intent on neutralizing the seemingly NBU girl first. The Deva path turned to observe, his movements remarkably swift. Scarlet Flow's needle ate waves. Countless poisonous needles rained down, nearly impossible to evade. Yet, facing forward, Pylon suddenly crouched, her small hands striking the sandy ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A massive panda statue emerged from behind her, completely shielding her from the barrage of poison needles. Nanny? Scorpion exclaimed in shock, only to be sent tumbling over a sand dune by the bull that erupted from the billowing smoke. Swish. Pain's Deva path raised his palm. Universal pull. Whoosh. Scorpion's puppet was drawn in by an irresistible gravitational force, crashing against the black rod protruding from Pain's other hand with a resounding crack. This is unbelievable. The puppet disintegrated into sand upon impact. Pain gazed towards the indentation in the dune, realizing that a sand clone had been used to swap places. Truly remarkable. Where would the next attack come from? Crack. From the sand, Scorpion's mechanical arm sprang up like a thunderclap. Scorpion's arm 1,000 needles. The hidden cannon within the arm unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles in all directions. The Deva path and Pylon swiftly retreated. Boom. Just then, a cloud of toxic smoke erupted, obscuring the Deva path. Boom. Scorpion's true form exploded from before Pylon. The hidden tail spike within the bull's face ruthlessly piercing through Lin's body. As I suspected, I noticed that you both share the same eyes. Given the girl-esque behavior, it seems your vision is interconnected. I assent it. Boom. The summoned bull vanished in a puff of white smoke. I must eliminate one first. Scorpion, with a flick of his tail spike, sent Pylon flying, coldly turning his gaze to the Deva path. Next, it's your turn. Is that so? The Deva path responded with a smirk, raising his palm. That gesture resembles that troublesome technique which draws in from afar. Best to create some distance. Boom. Scorpion kicked up a massive cloud of sand with his tail spike, retreating under the cover. Don't be alarmed. I merely raised my hand, Pain declared, lowering his palm. Swish. Scorpion maneuvered deftly through the sand, never daring to approach recklessly. Yes, I just need to buy some time. He inhaled my toxic smoke and will soon perish. However, when did Sunigakure produce such a formidable foe? I must thank them for presenting me with another potential collectible. Just as Scorpion reveled in his own triumph, he failed to notice that Pylon, whom he had just slain, had vanished without a trace. Whoosh. On a distant sand dune, Nagato used the Rinnegan's hell path to resurrect Pylon. Konan remarked, the two Pains seem to be under pressure. Should we join the fray? Pylon smiled charmingly. The strength of Pain does not solely depend on numbers, but also on strategy. Watch as I outmaneuver him. Scorpion swiftly traversed the desert, closely monitoring the Deva path, gradually realizing something was amiss. This is strange. He should have succumbed to the poison by now, yet he stands unharmed. Could it be that he is immune to toxins? Perhaps I should test this theory. Just as he prepared to charge towards the Deva path to apply pressure, he suddenly halted, as if an invisible force had bound him firmly in place. Nanny. Moments later, his body was lifted into the air. Sizzle. A concealed, giant chameleon revealed itself behind him. The summoned beast. That's the technique the girl used. He glanced towards the distance, panic striking him, as the girl's corpse was nowhere to be found. Swish. At that moment, the Deva path soared into the air, his palm directed at Scorpion's ghastly face. Reveal your true form, Scorpion. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 6. The person I seek is. Boom. A powerful repulsive force slammed into Scorpion's face. Even his proud defenses could not withstand it. Crack. Crack, crack. In an instant, Scorpion was shattered, and amidst the explosion, a figure clad in a gray robe swiftly retreated. Boom. The residual force of Shinra Tensei struck the chameleon, causing it to vanish in a cloud of smoke. And from that smoke emerged Pylon, who should have perished. So it was like this, Scorpion muttered to himself, quickly repositioning himself at a distance. Pulling back his hood to reveal the youthful visage of a dazzling boy, Konan exclaimed in surprise. That is, Nagato smiled and remarked, indeed. The true form of Sasori of the red sand. The wind and sand persisted. In this exchange, he had defeated Scorpion, yet his opponent remained unscathed. Scorpion's expression grew solemn. Contemplating their shared vision, toxicity, immunity, resurrection, formidable summoning techniques, and seemingly the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion. His initial assumptions were now shattered. You are not from Sunagakure, are you? The Deva Path inquired. I never claimed to be a sand ninja, Pain replied. I see. I had assumed you were newly appointed by the Kazekage to hunt down this fellow, Scorpion said with a smile, revealing a scroll. The scroll prominently displayed 3 characters. Nagato, feigning ignorance, asked, what is this? The most powerful third Kazekage in history, my pride and joy, my greatest collectible. You are about to witness the true essence of my puppet artistry. Scorpion formed hand seals, summoning the third Kazekage as a formidable puppet. Konan gasped, Scorpion. He has turned the third Kazekage into a puppet? It appears so, Nagato confirmed. The third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest of all time. Even he fell to Scorpion's hand? Konan queried. Nagato smiled in silence. In the original narrative, Scorpion's battle with the Ōtsutsuki was overseen by Konan, and the victor was evident. However, according to the timeline, that event would occur years later. This implies that Konan's future strength would undoubtedly surpass Scorpion's. While the title of the strongest might be overstated, I believe the true strongest is the first Kazekage, who fought alongside the first Hokage. Perhaps, the two turned their gazes towards the battlefield. Amidst the sandstorm, Scorpion's figure leaned forward, his 10 fingers releasing strands of chakra, controlling the airborne third Kazekage puppet. He scrutinized the two, calmly analyzing. In comparison, the man's abilities are far more troublesome. I shall separate them and take them out one by one. Let the performance begin. Swish, he commanded with his fingers. The third Kazekage puppet dove down, extending its left arm. 1,000 hands manipulation. Crack, crack, crack. From the seals on that left arm, 1,000 arms were unleashed, entangling forward like a gourd vine. The Deva Path and pylons swiftly evaded. Swish. From the 1,000 arms, an overwhelming barrage of shurikens was launched towards the Deva Path. As he retreated, his gaze sharpened. Shinra Tensei. Clang. All the shurikens aimed at him were deflected. Yoshi. Next, to obscure their vision, Scorpion's fingers danced. From the 1,000 hands manipulation device, a dense cloud of poisonous mist erupted. The girl is isolated. This time, I will surely kill her. The third Kazekage formed hand seals, releasing a torrent of iron sand from his mouth. Here it comes, that technique of pylons, the hand seals. Magnet release, iron sand rain. The iron sand, floating in the air, transformed into fine needles, launching towards the isolated pylon in a sweeping onslaught. If you can block this, let us see how it compares to the power and scale of Needle 8 waves. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. As Perrin completed her hand seals, the figure that materialized before him was none other than Pain, the Deva Path. Shinra Tensei. The iron sand instantly dispersed. To think she could summon her comrades using summoning techniques. Such an unexpected ability left Scorpion momentarily stunned. The Deva Path raised his hand, aiming at the hovering third Kazekage. This is bad. Regaining his senses, Scorpion swiftly manipulated the third Kazekage to construct a defense using the iron sand. Boom. The iron sand barrier shattered under the force of Shinra Tensei, rendering him incapable of reorganizing a defense in such a short span. If he follows up with another attack, the third's puppet won't be able to withstand it. Scorpion's complexion changed dramatically, but he did not receive the anticipated follow-up strike. Why didn't he attack again? This was the perfect opportunity to counter. In a moment of clarity, Scorpion sensed something. Could it be that his technique cannot be used consecutively in a short time? If that is the case, then my chance has arrived. With a flourish, the drifting iron sand rapidly coalesced into a triangular prism, hurtling towards the Deva Path. True to his reputation, Scorpion's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. The Deva Path raised his palm, but he was still a step too slow. Shinra Tensei. Clang. Witnessing the shattered iron sand prism, Scorpion's expression darkened. This is the blank period. I must eliminate him, and now is the time. Scorpion danced his fingers, and the third's puppet extended its right arm, the blade rushing downward. Nagato, using the Deva Path's eyes, observed the approaching blade, deep in thought. Nagato had never employed basic ninjutsu while utilizing pain in battle. I once presumed he lacked such abilities, but that was not the case. He was excessively confident in the powers of the Rinnegan and the 6 paths of pain, believing himself invincible. which led him to forget that the ordinary is also an indispensable strength. I shall not make his mistake. The Deva path began to weave hand seals. Water release, water prison wave. Whoosh. The explosive torrent of water erupted from his mouth, washing over the third Kazekage's form, thwarting its advance. Konan's eyes sparkled. That was Yahiko's signature ninjutsu. It was utterly outrageous. Scorpion was now thoroughly impatient. The iron sand surrounding the third Kazekage erupted in unprecedented turmoil. The Deva path focused intently. Iron sand manipulation, ultimate technique of magnet release. This technique scale is such that the ordinary Shinra Tensei would struggle to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Thus, clap. Perrin's small hand formed seals, stepping forward, striking the Deva path's back, and the summoning technique extended. This technique, inspired by the little girl path through Ibiki, was developed for surprise attacks. Summoning, canine hell. Howl. The head of the hellhound roared forth from the Deva path's chest, opening its gaping maw and unreasonably swallowing the third Kazekage's puppet hole. It was too swift, too sudden, leaving no room for evasion. Crack. The long spikes emerging from the iron sand manipulation instantly transformed the hellhound into a pincushion. Boom. The Deva path lunged forward, its arm plunging into the hellhound's flesh. Perish. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The hellhound exploded into fragments. And the iron sand storm unleashed by the shattered iron sand manipulation ravaged the desert, scattering the remnants of the third Kazekage's puppet. These beings are certainly not human. No human could engage in such chaotic combat. A spark of inspiration ignited in Scorpion's mind. If these two, like my Scarlet Flow and the third Kazekage, are also puppets, then there must exist a true body controlling them from the shadows. Whoosh! His gaze suddenly turned towards the hillside behind him, spotting Nagato and Konan in the distance. Ha 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 ha! I found you. Scorpion revealed a sinister grin, charging towards the hill. Nagato. He has discovered us. Nagato sighed. Truly the unparalleled puppeteer. Only he could perceive the secrets of pain so swiftly. So that's it. Everything makes sense now. As he ran, Scorpion lifted his robe, revealing his modified puppet body. Scorpion died at 35. At this moment, he is 19 or 20. And the age of his puppet form is fixed at 15. Hence he has transformed himself into a human puppet at this time. No matter what, you cannot surpass me. I have made myself into an eternal puppet. Boom. Scorpion soared into the air, his back and waist opening in a spiral slash, launching an assault towards Nagato. It's over. The Deva path's power was temporarily neutralized by pain, but Nagato calmly raised his head, the Rinnegan suddenly radiating light. There is more than one who can fight with their true body. Azura path. Two mechanical arms suddenly emerged from Nagato's right shoulder, one gripping Scorpion's throat, its wrists slicing open to unleash tentacle-like mechanical cables that ensnared Scorpion's entire body, preventing him from using his puppet mechanisms. What? In Scorpion's astonished gaze, the other mechanical arm began to disassemble, its intricate structure dazzlingly morphing into a cannon, rotating towards Scorpion's face, beginning to charge with energy amidst crackling sounds. Azura strike. From the pulsating, dark purple light before him, Scorpion sensed the breath of annihilation. What are you exactly? Scorpion's pupils trembled as a fellow manipulator. He felt the dimensional gap for the first time within the same realm. He had no doubt that should the energy cannon be fired, his regeneration core, along with this puppet body, would be obliterated to dust. Are you satisfied now, Scorpion? I concede, you may end my life. With no trace of anger, Scorpion accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Nagato gazed at the dejected Scorpion before him and said, You misunderstand, Scorpion. I am not here to take your life, but rather to inquire about a certain individual. Initially, Scorpion assumed the other was from Sunagakure, seeking information about the missing third Kazekage. Upon realizing that the other was not from Sunagakure, he suspected that the inquiry was merely a pretext. Speak, and I shall tell you whatever I know. Good. Nagato retracted the Azura Path's mechanical armor and released Scorpion, inquiring in a resonant voice. The person I seek is Orochimaru. Chapter 7. Hot Spring Moments. Orochimaru. At the mention of this name, Konan's pupils widened in surprise. Scorpion laughed. Why would you think to come to me regarding that guy? Some rumors. You have a grudge against him, and you've been investigating his whereabouts, but I honestly don't know if it's true. Scorpion's gaze darkened. That man sought to pursue eternal life using the bodies of the living, and to me, he is a perverse aberration. A short-sighted individual who cannot even comprehend the life and death of flesh has no right to seek eternity. To me, this is a desecration of the eternal. How can I tolerate such a person existing in this world? A gust of wind swept by, and Nagato gazed silently at Scorpion. So that's it. Scorpion's disdain for Orochimaru stems from his obsession with the art of eternity? Scorpion added, this is merely my personal opinion and does not represent the truth. Life and death are a binary opposition, like Orochimaru's fixation on the eternity of life, while your obsession lies in the eternity of death. Neither of you has transcended life and death. Nagato and Konan regarded Nagato in disbelief, never having imagined he could articulate such sentiments. Meanwhile, Scorpion, prompted by Nagato's words, fell into deep contemplation. Your perspective is quite novel. While I cannot fully agree, I will consider it. Nagato smiled. I'm glad it's of help to you. Scorpion addressed him seriously. I do not know the current whereabouts of Orochimaru. I only know that he recently defected from Konoha, but... Nagato's expression remained calm as he awaited Scorpion's continuation. Orochimaru, that man, before defecting from Konoha, took in a war orphan named Kabuto as a valuable subordinate. Yet he does not know that Kabuto is actually one of my people. Oh, how did he become yours? Nagato inquired with curiosity. A topic briefly touched upon in the original narrative, yet lacking in detailed exposition. Scorpion replied, during the recently concluded Ninja World War, Kabuto was dispatched as a spy by Danzo of Konoha to traverse various nations. While he roamed the Land of Wind, I discerned that his identity and abilities could be advantageous to me. Thus I implanted a mind-controlling technique within his brain for future contingencies. To my surprise, Orochimaru also took an interest in him, which, for me, turned out to be an unexpected boon. Through the mind control technique, I can ascertain Kabuto's current location, which is near the Hidden Grass Village. Konan interjected, so, Orochimaru is also in the Land of Grass? Scorpion shook his head, stating no. Orochimaru has bases scattered throughout the 5 great ninja countries. He is not constantly in Kabuto's company. However, it is certain that Kabuto is aware of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Once I undo the seal on the mind control technique, I can immediately have Kabuto assist me in uncovering Orochimaru's location. I see. Scorpion, would you be willing to aid me in locating Orochimaru? Nagato smiled. As a defeated opponent, it seems I have no grounds to refuse, do I? Scorpion replied. You may refuse if you wish. Besides, you haven't utilized all your trump cards in this battle, have you? This fellow certainly possesses an in-depth understanding of my affairs. Scorpion pondered. Very well. On account of your words, I shall assist you until you find Orochimaru. But I must warn you, I do not enjoy waiting. Nor do I like making others wait. Let us act separately. We shall reconvene at the Tenchi Bridge in 3 days. Agreed, Nagato affirmed. I shall take my leave then. Scorpion turned to depart. Wait, Nagato called out at that moment. What is it? Scorpion halted, glancing back. The winds howled fiercely, creating an atmosphere that grew tense. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Konan also remained vigilant. At that moment, Nagato scratched his head. Is there a hot spring around here in the Land of Wind? The air fell silent. I apologize, should I not have asked you? Your puppet body likely cannot experience the warmth of a hot spring, can it? Scorpion replied. In the desert of the Land of Wind, there exists the last natural water source. At the banks of the Defen River, there is an inn that offers hot springs. And for 100,000 ryo, you can book the entire place. He added, moreover, even a puppet can enjoy a hot spring. With that, he leaped into the swirling sands. Nagato and Konan approached the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, which was on the verge of being buried by the sandstorm. Scorpion had not even reclaimed this. Konan expressed her concern. Scorpion wouldn't simply pretend to agree and then walk away, would he? Nagato smiled slightly, not at all. He is a true artist and would never refuse an opportunity to elevate his craft. Hell path. Boom. Amid the crunching sound of King Enma, the 3rd Kazekage's puppet emerged in a new guise. Konan gasped. Can puppets truly be crafted into pain? Nagato explained. A human puppet is essentially akin to a corpse. Before I acquire that fellow, let it temporarily serve as my pain in the Azura path. Indeed, that individual had already been designated as a candidate for the Azura path in Nagato's mind. By the way, Nagato, why do you wish to find Orochimaru? Konan inquired. Gazing into the starry night sky, Nagato responded with a profound tone. Half of my future lies in the hands of that man. In the dead of night, in the Land of Wind, at the inn by the Defen River, Nagato found the hot spring in Scorpion had mentioned. Nanfeng Hot Springs, he mused. Gazing at the signboard, a smile gracing his lips. What a delightful name. With 100,000 ryo, Konan secured the venue. At the dividing point leading to the men's and women's baths, she smiled and suggested, Nagato, since we are here, why not let Pain join us in the hot spring? After such a long journey through the desert, He must have accumulated quite a bit of sand and dust. This idea stemmed from Scorpion's remark about puppets being able to enjoy hot springs as well. Nagato hesitated, but one matter proved particularly challenging to decide. Pylon approached, his expression bashful as he inquired, Konan, should I enter the men's bath or the women's bath? Konan's eyes sparkled for a moment. Well, in the dead of night, Nagato lay on the inn's bed, tossing and turning, his mind awash with images shrouded in mist. Thus, he donned a kimono and stepped into the courtyard, yearning for the evening breeze to calm his restless heart. To his surprise, he found Konan standing there. Clad in a thin garment, he had intended to cool off, yet this only stoked the fire within him. Regaining his composure, Nagato inquired, Konan, can't sleep? I can't, she replied. Her profile was serene, yet Nagato sensed an inexplicable sorrow emanating from her. She still had not moved past the pain of Yahiko's death. He realized with a silent sigh, as all his distracting thoughts faded away. There were no romantic moonlit rendezvous. He and Konan were merely displaced. Wandering renegades without a home to call their own. Survival first, love second. I can't sleep either. He approached Konan, reflecting on his recent encounter with Scorpion, which had revealed a significant weakness and pain. Let us refine our strategies together. Konan's eyes brightened at his words, and the two of them squared off in the courtyard. When Scorpion attacked, my instinct was to use the ability of the Deva Path to repel him. But I soon realized that the Deva Path's powers had been compromised by pain. As the number of pains increased, the abilities of my original body would also become constrained. Konan pondered, could it be that we are overthinking this? If pain takes on the six paths form, it seems utterly invincible to me. Nagato chuckled. The strength of pain lies in its secrets, yet there is no wall so impenetrable that it cannot be breached. In the world of shinobi, exceptional talents abound, and secrets will inevitably be unveiled, hence the importance of preparation cannot be overstated. Konan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nagato, your foresight is remarkable. So, what is the method to return the power of pain to the original body? Nagato explained, it is quite simple, really, by interrupting the transmission. Pain will become a puppet devoid of mobility. However, merely relying on such a strategy would significantly undermine the purpose of the pain technique. Therefore, I have conceived a notion to find a method that allows compatibility between the original body and pain. That sounds rather challenging, Konan mused. It's akin to looking to the left while simultaneously glancing to the right. Such a notion seems impractical. Her words invigorated Nagato's spirit. In the original story, when Naruto trained in sage arts, the sage had imparted similar wisdom. Inspired, Naruto devised a technique using shadow clones to gather sage chakra. If the clones were responsible for transmitting chakra to pain, might not the abilities of the original body remain unhindered? Nagato promptly attempted to use shadow clones, but discovered that while employing the six paths of pain, shadow clones could not be utilized. This avenue was abruptly closed off. Indeed, Naruto's path is not one I can emulate. I must find a method suited to myself. Looking towards Konan, he urged, come at me first. Perhaps I may gain some insights during our battle. Konan raised her hand to form hand seals, her body beginning to dissolve into paper. Nagato evaded her attacks with agility, focusing entirely on avoiding her strikes, entering a state of clarity. The principle of the pain technique revolves around signal transmission. To illustrate, one could liken it to a mobile phone signal. The original body functions as the hotspot, while the six paths of pain are the terminals connected to this hotspot. No matter what, it remains impossible to assure the flow of data on both ends. Still, it eludes me. I cannot find any leads. As the night wore on at that moment, Nagato gazed upon the myriad of paper fragments before him, ceaselessly merging and separating while maintaining an unrelenting offensive. A sudden epiphany illuminated his mind. Why must I be so fixated on ensuring a continuous flow at both ends? It suffices to direct the flow precisely when needed. In that fleeting instant, to the appropriate place. In the lexicon of communication technology, this is what one might refer to as intermittent resumption. Nagato, be careful. Overwhelmed with excitement at his own discovery, he momentarily forgot to evade the oncoming attack, and a paper shuriken grazed his cheek. Completely unfazed, he was as jubilant as a child, exclaiming, I have a solution, Konan. I have a plan. Nagato articulated his thoughts to Konan. Essentially, when the body requires it, one can momentarily interrupt the chakra transmitted to pain, redirect it for the body's use, and then swiftly resume the flow to pain. Truly, it's quite ingenious, Nagato. Actually, I was inspired by your paper technique, he confessed. Is that so? Indeed, the principle aligns with that, she replied, but in practice, it is far from simple and demands extensive practice. Once I master this intermittent resumption technique, my body and pain shall no longer be at odds. In that moment, Konan approached. Nagato, don't move. She stood before him, extending her hand to place a sticker on his wounded cheek. The cool touch of her palm sent a shiver through him. Retracting her hand, her orange eyes fixed intently on Nagato. No matter the significance of your discovery, one must not become so elated that it diverts focus during battle. Furthermore, the first priority after sustaining an injury should not be sharing insights, but rather treating the wound. You are absolutely right. Every word you say is correct. Your face. Why is it so flushed? Perhaps it's from soaking in the hot springs. That was an hour ago, wasn't it? This is just the after effect. You are truly peculiar, Nagato. Konan smiled slightly. However, it's the first time I've seen you like this. It feels rather refreshing. Nagato felt a bit flustered. All right, it's getting late. Let us return to rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall set out for the Heaven Bridge in the Land of Grass. Nagato placed his hand on his cheek, gazing at Konan's elegantly defined silhouette, even knowing that it bore no special meaning beyond friendship. The sight of her smiling at him for the first time left him utterly enchanted. It seemed he would likely experience insomnia that night. 3 days later, at the Heaven Bridge in the Land of Grass, Nagato and Konan awaited the arrival of Sasori, who emerged from the woods. Sasori, you are remarkably punctual, as promised. I dislike making others wait, nor do I relish waiting for others, Sasori replied solemnly. When I entered the Land of Grass, I unsealed the mental manipulations within the target's mind. He should be arriving shortly. Will you wait here with me, or retreat to the shadows? Nagato pondered internally. The current situation remains unclear, yet one thing is certain. If Orochimaru seeks to flee, no one can impede him. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. Sasori, you should confront him alone. I will remain in the shadows, poised for action. Make sure you are vigilant. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist dispatching Orochimaru first. Nagato and Konan retreated into the forest, observing from a distance. The wind rustled the grass, causing ripples on the water beneath the bridge. From the other end of the bridge, a young man approached, his silver-gray hair and innocuous visage framed by black spectacles. Is that Kabuto? Konan mused. It's hard to imagine he once served under Danzo, acting as a spy across the nations. Nagato smiled, as the saying goes. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Kabuto halted before Sasori, kneeling on one knee. Lord Sasori, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Sasori stepped forward slowly. You weren't discovered by Orochimaru, were you? Rest assured, everything is under control. However, as Kabuto lowered his head, he caught sight of a shadow looming before him, and a sinister grin crept across his lips. All according to Lord Orochimaru's expectations. He drew forth a chakra scalpel from behind him, slashing towards Sasori. Chapter 9. The Pupil of the Serpent. History has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself. In that moment, Nagato recalled that summer at Daming Lake. Though he quickly corrected himself, it was the scene at the Heaven Bridge with Yamato. Once upon a time, Yamato had used a counterfeit wood release technique to fabricate a fake scorpion, presenting himself as an imitation of Sasori, only to be swiftly returned to his original form by Kabuto. Thus, the tale was born. Now, the genuine Sasori had arrived. With ease, he evaded the razor's edge of the chakra blade, nearly sending Kabuto's last meal tumbling out. Ugh! Kabuto swallowed back his meal, struggling to rise. But 5 chakra threads had already ensnared his limbs and torso. Human puppet manipulation. With his left hand's fingers curved like hooks, Sasori yanked Kabuto toward him, while his right hand lifted, revealing a poisoned dagger. That technique seems reminiscent of Pain's Deva Path. Sasori has undoubtedly refined his techniques after his defeat in the desert. It truly is impressive. At the moment Kabuto was about to be eviscerated, a serpent's hand shot forth from the other side of the Heaven Bridge, seizing his form. That move is... it can't be mistaken. A smile graced Nagato's lips. He had arrived. At both ends of the bridge, 2 elite-level ninjas engaged in a tug-of-war over Kabuto. Ugh, my lord, do not concern yourself with my life. Eliminate Sasori. Silence, you insignificant minion. Sasori retorted coldly, thrusting the dagger toward Kabuto's chest. In a critical moment, the serpent's head coiled around Kabuto's waist, unleashing a white blade that struck down the dagger and deftly severing the 5 chakra threads. The grass cutter? Upon witnessing this, Sasori was compelled to relent, watching helplessly as Kabuto was whisked away from his sight. The wind picked up, and both the visible and hidden observers turned their gazes toward the far end of the bridge. A man stood in the wind, his long hair dancing with the breeze. Clad in a black and white robe, his golden, elongated pupils were accented by violet eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose and his blue-green, Magatama-shaped earrings exuded an alluring charm that surpassed even that of women. In the world of Naruto, who else could it be but Orochimaru? With his serpent's hand retreating into his sleeve, he turned slightly, his raspy voice inquiring, "Kabuto, are you unharmed?" Kabuto, filled with guilt, pressed his palms into the earth. "I am truly sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I volunteered to act as bait to lure Sasori into a trap, yet I ended up causing you trouble." Orochimaru replied with a smile. Speaking leisurely, in truth, this outcome was within my expectations. I refrained from stopping you to allow you to perceive the disparity in strength between yourself and top-tier ninjas. As ninjas, sometimes a single miscalculation can lead to irrevocable consequences. Kabuto, filled with remorse, declared, "Yes. I shall learn from this experience and ensure I serve you with greater efficacy." "Hey, have you finished your nauseating chatter?" Sasori interjected impatiently. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Sasori, you still lack patience. Allow me to guess your reason for visiting. The disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunigakure, was that your doing? You transformed him into your finest puppet and could hardly wait to confront me." Leisurely striding forward, a smile adorned Orochimaru's face. "Well, I must admit, I find your body, which can still move freely after shedding flesh, somewhat fascinating." "You bastard, you never cease to infuriate me," Sasori replied, his gaze darkening. "But regrettably, the one seeking you out today is not me." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru halted in the middle of the bridge. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dark figures emerged from the woods, taking their positions beside Sasori. "Thank you for your efforts. Leave the rest to me." Behind them, Kabuto gasped in shock. Had Sasori brought reinforcements? As Scorpion exited the stage, he cast a profound gaze upon the figure of Pain, who, despite a transformation in his eye color and hair, adorned with the dark rods, was unmistakably recognized as the third Kazekage puppet he had discarded. Ultimately, Scorpion found himself at a loss for words and retreated to a distance. "Let me witness how much you can surpass my artistry from the same starting line." "Orochimaru-sama, the situation is dire, we must withdraw." Do's anxious voice called out. One Scorpion was already a formidable challenge. With the addition of these 3 enigmatic allies, even Do, who held a near worshipful reverence for Orochimaru, doubted that they could gain any advantage in this predicament. Yet, it seemed Orochimaru was oblivious to the urgent cries behind him. Standing firmly in place, his gaze fixated on Pain's Deva path. "I remember you. You were a child back then." As Pain approached, he greeted, "Mr. Orochimaru. It's been a long time. It's rare for you to remember me." "Indeed," Orochimaru replied with a hint of surprise, "I never expected you to still be alive. But what astonishes me even more is..." Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, his vertical pupils igniting with intense brilliance. "The Rinnegan, residing within you. I am utterly intrigued by your body." Boom. A powerful white tempest erupted from Orochimaru, causing the very earth bridge to tremble violently. "Truly, I am eager to delve deeper into this." With a sudden burst, Orochimaru lunged forward, reaching for Pain's eyes. "The Rinnegan, I shall claim it for myself." As the fierce wind rushed towards him, Pain closed his eyes, remarking, "You are indeed quite impatient." Swish. The sudden barrier of resistance made Orochimaru's expression shift dramatically. "You must endure some hardship first." With that, Pain opened his eyes and extended a hand. "Shinra Tensei, Nanny." The force of the impact contorted Orochimaru's face. Oh. The guardrails of the earth bridge were entirely uprooted as Orochimaru's form was sent spiraling into the forest on the other side. Scorpion covered his face with his hand. Utterly astonished, the scale of this technique has grown since our battle. He indeed held back when he fought me. Wow. Orochimaru, with all his might, finally regained his composure. His expression filled with bewilderment, pondering what had just transpired. Orochimaru-sama. Do, unable to contain his concern, rushed to his side. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 bodies of Pain approached, landing before them. Do, retreat. But, do you wish to defy my orders? Orochimaru glanced back. The sudden surge of murderous intent in his pupils made Do hesitate. "I understand." Orochimaru turned his gaze forward once more, his demeanor a mix of deadly seriousness and uncontrollable exhilaration. Will I die? Even so, I yearn to uncover the secrets of the Rinnegan." He crossed his arms before him and bit into his thumb. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 10. Thank you for making me whole. Boom. Amidst the vast smoke, the great serpent emerged, its serpentine form coiling high into the air. The great serpent glanced upwards, snarling, "Damn you, Orochimaru. How dare you disturb my slumber? I shall devour you whole." Do, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Great serpent, please calm down." We will prepare a generous reward afterward. The great serpent bellowed. Who asked you? Rude little brat. All it awaited was a single compliment from Orochimaru, and it would demand 100 live sacrifices to satisfy its hunger. However, today, someone was intent on preventing its exit. Helen stepped forward, her voice sweet yet laced with venom. Great serpent, you only bully Orochimaru because of his good nature. Had it been me, I would have made you my drink in an instant. What did you say? The great serpent fixated its piercing gaze on the diminutive figure before it, momentarily doubting its own hearing. It could hardly fathom that a human would dare to provoke it so brazenly, even implying to turn it into a drink. How audacious! I shall tear you limb from limb. The great serpent's eyes bulged with fury as it charged down with its horned head. Boom! Prepared for the onslaught. Helen leaped to the side, her small hands swiftly forming seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom! From the ground emerged a colossal centipede, its elongated body swiftly ensnaring the great serpent. Orochimaru-sama, this is... Amidst the violent tremors, Orochimaru's eyes fixated on the glowing eyes behind Helen's cat mask. Another pair of Rinnegan. How could this be possible? Do's exclamation echoed once more. Orochimaru-sama, look quickly. The other individual who hasn't made a move also possesses the same eyes. 3 individuals, 3 pairs of Rinnegan. Orochimaru's pupils trembled. But at that moment, he found a strange calmness. It was precisely because he pursued the ultimate truth that he comprehended what it signified. It implied absolute impossibility. The Rinnegan, an exalted ocular power. How could more than 2 pairs coexist? Thus, this must be some form of illusion. Boom! The great serpent, bound by the centipede, suddenly shriveled as Orochimaru and Do lost their footing, swiftly retreating to safety. Has it shed its skin? Boom! The true form of the great serpent erupted from the ground, twisting around the centipede at lightning speed. Its terrifying constriction causing the creature to explode into a cloud of white smoke. The serpentine eyes glanced at the diving Yada no Kagami. The next moment, it swiftly burrowed underground, re-emerging directly beneath the Yada no Kagami, and with its razor-sharp fangs, it obliterated it. In the blink of an eye, it had vanquished 2 of the summoned beasts. Nagato gained a fresh perspective on the great serpent's might. After all, it was the Serpent King of the Dragon Cave. Using Shinra Tensei would likely be futile, for serpents are soft-bodied creatures. However, a combination technique would be another story. Helen formed seals with her small hands, employing the summoning technique once more. Bang! This time, alongside the white smoke, a rhinoceros appeared. Quite a variety. But it is merely a matter of me grinding my upper teeth against my lower teeth. However, I shall not synchronize with your rhythm. This time, I will swallow you whole, summoner. The great serpent opened its cavernous mouth, lunging towards Helen. Helen quickly leaped off the rhinoceros, but the great serpent reacted swiftly, altering its trajectory. Now's the time. Pain, positioned beneath the rhinoceros, raised his hand high, targeting the great serpent's chin, and struck down fiercely. Shinra Tensei. The great serpent's head was violently redirected by the force of gravity, as the rhinoceros raised its horn high. Crack! The great serpent's jaws were mercilessly pierced by the rhinoceros's horn, the excruciating pain causing its pupils to widen. Yet, due to its mouth being sealed, it could not emit a single cry. Its vertical pupils slowly turned to Orochimaru. Surprisingly, this time it did not unleash its wrath or threats. The brief skirmish had made it acutely aware of the formidable opponent it faced. Orochimaru, this time, you need not seek live sacrifices. For I have no desire for the dead. HMPF. You may as well pray for your fortune. Bang! The great serpent vanished into the white smoke. Quickly, Orochimaru-sama, we must retreat. Do urged, panic-stricken. Indeed, it was time to withdraw. However, before that, allow me to present them with a parting gift. Orochimaru smiled, retrieving a wind shuriken, hurling it forward with all his strength, while simultaneously crossing his fingers in a rapid motion before his chest. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang bang. The wind shuriken split into thousands in the air, raining down towards the front. Under this cover, Orochimaru did not look back, hastily retreating. Noticing this, Scorpion shouted towards the forest. Hey, he's trying to escape. Fear not, he will not get away. Nagato, accompanied by Konan, approached. Clang. Pain activated Shinra Tensei, obliterating all the wind shurikens. At this moment, the third Kazekage, Pain's Ashura Path, who had been nothing more than an observer, finally made his move. With unwavering focus, he locked his gaze onto Orochimaru's silhouette. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he detached the wrist of his mechanized arm and drew forth a series of missile-like projectiles resembling gourd vines. Scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of puppet mechanism is this? The Ashura Path's missile barrage. Boom! A multitude of missiles, trailing fiery tails, surged into the sky. In a critical moment, Orochimaru, utilizing his serpentine hand, forcefully hurled Kabuto away. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto's desperate roar was swallowed by the inferno of the explosion. Konan hesitated, asking, Nagato, do you intend to kill Orochimaru? Nagato replied with a smile, no, fret not. At such a level, he will not perish. As the flames of the explosion dissipated, a deep crater marred the forest floor, where Orochimaru lay motionless at the bottom. Scorpion remarked with a grin, the mechanism just now was indeed impressive, but in comparison to the armored puppets you summon, it falls short. Moreover, it seems you failed to utilize the magnetic properties of the sand iron I preserved for the third Kazekage's puppet. This match, I dare say, ends in a draw. Nagato smiled in response. What do you think is the reason Orochimaru remains utterly still? Scorpion focused his gaze, noticing Orochimaru trembling as though struggling to rise. Scorpion looked on in confusion. Amidst the missile explosion, did you mix in sand iron? Such tactics cannot possibly subdue Orochimaru. With great effort, Orochimaru opened his mouth, attempting to expel a new version of himself. Nagato interjected, to be more precise, it is a black rod manipulated in a manner akin to sand iron. The third Kazekage Pain's Ashura path formed a series of hand seals. Crack! Granular dust instantly coalesced into a black rod, piercing through Orochimaru's body. Buzz! In the depths of his consciousness, the blurred lines of the Rinnegan emerged. The substitution technique was interrupted. Orochimaru trembled violently. This chakra is astonishingly powerful. Is this the true strength of the Rinnegan? Regrettably, I must inform you, it is not. Finally, Nagato sauntered over to Orochimaru's side. Oh, how so? Orochimaru struggled to lift his gaze, meeting Nagato's eyes. Because the true master of those eyes is. Nagato crouched before him, personally extracting the torturous black rod from Orochimaru's body. In that instant, as the oppressive force vanished, Orochimaru's hand shot forward, unhesitatingly reaching for Nagato's eyes. Uchiha Madara. But as the name echoed, Orochimaru's fingers halted just inches before Nagato's face. The information contained within those 4 brief words, and the truth they reflected, caused Orochimaru's mind to momentarily overload. At that moment, Nagato seized the opportunity to cast out a tempting bait. A mere Rinnegan. If you desire it, take it. But in doing so, you will forsake the watermelon for a sesame seed, missing out on the truth entirely. It is utterly impossible to conquer someone like Orochimaru solely through force. Only by possessing the resolve to forsake everything and engaging in a value exchange can one hope to truly win his allegiance. Yet even then, it remains merely a possibility. The human heart is an unfathomable thing. Who can claim to fully grasp it? Thus, Nagato admitted there was an element of gamble involved. Orochimaru's pupils flickered intensely, and ultimately, he relinquished the seemingly attainable Rinnegan. It appears I have won the gamble. Nagato let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, Orochimaru, for unless absolutely necessary. I truly did not wish to extract your soul through the human path, discarding your body into the hell path, only to have Kabuto perform a reincarnation of your remains and turn Shursui into my pain, forcibly enslaving you with his Kotoame Tsukumi. Thank you for enabling me to maintain my decorum and elegance before Konan. Chapter 11. Nagato and Orochimaru. Is it not a curious twist of fate that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan? Nagato-kun, just days ago, I began contemplating this hypothesis. In the depths of the underground lair, Orochimaru led Nagato through the dimly lit corridor, his words brimming with excitement. Nagato, inwardly amused, thought, you are mistaken. In truth, the Sharingan and Rinnegan are 2 distinct ocular techniques, with no evolutionary connection. The key lies in the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra, which gives rise to the chakra of the 6 paths. However, Orochimaru's current misunderstanding does not affect the larger picture. In fact, it benefits me without detriment. Thus, he refrained from interrupting Orochimaru's discourse. Nagato-kun, for this, I am prepared to dedicate the next 10, even 20 years to validating this hypothesis. Your emergence has placed me upon the shoulders of giants in truth. How wise it was not to eliminate you all those years ago in Amigakure. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Orochimaru halted. We have arrived. Please, step inside. He opened the door and placed the oil lamp he carried upon the mantel before taking his seat. With one hand propped against his cheek, he gazed intently at Nagato across the table, his eyes brimming with curiosity. To seek the truth requires a rigorous attitude. To ensure the purity of the truth, Nagato-kun, I need you to recount the entire sequence of events. What kind of determination and schemes would compel a ninja like Madara to entrust his eyes to another? It is almost unimaginable. Come now, I am eager to know. Indeed, but before we proceed, there is a matter to address. Nagato raised his gaze toward the closed door behind Orochimaru and lifted his hand. Shinra-tensei. Boom. The door shattered, and Kabuto stumbled inside. Crack. Nagato seized him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. So you're Kabuto, are you? Kabuto, caught off guard, wore a face of sheer terror. Nagato spoke coldly. Speak. Why were you eavesdropping? Feeling the gravity of his predicament, Kabuto blurted out, because I wanted to know your intentions in approaching Lord Orochimaru. I have no interest in the truth. All I care about is Lord Orochimaru's personal interests. Nagato scrutinized Kabuto's face, which bore the look of one prepared for death, and smiled faintly. And what about your own place of belonging? Kabuto's pupils constricted suddenly. In reality, Nagato was also an orphan, thus he could deeply empathize with Kabuto, who shared the same plight. Having experienced love, only to be betrayed by it, he wandered aimlessly, playing roles that obscured his true self. Living for the goals of others while neglecting his own needs. He remained oblivious to his own significance in this world, and even more so, to the world's significance to him. Yet the profound loneliness within him craved a sanctuary, to be understood in his needs, and to be needed in return, would constitute that sanctuary. Once he found such a refuge, he would offer his unwavering loyalty. Should he lose it, he would succumb to madness. For one such as him, if he cannot be controlled, he must be extinguished in the cradle. Yet, as Orochimaru's most valued assistant, he could not be eliminated, at least not for now. Moreover, from Nagato's personal perspective, he was loath to extinguish him unless absolutely necessary. In light of this, it would be better to extend goodwill and sow the seeds of kindness. If you wish to know my intentions, you could simply knock and enter. Why resort to sneaky tactics? Oh, do you think your revered Lord Orochimaru is so feeble that he requires your clandestine vigilance to avoid being subjugated? I, Kabuto, found myself at a loss for words. At that moment, Nagato released his grip on Kabuto's throat and smiled. Find a small stool for yourself and sit beside us. Kabuto shot his head up, unable to believe his ears. You mean, you allow me to stay and listen to your conversation with the Lord? Nagato gazed deeply at him and said, Indeed. But it is imperative to keep this under wraps. Do you understand? Speaking of it is no trivial matter. Lives are at stake. With a gulp, Kabuto swallowed hard, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, and solemnly declared, I understand. The contents of our conversation today will remain utterly confidential. Thus, a small stool was added to the gathering in the room. In the flickering candlelight, Nagato, after a moment of contemplation, began to narrate in his own words. All of this traces back to the Valley of the End, where the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha took place. It is common knowledge that Madara met his demise at Hashirama's hands, yet the truth is far more complex. Madara survived and even acquired Hashirama's powers. From his defeat at the valley's depths to his ultimate demise beneath the statue's feet, Kabuto listened with bated breath, feeling as if he were perched on a bed of nails, too fearful to even breathe. Orochimaru, too, fell into silence, and after a moment, posed a critical question. Nagato, you were a key player in Madara's scheme. How did you manage to extricate yourself from his and Obito's control and come to understand these intricate causations? Orochimaru would undoubtedly ask such a question, and thus, Nagato had long prepared an answer, one that could not sound mundane, such as information gleaned by chance from White Zetsu's mind. Such a response would diminish his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. Yes, Madara's plan was meticulously crafted. In my childhood, he stealthily implanted the Rinnegan within me. Having lost my parents due to the ravages of war, I grew up in wandering, seeking like-minded companions, and just as I was poised to showcase my abilities, he sent Obito as his avatar to guide my growth in the direction he desired. For a considerable period, I indeed acted according to his script. However, both he and Obito underestimated me. One day, I beheld a truth that even Madara had failed to perceive, the past as preordained by him, and the future that unfolded under that very premise. Kabuto could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, You saw the future? Oh, but that future was one in which I did not intervene at all. Orochimaru, with a serious expression, remarked, Every ability has its origins and limitations. Is this power a manifestation of the Rinnegan's ocular techniques? Could you elaborate? Nagato was genuinely taken aback by Orochimaru's probing inquiry. Maintaining his composure, he pondered and replied, The concept of Ahiheiji, which breaks predetermined fates, awakens only once in a lifetime, a technique reserved for the chosen ones. When the ocular technique awakens, It is conveyed in the unseen. Ha! Truly, I am amusing myself. What is this ahi-heiji, this breaking of fate, this once-in-a-lifetime awakening for the chosen? My CPU nearly overheated. Yet it seems there is truth to it. I see, Orochimaru mused, but only in this manner can one potentially escape Madara's grasp. At this moment, an expression of immense anticipation spread across Orochimaru's face. Nagato, what you just revealed to me pertains to the past. What about the future? As for the future, Nagato replied with a meaningful smile, allow me to reserve my thoughts for now. Naturally, were I to divulge everything without reservation, what would stop you from no longer needing me? Since time immemorial, deep affection cannot be retained. Only cunning wins hearts. Very well, Orochimaru said, a smile gracing his lips. Let us pivot to another question. Nagato, what do you wish to achieve through me to alter that future? Nagato responded, well, what I desire is not much, primarily. A pair of Rinnegan that belongs solely to me. Chapter 12, Blueprint. To awaken your own Rinnegan? Upon confirming Nagato's request, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Nagato, based on the information you've provided, the wielder of the Rinnegan requires the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Senju power can be addressed through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. However, Nagato, the greatest obstacle you face is the lack of Uchiha blood from the very source. You do not possess the conditions necessary to awaken the eye. In truth, it is the combined powers of Ashura and Indra that unlock the Sage of Six-Path Strength. The key to awakening the Rinnegan. Just as in the corridor, he refrained from exposing this, to prevent the core's secret from falling into Orochimaru's hands, in case their intentions diverged in the future. Furthermore, while the Sharingan and Rinnegan are distinct ocular techniques, utilizing the pinnacle of the Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As a foundation, there is no conflict with the Rinnegan's powers. It is advantageous for him and poses no harm. Unaware of these intricacies, Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated again. Even if you were to externally transplant a pair of Sharingan and subsequently strive to awaken the Rinnegan, you would not be considered the original bearer of that Rinnegan. Do you grasp my meaning? Nagato smiled, for it was indeed characteristic of Orochimaru to perceive this critical layer. Following his train of thought, Nagato elaborated, I have already considered this aspect. Thus, let me share my vision. It is not absolutely necessary for this body to be the one that awakens the Rinnegan. What do you mean? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. Nagato continued, I intend to create an entirely new vessel. In my vision, this body will possess the following attributes: my appearance, my consciousness, Hashirama's cells, and Uchiha's bloodline. In essence, it will compensate for the elements that my current body lacks within the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. Among these conditions, I must emphasize the necessity of my consciousness. This new body must embody Nagato's original consciousness, and it cannot be like a shadow clone, which shares the same form, yet possesses a separate consciousness. The consciousness of this new body should be synchronized with the original, much like pain. After hearing Nagato's series of demands, Kabuto was left speechless, saying, this is too far-fetched. How could that possibly be realized? Nagato replied, I am merely articulating my vision, without delving into its realization. Orochimaru, wearing a smile, found the idea of a new body to resonate with his own pursuit of immortality through reincarnation. So, Nagato, you wish to one day abandon your current body and transfer your soul into this new vessel? Nagato shook his head, no. The body known as Nagato contains everything that belongs to me. If I were to forsake it, would I still be myself? The Rinnegan will be awakened by the new body, while this body must elevate its existing power to the utmost limit. Then, on a future day, when both of my bodies have enhanced their powers to their zenith along their respective paths, Orochimaru, you will find a way to consolidate all the power from that body into mine. The method is entirely up to you, but I demand it all. I wish for every complementary element to be integrated without conflict or sacrifice. This is the plan of XYZ, boom. Orochimaru suddenly stood up, his vertical pupils igniting with unprecedented brilliance. The whirlpool body, the Senju power, the Uchiha eye, if combined with sage techniques. All elements unified could yield not merely a pair of new Rinnegan, but equate to the embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the complete embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths was merely the beginning of the power Nagato sought. He refrained from revealing his true ambitions, fearing it would frighten Orochimaru. Do you realize what you are saying, Nagato? Throughout history, from the time humans first learned to walk upright on this land, no one has ever achieved what you propose. Perhaps, someone could manage to possess two physical forms, growing in distinct ways, reaching the pinnacle in different realms. However, to completely integrate without compromise, This was an unparalleled feat. Even if there exists a theoretical possibility, the actual likelihood of success, I can assert with certainty, will not exceed 1 in 10,000. For there are far too many uncontrollable variables. The path you have chosen is nearly impossible to conclude favorably. However, madness flickered in Nagato's eyes. Is this the westward path? Without taking such a risk, how could I possibly attain unparalleled power? Without a resolve akin to placing oneself in a desperate situation to survive, how could I ever qualify to stand against those monsters, born as ninjas and having lived for thousands of years? At this moment, he alone is acutely aware that his true enemies lie far beyond this ninja world. Yakushi Kabuto pondered. It is incomprehensible. He is so young, yet possesses a strength that even Lord Orochimaru cannot rival. Why then does he cling so fervently to power? In contrast, Orochimaru held a different understanding. Just moments ago, I harbored some doubts regarding Nagato's mention of Aihiji, but now it seems I can almost ascertain its authenticity. What kind of hopeless future has he glimpsed to forsake a stable path in favor of this hellish gamble? Genetics is the artistry of creation. It is precisely this uncontrollability that makes it so captivating. Suppose I fulfill Nagato's vision and successfully create another body for him, and one day, both of his bodies reach their zenith. I would also have successfully developed a technique to merge the strengths of both bodies. Yet, even with our combined efforts, the external conditions might reach perfection, we would still face 3 uncontrollable outcomes: elimination, mutation, XYZ. However, in the worst-case scenario, Z could become 0, which signifies utter nothingness. Humph, what a truly mad endeavor, Orochimaru stated sternly. Nagato, have you considered this carefully? Once you embark on this path, there will be no turning back. Nagato replied with a smile. The same applies to you, Orochimaru. Should you choose to assist me, you must be prepared for the consequences at any moment. Oh, what kind of resolve? The resolve to perish. To dedicate oneself to my self-serving and frenzied plan. To sacrifice for the sake of truth. Humph, ha ha ha. How delightful, truly delightful. Orochimaru laughed heartily. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto was drenched in sweat. Then, Nagato turned his gaze towards him. Kabuto, may I entrust you with a task? Kabuto could hardly believe his ears. A person who would go so far as to have Lord Orochimaru sacrifice himself for truth would request something from him. This left him feeling somewhat flattered. What is it that I can do? Perhaps it is precisely something only you can accomplish. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru will wholeheartedly contribute to the XYZ project. What you need to do is a different research endeavor. Gulp. Kabuto swallowed hard. What kind of research? Nagato smiled. This is also part of my other objective, to transform these Rinnegan, which do not rightfully belong to me, into those that truly belong to me. To Nagato's body. Indeed, Nagato aims to awaken his own Rinnegan, but that does not mean he will return Madara's Rinnegan. Why should he be treated as a mere pawn to satisfy their ambitions and have his life manipulated at will? Since I have become Nagato, I will never allow such behavior. Uchiha Madara, since you have placed these eyes within the vessel of a ninja named Nagato, you shall never reclaim them. As for the consequences that may arise from this, I apologize, but that is not something I shall concern myself with. Chapter 13, Detailed Plans. In the laboratory, Orochimaru stated, Nagato, cultivating your other body will require extracting your cells as a foundation, along with cells from Senju Hashirama and the Uchiha clan. I have ready access to Lord Hashirama's cells, as I took them when I defected from Konoha, from the lab dedicated to Hashirama's cell research and forbidden techniques established during the second Hokage's era. However, due to the passage of time, the purity of the cells may not meet your needs. Nagato's gaze darkened. I know where the highest purity Hashirama cells can be found. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Nagato continued. During the battle between Madara and Senju Hashirama, Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and grafted it onto his wound. He preserved a portion of Hashirama's original cells and cultivated them using the outer path's Geto Mazo summoned by the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly sparkled. Where is that Geto Mazo now? In Obito Uchiha's lair, my Rinnegan can summon it at any time. Nagato's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Summoning the Geto Mazo would inevitably alert Obito, posing a risk of exposing their plans. Half a month ago, he had painstakingly negotiated for a 1-year buffer period. Yet, whether he could acquire those Hashirama cells now hinges on his most critical interests. To postpone the plan for another year to avoid alarming the enemy would be intolerable. At that moment, he remembered that within his hell realm, he still possessed the corpse and soul of a white Zetsu. If utilized wisely, he might be able to acquire those Hashirama cells without anyone noticing. Nagato shared his thoughts and concerns with Orochimaru. The white Zetsu can communicate over long distances through consciousness. But if recognized by other white Zetsu, it would spell disaster. Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin. I have yet to conduct research on the white Zetsu you mentioned. May I borrow the white Zetsu corpse you have for my study? Perhaps I can find a way to disrupt that long-distance communication. That would be splendid. Without further ado, Nagato summoned the king of hell from the underworld to retrieve the white Zetsu's corpse. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. I see. I can indeed sense a similar power to Lord Hashirama's cells emanating from it. However, if Hashirama is the full moon, then they are but fireflies in comparison. Nagato remarked. I observed in Aihiji that these creatures are products of the infinite Tsukuyami from ancient times. And the Geto Mazo I just mentioned is the vessel of the 10 tails and the divine tree. I hope this information will be useful for your research. Although in the later stages of the original narrative, Orochimaru had thoroughly studied the white Zetsu, from their perception methods to their utilization. That knowledge is still rooted in the accumulation of time. To be honest, Nagato held little hope for this last-minute research. If it succeeds, that is excellent. If it fails, he is prepared to forcibly summon the Geto Mazo. As for how to explain this to Obito, Pain once said something quite fitting. Things always happen unexpectedly, and the reasons can be found later. That so-called one-year agreement is not absolute, depending on the development of the situation. However, what Nagato did not anticipate was that Orochimaru would soon surprise him significantly in this matter, which would soon transpire. Returning to the present, Orochimaru instructed Yakushi Kabuto to preserve the white Zetsu's corpse in a specialized device, and the three of them exited the laboratory together. As for the cells of Lord Hashirama, let's await my news for now. In the meantime, Nagato, you can devise a way to acquire cells from the Uchiha clan. The other body I am going to cultivate for you will be a completely new individual in essence, so if all goes well, you will awaken your own Sharingan. It will be a pair of entirely new eyes. Regrettably, however, that new pair of eyes will not escape the Uchiha clan's curse. Should you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, you will inevitably face the fate of impending blindness. Nagato's gaze sharpened slightly. So, will I undergo the same evolution of ocular power as Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru, wearing an intelligent smile, replied, Indeed. When your vision nears its demise, you must select another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from a direct blood relative within 3 generations to attain the new ocular power known as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Nagato remarked. But a life created from nothing lacks any direct blood relatives. Orochimaru's lips curled into a captivating smile. Thus, some effort must be undertaken, Nagato-kun. If you wish to transplant someone's eyes in the future, please bring me their blood serum sample. During the creation of this embryo, I will attempt to selectively guide a portion of your cells to forge a kinship. Technically, Nagato was at a loss. He never anticipated he could choose. Although it felt somewhat excessive, he asked, Am I limited to selecting just one backup eye? Orochimaru, taken aback, replied, Well, considering there are only 2 eyes, how many did you hope to choose? Nagato chuckled. Naturally, the more, the better. After all, I currently cannot foresee what ocular power my future Mangekyo Sharingan will awaken. If it conflicts with the backup eyes I select, wouldn't that be a waste? Therefore, ample options are preferable. Orochimaru nodded. That is a valid point. Utilizing your own Uzumaki clan cells as a foundation, combined with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, should yield an extraordinary compatibility with Uchiha cells. After careful consideration, Orochimaru provided a definitive guideline. Nonetheless, for the stability of the embryo, the samples you choose for backup eyes should not exceed 5 individuals. 5. My word. Nagato nearly lost his composure, steadying himself and maintaining an air of sophistication. So, I need to acquire blood serum samples from 5 Uchiha? Indeed. Nagato paused, pondering. What if the child is already within the womb, but not yet born? Should I wait until they are born? Orochimaru's eyes flickered. In that case, simply select the mother's blood sample. Understood. It seems I have quite a bit to do. A subtle smile graced Nagato's lips. At the exit of Orochimaru's underground base, he handed Nagato a scroll. This is the summoning contract for the animal path of the Rinnegan. Once signed, I can summon you to my side at any time using its abilities. Orochimaru pondered. Can I summon in reverse? Nagato shook his head. No, the summoning is unidirectional. You cannot summon me in return. However, if you have news, simply inject the blood into the contract, and I will be able to sense it and summon you. I see. After pressing his handprint onto the scroll, Orochimaru tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. A raspy chuckle escaped him. Nagato-kun. Let us await good news from each other. Nagato replied with a smile. Yes, once this busy period is over, we should visit the bathhouse together. He glanced at Kabuto. who stood behind Orochimaru. Kabuto, you should join us as well. Chapter 14, Southern Dream. After departing from Orochimaru's stronghold, it was already evening. Upon returning to the Tenchi Bridge, Nagato was surprised to find Sasori waiting for him. Wasn't he the one who despised waiting for others? Yet this time, it was Sasori who took the initiative. He was a man of completion. Addressing Nagato, Sasori maintained a cold and distant tone. I've located Orochimaru for you. The favor owed to you in the desert has been repaid. Nagato expressed his gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Sasori. By the way, I believe this third Kazekage puppet should be returned to you. Sasori gazed at the now transformed Shura path of the third Kazekage, having witnessed its power during the battle earlier. Though he didn't voice it, he internally acknowledged that some things were beyond human reach. Yet he held on to his own convictions and stubbornness. No need. What I have discarded will not be reclaimed, and besides, it is not my art. Sasori turned away, silently vowing. One day, I will prove that the eternal puppet art, which embodies the soul and craftsmanship of my red sand, will not yield to your cold, ocular power, even if that power belongs to the sage of six paths. Watching Sasori's retreating figure, Nagato called out to him, extending an olive branch. However, it was not an invitation to join Ōtsutsuki. In 6 months, if you find yourself without a place, come to Amigakure. Ōtsutsuki is ultimately just a mercenary organization, akin to a black market in the three-dimensional world, to accommodate Konan's feelings. He might retain Ōtsutsuki, but he would focus on the development of the ninja villages in the future. Early on, identifying powerful ninjas like Sasori was also a way to pave the path ahead. After a long pause, Sasori felt honored to receive an invitation from Nagato, but he was not one to underestimate others. Looking at the Amigakure forehead protector on Nagato's forehead, he spoke solemnly. You must be aware of how the ninja refers to the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander? Indeed, the demigod of ninjas. Nagato replied with a smile, his tone so light it made Hanzo seem trivial. Sasori studied him deeply, leaving with a final remark. If you truly can take his place, I would not hesitate to serve you. Nagato smiled. Then I shall await you in the new Amigakure in 6 months. After Sasori departed, Konan emerged from the grasslands. Her orange eyes filled with concern. In 6 months, are you truly preparing to confront Hanzo in a death battle? Isn't that a bit hasty? As the night sky drizzled softly, the sound of rain echoed ethereally across the plains of Kusagakure. Konan's words held merit. When Nagato, as Pain, reclaimed Amigakure, it was a feat accomplished at least a decade later. By that time, Hanzo had aged, both in body and will. Thus, Pain had easily annihilated the once mighty forces of Hanzo. Surpassing a demigod, he had become a god. Nagato held no obsession with the title of god. Each generation produced its own deities. What he desired was merely a stable strategic rear and a tranquil home with Konan. He certainly could not let Konan know his true thoughts at that moment. So he said, that fellow Hanzo, at the height of his power, chose to ally with Danzo, persecuting us rising stars. This clearly shows that his insight and resolve as a peak ninja have gradually diminished with age. In a few more years, eliminating him will be a simple task. However, how could I be content with merely eliminating such a Hanzo? Konan, think of Yahiko, how he admired Hanzo. Yahiko was slain by the very person he idolized. Thus, while Hanzo had yet to fall from grace, he sought to avenge this grudge for Yahiko. Konan looked at the figure before her, the rain-soaked silhouette, her gaze complex. Nagato, have you reached a consensus with Orochimaru? The clandestine meeting in Orochimaru's stronghold had been initiated by her, who stayed behind under the pretense of vigilance. More than anyone, she yearned to understand Nagato's current ambitions. But since it involved Orochimaru, it was bound to be far from straightforward. The reputation of a person casts a shadow. She knew full well who Orochimaru was. In contrast, she had been the most perceptive among the three of them. During their initial encounter with the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru had proposed killing all three of them. Consequently, during her training, Konan had discreetly inquired several times with Jiraiya about Orochimaru, his thoughts, character, ninjutsu characteristics, weaknesses, and so forth. It was precisely because she understood Orochimaru so well that she was convinced that if she were present, there were words Nagato might not express candidly. She did not wish to become an obstacle for him, thus suppressing her curiosity. Indeed, a consensus has been reached between him and me. Even upon learning that an agreement has been struck, she did not inquire about the specific plans, but merely asked, so what shall our next course of action be? In the rain, Nagato turned, gazing at the southeastern horizon of Kusagakure, and remarked with a smile, in the coming days, we shall engage with Konoha. Konan's eyes widened in surprise. Konoha? Nagato's expression grew solemn. To be precise, It is the Uchiha clan of Konoha, in the creation of another body. He required blood samples from 5 members of the Uchiha clan. These 5 would become the potential eyes for his future eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In his mind, he had already selected these 5 individuals, yet it appeared that none would be easily manageable, particularly the last one. Kusagakure borders the land of fire, and under the cover of night, Nagato and Konan traversed the border, entering the territory of the land of fire. The night had grown deep, and they sought a secluded spot to pitch their tent, planning to rest for the night before proceeding. Over the years, Konan seemed to have acclimated to the life of camping in the wild, falling asleep more swiftly than she did in the comfort of an onsen. However, that night, she was plagued by a dream. Suddenly, in the tent, Konan sat up with a start, gasping for breath. Huff, ha. Sweat soaked her thin garment, and her panicked gaze remained unsettled. Why would I dream such a thing? Was Konan not asleep? Outside the tent, a familiar voice greeted her. Hastily, she lay back down, closing her eyes and feigning sleep. The sound of the tent flaps rustling came through, even with her eyes shut. She could sense a fervent gaze lingering before her for quite some time. Good night, Nagato said softly before departing the tent. Konan opened her eyes, her expression one of bewilderment and uncertainty. If Nagato truly harbored such thoughts about me, should I acquiesce to him? Chapter 15, A Door to the South. Konan, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? In the morning light of the land of fire, Nagato observed the faint dark circles around Konan's eyes with concern. The last time he noticed such shadows was when she had vigilantly guarded the cave in the land of rain, sleepless for 10 days and nights. Perhaps it's just that this is my first time in the land of fire. I didn't sleep soundly. Nagato stroked his chin thoughtfully. Common sense dictated that mere insomnia would not lead to dark circles unless there were deeper concerns weighing on her mind. Konan, do you have something on your mind? Konan's expression was complex. After all, the dream she had experienced was profoundly unsettling. The content of the dream had left her heart in disarray. She had resolved to clarify matters first thing in the morning, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings, but the innocent face before her rendered her unable to voice her inquiries. Instead, she could only glance away, attempting to broach the subject indirectly. Nagato, how is your injury? Have you felt any discomfort these days? Oh, I had almost forgotten, Nagato replied, removing his forehead protector to reveal the scar that had long since healed. He smiled. It's been perfectly fine for a while now. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself. Had this been before, she would have likely reached out without hesitation, as it stemmed from a place of friendship and concern. They had long grown accustomed to such gestures throughout their journey. However, now, the mere thought of reaching out made her feel a peculiar flutter within her heart. It was not distaste, merely an indescribable sensation. If it's healed, then that is good. Nagato chuckled. Today, you seem a bit odd, Konan. No. It's just that the high-intensity travel of the past few days has left me a bit weary. All right then. How about we settle down in a town near Konoha tonight? Perhaps indulge in an onsen to unwind. As night fell, after a day of arduous travel, they arrived at Mukahajo in the southeastern land of fire. Mukahajo was a significant hub, with a stream flowing from north to south, merging into the river outside the town. A tributary of that river would flow northward, cascading through a canyon and plummeting between 2 sculptures to form a magnificent waterfall. This canyon was known as the Valley of the End. Standing atop the angular sculptures, one could gaze upon the mountains beyond, and beyond those mountains lay Konohagakure. The bond connecting the common folk of the land of fire and the ninja of Konoha was precisely why Mukahajo held such importance. In the streets, one could occasionally spot Konoha ninjas returning to recuperate after missions, and occasionally, sand ninjas passing through with permission. The Third Shinobi World War had concluded, and nations were restoring diplomatic relations, yet the identity of a rogue ninja remained sensitive. Before entering the town, Nagato and Konan took great care to disguise themselves, while the 3 pained bodies waited in the woods outside the town, as any disguise would seem suspicious. Should anything arise, they could communicate through the animal path. In this atmosphere, Konan temporarily set aside her tangled thoughts, walking alongside Nagato as she beheld the bustling scene that would forever be hidden from her in the land of rain. Before a grilled fish shop, Nagato halted, smiling. Konan, it's been ages since we've had a proper grilled fish meal, hasn't it? Indeed, it brings back fond memories. Konan gazed at the shop signboard, as if transported back to her school days. Observing her expression, Nagato suggested, shall I ask Devapath to join us from outside the town? Konan gently shook her head. No, we cannot keep using such means to reminisce about the deceased. We must confront the reality that they are no longer with us. She was acutely aware that even though Yahiko's presence still lingered, The one who truly stood by her side was Nagato. Konan. Nagato observed her resilient silhouette with a mix of appreciation and heartache, feeling an urge to embrace her and confess his feelings. Yet he knew that it would not be prudent. As long as she had not fully emerged from the shadow of Yahiko's death, he had to tread carefully, concealing his own feelings. Shopkeeper, 1 large portion of hot pot grilled fish, please. The business at the grilled fish shop was bustling. Konan preferred a serene environment, so Nagato led her to a secluded spot on the 2nd floor. The grilled fish was served, accompanied by various appetizers, including deep-fried tofu. Nagato placed the tofu before himself, as Konan did not enjoy fried foods. In the pot, a plump grilled fish simmered in a rich broth, adorned with an array of Japanese ingredients, exuding an aroma that tantalized the senses. Tears threatened to spill over. Nagato clasped his hands together in reverence. I shall begin. He took a piece, savoring the flavor. Oh, the tender and succulent meat of this unknown fish from the world of the Hokage, harmonizing perfectly with the broth. What a delightful combination. Is it delicious, Konan? Yes. The flavor is truly remarkable, Konan replied, savoring each bite, clearly enchanted by the taste. Her graceful manner of eating caused Nagato to feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He knew Konan's physical statistics perfectly. Height, 169 centimeters, weight 45. 3 kilograms, measurements 88-58-85. She was, in every way, perfection, yet this flawless Konan sat before him, relishing her meal like a neighborly girl. Nagato's heart swelled with unparalleled contentment as he gazed at Konan with a serene expression. Unbeknownst to her, as she lifted her bowl of miso soup to taste, she instinctively glanced up, only to meet Nagato's entranced gaze. Startled, her hand trembled, and soup splashed from her bowl, soaking the white kimono skirt she had fashioned from paper for their disguise as commoners. Observing the soup staining Konan's attire, Nagato steadied himself, swiftly removing his outer coat and draping it over her shoulders before sitting back down and nonchalantly resuming his meal of deep-fried tofu. After their meal, the two made their way to a hot spring inn in Mukahajo. Regrettably, the venue is teeming with people this evening, and we cannot reserve the entire place. It seems that Konan is not particularly fond of this locale. At this moment, Nagato proposed, Konan, shall we perhaps postpone our visit to the hot springs? Gazing at the starry sky, Konan wistfully remarked, that sounds agreeable. The true enjoyment of a hot spring lies in a tranquil open-air setting, with just 1 or 2 individuals savoring the experience. The speaker's intentions were lighthearted, yet the listener perceived a deeper meaning. Nagato found himself feeling somewhat unsettled. In truth, on that night at the hot spring inn in the Land of Wind, Perrin had entered the women's bath alongside Konan. Chapter 16, Hope in the South. Although Nagato witnessed breathtaking sights that night, his joy was fleeting. This precisely underscores that, deep down, Konan did not regard me as a romantic interest. Hence the absence of any barriers between us. A bond of friendship so profound it evokes a sense of helplessness. Furthermore, even with Yahi's mourning period behind him, the prospect of Konan and me advancing to the next stage seems fraught with challenges and an arduous journey ahead. Yet, I shall not be disheartened, even if it evolves into a protracted struggle. At this moment, Nagato could hardly foresee that their relationship would soon experience a groundbreaking development, occurring under unexpected circumstances, in an unforeseen manner, and through an unanticipated approach. Rather than a protracted struggle, if one were to characterize it, it would be akin to a surprise attack for Nagato. Although it was indeed a surprise, it unfolded so logically and seamlessly that, in hindsight, Nagato could only describe that experience with a single word: marvelous. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Konan, too, was oblivious to the thoughts occupying her mind. What should I do if Nagato were to propose that Rin join us in the women's bath again? If I refuse, might it provoke unnecessary thoughts in him? Upon entering the inn, Nagato stated, Innkeeper, we would like 2 rooms. In response, the innkeeper, sporting a small mustache, glanced at the room number sign and, rubbing his hands together, replied, My apologies, but we only have 1 room left. Just as Nagato hesitated, Konan had already produced her wallet, ready to secure the room. I will book this room, she declared. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted from the entrance. A boy with white hair, clad in a Konoha ninja uniform and wearing a Konoha headband, stepped inside. Brother Mizuki, this isn't quite right, is it? They arrived before us. Another boy appeared at the door, attempting to dissuade him in a somewhat awkward tone. Irika, it's one thing not to accompany me for drinks, but must you also criticize my choice of inn? Mizuki retorted. Ninjas inherently possess priority selection rights. Irika, feeling increasingly awkward, replied. But the ninja code clearly states that one cannot drink alcohol before the age of 20. Nagato's gaze flickered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the childhood versions of Irika and Mizuki. At this time, Irika was 9 years old, still attending the ninja academy, having come along with the now Jinin Mizuki to broaden his horizons. Humph, the ninja code, huh? Mizuki scoffed. You and I are clearly not compatible. After saying this, he resolutely approached the innkeeper and insisted on taking the last available room. Sighing in resignation, Irika stepped forward, repeatedly bowing to Nagato and Konan. I sincerely apologize. My elder brother is actually a very gentle person, but he tends to act this way after drinking. Please do not hold it against him. I would be willing to pay for your stay at another inn. Nagato chuckled. That is quite all right, with only one room. It would be impractical for the two of us to stay here anyway. We were just about to find another place, so there's no need for you to spend anything. Irika bowed profusely. Thank you so much. Mizuki, initially indifferent, was instantly captivated by Konan's striking beauty as she passed by. Under the influence of alcohol, he boldly obstructed her path. He threw his head back, his youthful face displaying a drunken levity. Hey there, beautiful sister. Do you live in this town? Hee. Don't let my age fool you. I'm a Konoha ninja. Konan regarded Mizuki with an expressionless face. Would you care to accompany me for a drink? Mizuki, emboldened by the alcohol, raised his hand to touch Konan's face. Brother Mizuki, stop this at once. This scene startled Irika, who quickly intervened. What? Mizuki coldly turned to him, demanding, Irika, do you intend to stop me again? Irika, distressed, replied, such behavior is expressly forbidden by the village. I don't want you to face punishment for it. At this moment, the innkeeper's expression grew tense, and more onlookers gathered outside. Mizuki's demeanor shifted as he waved his hand dismissively at Irika. Fine, you're right. Just head back to the village without me. Ultimately, Mizuki stepped aside, allowing Konan to pass. Irika continued to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. My brother has had too much to drink. Please forgive his rudeness. It's quite all right, Konan replied coolly. Throughout the entire encounter, Nagato remained silent, casting a cold glance at Mizuki as he followed the innkeeper upstairs before turning away. No wonder ninjas have their prohibitions. Alcohol not only complicates matters, but can also cost a life. The following dawn, Mizuki departed from Bukawatsu, racing through the woods toward the village alone. The effects of the alcohol had worn off, and he began to feel apprehensive. That scoundrel Irika wouldn't dare to inform the fourth Hokage about last night's events, would he? Suddenly, Mizuki halted in his tracks. Behind the dappled shadows of the trees stood a figure. Gripping the shuriken concealed at his back, Mizuki demanded, Who are you? The figure slowly emerged. Mizuki beheld a cold visage adorned with the headband of the Rain Village's rogue ninja. You filth have no right to know who I am. Upon uttering these words, Pain raised his hand, and Mizuki's body was inexplicably lifted into the air. Crack! A black rod pierced through his heart. Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to such a point. The individual who, in the original narrative, had killed an injured teammate while on duty and later incited Naruto to steal the sealing technique, met his end at the tender age of 16. Before long, Nagato and Konan arrived beside the Deva path, gazing at Mizuki's lifeless body. Konan remarked, there was no need to resort to murder over such a trivial matter. Nagato replied, killing him is not the primary objective. The main goal is to temporarily increase the number of pain for our next operation. With a snap, crack, snap, Nagato broke the black rod and haphazardly inserted it into Mizuki's face and body. The Hell Path King of Hell emerged, swallowing Mizuki whole and consuming him. Feel honored, filth. You will serve as my human path pain in the coming days. In the biting wind, Konan composed her expression, solemnly observing Nagato's back. This was the demeanor Nagato should exhibit towards those beyond her. And what of the other two pains? Nagato gazed at the clouds above. There is still time. I must find 2 temporary replacements, but the selection must be made with caution. Konan, your abilities may be required. Leave it to me, Konan responded, forming seals before extending her arms and closing her eyes, her form transforming into a stunning paper butterfly. Chapter 17, A Web of Intrigue. The paper butterfly flitted through the gaps between branches and leaves, scattering across the vast forest, sensing every rustle of the wind. Crack! In the southern forest, a blade pierced through flesh, and amidst the palpable murderous intent, birds took flight in fright. An unnamed sand ninja collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Crack! Beside the corpse, a man clad in black umbu attire withdrew a ninja blade, activating his right ear radio to report, 7th Division, Dingmao, target eliminated successfully. In the stillness of the radio, a hushed directive resonated. Remove the documents of the fourth Hokage, destroy the body, and leave no evidence of our involvement. Understood. Ding Mao switched off the radio, bent down, and retrieved the documents from the corpse's embrace, coldly remarking, if blame is to be placed, let it fall upon you for accepting this arduous task. The consensus reached between the Hokage and the Wind Shadow could jeopardize Lord Danzo's interests. Just then, a rustling emanated from the thicket behind him. Ding Mao spun around, raising his shinobi blade in defense, only to find it was merely a wild hare darting away. Oh, just a hare. I thought the fourth's direct Ambu had discovered the root's movements. We should not linger here. He produced a specialized chemical used by Root for corpse disposal, preparing to eradicate the evidence on the spot. Suddenly, ominous winds swept in, and Ding Mao's gaze darkened as he swung his blade. The edge met paper, tearing it apart. What? In his moment of shock, his mask was swept away by a flurry of paper, revealing a face marred with excess flesh. In the next instant, that very face was enveloped by the encroaching paper, suffocating him. Gasping for breath, Ding Mao collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at the paper that clung to him. But more adhered to him, binding his wrists tightly. In the darkness, the agonizing sensation of asphyxiation rendered his eyes bloodshot. A cascade of paper surged forth, piling upon his chest, swiftly morphing into a delicate and beautiful visage, coldly regarding the man who was rapidly becoming a mummy. Danzo, along with his subordinate leaders of Root, were complicit in our loss of refuge. The paper coalesced into a sharp spear, held in slender hands, and precisely pierced his heart. The man's struggles ceased instantly. With a rustle, countless sheets of paper detached and converged, transforming into Konan's true form, her gaze shifting toward the thicket. Nagato approached her side, surveying the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Konoha, Root, Ding Mao, Sunagakure, an unnamed ninja. You shall temporarily become my realm of hungry ghosts and my hell realm. As night fell, the sky was laden with thick clouds, heralding the approach of a torrential downpour. In Konoha, a modest household, observing the inclement weather, the lady of the house ventured into the yard to collect the laundry. With a flash, the husband, busy in the kitchen, caught sight of her and instantly materialized beside her, grasping her wrist, adorned in an apron, while the other hand held a spatula. Concern etched across his youthful and handsome face. Kushina, you are with child. How can you undertake such a heavy task as gathering the laundry? The lady, enveloped by cascading red locks, felt her evenly shaped face flush slightly as she playfully complained. Minato, you are being overly cautious. Even while pregnant, I can manage small chores like this. After all, I am a kunoichi. The golden-haired husband remained stern. No means no. Lord Jiraiya specifically advised caution during the first 3 months. Aside from using the restroom, leave everything else to me. Without waiting for his beautiful wife's agreement, he began to collect the laundry. Watching his figure darting in and out of the house, the lady gently caressed her abdomen, whispering tenderly, Daddy is truly hardworking. During the day, he is the Hokage, busy for the village, and at night, he must care for us both. You must grow up to be as exceptional as your father, all right? Little baby. Indeed, the couple was Minato and Kushina, and the child in her womb was yet to be named Naruto. With a swift motion, all the laundry was gathered. Minato flashed back and effortlessly cradled Kushina, the next moment transporting her gently to their bedroom. Just lie down and rest. In the kitchen, an unexpected noise erupted. Oh no. The curry I made is going to burn. Minato hurriedly dashed back to the kitchen. Kushina, stroking her belly, smiled with a mix of affection and helplessness. You really shouldn't inherit your father's clumsiness. After joyfully finishing their meal, Minato was about to wash the dishes when a knock resounded at the entrance. Coming. Please hold on. Upon opening the door, he found Irika standing there with a grave expression. Is something wrong, Irika? Hokage-sama, Mizuki has yet to return to the village, and I'm a bit concerned. Weren't you two supposed to come back together? Actually, we had a disagreement last night in Konoha, so I returned first. But he has not made contact since then. I thought today being a holiday, he might return later. However, I just checked Konoha, and he is no longer there. He left early this morning, and still hasn't come back, which is rather unusual. Irika clenched his fists. I have a bad feeling. Something may have happened to him. Just then, the rain began to pour. Minato ushered Irika inside. Come in, and tell me in detail about the disagreement you had last night. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Outside Konoha, in the highest reaches of the mountains, Nagato and Konan stood amidst the cascading rain. At last, the rain has arrived, he said, forming hand seals. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. His chakra infused the raindrops. He had successfully commandeered the downpour. The duration and intensity of this rain would be dictated by him. Everything washed by the rain would not escape his perception. The rain-soaked Konoha ninja village at the Uchiha clan's residence. Beneath the eaves, a boy gazed dreamily at the rain-soaked sky, his eyes flickering slightly. This rain evokes a peculiar feeling within me. At that moment, both Itachi and his father were away on missions. From within the room, a gentle voice called, "Itachi, hurry inside. Getting wet in the rain is harmful to your health." "All right, mother." Itachi withdrew his gaze and walked toward the room. "No matter what happens, I will protect mother and the baby Sasuke in her womb." Meanwhile, at another location within the Uchiha compound, whoosh, a dark vortex stirred the very fabric of time and space, and an ominous figure slowly descended. He removed his hood, revealing a pale face directed toward the rain-soaked sky, and within the dark voids of his eyes, the cold Sharingan glimmered with a murky light. Chapter 18. Infiltration, Konoha. Atop the towering mountains, amidst the torrential downpour, Nagato opened his eyes and spoke to Konan beside him. "I have gained a general understanding of the movements within Konoha. However, an uninvited guest has also intruded upon my reign." In the cold rain, Konan's expression turned grave. "Should we postpone our actions regarding Madara?" After a moment of contemplation, Nagato decisively replied, "No, this rain is a rare opportunity, allowing us to clearly sense the ninja movements within Konoha from the outside. We must not let this chance slip away." Outside Konoha, Pain and the 6 paths of pain gathered, gazing over the high walls standing amidst the rain, able to see the sensory barrier encompassing the entirety of Konoha. This barrier automatically identifies the enemy's location and numbers in the event of an invasion. Here, we shall employ the tactics Nagato once utilized. The third Kazekage's arm, the arm of Shura, lifted the petite form of Konan, flames surging forth from his arm. Boom. Konan was propelled like a human cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, and as she pierced the barrier, ripples spread out. Almost simultaneously, the Konoha barrier team detected her intrusion. 4 o'clock direction, one intruder detected. Whoosh. Konan executed consecutive backflips, landing gracefully before forming hand seals with her petite hands. Striking the ground. Summoning technique. Boom, 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 boom. 5 figures descended amidst the smoke, and Nagato's gaze turned steely. Destination: Uchiha clan residence. To conceal our true intentions. Scatter and create chaos. Lethal force may be necessary. Scatter. The 5 shadowy figures dispersed in all directions. Pelin slowly rose to her feet, her essence sensing through the rain that a multitude of Leaf Village ninjas were converging upon this location. Truly, the speed of Konoha's response was commendable. The Rinnegan hidden beneath her cat-faced mask glimmered with a sly light. Heh, let us engage them in a game of hide and seek. Without hastening to summon for battle, she ventured into the shadows of an alley alone. Before long, the first batch of ninjas arrived. This is the reported location of the intruder. How infuriating. Where did they go? We are not sensory types, after all. No, isn't either one right here? Under the gaze of the others, a silver-haired youth crouched down, his keen nose sniffing the air beneath his mask, and he directed his gaze towards the alley's entrance, stating, "The scent indicates that the intruder has fled down that alley." "Oh, then let us pursue." "Wait." The silver-haired youth stood up slowly, speaking in a low voice. "There is not just one scent, and they have dispersed in different directions." "What? Are you suggesting that there is more than one intruder?" "Kakashi, that seems unlikely. Even if they could mask their chakra, it would be impossible to evade detection the moment they cross the barrier." Kakashi hesitated briefly. "I cannot be entirely certain, as the rain does interfere with my sense of smell to some extent. For safety's sake, we should not concentrate our forces in one location, lest we fall prey to the enemy's diversion. You all pursue in other directions and report the suspicion of multiple intruders to the higher-ups. As for the one we just encountered, I will handle it myself." "Understood." Following Kakashi's directives, the group sprang into action. Kakashi rose, gazing into the dark alley with a somber expression. That scent, for some inexplicable reason, evoked a faint sense of familiarity. Kakashi. At that moment, a man dressed in a green jumpsuit, his hair glistening in the rain, landed beside him. "I will accompany you in the pursuit." Kakashi frowned. "Guy, weren't you preparing for a mission? This matter of the intruder is not for you to worry about." "Logically, that is correct," Guy replied with a smile. "However, I am somewhat concerned about you acting alone. After all, you were quite despondent following that incident 6 months ago." Kakashi's face was shrouded in shadows. "It's fine. I am, after all, a ninja. You should hurry on your mission. It's an S-rank task, so enough with the chatter." Before he could finish, Guy had already pushed him forward. "Stop being so hesitant. If you don't want me to face punishment, Then let us swiftly subdue the intruder together. If the roles were reversed, you would do the same, wouldn't you? Because you have been changed by another dear friend of yours. As Kakashi dashed through the rain, the warmth of companionship from Guy, running alongside him, rekindled a flicker of warmth in his once cold heart. Perhaps, Hokage-sama, Kakashi has provided the latest intel. There are likely multiple intruders. Yamamoto Haichi urgently contacted Minato Namikaze, who was at home, using the mind transmission technique. Thank you for your hard work, I understand. Minato donned the fourth Hokage's cloak and made his way to the living room. Hokage-sama. On the sofa, Yahiko appeared anxious. Still a student at the ninja academy and not even a genin yet, he could hardly fathom the gravity of the situation before him. Could it truly happen? The village being invaded? Minato hurriedly responded. Yahiko, I am aware of the situation with Mizuki. Once we resolve the troubles within the village, I will immediately assemble a search party. Yahiko stood up, timidly asking, is there anything I can do to help? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. Clenching his fist and lowering his head. How foolish of me. I am not even a proper ninja yet. To speak such words in the face of intruders that require the Hokage's intervention is nothing short of self-degradation. Just as he awaited the expected rejection, a hand rested upon his head. Huh. Yahiko looked up to find Minato's warm smile. Minato replied gently, your task here is to look after my wife and our unborn child. Do you understand? At that moment, Kushina appeared at the door, holding a platter of fruit, also smiling. I'll be counting on you, the little guardian of Konoha. Yahiko's face broke into a smile. Yes, I will do that. Minato vanished in a flash. Helen, while traversing, received her essence's perception of the rain, becoming aware of two individuals approaching her. They are skillfully tracking me down. Both possess formidable chakra. I fear I cannot handle them alone. I shall request Shura to lend assistance here. Whoosh. But just then, a vortex materialized in the air before her, causing Pelin to abruptly halt. Uchiha Obito had descended before her. His white vortex-like visage bore a black hole, and the Rinnegan coldly regarded Pelin, the eyes visible beneath her cat-faced mask. A haunting voice echoed, Rinnegan, you are Nagato, aren't you? What is your intention in invading Konoha in such a manner? Chapter 19. Hair-raising. In the face of Obito's inquiry, Pelin remained silent. Answer me, Nagato. What is your true intention? And facing Pelin's silence, Obito pressed once more, his voice heavy. Boom. At that moment, Shura forcefully landed beside Pelin. You question my intentions? Konoha killed my parents and destroyed my homeland. What do you think my intentions are? Madara, I promised to join forces with you in a year. Therefore, what I do and where I am during this year is of no concern to you. Outside Konoha, on the mountaintop amidst the rain, Nagato spoke coldly, synchronously with Shura. Meanwhile, Konan's cheeks were damp with cold sweat. She understood that if Madara was not shaken, the situation would spiral entirely out of control. She anxiously looked at Nagato, who displayed an unprecedented malice. She was taken aback, because she had never witnessed such an expression on Nagato's face. I seem to not fully understand Nagato. In the blink of an eye, that malevolence vanished, replaced by calmness and depth. Konan, do not fear. It is all within our control. Konan's eyes brimmed with determination. Yes, I have never been afraid. It is merely a matter of engaging that guy in a life-or-death battle. In the reign of Konoha, Obito's face, shrouded by white vines, revealed no discernible emotion. However, his fists clenched tightly beneath his black robe before finally relaxing. Nagato, I am pleased to hear you speak to me with such strength. At the very least, it proves that pain has made you stronger. Proceed as your heart desires. However, at that moment, two figures appeared at the edge of his vision, causing his pupils to narrow. Kakashi? Never mind. I shall allow Nagato to act as he wishes for now. Let this serve as a means to hone his Rinnegan abilities. Whoosh. He vanished into the vortex of Kamui. What was that? While sprinting, Kakashi caught a glimpse of something, though it was not clear. Reluctantly, he lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye and focused, successfully locking onto the two figures standing at the alley's entrance. Guy, there are two enemies. Is that so? We too have two. In terms of teamwork, we shall not be outdone by anyone. Whoosh. At that moment, Pelin and Shura darted in opposite directions. Kakashi furrowed his brow. They have separated. Do they wish to avoid a direct confrontation with us? Guy calmly replied. Do not let the enemy lead us by the nose. Our initial intent remains unchanged. Let us strike together at the first enemy. Kakashi, however, kept his gaze fixed on Pelin's retreating figure. The scent emanating from that masked woman truly piqued my interest. Guy, can you handle that tall one? Kakashi. Guy looked at Kakashi, who was exhibiting somewhat unusual behavior, with surprise. Although he felt a tinge of unease, he vaguely sensed that there was more to the situation than met the eye, and thus he declared, "Kakashi, let us engage in a long-awaited contest. Whosoever vanquishes their foes first and rushes to support the other shall be deemed victorious." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Before they parted ways, Might Guy solemnly cautioned, "In this contest, I fervently hope it is you who emerges triumphant, so do exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, I have not been as despondent as you might imagine these past 6 months." Kakashi accelerated, his hands swiftly forming seals, unleashing a crackling surge of lightning that erupted from his right palm. Might Guy chuckled, "Chidori, is it? It appears the Sharingan-wielding Kakashi has awakened once more. I cannot allow myself to be outdone." The verdant beast of Konoha roared, with a surge of green energy enveloping him. Might Guy bellowed as he charged toward the path of the Azura. He initiated the 4th gate of the 8 gates, not for any other reason than to conclude the battle a second sooner and assist his dear friend. Whoosh! Atop a towering structure, Obito reappeared. He glanced at Kakashi's trajectory of pursuit, a sneer forming on his lips, ultimately opting to observe the other path. There was no mistaking it. The puppet that had conversed with me earlier was none other than the 3rd Kazekage, who had gone missing. According to White Zetsu's intelligence, the 3rd Kazekage had been dispatched by Sasori of the Red Sand, yet Nagato had fallen into your hands. Allow me to witness your current prowess. Roar! The might of Konoha's green beast unleashed. With an explosive kick, he propelled himself toward the Azura. The Azura, catching sight of this, raised its mechanical arm, instantly conjuring a shield of sand and iron. Magnet release, sand iron wall. Crash! The sand iron shield shattered upon absorbing the force of the impact, but swiftly reconfigured itself. In the air, the drifting black particles caused Guy's gaze to sharpen. What is this ability? Not good. He abruptly retracted his leg and leapt backward. The long needles formed from the sand iron shot forth like a torrential downpour. Indeed, it was magnet release, a bloodline limit said to belong solely to the Sand Village. Is the intruder from the Sand Village? Double assault Fong. Guy drew his nunchaku, swinging them with great force to create a barrier against the onslaught of the sand iron rain, ready to shift from defense to offense at a moment's notice. Snap! As the last remnants of the sand iron rain fell, the Azura detached its arm, revealing a missile array resembling gourd vines, aimed directly at Guy. Azura Path finger missiles. What? In an instant, rockets converged from all directions, causing Guy's pupils to constrict in terror. What manner of bloodline limit is this? Boom! The deafening roar of explosions engulfed Guy's position. This heralded the true commencement of battle after the 6 paths of pain breached Konoha. Meanwhile, in another sector, Kakashi relentlessly pursued Pylon, his brow furrowing as he heard the uproar from the other side. Is it that intense over there with Guy? Crackle! Grasping Chidori, he locked onto his adversary with his Sharingan, surging forth with terrifying speed. Indeed, he moves fast. Even though Pylon sensed the impending threat, she was unable to form the signs for her summoning technique in time. This is bad. Just as Kakashi, wielding Chidori, was about to pierce through her chest, a haunting visage of a sorrowful girl flashed in his mind. At the last possible moment, he diverted his hand, narrowly avoiding her vital points. Snap! The brilliance of Chidori pierced through Pylon's shoulder, her head drooping as torrents of blood cascaded down, mingling with the rain, plopping steadily. In the downpour, Kakashi's eyes reflected a somber hue as he spoke with a tone imbued with complex emotions. I have spared your life by avoiding your critical areas. But if you do not tend to your wound promptly, you will undoubtedly perish. Surrender now. At least you have not yet made any tangible move against Konoha. How gentle you are, a melodic, ethereal voice rang out. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. That voice, you are. At this moment, Pylon's bowed head slowly lifted, the strap of her cat-faced mask loosening, slipping away in a mix of rain and blood. Thud! The mask fell to the ground, revealing her face before Kakashi. She tilted her head, her eyes wide, her bangs obscuring half of her visage, along with half of her smile. Kakashi! A spine-chilling terror surged through Kakashi. Chapter 20, truly deserving of. Kakashi's pupils collapsed as if shaken by an earthquake, the lightning dissipating from his palm as he staggered backward, retreating in panic from the gaping wound in his shoulder. I'm sorry, you are riddled with flaws. Pylon formed seals, lunging forward, her small hand striking Kakashi's unguarded abdomen. Summoning technique. Kakashi's collapsing pupils instantaneously widened. Crack! Crack! His back tore as the Yada no Kagami emerged from a confined space, soaring into the heavens. Kakashi felt as though all his strength had been drained. Collapsing to his knees, his expression vacant, and with the vanishing of his Sharingan, he ultimately succumbed, sprawled on the ground. Pailin reached toward Kakashi's left eye, hesitating momentarily before retracting her hand. She bent down to pick up the cat-faced mask, donning it once more before vanishing from the scene. The fifth gate, open. In a moment of crisis, Might Guy, propelled by the heightened speed of the fifth gate, evaded the Azura Path's missile assault and, utilizing the cover of the explosive smoke, leaped high above, spiraling downwards to launch a surprise attack on the Azura. He was completely unaware that he had struck a target. At that very moment, the Yada no Kagami soaring overhead caught the attention of the Rinnegan. Crack, crack. The Azura Path leaned forward, its sand, iron, and limbs intertwining to form a base. Its back opened entirely, revealing two massive mechanized armors that were several times larger than itself. Once assembled, they transformed into rotating double-barreled turrets, wildly turning to unleash a barrage into the sky. Azura Path's back-mounted artillery. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of artillery and the fierce exchange of blows, both ground-to-air and air-to-ground, unfolded in the southern districts of Konoha, where the primal clash of extraordinary non-human martial arts and the technological prowess of the Rinnegan erupted in a display of raw power. Aya! Guy felt the pressure mount, amplifying the force behind his punches with each furious roar. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosions began to obliterate the surrounding buildings. Obito hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder, skillfully dodging the collapsing walls, leaping into the air to survey the harrowing scene below. The gasps of the surrounding shinobi echoed loudly. The battle over there is intensely fierce. Is that Guy? How infuriating that he is able to hold his ground against such odds. Who is this formidable foe? We are utterly powerless to intervene. This is dire. Although not many civilians reside in that area, right? All we can do is pray for their safety while the third and fourth Hokage are already mobilized. Obito discarded Kakashi in a conspicuous location, slowly pulling up his hood. It seems I must take my leave. It is evident that Nagato truly wishes to annihilate Konoha, though I doubt you possess the capability to do so at this moment. Well, unleash your chaos to your heart's content. Whoosh. He vanished into the Kemui vortex, departing from the scene. Mommy. At that moment, from a nearby house caught in the turmoil, the cries of a child echoed. No. Guy turned midair, witnessing a child tumble onto the ground, a collapsing wall hurtling towards him. This is bad. Despite his desire to intervene, the overwhelming pressure below rendered him powerless. As he helplessly watched the impending tragedy unfold, a black pillar suddenly materialized from the ground, bracing against the falling wall. Guy could hardly believe his eyes. Iron sand. Could it be that individual? Boom. The exchange of firepower abruptly ceased. Amidst the storm, Guy landed, drenched in sweat, the vibrant green aura around him waning. As he stowed his weapons, he noted that a corner of the iron sand base he had crafted was now missing. This is our current level. Shall we call it a day here? Guy clenched his fists. We have no say in this matter. Boom. Though he was at the end of his strength, he surged forward with fervor. Whoosh. The storm of iron sand obstructed his path. When it dissipated, his adversary had vanished without a trace. In the distance, the medical team had already placed Kakashi on a stretcher. Thankfully, his life was not in jeopardy. Crack. Guy exhaled, utterly spent, propping himself up on the shattered ground, steadying his breath while grappling with confusion. What on earth is happening? I truly cannot comprehend the enemy's motives. In stark contrast to the chaos engulfing the southern district, the northern district's eerie silence felt almost sinister. A tall figure trudged through the rain-soaked streets, pausing momentarily as his shadow fell upon a utility pole. The full-bodied visage of the man, with his Rinnegan eyes, shifted contemplatively towards the shadow beneath him. Then, with a pensive gaze, he turned his attention to the nearby sheltering eaves. Tap, tap, tap. Beneath the eaves, footsteps resonated, and from the shadow of the utility pole emerged a man with hair tied back, resembling a black pineapple. The man maintained a hand seal, his expression composed, while the scars on his right cheek and brow lent an air of maturity to his youthful face. Despite the distant flames licking the sky, his stride remained leisurely, akin to a casual stroll, and even adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector. He could not conceal his identity as an invader. Truly, it is Nara Shikaku. Chapter 21. What must come, will come. In a low voice, Shikaku remarked, Oh, you recognize me. Thus, you must also know the name of Konoha's Ino Shikicho. Whoosh, whoosh. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza landed beside Shikaku. Choza squinted his small eyes at the enemy adorned with the leaf forehead protector, exclaiming, Hey, could we have an insider among us? Shikaku responded with meticulous reasoning. The likelihood of a traitor within Konoha is slim. However, I have never seen his face before. Either he donned the leaf forehead protector intentionally to sow confusion during infiltration, or he is a member of the Umbu or root, manipulated by the enemy through Jinjutsu. I have ensnared him with the shadow binding technique. Let us apprehend him before his comrades arrive to assist. Leave it to me, Choza declared, his arms expanding as he clenched his massive fists, shouting, Inoichi. Right, leave it to me. Inoichi gestured with his signature hand signs from a distance. No matter who you are, you cannot resist against the shadow binding technique and mind-body switch. Mind-body switch technique. Years of honed synergy culminated into action. And in the next moment, Choza surged forward like a tiger pouncing down the mountain. Suddenly, Inoichi exclaimed, what is happening? The mind-body switch failed. What did you say? Even Shikaku was taken aback, for such a circumstance had never occurred before. Inoichi, perplexed, wondered, how could this happen? The mind-body switch can be resisted by those with immense mental strength, but it has never failed before. Could it be that this guy lacks a heart? Choza, hearing Inoichi's outcry, continued his charge, undeterred. Even if the mind-body switch had failed, Shikaku's shadow binding technique was sufficient to restrain him. He leapt high, his enlarged fist aimed squarely at the foe ahead. The Ino Shikicho indeed represents an impeccable battle strategy, but alas, Pain's technique, along with myself, is your nemesis. Gaki Path Seal Technique. Whoosh. In an instant, the shadow that had ensnared him was absorbed. Boom. He leaped back, narrowly evading Choza's descending fist. What? Both Shikaku and Choza exclaimed in unison. In the midst of Choza's bewilderment, the Gaki Path landed, bending its knees as it propelled itself forward. Its arm plunging directly into Choza's ample belly. Gaki Path Devour. Whoosh. That terrifying, absorbing power transformed Choza from a hefty tiger into a lean hound in mere seconds. Without other techniques to assist, this alone was a stroke of fortune. It would be wise to withdraw now, once Shikaku regains his composure. He will undoubtedly devise a countermeasure against me. Thud. With a powerful kick, he sent the transformed Choza flying, then tossed a smoke bomb, darting into the dark alley. Damn it! Choza, unwilling to relent, scrambled to his feet, preparing to pursue. No need to chase him, Shikaku called out, based on the abilities he just displayed. If he were a combatant who relished fighting, I might have had a way to counter him, but regrettably, he is exceedingly cautious. We cannot afford to gain any advantage here. Sigh. If even Shikaku says that, then we truly are at an impasse, Choza remarked gravely. For Shikaku's technique to be neutralized in an instant and for him to drain the calories I had stored for body expansion, if it were a technique that absorbed chakra, then that absorbing power is utterly terrifying. Perhaps so, Shikaku pondered deeply, but what is even more troublesome is that the mind-body switch was ineffective against him. Inoichi, you mentioned that he lacks a heart, correct? Inoichi, still shaken from the shock of his signature technique failing, nodded with cold sweat on his brow. Right. To render the mind-body switch ineffective, that is the only interpretation I can muster. Shikaku's gaze deepened. Inoichi, consider this. What does it mean to lack a heart? After a moment of contemplation, Inoichi involuntarily gasped, a puppet? Ah, perhaps so, Shikaku conceded, though in his heart, a far more chilling term than puppet emerged. Choza, filled with indignation, exclaimed, damn, if he is a puppet, does that mean the invader is from Sunagakure? What a duplicitous individual. Sending a representative to reach a peaceful consensus with the Fourth during the day, only to launch a surprise attack at night. Despicable, truly despicable. Shikaku stated. It is premature to draw conclusions at this moment. Inoichi, relay the information regarding that individual's abilities, along with the possibility of the enemy being a puppeteer, to the Third and Fourth. Understood. Inoichi wasted no time, immediately utilizing the mind communication technique. Whoosh. In the heart of Konoha's central district. The moment Watergate had just evacuated the civilians from the attacked southern district, he and Nikon received a message from Kaichi simultaneously. What could possibly be happening? Upon hearing the news, Nikon's expression turned grave. If the hidden sand village indeed orchestrated this invasion, then Watergate, we must carefully contemplate our strategies against the enemy. For it could potentially involve two ninja villages and the diplomatic relations between two nations. After saying this, he gazed seriously at Watergate, awaiting the latter's response. As Watergate was now the Hokage of Konoha and the ultimate decision-maker, the third Hokage found himself in a predicament, stating, I wish to reserve my opinion for now. Let us quell this crisis first before making any definitive decisions. Nikon replied with solemnity, we must capture them alive. We cannot afford to take any lives. The Third Great Ninja War has just concluded, and though the Land of Fire and Konoha emerged victorious, We have paid an exceedingly heavy price. At this critical juncture, we must avoid sowing any seeds that could ignite further conflict. Moreover, up until now, Konoha had not suffered any substantial casualties. Lord Third, Lord Fourth. At that moment, a Chunin rushed over, breathless, reporting, "The warehouse where we store the Book of Seals has been breached." What? In his anxiety, Nikon seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. So, the purpose of the Sands invasion was merely to acquire Konoha's forbidden techniques? Watergate raised his cloak. "Allow me to go." "Third, this will be quicker," Nikon urged. "Ah, please, remember to leave some alive. I will do my utmost." With that, Watergate vanished from the spot. As the protector of Konoha, Watergate had left his flying thunder god Kanai at nearly all strategic points within the village, serving as markers to ensure that he could arrive at critical moments. There were 3 territories in Konoha he could not access: the Roots base, the Hyuga clan's residence, and the Uchiha's police force. Emerging from the shadows behind the warehouse of the Book of Seals, Watergate appeared. The torrential rain fell heavily as he looked at the man emerging from the warehouse, carrying the Book of Seals. "Halt!" The man stopped, turning to face the newcomer. On the high mountains beyond Konoha, Nagato wore a subtle smile. What was destined to come has finally arrived. Chapter 22. Can what should leave truly depart? Amidst the thunderous clouds, Watergate gazed at the man on the steps, his expression serious. The man's hair color had changed, and his face bore peculiar decorations. But there was no mistaking it. It was Mizuki. His gaze fell slightly, and when he lifted his eyes again, he spoke astonishingly. "You are the scorpion of the red sand, aren't you?" Mizuki remained silent. Watergate spoke in a low voice. "The latest intelligence suggests that the intruder is likely a puppet master. The number of puppets made from living beings is considerable, and they can conceal their true body in unseen places. The only puppet master of such caliber that comes to mind is the renowned genius of the hidden sand, the scorpion of the red sand." Indeed, it was a keen intuition. If it were not for Payne's techniques, this would almost be the only answer. Nagato, using Mizuki's voice, chuckled. Indeed. Watergate's expression turned grave as he raised his palm, speaking earnestly. "Could you please hand over what you carry on your back? It is the culmination of the efforts of Konoha's predecessors, and if you take it away just like that, it would trouble me greatly." The human path's gaze flicked to the massive scroll behind him. Suddenly, the downpour surged, and the golden-haired figure appeared before him. So fast. With a slight shift of his body, he surpassed Kakashi's full speed. Thankfully, I had prepared for this. He abruptly sidestepped, brushing past Watergate, leaping down from the steps and landing on the ground, laughing, to charge in so brazenly. "You truly underestimate me." Watergate turned around, calmly stating, "Next time, I will not let you evade." Whoosh. The chakra in his raised palm coalesced into a vibrant blue sphere, spinning and compressing. The human path's pupils widened. "This technique. It is." Whoosh. Watergate closed the distance in an instant, contemplating. If Mizuki were not manipulated by the scorpion of the red sand, but rather controlled by someone else through illusion techniques, he might still be alive. I must aim to avoid his vital points. He spun in midair, targeting Mizuki's left shoulder. Spiraling sphere. Unable to evade, I shall not retreat. Boom. The spiraling sphere struck the human path's arm, and almost simultaneously, the latter thrust out his right hand, pressing it against Watergate's chest, fingers curling inward, his eyes suddenly focusing. Human path. Whoosh. What is this sensation? Watergate's pupils constricted. In that instant, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Whoosh. Just as a beam of white light emerged before the human path's 5 fingers, Watergate suddenly vanished from the spot. Truly astute. The human path glanced at the swirling wound left by the spiraling sphere on his shoulder, while the wound itself was trivial. The black curse markings upon it deepened his pupils. The mark of the flying thunder god? He sighed resignedly. It's futile, utterly futile, this body of pain. He discarded the Book of Seals, setting it aside. Although this was not the primary objective of his mission, it was an invaluable trophy that needed to be transported to his true body before this pain perished. He raised his gaze to the sky beyond the rain curtain, where the Yada no Kagami circled, flapping its wings, diving toward this place. I hope it can arrive in time. In Konoha, by the abandoned houses far from the residential area, the flying thunder god Kanai lay embedded in the muddy ground, and Watergate reflected on the recent peril, still haunted by it. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a fragment of my soul had escaped my body, accompanied by a sensation of weakness. How close I was to not even being able to use the flying thunder god to flee. Rising from the mud, he fell into contemplation. Speaking of which, is such an ability truly within the realm of a ninja? At least, I do not believe that the scorpion of the Red Sands puppet techniques could achieve this. If it is not the scorpion, Then who could it be? The second Kazekage, who created the puppet technique, or perhaps the first, the master puppeteer, Monzaemon? No. Those two should have perished long ago. Perhaps I should not hastily assume that the opponent is merely a puppet master from the hidden sand. The world of ninjas is filled with exceptional talents, and there are always existences that cannot be judged by conventional wisdom. From the earlier encounter, I deduced that his ability to extract souls is activated through touch, as long as I remain cautious and avoid being caught by him. This enemy should not be difficult to deal with. He grasped the nearby flying thunder god Kanai, standing up, surveying himself, and a resigned smile appeared on his handsome face. Ah, my cloak has been soiled with mud. Even during Kushina's pregnancy, I took on all the household chores, but she always insisted on hand-washing this Hokage cloak. I will have to trouble her again. With a solemn expression, Watergate gazed into the distance. I must quell this turmoil swiftly and return to Kushina. At this moment, for the human path, every second counted. Hurry. Fortunately, the Yada no Kagami successfully arrived. The human path grasped the Book of Seals, throwing it skyward with all his might, as the Yada no Kagami opened its sharp beak, biting onto it. Whoosh! Watergate emerged, catching sight of this scene. Trying to use aerial support to take away the Book of Seals? You shall not succeed. He hurled the flying thunder god Kanai with all his might into the sky, and as the sharp beak grasped it, he swiftly traversed through space, seizing the scroll. Whoosh! In the next moment, he landed back on the ground, carrying the Book of Seals. Noticing the crack on the scroll, he looked up at the sky, where the Yada no Kagami clearly held something in its beak. Watergate focused intently. Did it tear away a few pages from the final volume before I flashed back? On the back of the Yada no Kagami, Perrin exchanged glances with him before turning to soar into the sky beyond Konoha. Minato did not pursue. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Mizuki. In his heart, the safety of his comrades took precedence over the forbidden techniques of the village. Mizuki, regardless of whether you have been transformed into a puppet or controlled by other means, I cannot abandon you. I apologize. I may have to employ some force, at least to incapacitate this body of yours for a short time. Minato hoisted the Book of Seals, once again gathering chakra for a Rinnegan, driving the kunai into the ground at his feet. Whoosh! From the flying thunder god mark on Mizuki's shoulder, he traversed through space. Has he arrived? Then it is time to bid farewell. The human path. Mizuki chuckled, tearing away his upper robe to reveal explosive tags plastered all over his body, igniting with a hissing flame. What? Minato's pupils dilated in shock. He never expected his opponent would resort to a self-destructive strategy. Of course, it was not a mutual destruction. This was a precaution entrusted to Konan by Nagato, should Pain find himself in an inescapable situation. He would self-destruct to obliterate any chance of Konoha deciphering Pain's most crucial intelligence. Boom! Amidst the exploding flames, the human path Mizuki was reduced to nothing but ashes. Whoosh! Minato leaped from behind the kunai, as the flames dissipated and he gazed at the torrential rain. His eyes fell upon the charred headband left in the crater of the explosion, and his heart grew heavy. Clenching his fist, he cast a piercing gaze towards the silhouette of the Yada no Kagami. No matter who you are, the one who harms my comrades shall not escape my wrath. He bit his finger, summoning a blood seal. Summoning technique. Chapter 23, Minato, Perrin, and the Battle of Offense and Defense. Bang! The smoke from the summoning surged high into the air, as the gigantic toad Bunta descended, clutching a massive pipe amidst clouds of vapor. His colossal form made the clearing in the forest appear insignificantly small, even collapsing the hut that housed the Book of Seals. Bunta exclaimed, Gagaga, Jiraiya, you old fool. Summoning me in such a cramped space. Do you believe I'll toss you off my back? Mr. Bunta. A polite address resonated from above. Huh. Bunta's laughter halted as he looked up. Ah, it's you, Minato. His expression turned serious at once. An emergency summoning. Has something happened to the village? Minato gazed into the distance where the Yada no Kagami sped towards the edge of Konoha, succinctly stating, the village has been attacked. Among the enemies is one who excels in summoning combat, carrying the Book of Seals, and is about to escape. Huh, strange. Isn't the Book of Seals supposed to be on you? My apologies for not expressing myself clearly. This is the Book of Seals I retrieved. But during the struggle, a portion was taken by the enemy. The most critical part that was lost contains the highest level techniques, and the consequences of their leakage would be unimaginable. I see. Bunta took a deep drag from his pipe, narrowing his eyes. To think you couldn't keep a complete watch on it. It appears our adversary is quite formidable. Minato respectfully replied, Indeed, may I entrust this to you, Mr. Bunta? The enemy is airborne, and without your assistance, I fear I may not reach them. Leave it to me. With that, Bunta's immense body shot forth like an arrow, bounding through the woods of Konoha, swiftly closing the distance to the Yada no Kagami. On the back of the Yada no Kagami, Perrin glanced back at the rapidly approaching massive figure, murmuring, "The hungry ghost and Azura paths are entangled with the third Hokage. If I summon them, the Uchiha will lose their outer cover. Should I bring the main body over? No, it is too early for a meeting." Perrin formed hand seals with her small hands. "Let us rely on this beastly path." Summoning technique. Hellhound. Bang. Amidst the white smoke, a hellhound plummeted from the sky, baring its teeth as it lunged towards the swiftly flying Bunta. Minato was astonished. Does he possess more than one summoning beast? Humph. Bunta exhaled from his pipe, treating the opponent as mere cannon fodder, and with a powerful leap, he landed directly on the hellhound, squashing it amidst the smoke. Perrin sighed. The third is truly strong. Too bad I cannot summon the enhanced hellhound yet, or it would certainly give him a run for his money. Her small hands formed seals once again. Summoning technique. Hell crab. Bang. As the giant crab descended from the smoke, Minato gasped in astonishment. Can he truly use summoning beasts from the air, land, and sea in battle? Whoosh. The hell crab unleashed a torrent of bubbles. Mr. Bunta, the enemy is attempting to use those bubbles to impede our pursuit. Humph. A trivial technique. Bunta formed hand seals with his frog-like limbs, compressing his cheeks to unleash a concentrated water bullet infused with the chakra of Mount Myaboku. Water release. Water iron cannon. It was a technique on par with the wind release. Air bullet of Gaara. Boom. The water iron cannon pierced through the bubbles, striking the hell crab's underbelly. Even with its shell for defense, the impact was insurmountable. With a resounding crash, it vanished into the white smoke. Humph. Perrin lowered her small hands, letting out a soft huff, while the Yada no Kagami performed a maneuver in the air, aiming at Bunta and launching a barrage of bird eggs. Gagaga, how ridiculous. This fool is using eggs to mock me. Watch as I cleave your eggs in two. Bunta laughed heartily, drawing his blade to strike at the descending eggs. With ease, he sliced them apart. Gagaga, indeed, they are no match. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated Bunta's vision. Nanny? At the critical moment, Minato crouched, placing his palm atop Bunta's head while a kunai fell into the distant thicket. Flying Thunder God technique. Boom. Bunta's massive form appeared out of thin air, crashing down upon a grove of trees. Countless birds scattered in fright, fleeing amidst the commotion. Boom. The explosion behind them merged into a singular blaze. Bunta's face flushed with rage. Those eggs he threw were all bombs? Damn it. I almost embarrassed myself. Indeed, had I been unaware beforehand, it would have been impossible to defend against. Minato, having hastily used the Flying Thunder God to transfer Bunta, had also expended considerable stamina. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, but mixed with the rain, they were indistinguishable. Bunta glared at the Yada no Kagami circling above, his fury boiling. That damned fellow. I shall slay you now. The pursuit and offense resumed once more. Boom, boom, boom. Bunta leapt and dodged, skillfully evading the bomb explosions. Now that he knew they were bombs, he would not fall for the same trick again. As the Yada no Kagami neared the outskirts of Konoha, Minato urged, "Mr. Bunta, it's approaching the Konoha barrier. Once it leaves Konoha, chasing it will be exceedingly difficult." "Ah, old man understands. Let us end this." "Ka." Bunta clenched his pipe, gathering power in his frog-like limbs, leaping into the air with his blade drawn. Perrin, controlling the Yada no Kagami, narrowly evaded Bunta's great sword. Whoosh. Bunta's body began to descend, and in the next moment, he astonishingly exerted force mid-air, hurling his great sword towards them. Nanny? This move is truly unexpected. Bang! The Yada no Kagami was pierced by the great sword, vanishing within the white smoke. Perrin lost her point of leverage and fell amidst the turmoil. She reached out with all her might, grasping the floating remnants of the Book of Seals and crashing down beside the walls of Konoha. Clang! Bunta landed heavily. Minato, I can only assist you this far. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Bunta. Bang! Bunta vanished amidst the white smoke. Beneath the walls of Konoha, Perrin clutched the remnants of the sealing book, pressing her hand against the gaping wound in her left shoulder, inflicted by Kakashi's Chidori. You have reached a dead end, Minato stated calmly. The injury on your shoulder was caused by Kakashi's Chidori, wasn't he it? I heard that Kakashi sustained severe injuries and was taken away by the medical team. Yet here you are, enduring such a grave wound without tending to it, and you've managed to evade me until now. It is truly remarkable. Regardless of your true identity, I must wonder whether you are merely a puppet. Whoosh. Minato's palm coalesced into a Rinnegan, charging towards the solitary parent beneath the wall. At least let me gaze upon the visage beneath your mask. The Rinnegan hurtled towards the cat-faced mask. Boom. What? Minato's pupils constricted. Chapter 24. Pleased to meet you. Boom. The Rinnegan in Minato's hand struck the wall behind him. The swirling white smoke dissipated, revealing that his masked opponent had vanished without a trace. Disappeared. This left Minato utterly astounded. Could it be that the enemy possesses a space-time ninjutsu akin to the Flying Thunder God? Crack. He withdrew his hand from the wall's indentation, regaining his composure from the shock. No, this white smoke resembles a mere summoning, a summoning of sorts. In my understanding, only the three great holy lands possess such capabilities. If there are others, they must be powers beyond common knowledge. The foe wearing the cat mask appeared to be of a smaller stature, likely female. Did the remnants of the sealing book vanish along with the summoning? The most undesirable scenario has indeed transpired. Boom, boom, boom. Distant explosions echoed behind him. Minato turned in the rain, gazing towards the inferno of battle, then vanished in a flash. On a mountain outside Konoha, amidst the torrential downpour, Nagato released his hand from the hand seals, exhaling a sigh of relief. Konan, observing Perrin rising before her, exclaimed in surprise, "Nagato, could it be?" Nagato replied with a smile. "Indeed, we previously practiced a technique in private, one that momentarily disrupts pain's transmission signal, allowing the ability to revert to its original form, and then resumes transmission. We succeeded in a moment of urgency. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." He took the remnants of the sealing book from Perrin's small hand, expressing heartfelt admiration. This prize is truly hard won. Though Konan had not witnessed the process firsthand, the hollow in Perrin's shoulder and the expression on Nagato's face spoke volumes. She inquired, "What is the current situation within Konoha? The human path self-destructed, the hungry ghost and Azura paths are at a disadvantage against the third Hokage. Once the fourth intervenes, it will likely be a matter of moments," Nagato replied, tightening his grip on the pages, his Rinnegan eyes shimmering with intensity. "It is time to reel in the Hell and Deva paths." Within the Uchiha clan's encampment in Konoha, the village was under attack, and the police force had mobilized to assist. The garrison left behind was not particularly formidable. At least the infiltrations of the Deva and Hell paths had not met with overly fierce resistance. Two Uchiha defenders slammed against the wall, incapacitated. The Deva path lowered his hand and vanished into the alley. The Hell path approached, seizing both by the throats and lifting them into the air. The Hell path. Behind him, the flames of purple fire erupted, heralding the emergence of King Enma. What is this? The two Uchiha gazed at the surreal sight, their expressions filled with terror. Nagato observed intently. "My rain has not detected the chakra of Shursui and Fugaku. Initially, I thought they were indoors, untouched by my rain. But they have yet to appear despite the chaos. It seems they are not within the village. It is impossible for them to return at this time. Thus, before those two return to the village, we must locate them and intercept them." Ugh, ugh. Just then, the two Uchiha began to involuntarily open their mouths, their tongues thickening and elongating, extending forward. Two purple tongues emerged from the mouth of King Enma, ensnaring the tongues of the two. This was the Hell Path's judgment of Enma. The practitioner sought the desired information, and if the judge lied, they would suffer the punishment of tongue extraction, ultimately losing their lives. Nagato now faced a dilemma. If the adversaries were detected as liars, it would also mean they possessed intelligence, rendering the execution of judgment meaningless. Except for a few like Mizuki, the Uchiha and Konoha were generally composed of individuals with integrity. Even if they knew, they would not speak. Employing the human path might have been more convenient. Unfortunately, the human path Mizuki is deceased. However, the significance of the Hell Path's judgment was not without merit. Nagato adeptly wielded psychological tactics. "I shall pose you a question. Should you lie or refuse to answer, your tongue shall be extracted. Trust me, it will be excruciating. Your only chance of survival hinges on your genuine ignorance." The faces of the two turned tense. "Now, I shall inquire." Without granting you any time to mentally prepare, Nagato asked through the Hell Path, "Do you know the whereabouts of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku?" Aware of the consequences of lying, the subtle expressions on their faces betrayed all. Before either could respond, Nagato's Hell Path retracted the judgment of Enma. The tongues withdrew into their mouths. The Hell Path released the Uchiha on his left, delivering a punch to his abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Turning to the one in his grasp, he spoke in a low voice. "Even without judgment, your pallor has betrayed you. Now speak. If you do, I shall spare you." "He." The Uchiha laughed, then spat a mouthful of saliva onto the face of the hell path. Crafted from a nameless sand ninja. If you want to kill me, then do it. Spare me your words. The Uchiha are no cowards. But I must warn you. If I perish, prepare to face the most terrifying retribution from the Uchiha. The Uchiha are the strongest in Konoha. Nagato sighed with a smile. Indeed, you possess spirit. But it matters not. The hell path raised 2 fingers. This nameless sand ninja was a master of Jinjutsu, with Nagato's formidable chakra as a foundation. The potency of the Jinjutsu was enough to ensnare even the mentally resilient Uchiha. Now tell me. The Uchiha, eyes glazed over, vacantly recounted everything until he fell unconscious. Losing consciousness. Release him. A cold voice resounded behind the hell path. Leading the charge was the 8th Uchiha, accompanied by a throng of youthful Uchiha, their Sharingan aglow, their expressions solemn and fierce. They were the police force that had returned after providing symbolic assistance, gazing at the sand ninja headband worn by the hell path. The 8th Uchiha spoke coldly. The underlings of Tsunagakure dare lay hands on our kin. Have you considered how you shall meet your demise? The hell path turned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Die? It seems your esteemed 3rd Hokage has issued orders to take prisoners, has he not? A young Uchiha behind the 8th responded sharply. Who cares about such matters? Those who offend the Uchiha shall face severe punishment. Is that so? The hell path hurled the Uchiha he held forward, sprinting with all his might towards the shrine. In a situation where death was imminent, every second counted. The Deva path had also located the target. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. A boy stood beneath the eaves as the rain fell, his gaze directed towards the shadowy corner. Come out. I know you are there. Pat. As Payne's Deva path emerged from the corner, cloaked in the somber hues of the rain, a chilling smile devoid of warmth, yet sincere, graced his face. It is a pleasure to meet you, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 25. Itachi, would you care to? Before Payne stood the mere 4-year-old Itachi, whose calm and maturity transcended that of an adult. Having witnessed the brutal realities of the 3rd Shinobi World War, while fierce battles raged outside, he had ventured into the Uchiha clan's stronghold. That you can utter the name of an inconspicuous child like me. Your target must be my father, am I correct? You were the headband of Amigakure, a symbol of rogue ninjas, which became infamous during the previous ninja wars. Are you here seeking vengeance against my father for having slain someone dear to you? Itachi's words revealed a remarkable intellect, yet his clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed an inner turmoil. After all, he was but a child who had yet to attend the ninja academy, still grappling with the mastery of chakra. His mother, who had only recently been pregnant, remained within the confines of their home. With a cold stride, Deva Path approached, nonchalantly inquiring, if that were the case, what would you do? Under the oppressive aura that loomed over him, Itachi fought against his instinct to retreat, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as he replied, my father is not here. Yet, knowing you have gone to such lengths to infiltrate Konoha and arrive here, you would not be so easily content with a fruitless endeavor. However, remaining here for an extended period would evidently be disadvantageous for you. Hence, the most advantageous course for you would be to take me, the sole heir of Fugaku, as leverage to coerce him into submission. I am willing to accompany you as your hostage, on the condition that you spare my family. Oh, at those words, Deva Path raised an eyebrow, pausing before Itachi, who barely reached his knees, and remarked, in such circumstances, I am quite taken aback by your decision. Standing in the shadow of the man before him, Itachi gazed up at the cold visage illuminated by the rain, remaining silent. He understood that the only bargaining chip he possessed was himself. A cold smile crept across Deva Path's lips. It is quite rainy here. May I invite myself in for a moment? Itachi's expression faltered momentarily before he nodded, of course. Creaking, the door swung open, revealing a dimly lit interior, with only a dark corridor leading into the living room. At the entrance, Deva Path removed his rain-soaked footwear, stepping barefoot into the house. Itachi reached out to turn on the light, but Deva Path's sidelong glance halted him. There is no need to illuminate the room. Itachi retracted his hand in silence, following Deva Path into the living room. The absence of light rendered the space oppressive and dim. Deva Path stood upon the tatama mats, gazing at the 2 cushions. It was in this very spot that a grown Itachi had once brought an end to his parents' lives. Before traversing the path of growth, Lin Feng had been an orphan abandoned by his parents. A fate that often led children like him to one of 2 extremes, either harboring resentment towards the parents who forsook them, exhibiting an extreme indifference to familial bonds, or yearning for parental affection even more than the average child. He belonged to the latter category, harboring no hatred towards the parents who had abandoned him. subconsciously believing that they had their reasons. Thus, after gaining awareness, he had declined the opportunity to be adopted by a loving couple, firmly convinced that his biological parents would eventually return for him. Alas, his hopes were never realized. There were moments of despair, and during a period of isolation, he learned to converse with his reflection in the mirror, existing in his own world, tasting the essence of solitude. He thought he had grown accustomed to loneliness, believing it would quell any lingering hopes. Yet, witnessing other children laughing with their parents left a void deep within him. Gradually, he developed a profound sense of estrangement and disconnection from the world around him. Engaging with the Naruto anime, the protagonist Naruto's plight became a sanctuary for his emotions, which had nowhere to be placed in reality. However, Naruto's excessive optimism and resilience ultimately existed solely within the realm of fiction. Lin Feng, at his core, was a rational being, incapable of resonating with the distorted optimism that Naruto embodied. This, perhaps, was the fundamental reason for his journey through the gates of growth. Both being orphans and prophesied children, Nagato's character may have its flaws, yet it is precisely these imperfections that render him more authentic. Returning to the crux of the matter regarding parental affection, he possessed an obsession that surpassed ordinary bounds. Thus, while he could marvel at Itachi's talents, admire his intellect, and lament his circumstances, he could never condone his actions. He understood that Itachi bore immense burdens, limitations imposed by his role as a Konoha ninja and a member of the Uchiha clan, which led him to make the fateful decision to slay his own parents and clan. However, on an emotional level, Nagato could not accept this. Regardless of how justified, righteous, or noble Itachi's reasons were, they could never justify the act of taking the lives of his parents and clan. Countless individuals yearn for a complete family, willing to sacrifice everything to attain it, yet they are denied. Yet, Itachi chose to obliterate a complete family in pursuit of peace. Even if we were to entertain the notion that, apart from annihilating his clan, there were no other means to protect Sasuke, could he not have considered alternatives? Perhaps the Uchiha coup was too abrupt, and in the moment of crisis, Itachi failed to transcend his limited perspective, relegating the clan's destruction to a secondary concern. Afterward, Itachi seemingly orchestrated Sasuke's life, opting to employ the most brutal methods to spur his younger brother towards the path he envisioned, even if the intention stemmed from love. The underlying tone of that love was excessively dark and oppressive. During the period when Naruto had yet to establish a bond with Sasuke, it remains uncertain how Itachi intended to ensure Sasuke's well-being after his demise. He anticipated that after Sasuke defeated him, he would use his eyes to continue guarding Konoha. Throughout, he overlooked Sasuke's own feelings. Ultimately, it became evident that Sasuke, the only brother Itachi sought to protect, without the guiding light of Naruto, would inevitably succumb to darkness, jeopardizing the peace he endeavored to safeguard. Itachi, upon realizing this too late, resolved to seek out Naruto before his death, bestowing upon him the eye technique of Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Regrettably, that intention still bore the mark of manipulation. In the original narrative, it was not until the moment before the Edo Tensei was released that Itachi truly grasped the correct path. Yet by then, Sasuke's inner darkness had become irreparable. In the end, during the climactic battle with Naruto, the two brothers finally reached a heartfelt reconciliation. The stark reality remains indisputable. Itachi's prowess as a ninja is beyond reproach. Yet the methods he employed in the annihilation of his clan and the manipulation of Sasuke's life are flawed and indefensible. Returning to the present. In this dimly lit oppressive room, Devapath spoke in a hushed tone. "Come here." Itachi stepped forward. Devapath seized Itachi's small arm, producing a kunai to slice open his forearm. The pain caused Itachi's lips to quiver slightly, yet he remained motionless, allowing the blood to flow freely. Devapath retrieved a vial to collect Itachi's blood, sealing it once full and stowing it away in his sleeve. The wound was shallow. He could tend to it himself. Itachi, taken aback, tore off a strip of his clothing and, in the darkness, swiftly bandaged his wound using his teeth as assistance, then awaited the next action from the man before him. Nagato would not take Itachi's life here. After all, from a pragmatic perspective, he still required Itachi's spare eyes. However, he would ensure that, akin to what had been done to his brother Sasuke, the young heart would experience despair and terror. This was not to seek justice for Sasuke's lost childhood, but rather to vindicate the cherished expectations he held for the bonds of family and kinship. "Itachi, you just declared yourself as the sole son of Fugaku outside. Such a statement seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" In the hushed tones of his words, Pain's gaze shifted towards the firmly shut door of the room. Itachi's pupils widened in alarm. "What do you intend to do?" Thunder rumbled. The lightning illuminated the dimly lit room, revealing a sinister smile at the corner of Pain's mouth. Itachi, would you like me to keep an eye on your unborn brother, Sasuke? Chapter 26. But Itachi, the smile of the man before him, along with his words, instilled a chilling terror within Itachi. He questioned in fear. What do you want to do to my mother? What do you think it is? Pain stepped forward, heading towards the darkened living room and the door to the bedroom. Itachi cried out in terror. Mother, hurry, escape. Inside the bedroom, under the soothing sound of rain outside, Mikoto Uchiha was resting peacefully, only to be jolted awake by Itachi's shout. Has he encountered danger? Thud, thud, thud. She barely had time to think, grabbing the flashlight placed on the tatami mat and hastening to the door. In the beam of light, she saw a strange man standing in the living room, with her beloved son Itachi standing helplessly behind him. The gentle Mikoto displayed a fierce maternal instinct. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? Itachi shouted. Mother, flee. He means harm to Sasuke. What? Mikoto's complexion changed abruptly, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. You know about my unborn child. Are you an enemy of Fugaku? Pain replied. Who knows? Cold sweat trickled down Mikoto's face. Calmness was essential. The fact that he could breach Konoha's defenses and infiltrate their home indicated his formidable strength. There was no possibility of escape. Moreover, even if she managed to flee, what would happen to Itachi? For the safety of her child, Mikoto forced herself to remain composed. Attempting to negotiate. What do you want? I can cooperate. I can become your hostage along with my unborn child. But I have one request. Spare Itachi. Oh. Pain raised an eyebrow. Truly a mother and son. Your son is to be my hostage as well, and you expect me to spare you both? Mikoto dug her nails into her palm, using the pain to maintain clarity of mind. How could that be? In terms of bargaining, a defenseless pregnant woman is surely a more valuable asset than a lively child, is she not? Seeing a flicker of hesitation on his part, Mikoto quickly added, and do not underestimate Itachi. Despite his youth, his mind is quite astute. Should you take him away, be wary of being outsmarted. As she spoke, Mikoto subtly directed the flashlight's beam towards the entrance, signaling Itachi to escape swiftly. Such a trivial ruse would, of course, not escape Pain's keen perception. He cast a cold glance, observing Itachi's reaction. To his surprise, Itachi's expression grew unusually calm. He began to realize certain truths. Earlier, the man had made a cut on his own arm, collected his blood in a container, and then instructed him to bandage the wound. Was his purpose not revenge? Upon first seeing him, Itachi had presumed he sought vengeance against his father. But now, that no longer seemed the case. Could it be that his motive, tied to blood, was to acquire the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit? The fact that he spared Itachi's life indicated that he still had use for him, at least. That was how Itachi rationalized it for now. A bold idea emerged in Itachi's mind. Perhaps this was the only way to deter the man. If he did not acquiesce, Itachi would have no choice, as there were no options left. Taking a deep breath, Itachi proclaimed, You cannot harm Sasuke. Oh, and why is that? With a swift motion, Itachi pressed a kunai against his own neck. If you harm Sasuke, I will end my own life, preventing you from achieving your nefarious goals through me. Mikoto's expression changed drastically. Itachi. Oh, he sees through my intentions. This is rather impressive. Not swayed by Itachi's desperate plea, Pain used the edge of the kunai to draw a thin line across his neck. Leave this place now, and you may have the opportunity to obtain what you desire later. But if I die now, you will find yourself in quite the predicament. One to you? Perhaps. Pain's Rinnegan cast a cold glance at Itachi. Nagato's icy thoughts flowed. But Itachi, you are not my only option. If necessary, I shall take your eyes and find a more suitable host to awaken this power, though it may require some effort. It is certainly preferable to being coerced by your self-destructive threats, which only serve to sour my mood. If you wish to die, then die. Pain indifferently raised his hand, aiming it at Mikoto. Whoosh. In the horrified gaze of Itachi and Mikoto, she was drawn towards Pain by an unseen force. Stop, cease this. Ignoring Itachi's anguished cries, a black rod fell from Pain's sleeve, piercing Mikoto with a sickening sound. Blood stained the tatami mat, and Itachi's eyes suddenly lost focus. Pain's icy words drifted towards him. Once, in a similar manner, my own parents were slain by your Konoha ninja. Itachi, you have grown accustomed to the death of ninjas, but is there not something distinctly different about witnessing one's kin murdered before your very eyes? As Pain spoke, he retrieved the blood collection vial and crouched down to begin gathering samples. Days prior, Nagato's conversation with Orochimaru echoed in his mind. Right. If the child is already in the womb but not yet born, How should I proceed? Should I wait until it is born? Well, if the child is in the womb, simply collecting the mother's blood will suffice. Makoto's blood will yield Sasuke's genetic material. Among the 5 targeted individuals, Sasuke's blood holds paramount importance, as he is the reincarnation of Indra. The power of Indra is an indispensable element for awakening the Rinnegan. Although it remains uncertain whether this blood sample will suffice for the necessary Indra attributes to awaken the eyes, it is always prudent to acquire it first. Having collected the sample, Pain tucked the vial into his sleeve and stood up. Whoosh! A sudden sound of slicing air emerged from behind. Pain swung his sleeve, sending the kunai hurtling towards the wall. He turned around to see Itachi, tears in his eyes, his blood-red gaze adorned with a shining tomo. Oh, at merely 4 years of age, he has awakened his eyes? That is a full 4 years earlier than when I awakened mine at 8. Well, this indeed presents another unexpected gain from this endeavor. Thud! Itachi collapsed onto the tatami mat, gasping heavily, overwhelmed by the grief of losing a loved one and the helplessness of the situation. At this moment, he felt utterly weak. Even with his Sharingan activated, nothing had changed. Pain withdrew the black rod from Makoto's shoulder, walking past Itachi as he put on his shoes at the entrance. Before departing, he remarked, "Itachi, hurry and tend to your mother's wounds, if you still wish to see your brother safely born." Itachi's eyes shot wide open, rushing to Makoto's side to confirm her vital signs and injuries. He immediately exerted all his strength to move her to the tatami mat. Retrieving the family's medical kit, and with the aid of his Sharingan, began to bandage her wounds. The injury narrowly missed any vital areas, and the cut was not deep. Could it be that he aimed to provoke me into awakening the power of the Sharingan? Makoto, trembling, opened her eyes slightly. Whispering his name, Itachi knelt beside her on the tatami mat, placing her hand against his forehead, softly saying, "It is all right now, mother." Outside Konoha, atop a high mountain. In the rain, Nagato mused. During Pain's operation, the realms of Hell, Hungry Ghosts, and Azura were successively neutralized. Konoha is indeed formidable during this period. With what needed to be obtained finally in hand, it is time to retreat. Chapter 27, Stirring Restlessness. Outside the headquarters of Konoha's route, raindrops pattered against the eaves. A man cloaked in black, with half of his face shrouded in white satin, stood silently, his right arm enveloped beneath a dark sleeve, while his left hand rested on a cane. He listened intently to the masked figure in white kneeling before him, as the latter reported the circumstances. The situation revealed that the invading foes appeared to possess the very eyes we had encountered in the Land of Rain. Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes in contemplation, reminiscing about 6 months prior, when amidst the chaos of war in the Land of Rain, he first laid eyes on the fresh-faced red-haired youth, synchronously summoning the Outer Path's golem in a moment of peril for his comrades. That soul-stirring shock remained etched in the marrow of this man, known as Shimura Danzo, who was notorious throughout the shinobi world. Such power did not belong to this realm. Danzo opened his eyes, revealing the Rinnegan. This was no trivial power. He swiftly dispatched a letter to Hanzo, the leader of Amige Cure, informing him that the rogue members of Ōtsutsuki, who had escaped their previous encirclement, had resurfaced in Konoha, now endowed with newfound strength, warranting his utmost vigilance. Indeed, the root member cautiously inquired, "Does this mean we shall intervene against this enemy, my lord?" "No need," Danzo replied. "This shinobi world is not yet so formidable that even the combined might of the old and new Hokage cannot resolve it. However, the remnants left by the enemy undoubtedly merit further investigation. The recurrence of the Rinnegan holds secrets that I must grasp." Thunder rumbled ominously as a dark smile crept across Danzo's lips. For the Rinnegan transcended even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. It was the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if I cannot possess it, I shall obliterate this power. In the eastern district of Konoha, a fierce battle had reduced the area to ruins. Both Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path had fallen here. The victor was Hiruzen's Sarutobi. Yet it was Minato who delivered the final blow. In his prime, Sarutobi stood armored, wielding his staff, amidst the rain, his sharp gaze directed at Minato. "Minato, you should not have resorted to lethal force. This could lead to diplomatic complications." Minato, with utmost respect, explained, "Third Hokage, my actions were unavoidable. The enemy who stole the Book of Seals detonated themselves before me. I feared that the two might do the same, endangering innocents. Should this result in diplomatic issues, I shall take full responsibility." Alas, it seems unavoidable, Hiruzen sighed, hoping this incident would be attributed to rogue ninjas from Sunagakure or other villages, thereby preventing them from exploiting the situation against Konoha. At that moment, the staff opened its eyes, and Sarutobi spoke gravely, "Indeed. The abilities of these two foes are quite formidable. That giant's absorption capability nullified all your proficient jutsu. As for the other one, he wields the same formidable magnet release as the third Kazekage. He is also laden with an array of bizarre items. Had it not been for my adamantine body, I might not have endured." The mention of the magnet release, equal to that of the third Kazekage, piqued Hiruzen's interest. He approached and used the staff to clear away the rubble burying the Azura path, fixing his gaze upon the face he had failed to scrutinize during the skirmish. "What? How can this be?" he gasped, his pupils constricting as he gripped the staff tightly. "He is the third Kazekage." "What?" gasped Minato and the assembled Konoha Jonin, all taken aback. During the third Kazekage's reign, relations between the land of fire and the land of wind were strained, with nearly no missions exchanged. In wartime, the third Kazekage remained stationed at the rear, leaving no Konoha ninja ever to witness his true visage. The third Kazekage was heralded as the strongest in Tsunagekyu's history, and his mysterious disappearance directly led to Tsunagekyu's surrender, marking the end of the Third Shinobi World War. The fact that this most powerful Kazekage, long presumed lost, had attacked Konoha after the war was utterly unfathomable. Minato was the first to regain his composure, addressing Hiruzen's third Hokage. "The remains of the third Kazekage have been transformed into a puppet, and unlike other suspected puppets, its construction resembles our traditional mechanical puppetry. I believe he was killed during the assault on Konoha and subsequently crafted into a puppet. His death has no bearing on us." "Fourth, you are overly naive. Even if that were the case, Tsunagakure would not see it that way," a dark and somber voice interjected. Minato turned to see Danzo at the Uchiha encampment. In a training ground far removed from the residential quarters, members of the security force, led by the 8th Uchiha, gathered around a deep pit, gazing at the lifeless body of the Hell Path. "I cannot fathom how this individual, seemingly lacking in capacity, managed to subdue Yakomi and Shana. I find it perplexing as well," the 8th pondered, before offering a rational analysis. "Could he have had assistance? Upon seeing us, he fled without hesitation, and his choice to escape to this remote location might imply he was providing cover for his accomplice. Indeed, we should conduct a thorough search." At that moment, a long-haired boy leaped into the pit, following the security force. Aside from his accomplice, there is something else worth confirming. Daiko. The gathered crowd turned to the boy who spoke. Uchiha Daiko, at the tender age of 9, had already awakened his Sharingan, becoming a candidate member of the security force. With his youthful, singular Tomo gaze, Daiko stared at the dual eyes of the Hell Path and remarked, "Eighth brother, do you not find his eyes quite unusual?" The 8th focused his gaze, realizing, now that you mention it, the base color and pattern do not resemble ordinary eyes. Unaware of the Rinnegan's nature, the Uchiha clan, with their acute eye for detail, were the first to discern the anomaly in Pain's eyes, even before the rest of Konoha. Daiko spoke calmly. "This body must eventually be surrendered to the village. If these eyes, beyond the Sharingan and Byakugan, were to fall into the village's hands, it could prove detrimental to our clan. What are your thoughts?" the 8th inquired. Daiko clenched his fists, a daring idea blossoming from within. "What if we were to extract these eyes and only present the body to the village? If questioned, we could assert that they were destroyed during the battle." "This is a significant matter," the 8th expressed concern. "Your reasoning has merit, but without Captain Fugaku's approval, we cannot act on our own." Daiko smiled. "One of the tenets of the security force is to handle exceptional situations. I believe Captain Fugaku would prioritize the interests of our clan. If it proves too challenging, let me manage it. After all, I am merely a child." With that, Daiko leaned in, preparing to extract the eyes from the Hell Path. Suddenly, a tall shadow descended into the pit, grasping his small wrist. Pain, the Deva Path, loomed over Daiko. "Young one, your intentions are perilous. Indeed, there is another accomplice. Release Daiko." The Uchiha youths unsheathed their blades and leapt into action. The Deva Path coldly murmured, "Shinra Tensei." Boom. A powerful repulsive force expanded the pit by several dozen meters. The unprepared Uchiha members were violently hurled backward, crashing against the training ground's barricade. Daiko stared in terror at Pain's face, cold sweat beading on his brow. Through the eyes of the Deva Path, Nagato recognized the face of the child before him. This was the very face of the Uchiha youth who had raised suspicions against Itachi following Shirsue's death during the early days of the Uchiha betrayal. When 3 skilled members of the security force had come to confront him, the long-haired youth at the forefront was none other than Uchiha Daiko, accompanied by another promising Uchiha named Uchiha Teiho, as well as the highly esteemed 8th among the younger Uchiha. Although Daohua's capabilities were dismissed by Itachi at this moment, he undoubtedly appeared as a prodigy, albeit his brilliance paled in comparison to that of Shui and Itachi. With a single strike, he had rendered the 8th Hokage and his companions motionless. The overwhelming force exhibited by Pain's Deva Path instilled such terror in Daohua that he trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for the grip on his arm, he might have collapsed in sheer fright. At this juncture, Pain's Deva Path raised his palm, casting a shadow over Daohua's terrified visage. I hold no interest in your bloodline. However, the awakening of your Sharingan at such a young age may indeed harbor considerable potential. I have taken note of you. When your time comes, I shall claim your eyes. Nagato smiled, preemptively reserving a pair of eyes, though it was clear he had no intention of utilizing them for himself. Bang! The Deva Path's knee collided with Daohua's abdomen. Daohua curled into a ball, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. How dare you lay hands on a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Roared the 8th Hokage and his allies, disregarding their own pain as they struggled to rise, their Sharingan spinning into the 3-tomo form as they charged forward. The Deva Path mused with a complex expression. The Uchiha clan's dedication to their bloodline is indeed admirable, yet it is a pity that you are not of my kin. The appearance of Danzo sent a wave of apprehension through the gathered leaf shinobi, prompting them to retreat instinctively. Unperturbed, Danzo approached Minato and Hiruzen's side, fixing his gaze on the lifeless body of the 3rd Kazekage. This matter must be tightly sealed, in my opinion. Rather than allowing the 3rd Kazekage's body to be handled by others, let us, the Root, take charge of it along with the bodies of the other intruders, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. Chapter 28. Accomplishment and Withdrawal. Danzo's suggestion darkened Minato's usually affable countenance. During his training with Jiraiya, he had heard of this man. Known for his dark dealings alongside the 3rd Hokage, he thought to himself, when Jiraiya learned of my ascension to Hokage, he specifically warned me to exercise extreme caution around Danzo. His concerns were not without merit. However, this was my first direct encounter with him. I must choose my words carefully to navigate this situation. After weighing his words, Minato spoke kindly. Mr. Danzo, such a transparent attempt to cover up the matter, if exposed, would ultimately be detrimental to the village, would it not? What was once none of our concern now becomes an issue we cannot clarify. Oh, Danzo paused, taken aback. Coincidentally, it was also his first time engaging with Minato in such a setting. He knew Minato was young and exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu, but he had not anticipated his assertiveness in handling matters. Yet, he was not one to relent easily. Danzo regarded Minato with a serious expression, stating, 4th Hokage, my actions are for your benefit. You have just assumed the mantle of Hokage, and your foundation is unstable. If news of your involvement in the death of the 3rd Kazekage spreads, it would invite hostility from Sunagakure, embroiling you in conflict, which is minor. But it could have grave consequences for Konoha. Minato, maintaining his composure, replied, I do not concern myself with how others perceive this. I am solely aware that repelling the invading enemy and minimizing the village's casualties is my unassailable duty as Hokage. Humph. Danzo scoffed, shifting his gaze to the troubled face of Hiruzen. Bang. At that moment, the Rui Bang transformed back into the Monkey King, sensing the atmosphere, remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Oh, go ahead. After the Monkey King departed, Hiruzen surveyed the gathered leaf shinobi and quietly stated, Minato, this matter is of great significance. Even if we are not at fault, we must avoid suspicion. I believe it would be best to leave the handling of the bodies to Danzo. Of course, as Hokage, the decision lies ultimately with you. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Danzo's lips. He was certainly not here merely to assist Minato in cleaning up the aftermath. As someone who had recently conspired with Hanzo against Ōtsutsuki, he was already aware that Nagato possessed the power of the Rinnegan. However, his decision to withhold such crucial information from the higher-ups revealed his ambitions. 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen's support caused Minato's expression to darken. Deep within, he held immense respect for the elder who had trusted him and elevated him to the position of Hokage. He could even empathize with Hiruzen's predicament in making such a decision. Danzo's reasoning was not without merit. The 3rd must have acted this way to protect me. Under different circumstances, I would never contravene the 3rd's wishes, yet this is a matter of principle. If a precedent is set, I would inevitably be constrained by Danzo in the future. The Konoha I aspire to build embodies the true spirit of the will of fire, not seeking domination over the shinobi world, but ensuring that none dare to bully us. Thus, Minato raised his head and declared solemnly, I am sorry, 3rd Hokage, but the bodies of the invaders cannot be entrusted to Mr. Danzo's root. The body of the third Kazekage will be handled by Konoha Zumbu, to be transferred to Sunagakure at a later date, with a full account of the circumstances provided to the fourth Kazekage. As for the other invaders' bodies, they will be entrusted to Konoha's medical corps. I can assert that the true invaders still lurk in the shadows, threatening us. We must extract intelligence on their jutsu to avert future crises. This is my decision as Hokage. Mr. Danzo, do you have anything further to add? Crack. Danzo clenched the head of his cane tightly, rebuking, Hiruzen, look at what your stubborn disciple is saying. Hiruzen replied innocently, he is not my disciple, he is Jiraiya's. Same difference. Your naive lineage shows no distinction. Danzo attempted one last appeal. Fourth, you may handle the body of the third Kazekage as you see fit. But the other body must be taken by route. Minato inquired, perplexed, and why is that? Danzo's gaze shifted ominously to the remnants of the battlefield. Focusing on the body of the hungry ghost path, he was a member of my route's 7th Division, codenamed Dingmao. What? Another shocking revelation struck Minato as he dashed to Dingmao's side for a closer inspection. The similarity in hair color to Yamato and the peculiar adornments on his body raised countless questions. What was the connection? Why was there such a resemblance? Could it be? Minato bent down to remove the black rod from Dingmao's body. Tap. Danzo intercepted his hand with his cane. Fourth, from the inception of Root, we have maintained a separation of powers from the Hokage. We must not interfere in each other's internal matters. I may refrain from meddling in your decisions, but I have the right to reclaim my subordinate's body without your interference. Minato withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh as he stood up. Very well then. Please take Dingmao's body. Humph. A smirk appeared on Danzo's lips. You will soon hear news of something. I will inform you in advance. The mastermind behind this attack may have ties to the Uchiha clan. Minato regarded him sternly, Mr. Danzo. Such claims should not be made lightly. Danzo scoffed, of course not. I have always had eyes in the shadows, closely monitoring the Uchiha clan's movements. When the village was attacked, sounds of battle echoed from within that clan, yet why was there no report of the invaders from them? Minato clenched his fists. Enough. I shall take my leave. Fourth, you must consider how to explain this matter to the Kazekage. With a cryptic smile, he turned, casting one last glance at the body of the hungry ghost path. Thus, I shall gain an early insight into the secrets of the Rinnegan. Boom. Suddenly, without warning, the hungry ghost path and the Azura path vanished into a white smoke. What? Danzo stood frozen, his face, lined with wrinkles, contorted in rage before he settled into a grim silence. It was no wonder he had the audacity to invade Konoha as the leader behind Ōtsutsuki, Nagato. As the last remnants of a night-long downpour began to cease, the sky gradually cleared. Minato caught the drizzling rain with his hand, gazing up at the clearing sky. And with a resigned sigh, he remarked, Mr. Toby, it seems that this time our adversary intends to leave us with nothing. Lowering his hand, Minato's azure eyes turned toward the dawn-lit sky, gleaming with anticipation. From now on, I look forward to your guidance. Outside of Konoha, atop a mountain, beneath the post-rain clear sky, Pylon released her hand from the hand seals, and the 5 paths of pain regrouped. The Hell Path. Nagato personally summoned the King of Hell, resurrecting the fallen 3 paths and healing Pylon's wounds. Of course, the already shattered human path, Mizuki, could not be revived. Farewell, Minato. The King of Hell vanished, and Nagato's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Then his gaze shifted to the companion who had endured the rain all night, his smile as warm as the morning light. Let us depart, Konan. The mission in Konoha has been accomplished. Chapter 29, A Night of Rest. After a day of twists and turns, night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. Minato and Konan took refuge in a valley in the southern land of fire. Nagato laid down the branches he had collected along the way and smiled, saying, Konan, let us take a moment to rest here. I can see that you are weary from our journey. Konan replied, I'm fine, but we should hurry to find Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. This pertains to your plans. They could not afford to delay, as the destination they sought was not easily escaped from. Nagato chuckled as he crouched down, beginning the task of constructing a fire pit from the branches. Konan joined him, her curiosity piqued, and asked, where exactly have they gone? To Kikyo Mountain. Upon hearing that name, Konan's expression subtly changed. That was the most brutal battlefield at the end of the Third Great Ninja War. It is said that tens of thousands of ninjas from various nations perished there. What could they possibly be doing at Kikyo Mountain? They say they are going to clear the traps left by the ninjas from the war. The specifics remain unknown, but it is undoubtedly a monumental task. The fire pit was completed. The robust, hungry ghost path of pain placed down a wild boar he had captured and retreated to a distance to maintain vigilance. As the campfire crackled to life and the boar was skewered, Nagato sat on the ground, waiting for their meal, and retrieved a fragment of the Book of Seals. This is. Just opening the scroll sent a thrill through him. Konan approached him from behind, peering curiously and equally astonished. The Flying Thunder God technique? The signature move of Konoha's yellow flash. Indeed. However, lamentably, this page was merely a divider from the main body of the Book of Seals, and thus incomplete. Nagato's Rinnegan swept over the pages, expressing his admiration. Truly exquisite. What kind of mind could have conceived such a technique? Can it be learned in its incomplete form? It can, but it is likely to have flaws. In high-stakes combat, it would be challenging to implement. However, as a means for everyday application, it should suffice. Amidst the firelight, Konan gazed at Nagato's focused profile, her eyes shimmering. Recently, she had found herself unconsciously observing him in this manner. Konan, look. As Nagato turned. They nearly faced each other, their eyes locking closely. His face flushed. Konan smiled. Aren't you going to show me something? Yes, right. Look at this technique. Doesn't it suit you well? He fumbled as he handed her the Book of Seals. Konan did not hastily take it, but instead sat beside him, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, holding the other end of the scroll to examine. Is this the page? Their shoulders brushed against each other. Nagato felt his heart race. This won't do. I must maintain my composure. Otherwise, I will give myself away. Yes, this is the page. Let me see. As she read, she was profoundly shaken by the principles of the mutual explosive tag technique inscribed on the page. Her orange eyes trembled, and sweat trickled down her cheeks. It was hard to believe that the explosive tags could be utilized in such a manner. Now she understood why Konoha was regarded as the strongest among the 5 great nations. Suddenly, she realized something. I'm sorry, Nagato. Nagato asked, puzzled. Why apologize to me? Konan, somewhat remorseful, replied, Because your parents, after all. Is that it? My parents perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. That is a fact. But Konoha's strength is also a fact. One thing is one thing. Not wanting this topic to disrupt the atmosphere, he pointed to another page of the book. Konan, let us take a look at this technique. The technique separated from the mutual explosive tag was called Nightmare Behankai. Its principles bore resemblance to Orochimaru's Cursed Seal. However, Nightmare Behankai revealed the powers of the Cursed Seal only in darkness, allowing the user to exhibit forms and strengths unique to the night. As Nagato pondered why such a highly forbidden technique was not displayed in the original work, he noticed a footnote at the end of the page, revealing the reason. It turned out that this Nightmare Behankai technique was incomplete, inherently more suited for women, and posed significant risks to the user. Theoretically, one would need to learn sage techniques to truly master it. The combination of being female and requiring sage techniques was enough to render it extinct in the ninja world. Nagato felt a surge of curiosity. With the mention of sage techniques, could the developer of this technique also be Hashirama Senju? Why would he create a forbidden technique specifically for women to practice? Well, perhaps one day, I'll have the chance to ask him directly. Konan seemed to have developed an interest in this Nightmare Behankai as well. Is sage technique the inheritance from Mount Mayaboku that Jiraiya-sensei mentioned? It should be. Nagato mused with a smile. Sage techniques are not limited to just Mayaboku Mountain. Aside from Mayaboku, there are also the Whetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave. But Konan probably has no connection to sage techniques. What Nagato could never have anticipated was that, in the future, Konan would indeed venture into the most perilous of the 3 great sage locations to master the black butterfly form bestowed by Nightmare Behankai. She would even endure a life-and-death experience for it. Of course, those were tales for another time. On the fire pit, the roasted pig sizzled as oil dripped from it, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma that tantalized both their taste buds. Konan, let us eat. In the survival training for ninjas, making a fire in the wild is a severe taboo. However, Nagato intentionally did so, hoping to be discovered, as it would provide a means to replenish the lost human path. Yet, even after their meal concluded, no ninja came to disrupt their tranquility. What a pity. Konan set up the tent and asked, Nagato, aren't you going to rest? Nagato was sitting cross-legged, engrossed in a page of the Book of Seals. Yes, this technique is very effective against the eyes. It might come in handy in the upcoming battle with the Uchiha. Konan, with a complex expression, said, no matter the time. Don't push yourself too hard. You are not alone. Yes, I understand, Konan. Once inside the tent, Konan lay on the makeshift bed. She had a proper sleep in 3 days and nights. It was time for a good rest. Through the flickering candlelight, she caught a glimpse of that reassuring silhouette and softly said, Good night, Nagato. Good night. Outside the tent, Nagato's gentle response echoed. Blowing out the candle, Konan closed her eyes. The future was uncertain. She would cherish the present and let things unfold naturally. 100 miles away, at the border of the Land of Fire. Under Kikyo Mountain, two figures from different generations stood, gazing at the desolate scene before them. Since the battle at Kikyo Mountain, the recovery of the fallen ninja bodies from the fire, cloud, and sand villages had consumed a full 10 days and nights. As the Kikyo Mountain is situated in the Land of Fire, the forces of lightning and sand displayed no benevolence towards Konoha, promptly retreating after retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades. They left behind an innumerable array of traps, awaiting the diligent efforts of the Konoha ninjas to address the aftermath. This perilous task, fraught with life-threatening risks, posed a dilemma for Minato, the newly appointed Hokage, as he pondered who should be dispatched to undertake it. Among the shadows of the previous generations, a younger figure, a boy with slightly naturally curly hair, observed the elder beside him with his bright Sharingan. Uncle Fugaku, what compels you to voluntarily seek the fourth Hokage's permission to undertake this mission? Chapter 30, Fugaku and Shursui. In response to the boy's inquiry, Fugaku crossed his arms solemnly over his chest and replied, Shursui, you did not partake in the battle of Kikyo Mountain, did you? Shursui answered, no, Uncle Fugaku. I was involved in the conflict against the Bloody Mist, the battle of the upper stream. Although that battle was indeed fierce, it pales in comparison to the battles against Iwagakure at the Immortal River and Kamizukabashi, as well as the confrontation at Kikyo Mountain alongside Suna and Kimogakure. The specific age of Shursui has always been a mystery in the original work. While the anime depicts him as being of similar age to Itachi, the manga does not support this and contradicts the established canon. Therefore, this work adheres to the original canon, positing that Shursui was 12 years old during the Third Shinobi World War, having gained fame in the ninja world under the name of Shunshin Shursui. Fugaku's gaze darkened. In that battle, I bore witness to the death of my most cherished friend, along with countless clansmen. Yet, after the conflict concluded, I was unable to retrieve even their remains. Shursui hesitantly inquired, so, is your journey to recover their remains? Fugaku shook his head and replied, it is too late. The Sharingan of our clan, as the most precious bloodline limit, has undoubtedly attracted the covetous eyes of many. I can almost guarantee that their eyes have fallen into the hands of foreign ninjas, perhaps even our own. Our own? Shursui lowered his head, quietly clenching his fist. Possessing a clear and transparent heart, he was one of the few who understood the underlying truths. The darkness lurking within the village had long coveted the light of their clan. Shimura Danzo. This man carried the weight of Konoha's long-standing wariness and jealousy towards the Uchiha clan since its inception. A shadow of gloom cast over Fugaku's face. Your ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, once imparted wisdom to my younger self, teaching me to cherish the hard-won peace and to abandon the prejudices of our clan in favor of coexisting harmoniously with the village. Ironically, shortly after he uttered these words, he met an inexplicable demise during a reconnaissance mission. I find it unfathomable that, with his strength, he could be ambushed by foreign ninjas. The only ones capable of orchestrating such an ambush would likely be those he trusted the most. Shursui murmured. The ones your ancestor trusted most would be the higher-ups of Konoha, also disciples of the second Hokage. After a moment of silence, Fugaku spoke gravely, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses a rare talent for leadership, treating others with kindness. However, his benevolence is only enforceable through a firm hand, ensuring its implementation. Furthermore, the third Hokage prioritizes the bigger picture, making it difficult for him to decisively address sensitive local issues, often leading to compromises influenced by hardliners, resulting in the accumulation and intensification of conflicts. Similarly, because he is concerned with the greater good, he may make decisions to sacrifice the local for the sake of preserving the entirety when conflicts escalate beyond resolution. At this moment, Fugaku's gaze sharpened. Therefore, Shursui, I dare assert, if the third Hokage remains in power for no more than 10 years, our clan will undoubtedly face a critical juncture of life and death. Shursui, taken aback, raised his eyes to meet the stern profile of his elder, momentarily speechless. The sharpness in Fugaku's eyes receded. Fortunately, the third Hokage is aware of the shortcomings of his administration and thus appointed a successor early on, hoping that Konoha could embark on a path of revitalization under this new wind. His choice is indeed wise. Minato Namikaze, who fought alongside me in the final battle at Kikyo Mountain, does not exhibit even a hint of prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I initially believed that this was merely a continuation of the third Hokage's policy of appeasement, until a subsequent event profoundly altered my perception of him. Shursui inquired, what event was that? Fugaku's gaze turned reflective, At a critical moment in the war, a ninja from Kumogakure took the family of the Fire Daimyo hostage, using them as leverage to coerce the Konoha ninjas into submission. In such a dire situation, everyone, myself included, hesitated, yet he acted without a moment's hesitation. He eliminated all the enemies and rescued the Daimyo's family. I am well aware that his resolve stemmed not only from confidence in his own abilities, but also from an understanding of the dire consequences of being at the mercy of others in life and death circumstances. Even if he could not save the Daimyo's family, he would still act decisively. This incident revealed to me the resolve concealed beneath his facade of gentleness, a fortitude that the third Hokage would never possess. His words, the words of Minato Namikaze, would undoubtedly remain unshaken by the village's darker elements. From this, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope for reconciling the clan's discord with the village. As long as Minato holds the position of Hokage, our clan will not be pushed to the brink of rebellion. Fugaku lifted his gaze towards the sun, which was peeking through the clouds. Thus, Shursui, I have resolved to entrust the hopes of your grandfather to this young Hokage. I will lead our clan to wholeheartedly support his position. Shursui's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, this is the reason for your voluntary assumption of this task and your decision to bring me along to execute it? Indeed. Furthermore, a year from now, as he welcomes his own child into the world, this young Hokage should be able to sense my determination as a father. Shursui, there is one more matter. A personal request. Fugaku lowered his gaze to Shursui and said earnestly, that child, Itachi, at such a tender age, possesses insight and a delicate heart akin to yours. However, I worry that he has been exposed too early to the brutalities of war and the coldness of death, which has cast a shadow over his spirit, rendering it gray and oppressive. Even though he possesses love, it is tainted by this grayness. I fear that this premature maturity will significantly influence his future actions. Henceforth, I would like to ask you to guide that child. Shursui turned and replied earnestly, thank you for your trust. It is an honor. Fugaku lowered his arms, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled for the first time in a long while. All right. With that settled, let us commence our work. After an indeterminate period, Nagato came to a halt. Konan glanced back. Deva path. Is it all right to proceed without backup? It is fine. The 6 paths of pain should suffice. Nagato's lips curled into a smile filled with ambition. Shursui, Fugaku, my future lies in your hands. Chapter 31. A Clash of Encounters. In the heart of Kikyo Mountain, an imperceptible steel wire lay concealed within the overgrown grass. Shursui stood at a height, utilizing his Sharingan to detect the trap, launching a kunai that struck the wire with precision. Crack! The buried explosive trap sprang up to adult height, detonating and scattering shurikens in all directions. Shursui deftly wielded his blade to deflect all incoming projectiles and remarked, what a surprise! Not only a jumping thunder trap, but it also comes with shurikens triggered by the explosion. His Sharingan shifted towards the shurikens embedded in the stone wall, their purple hue causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Were these shurikens even laced with deadly poison? To bring about death, they spare no effort whatsoever. Fortunately, this trap did not activate during the war, otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Boom. After eliminating another similar trap nearby, Fugaku approached. Thus, all traps left by the 3 warring parties from the Battle of Kikyo Mountain have been disarmed, and this area can now be unsealed. Shursui sheathed his ninja blade and jumped down from the cliff, expressing a sense of relief. Indeed, after working tirelessly for 3 days and nights, it has been quite the monumental task. Fugaku remarked, let us rest for a moment. We shall return to the village at dawn to report. The thunder rumbled ominously, the sky burdened with thick clouds that had accumulated for over a month, finally releasing a gentle rain as if to cleanse the wounds of war. However, 2 pairs of Sharingan gazed at the rain-soaked sky, their respective owners' expressions turning grave. The chakra intermingled with the raindrops was laid bare under the scrutiny of the 2. Fugaku and Shursui exchanged a glance, reaching a mutual understanding. It appeared that a rest was not in the cards. In the dense forest at the foot of Kikyo Mountain, raindrops pattered against the leaves, producing a crisp sound, while the air was imbued with the distinct aroma of damp earth. Nagato and Konan, clad in raincoats, stood side by side. By the way, Konan, take this, Nagato said as he retrieved a crystal ball he had acquired along the way from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Konan. He formed hand seals with both hands, enveloping the crystal ball. Zing! The crystal ball displayed an image of Fugaku and Shursui traversing through the ring. A look of astonishment flickered in Konan's eyes. Nagato lowered his hand and explained, this is a technique for remote observation, developed by the 3rd Hokage. It is recorded in the fragment of the Book of Seals that I acquired, and I have mastered it along with this technique. Konan inquired, can this technique observe in any situation? Nagato chuckled, no, one must be well versed in the target's chakra properties to achieve that. I confirmed the enemy's chakra using the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, and then utilized the telescope technique to project the image. It is indeed a perfect match. This technique must be the one that Jiraiya-sensei dreamed of the most. Konan pressed further, what about the distance? Once familiar with the chakra properties, how far can one observe? Nagato replied, that is certainly not the case. The farther the target is from the observer, the greater the chakra consumption required. Conversely, under the condition of sufficiently powerful chakra, one can see any distance. Konan pondered. In that case, with Nagato's chakra, he should be able to see quite far. A flicker of determination crossed her expression. Can I learn this technique as well? Nagato smiled. Of course, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. However, for now, you should use this crystal ball to observe the battlefield's every move. Yet, after a moment of silence, Konan returned the crystal ball to Nagato. With a serious demeanor, she stated, Nagato, rather than watching from your side, I would prefer to participate directly in the battle. Nagato, sensing Konan's resolve, could not refuse. To do so would be disrespectful to her. Then go ahead. I have a task for you. During the battle, use your abilities to collect their blood. After all, no matter how formidable Pain's abilities are, he cannot imagine that you would subdue those two and directly collect their blood. With you, I can fight without reservations. Understood, Konan affirmed. However, there was one aspect of her participation that Nagato had to remain vigilant about, the ocular prowess of Fugaku and Shursui. Just before the Uchiha betrayal, both Shursui and Fugaku had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, the specific timing of their awakening was never revealed in the original story. The death of a dear one, or an equivalent mental stimulus, serves as a catalyst for unlocking the Mangekyo. With the third great ninja war freshly concluded, the probability of these two having awakened their eyes was indeed considerable, especially Fugaku. Should they have awakened at this moment, the extent of Fugaku's ocular power remained unknown. Leaving aside that, Shursui's ocular ability, Kodoame Tsukumi, demanded caution, particularly concerning Konan, who was a living target. Nagato solemnly cautioned, Konan, during this battle, under no circumstances should you gaze into Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Ah, I understand. Not just Shursui. I will not directly look into the eyes of either of them. That's good. Nagato stowed away the crystal ball. Boom. At that moment, the animal path, Pain, summoned the Yada no Kagami, charging toward the rain-drenched foothills with haste. At the mid-slope of Kikyo Mountain. Do you feel it, Shursui? Ah, the air has grown tense. The enemy's chakra is exceedingly potent. In the village, few were aware of their mission. Aside from the village's higher-ups, it was only the members of the police force. I trust the fourth Hokage won't betray us. And I have faith that our clansmen won't sell us out. Beyond that, if anyone were to target us, it could only be that person. It was evident who Fugaku referred to, Shimura Danzo. In the context of information isolation, this was nearly the only answer. As the two advanced, they heightened their vigilance. Suddenly, a swift shadow descended. They're here. Fugaku and Shursui halted, exchanging a glance before leaping backward simultaneously. Boom! The fiery mechanical arm crashed down upon the very spot where they had just stood, leaving a terrifying crater. Crack! The Azura path retracted its monstrous arm. The machine shutting down. Whoosh! 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 Shadows flickered through the rain-filled air, appearing and vanishing. Fugaku and Shursui, their forms darting at high speed, felt the red glow of their Sharingan flickering. The number of enemies was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Swish! Swish! The two pressed their backs against each other once more. On 6 protruding mounds, figures stood, encircling them and looking down upon the duo, their gazes unwavering. There are 6 of them. Call! Shadows loomed as the Yada no Kagami swooped down from the sky. Fugaku and Shursui, in unison, formed hand seals, simultaneously unleashing their most proficient family jutsu against the descending shadows. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom! Combining their might, 2 pillars of flame surged forth, erupting in the air into a magnificent fireball, the terrifying heat evaporating the rainwater over a wide expanse and scattering the Yada no Kagami amidst the billowing smoke. Since Konan had joined the fray, let us resolve this swiftly. Pain-S Deva Path formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, Dark Illusion Technique. Chapter 32, The Dual Heroes of the 5 Paths Jinjutsu, Dark Illusion Technique. Developed and utilized by the first Hokage. This forbidden Jinjutsu induces visual illusions and steals away all light, specifically designed to counter the Uchiha clan. Whoosh! Both Fugaku and Shursui found themselves engulfed in darkness. What is this? On the mound that Shursui faced, Konan waved her sleeves, unleashing paper shurikens that whirled at high speed, hurtling toward them. Clang, 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 clang. In the darkness, Shursui drew his ninja blade, skillfully parrying the paper shurikens with rapid slashes. Fugaku, astonished, turned to him. Shursui, can you see? I cannot. Shursui, eyes closed, replied solemnly. Our clan has become overly reliant on our eyes during battle. To overcome this, I underwent targeted training and learned to wield the blind flow sword technique, which allows me to fight solely by sound. However, on the inner side of the mound, the Azura Path's third body marveled, forming hand seals as the surrounding sand and iron began to stir. Shursui's keen ears caught the subtle rustling of the moving sand and iron, and his expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. He sheathed his sword and quickly formed hand seals. The summoning technique manifested beneath him, and a swarm of crows erupted from it, swirling around him and Fugaku at high speed, while he exhaled flames, igniting the flock and creating a grand inferno. Fire style, crow hunt, crimson lotus. Boom. The assault from the iron sandstorm was thwarted by the raging flames. Though invisible to him, Faye could feel the searing heat surrounding him, and he mused inwardly. This child, Shizuka, has grown to such an extent. Thus, I must not be a hindrance any longer. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling his formidable mental energy towards his optic nerves. The storm of the crow hunt's crimson lotus diminished as the flock of crows was sacrificed, fading into oblivion. As he beheld the figure re-emerging amidst the flames, Pain's Deva Path raised his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh. In the darkness, an unexpected gravitational force yanked Shizuka towards it. What is this? Even the most talented genius of the Uchiha clan was taken aback. Yet, his exceptional combat instinct enabled him to respond astonishingly through sheer intuition. I have been drawn towards some technique of the enemy, but if I can turn this force to my advantage. With hands forming seals, he ignited a fire in his chest. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Boom! The blazing dragon erupted from his mouth, propelled by the gravitational pull, charging towards the Deva Path. Such an extraordinary capacity to withstand pressure. I am increasingly fond of you, Shizuka. Swish. The Hungry Ghost Path, positioned adjacent to the Deva Path, swiftly bent his knees, his rugged hands spreading out to form a sealing technique barrier. Hungry Ghost Path, sealing technique absorption. Whoosh. Just as the fire dragon was about to ignite, it vanished into nothingness. What on earth is this? At this juncture, even Shizuka's face reflected despair. A black staff dropped from the sleeve to his palm, and the Deva Path lunged forward with a thrust. Even you must be helpless now. Suddenly, the Deva Path abruptly retracted his arm and leaped backward. Boom! A dark red skeletal fist loomed, ensnaring the Hungry Ghost Path, who failed to evade in time. Crack! Another skeletal hand gently grasped Shizuka. Release. As Fayeque raised his hand to dispel the technique, Shizuka's vision was restored to light. Uncle Fayeque, your eyes. Fayeque's eyes had transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and the power he had just activated was none other than Susanoo. This kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened when I witnessed the death of my dear friend in the battle at Kikyo Mountain. Thanks to this power, I could break that dark illusion and save you. I intended to use this power as a trump card to protect my clan, but I never anticipated it would be exposed so soon. A murderous intent surged within Fayeque's eyes. Crack! The skeletal fist of Susanoo tightened suddenly, crushing the member of the Pain's Hungry Ghost Path, reducing it to a gory pulp that flowed through the crevices of the fist. Impressive. Fayeque lowered Shizuka beside him and said, Shizuka, take a moment to catch your breath. I cannot maintain this power for long. Oh, Shizuka, not daring to delay, took out a soldier pill to ingest, concentrating with closed eyes to restore his chakra and stamina. Fayeque stood within Susanoo, scanning the surroundings, his expression grave beyond measure. Not a single face resembles any I have seen. The root under Danzo should not reveal their true appearance. Who are they truly? Swish. The Deva Path leaped onto the hunch of Konan. That is, the power of Uchiha Fayeque's eyes, according to Orochimaru, should be called Susanoo. Susanoo, indeed. Sweat trickled down Konan's cheek as she thought. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are indeed troublesome. Can Madara use that as well? Do not worry, Konan. He cannot sustain it for long. The Deva Path noted that within mere seconds, cold sweat had appeared on Fayeque's face, and his form trembled slightly. It seems that, similar to Sasuke's reaction back then, Fayeque is also merely attempting to activate this power for the first time. Let us apply some pressure. Since I transformed the third Kazekage's puppet into the Pain S Azura Path technique, I have yet to employ it. Swish. The Azura Path of Pain formed a cruel hand seal. Magnet release. Iron Sand World technique. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled. Endless iron sand erupted into the air, only to reassemble into a terrifying barrier. The long spikes of iron sand viciously pierced towards the bones of Susanoo from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Fayek felt the pressure acutely, his expression reaching an apex of seriousness as he strained his ocular power. From Susanoo's palm, a long sword materialized, sweeping and cleaving through the incoming iron sand spikes. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest beneath Kikyo Mountain, Nagato, using Pain's eyes, observed the battle, keenly analyzing the flow of events. The Iron Sand World technique is often exaggerated in its power because ninjas typically possess high offense but low defense, akin to glass cannons, making them particularly wary of such wide-reaching and physically lethal techniques. Conversely, Susanoo compensates for the frailty of a ninja's body, achieving an unfathomable margin for error. Well, if it were not for this, I would not be so eager for the Uchiha ocular powers. The form of Susanoo has a weakness at its base. Using the Iron Sand World technique as a diversion, the true trump card must now be unleashed. On the battlefield, the Deva Path commanded, Konan, prepare to collect blood samples. Azura Path, ground drill bullet. Boom. As Fayek beheld the projectiles emerging from beneath Susanoo's feet, his pupils constricted in alarm. Chapter 33, The Dual Heroes of the Five Paths. In a moment of peril, Fayek exerted all his strength to kick Shizuka away, zing. At the same time, his right eye emitted a crimson light. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames filled the interior of Susanoo. It visibly began to crumble. Shizuka's pupils trembled. Uncle Fayek. Beside Konan, pages fluttered, ready to collect Fayek's blood the moment the flames dissipated. Huff, huff, huff. To their surprise, after the flames cleared, Fayek was found crouching safely in place, his right eye partially concealed, breathing heavily. The Deva Path lowered his gaze, murmuring, in the almost entirely sealed interior of Susanoo, to emerge unscathed from such an explosion is unimaginable. Is it his ocular power? Crack, crack. But then an even more shocking scene unfolded. The body of the Azura Path rapidly began to disintegrate. The Iron Sand World technique, now devoid of control, reverted to scattered iron sand. The Deva Path chuckled. Ah, it is undoubtedly an ocular technique, and it is from the right eye. Fayek, weary and battered, lifted his exhausted face, the light of his right eye dimming, reverting to its three-tomo form. He murmured solemnly, without this Tenshin Shorai, I fear my fate would be dire. At that moment, Shizuka cried out, Uncle Fayek, beware behind you. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fayek was lifted high into the air. The chameleon of the beast's path revealed its form, its tongue tightly binding Fayek. Now Konan. Konan waved her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp paper sheets sliced across Fayek's body, stained with blood, rolling back. I must seize his kaleidoscopic eyes now. Boom. The hell path leaped down, extending its hand towards the utterly defenseless Fayek at that moment. Huff. At that instant, Fayek's left eye suddenly focused. But nothing occurred. The ocular power of the Uka's spirit had no effect on him. Just moments ago, your chakra gathered towards the meridians of the left eye, evidently indicating you utilized an ocular technique. If it failed to activate, then that technique is either an illusion or targets the soul. I shall claim your eyes. The hand of the hell path was already reaching towards him. Fayek, filled with despair, thought, is this the end? Crack. A sharp blade of light flashed through the air. Even though the Rinnegan had detected the imminent threat, it could not effectively evade the astonishing speed of the chameleon. The chameleon's tongue was severed. The Deva Path surveyed the scene. The water of Ji Shui surrounds in all directions, an unyielding expanse of stillness. The Ji Shui who had just acted swiftly hoisted Fugaku onto his shoulder, retreating behind a collective of Ji Shui. The power of Fugaku had already been nearly depleted, unable to even sustain his Sharingan. Ji Shui, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. The Uchiha clan still needs you. Ji Shui replied with a resolute tone. Uncle Fugaku, I must refuse. I cannot allow your unborn child to lose their father in this manner. Pain, the Deva Path, remarked, a mere illusion, yet it embodies reality. Is this the essence of the instantaneous technique that befits the name of Ji Shui? The Hell Path stood amidst the chaos, observing the now obliterated Hungry Ghost Path, and the Azura Path that had been shattered by Fugaku's mysterious ocular technique. Both had become irretrievable. The hungry ghost path was of little consequence. But it was indeed a pity for the Azura path of the third Kazekage. Nevertheless, once this battle concludes, he would regroup with Orochimaru and then proceed to the hidden cloud to procure the Azura path that he favored most. Once that Azura path is completed, it would become a formidable offensive force, rivaling even the Deva path, or perhaps even surpassing it. With a sudden intensity, Ji Shui's pupils contracted, and all illusions surged towards the hell path. Boom. The Deva path descended upon the hell path, arms outstretched. Do not grow too arrogant. A blurry, repulsive force manifested into a sphere, sweeping outward in all directions. Almighty push. Crash. The once smooth ground rapidly crumbled into a ravine. The overwhelming power surging forth, sending all illusions and Ji Shui, who supported Fugaku, flying backward. This power, could it be from the same technique that previously drew me in? The illusions vanished. The Deva path chuckled. Even an illusion that claims to be indelible cannot endure should its essence face a significant impact. Behind Ji Shui, Pylon formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. From the smoke emerged a rampaging rhinoceros. Fugaku exclaimed, Ji Shui, put me down quickly. Yet, at that moment, Uchiha Ji Shui closed his eyes. With a flash. Upon reopening, his pupils revealed a dazzling four-pointed pinwheel. Subsequently, an ethereal green Susanoo skeletal structure enveloped his form. Crack, crack. An arm coalesced beside the ribcage, bracing against the rhinoceros's body. Fugaku looked on in astonishment. Ji Shui you. Ji Shui calmly stated, Uncle Fugaku, I have awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan. During the battle at the waterfall, I witnessed the demise of friends and family. Thanks to your example, I have gained a modicum of control over this Susanoo. Crack. Near the wrist of the Susanoo's skeletal hand, a smaller bony appendage formed, gripping the rhinoceros's horn. As the main skeletal hand unleashed its power, a curved blade materialized, piercing into the rhinoceros's eye. Roar. The rhinoceros let out a pained scream, vanishing amidst the white smoke. Nagato murmured, Indeed, Ji Shui has awakened his eyes. Within the Susanoo, Ji Shui turned to Fugaku, articulating his thoughts. The two slain enemies and those present share striking similarities, particularly in their distinctive eyes. While the specifics remain elusive, I can ascertain one thing from our recent skirmish. Their gazes are interconnected. The only exception is that blue-haired woman. Her prior actions perplex me. When Uncle Fugaku was ensnared by that peculiar summoning beast, she had a clear opportunity to strike at your vital points. Yet what did she choose to do? Fugaku gazed at the silent Konan perched upon the hilltop, saying, Indeed, it is quite strange. Initially, I thought her attack had merely missed. But now it is difficult to fathom that an adversary of such caliber would commit such a fundamental blunder. Ji Shui calmly remarked, at the very least. We can ascertain that she differs from the other foes. The Susanoo hurled the sword it wielded towards the hill where Konan stood. Boom. The hill collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Konan leaped back. Setting aside the enemy's intentions, that woman undoubtedly represents an opening. Whether for us to break through this deadly scenario, or to subsequently unveil the enemy's schemes and turn the tide. Fugaku urged, if you have ideas, act on them without regard for me. I understand. Ji Shui's eyes sparkled, and the Susanoo surrounding him transitioned rapidly into a skeletal form. Boom. He tossed a smoke bomb at his feet, leaving Fugaku within the Susanoo's skeletal embrace, while he surged forth like an arrow, charging at Konan with full speed. Preserving chakra for escape, the opportunity is singular. I must employ the power of Kodo Ōtsutsuki against her. Chapter 34, Aerial Assault. So swift. Watching Ji Shui rapidly approach, Konan decisively formed the seals for her paper jutsu, though later iterations of her technique require no hand seals. She was still youthful at this moment. At this distance, she could transform into paper in time. Ji Shui's Mangekyo Sharingan discerned every nuance. The technique that allows the body to become a substantial medium falls under the auspices of yang release. I must impede her. While dashing, he formed a one-handed seal and extended his right palm. Lightning release, thunderclap palm, crackle. A brilliant blue lightning surged from Ji Shui's palm, branching outward like a tree, ensnaring Konan's still solidifying form. Konan emitted a cry of anguish, realizing her body was paralyzed. She could not fully transform into paper. Ji Shui leaped, his palm alight with lightning, the ethereal glow of his Mangekyo Sharingan emanating as the chakra of Yin release rapidly coalesced in the left eye, obscured by his left hand. After using Kodo Ōtsutsuki, this left eye would remain unusable for decades. Hence, I shall bring you back to Konoha and compel you to divulge all your secrets. Prepare to receive it. Boom. Suddenly, Konan vanished from his sight. What? Ji Shui's pupils flickered with crimson light as he pivoted, only to be startled to see Konan appearing next to the beast path. Can that masked woman summon people? At this moment, Konan sat limply on the ground, her body still paralyzed. This is an excellent opportunity. Ji Shui, undeterred, reoriented himself and charged toward Konan once more. His speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon her. Crackle! The branching lightning surged forth again. Ugh! Konan struggled to rise, but her legs betrayed her. She urged, only the Deva path can handle him. No, the battle with pain has already concluded. A dark voice emerged from beneath Pylan's mask as her small hand resolutely formed seals. Summoning technique. Boom! Accompanied by the arrival of white smoke, Nagato appeared. His palm enveloped in a radiant aura. He seized the incoming lightning and yanked it back, along with the lightning from Ji Shui's palm, absorbing it entirely in the blink of an eye. What? Ji Shui, in shock, abruptly halted his advance, retreating. Whoosh! But as Nagato raised his hand, Ji Shui was compelled to lunge forward. Crack! Nagato grasped Ji Shui's right hand, forcefully twisting his wrist. The emotionless Rinnegan disregarded the power of Koto Ōtsutsuki, staring directly into Ji Shui's eyes with ire. Do not let your pride overwhelm you, little brat. Boom! Whoosh! Ji Shui formed a one-handed seal, unleashing a fiery breath, only to have it absorbed in an instant. He could indeed absorb ninjutsu like the others who had fallen before him. Azura path. Crack! A mechanical arm sprouted from Nagato's shoulder, clamping onto Ji Shui's right shoulder, delivering a brutal twist. Crack! Ji Shui's entire right arm was wrenched off. The excruciating pain of torn flesh and bone caused his pupils to constrict, yet in that fleeting moment between life and death the skeletal form of Susanoo, protecting the mighty Fujitaka, crumbled with a thunderous crash. What seemed a slow moment transpired in the blink of an eye. Shui, undeterred by his own peril, Fujitaka rose and sprinted towards Shui with all his might. Meanwhile, Konan gazed at the imposing figure before her, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Though she could have summoned aid from Nagato, he chose to reveal his true form to shield her from harm. The uncontainable fury he exhibited was far beyond the reach of reason, transcending the dichotomy of right and wrong. She was no longer an innocent girl, fully aware that this was a preferential affection that surpassed mere friendship. Nagato, he truly cares for me. Ignoring the Fujitaka who rushed past him, Nagato focused on Shui's severed arm, drenched in blood. Everything he sought had been acquired. There was no need for further entanglement. In that fleeting moment, he recognized his own impulsiveness. It was done. Shui, hold on. Fujitaka removed his forehead protector, allowing Shui to bite down on it, and retrieved a tourniquet to bind the wound of his severed arm. Ugh! Shui clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat cascading down his face. At that moment, a distant admonition from Nagato reached them. Do not utter a word about today's events. If you do, the Uchiha clan will face utter devastation. I speak with utmost seriousness. Shui's dazed eyes struggled to maintain focus as he fixed his gaze upon the blurred figure with crimson hair, questioning, who are you, and what is your true purpose? Nagato's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Perhaps one day in the future, you will come to know. He turned to assist Konan to her feet, casting a sidelong glance behind him. As a token of my personal admiration for you, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Uchiha Shui, shield your eyes. Do not allow a player of crows to have your eyes pecked out. Until we meet again. With a flourish of his sleeve, Nagato summoned a tempest that obscured the air, and when visibility returned, everything had vanished without a trace. Only the desolate expanse of Kikyo Mountain remained, a testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Indeed, it was fierce, particularly for Fujitaka and Shui. Shui's consciousness began to fade as he clutched Fujitaka's shoulder insignia tightly. Uncle Fujitaka, upon our return, please refrain from mentioning anything regarding that man to Lord Hokage and our clan. Fujitaka replied, are you afraid of his threats? Shui insisted, no. It is not merely his martial prowess that intimidates me. I possess a strong premonition that he knows certain truths vital to the existence of our Uchiha clan. With that, Shui lost consciousness. The autumn breeze following the rain carried a chilling sense of foreboding. In truth, I too harbored a similar sentiment. Fujitaka murmured as he surveyed the desolate and bleak Kikyo Mountain, as if etching every blade of grass and tree into his memory. He placed a soldier pill into his mouth and supported Shui. I suppose I shall never return to this place again. Konan followed Nagato, her gaze complex. Before the conflict, I had taken the initiative to propose fighting alongside Pain. Although I aided Nagato in acquiring Fujitaka's blood, I simultaneously became a burden during the battle. My current strength is far too feeble to serve as a pillar for Nagato. I must grow stronger. A resolute determination glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Nagato, as if anticipating her thoughts, spoke. Do you wish to learn that technique? Konan nodded. Yes, mutual exploding tag and nightmare of the other shore flower. Nagato pondered. The mutual exploding tag is manageable, but the nightmare of the other shore flower has training conditions that are exceedingly harsh. I fear you may not endure it. The forbidden jutsu, nightmare of the other shore flower, necessitates a year of unwavering focus from the moment the training seal is formed, should one succumb to slumber. All progress is lost, and the technique can never be practiced again. With resolve, Konan formed the training seal without hesitation, calmly stating, thus, I shall grow accustomed to the night. Very well. Nagato smiled gently. I shall accompany you. Chapter 35. The candidate for the path of Azura. In a nameless land, deep underground, hidden from the light of day, lay a lair where the corpse of White Zetsu was displayed upon an experimental platform, its body inscribed with intricate seals. The head opened and held in place with instruments. Kabuto, wielding chakra-infused tools, operated with utmost care, sweat trickling down his face, oblivious to the discomfort. Occasionally adjusting his glasses with a free finger. Orochimaru sat nearby, propped up on one hand, keenly observing the data fluctuating on the instruments, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. White Zetsu serves as a medium for spiritual communication, even when the soul is confined within such a container. The ceaseless intermingling of mental waves can still be detected. However, without a living body to act as a relay, the information cannot be vividly expressed. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. This sensation, it seems Nagato is summoning me. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Orochimaru's colorful apparition materialized before Nagato and Konan. Ah, Nagato-kun. How delightful to see you. Where's this place? The Jizo Temple in the Land of Rice. Why not use the Rinnegan to summon me directly? I did not wish to impede your important work. I merely wished to greet you. So, have you made any progress? Heh. I believe I will soon present you with the first report. You have worked hard. Thank you for your concern. How about your progress? I have acquired 4 blood samples. Only the one belonging to the main subject remains. Remarkable efficiency, just in time for me to produce results on my end, allowing us to proceed simultaneously with the cells of the Hashirama artificial body on the golem. How much longer do you anticipate? Oh, could it be, Nagato-kun, that you have plans beyond your initial objectives? Perhaps. I wish to see if we can manage it in time. In 3 days, my results will be ready. 3 days? That is sufficient. We shall head north. The land of lightning. Is your target not the one who perished in such a horrifying manner during the recent ninja war? Do you know the whereabouts of his remains? You have indeed asked the right person, Nagato-kun. Whoosh. After the body flicker technique dissipated, Nagato addressed those beside him. Konan, I intended to take a soak in a hot spring, but it seems we must prioritize our journey. No worries. Once our business is concluded, we can indulge in that later. Konan had already established the training seal for Nightmare of the Other Shore Flower, and today marked her second night of endurance. Feeling quite well thus far. Thus, the two of them pressed on without further rest towards the north. Between the land of rice and the land of lightning lay 2 nameless small countries as obstacles, even on the back of the Yada bird through the skies. The journey would take at least a day. Meanwhile, Fujitaka and Shursui returned to the village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the renowned genius Shursui of the body flicker technique had lost an arm in the field, causing an uproar within the Uchiha clan. Upon returning to the village, Shursui was admitted to the Uchiha hospital, where members of the police force flocked to hear the news. Fujitaka leaned against the wall outside the ward, arms crossed over his chest, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he stated that Shursui was injured while on a mission at Kikyo Mountain due to inadvertently triggering a trap. Inadvertently triggering a trap? Hey, Captain, are you joking? Shursui would never make such a mistake. This explanation was utterly implausible, yet given Fujitaka's insistence, they could not challenge him. Damn, of all times for this to happen. The village has just been attacked. Shursui has now suffered such a fate. Upon hearing this, Fujitaka furrowed his brow. You say the village was attacked? Indeed, 2 individuals even breached the Uchiha clan's territory. One was killed by us, but the other possesses strength that is simply appalling. Fugaku inquired in a hushed tone, what characteristics does the enemy possess? After listening to the descriptions from his clansmen, a cold sweat trickled down Fugaku's brow. For the 2 individuals they spoke of matched precisely with the foes he had encountered on the Kikyo Mountain. Even more terrifying was the revelation that the invader, who had been slain, was one of the adversaries he and Shursui had faced. Did the enemy possess the dreadful ability to resurrect the dead? Although Nagato had made an appearance during the battle, the secrets surrounding pain were so nebulous that Fugaku pondered for a long while, ruminating to the point of exhaustion, yet he could not unravel the mystery. Oh, but Captain Itachi seemed to know something of the matter. However, whenever they inquired, he resolutely refused to divulge anything. Fugaku stepped away from the wall, his hands, which had been clasped before him, slowly lowered as he spoke with a calm demeanor. You may return to your respective posts. Upon returning home, he found Itachi seated at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Their father and mother had just retired for the night. Fugaku glanced towards the direction of the bedroom and suggested, "Let us speak outside." Itachi nodded and changed his shoes. The father and son settled down on the corridor outside. Father, the true reason for Shirsue's injury was not a mere accidental trigger of a trap, but rather an assault by those possessing special eyes. Fugaku's gaze deepened, and he ultimately chose not to conceal the truth from his own flesh and blood. Indeed, in the face of such entities, losing an arm was a stroke of fortune. Had it been any worse, both Shirsue and I might not have returned at all. Therefore, Itachi, you must tell me what you know. Itachi lifted his head, revealing the tomo of his Sharingan. Let us communicate through our eyes. It will be swifter. Fugaku gazed at his 4-year-old son, stunned into silence as the Sharingan's patterns left him momentarily speechless. After witnessing the events that transpired that fateful night, a cold sweat broke out on Fugaku's back. He had not anticipated that the enemy's targets extended beyond him and Shirsue to include his wife and children. The thought of what might have happened had they been met with lethal intent was unfathomable. As Itachi's Sharingan faded, he clenched his fists, unable to suppress his guilt. Father, I failed to protect Mother, and she was hurt. Itachi, there is no need for self-reproach. Given your age, you have performed admirably. In the aftermath, the perceptive clansmen approached me with inquiries, but I remained tight-lipped and refrained from reporting such significant matters to the village. I wish to consult you first. Your actions were commendable. Knock, knock. At that moment, a rap sounded at the door. Itachi, let us pause our conversation for now. Approaching the entrance, a member of the police force reported to Fugaku, Captain, the 4th Hokage has just visited the clan's infirmary to pay his respects to Shirsue. Then I must go as well. He has already departed, leaving behind some condolence gifts. He advised you to rest well tonight. The police officer hesitated, appearing as if he had more to say. Speak freely, Fugaku urged. He also wishes to invite you to attend an emergency meeting in Konoha tomorrow night to discuss the recent invasion of the village. Fugaku pondered, understood. I shall be in attendance. After closing the door, Itachi stepped forward. Father, should we take this opportunity to discuss the matter of the enemy? After a long moment of contemplation, Fugaku solemnly instructed, Itachi, regarding the events of that night, no matter who inquires in the future, you must resolutely declare that you know nothing. Itachi questioned, but why, father? Fugaku Uchiha, at this moment, lacked the courage to let his son witness the horrors of Kikyo Mountain through the Sharingan. Now is not the time. Wait until you are a bit older, Itachi. In the land of lightning, at the valley of clouds, thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell mournfully. Wah, father, may you rest in peace. I shall one day lead the village's youth to crush that detestable Inoki and the scoundrels of Awagakure, to bring solace to your spirit. The 4th Raikage knelt before the grave, weeping inconsolably. We shall never forget your valiant spirit, Lord Raikage. We will do our utmost to support the 4th and ensure that the will of the lightning resonates throughout the shinobi world. Behind him, a throng of cloud shinobi echoed his sentiments, mourning deeply. On the peak above them, Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, both somewhat amused yet bewildered. They had not anticipated stumbling upon such a grand funeral. Indeed, the candidate for pain, whom Nagato favored most, was none other than the 3rd Raikage, who had stood unwavering against countless foes during the recently concluded 3rd Shinobi World War. Chapter 36. The Entrance. Shall we make our move now? Konan remarked, her gaze drifting behind them. The 6 paths of pain had once again assembled. It turned out that upon learning of the 3rd Raikage's burial site from Orochimaru, the two had set out and encountered 3 Awagakure shinobi conducting espionage within the Land of Lightning. Thus, they aided the Cloud Shinobi in eliminating the threat, while also recuperating the lost Azura and Hungry Ghost paths from their earlier encounters, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. However, the primary objective of this venture was merely to exhume the corpses. Combat should have been avoidable, as corpses would not rise and flee on their own. Nagato declared, let us wait. The Raikage is a devoted son, and we shall allow him to conclude his father's funeral. Yes, that is indeed the best course of action, Konan concurred. Nagato's gaze swept over the cloud shinobi accompanying the Raikage, and he quickly recognized a familiar face. Kneeling behind the rakeage was a man with a sorrowful countenance. Yet he did not weep loudly. It is him, the elite jonin from the cloud, Todai, affectionately known by Naruto as Uncle Rubber. Although he hardly appears like an uncle now, his intellect was quite remarkable, earning him the title of the cloud's version of Kakashi. Other than that, he did not recognize anyone else, until suddenly, Nagato's gaze fell upon a few children kneeling at the back of the procession. From this angle, he could not see them clearly, but their hair color and contours seemed somewhat familiar. He mused, these must be the future pillars of the cloud, now in their youth. He then recalled, the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, has not made an appearance. It seems rather inappropriate for him to miss the funeral of the former rakeage, as he is often referred to as the AB brothers alongside the rakeage. Nagato stroked his chin, tilting his head as he pondered. Could it be that he fears he might break into an impromptu rap performance in such a solemn setting? It indeed seemed entirely plausible. Konan observed Nagato's shifting expressions of contemplation and realization, finding his antics somewhat amusing. Nagato, what thoughts occupy your mind that you do not wish to share with me? Oh, Nagato exclaimed, I was considering how the great nation's shinobi villages seem to have a legacy of will. Konoha embodies the will of fire, the cloud carries the will of lightning, and Ōtsutsuki seemingly possesses the will of stone. Once we reclaim Amigakure, should we establish a legacy of will as well? Perhaps the will of rain? Though it might come across as overly melancholic and petty. Konan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Oh, is that what you were pondering? I thought. Nagato, for some reason, felt a twinge of anxiety. What did you think? A slight flush crossed Konan's face as she replied. I thought perhaps you needed to relieve yourself, but were too embarrassed to mention it. Nagato scratched his head. Well, that is true. Shinobi, like all living beings, experienced the three urgent needs, and Nagato and Konan were no exception. When faced with such circumstances during their journey, they parted ways to attend to their respective needs. They were not close enough to share such moments together. At present, as Nagato and Konan waited, the night deepened. Father, why did you leave so soon? Thrusting this immense burden upon my frail shoulders. The tempestuous emotions of rakeage could no longer be contained by mere tears. He began to strike the earth before him with his frail arms, and with each strike, the ground reverberated with a thunderous roar. How infuriating! The wretches of Ōtsutsuki. I shall make them pay. Behind him, Ōtsutsuki slightly lifted his chin, observing the sinewy muscles of Rakeage's back undulating like a coiling dragon. Reflecting to himself, it appears that Lord Rakeage has only just begun to enter his state. This funeral shall undoubtedly last until dawn. He pondered, although the war has concluded. The relationship between the village and Ōtsutsuki remains at a frigid impasse. The cunning Inoki cannot be entirely ruled out. He may very well lay an ambush at this critical juncture. Thus, he turned and quietly instructed his companion, Jonin Komoi, for the sake of caution, utilize your sensory abilities to ascertain the surrounding environment. Understood, Komoi replied softly, straightening his posture, placing his hands on the ground, forming a hand seal before closing his eyes to sense. Whoosh! In an instant, a surge of chakra emanating from the peak above jolted him upright, exclaiming, atop the mountain, someone is spying on us. What? The grieving cloud villagers abruptly lifted their heads, following the rain falling from the sky, gazing towards the mountain summit. This is bad. We've been discovered. Nagato, pulling Konan along, swiftly retreated. Konan asked, what do we do now? Retreat? Nagato's mind raced. If we withdraw now, they will undoubtedly move the remains of the third rakeage and bolster their defenses. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult to act. Moreover, if Rakeage were to take drastic measures and dispose of his father's corpse, no choice, we must proceed. The 6 paths of pain, Azura path, human path, and hungry ghost path, leapt into action. Nagato waved his sleeve and declared, the terrain below is narrow. Let the 3 paths of Ōtsutsuki take the lead. The 3 figures plummeted with urgency, cracking the earth beneath them. Azura path tore off an arm, revealing a missile array reminiscent of gourds. Let us start with a little welcoming gift. Azura path's fingers launched missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles streaked through the air, leaving long trails of fire in their wake. That is. Ōtsutsuki's pupils constricted in shock as he shouted, quick, scatter. The cloud villagers, regaining their senses, hurriedly dodged. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion erupted like a fiery mushroom at the base of Kumogakure Valley. Thanks to Ōtsutsuki's timely warning, only a few villagers were injured, and there were no fatalities. Someone lifted debris, clutching their injured shoulder, cursing, damn these reckless fools. No, it's not them. The chakra I sensed was coming from elsewhere. Komoi's voice trailed off, his features shifting to one of horror. For suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, grasping his head. The eyes of the Rinnegan glowed with a cold hue as they spoke softly to the trembling Komoi, as a sensory ninja. You are exceptional, yet also a hindrance. Farewell, esteemed and unfamiliar cloud ninja. Human Path. Chapter 37. Intense. Whoosh. The human path of pain extracted Komoi's soul, leaving his soulless body crumpled at his feet. This scene left the surrounding cloud villagers momentarily breathless. How infuriating. However, their first reaction was not one of fear towards this horrifying ability, but rather a shared fury against the enemy. Bastard. Return my life. A myriad of ninjutsu surged towards the human path of pain. Whoosh. At that moment, the hungry ghost path appeared in an instant, erecting a ceiling barrier that absorbed the ninjutsu. Yet, it could not absorb the slicing strikes coming from a Wagakure. To be fair, the cohesion of Kumogakure is indeed formidable. Whoosh. The human path of pain formed hand seals and directly submerged underground. The hungry ghost path, leaping powerfully upward to evade the first wave of strikes, formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, camouflage technique. Before the eyes of the onlookers, his figure transformed into a camouflage and vanished. What? This is a Wagakure's technique, the camouflage technique. Damn it, they are all a Wagakure's specialties. Hey, pay attention. The enemy who launched the missiles earlier also wore a Wagakure's forehead protector. The gazes of the crowd converged, uniting on Azura Path. Crack, crack. Azura Barrage. At this moment, Azura Path stood against the mountainside, his arms morphing into machine guns, spewing fire as he tilted downward to unleash a barrage. Ugh. In an instant, the 5 frontmost rain villagers were gunned down. Remote ballistic attacks from mechanized armor? When did a Wagakure master such technology? Ōtsutsuki had no time to ponder, bellowing. Earth release ninjas, construct defenses. Everyone else retreat and remain vigilant. Those 2 enemies may strike at any moment. Among the cloud, ninjas skilled in earth release stepped forward, forming hand seals simultaneously. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. A massive earthen wall rose before them, temporarily blocking the barrage. Crack, crack. Yet, under the relentless bombardment from the grenade launchers erupting from Azura Path's shoulders, the wall teetered on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Ōtsutsuki formed seals and strode forward, striking the ground with great force. Lava release, protective barrier. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. From the earth before him, fluid rubber erupted, surging forward to tightly adhere to the rear of the earth flow wall, reinforcing its defense. Barely holding strong, the cloud villagers gasped. Oh, as expected of Ōtsutsuki. All I can do is this. The rest is in your hands, Lord Reikage. Ōtsutsuki glanced back. There stood the man, the 4th Reikage, rising from his father's grave, tears still glistening on his face as he bellowed. Everyone step aside. I will tear those Wagakure bastards apart with my own hands. Lord Reikage is about to strike. Quickly step back. The cloud villagers hastily retreated. Roar, 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 roar. Crackle, crackle. The intense lightning chakra enveloped A's robust figure. This chakra was so overwhelming that even Konan, not a sensory ninja, was taken aback. It wasn't he that this chakra was inherently stronger than Nagato's. It was simply exceedingly vibrant and explosive, impossible to ignore. Nagato remarked, the lightning chakra mode grants the Reikage unparalleled speed and strength, as well as a formidable physique capable of enduring any assault. In this mode, his father, the 3rd Reikage, was even more formidable, while speed is not to be discounted. He excelled particularly in offensive and defensive capabilities. Konan inquired, is this why you selected him for the Azura Path? Nagato replied, the choice for the Azura Path rests on 2 key points. First, a relatively strong and robust physique is essential to accommodate more Azura weaponry. Second, the explosive power and defensive strength enable effective threats at close, mid, and long ranges. The 3rd Reikage fully meets these criteria, and his innate lightning chakra mode can further enhance the weaponry of the Azura Path. Based on my estimates, it is likely to surpass the original. Konan displayed surprise. Pain could surpass the original? Nagato chuckled. Of course, this is merely an enhancement of a singular capability. My true body can simultaneously wield the powers of the 6 paths, seamlessly transitioning between them. This is an advantage Pain shall never possess. In terms of overall combat prowess, I shall forever surpass Pain. Boom! A, in full sprint, unleashed a powerful punch. That unadorned fist of lightning, with just a single strike, created a breach in the defenses formed by the armor and earth flow wall. He burst through the gap, his small round eyes glaring furiously at the Azura path clinging to the mountainside. Azura path, looking down from above, greeted him. Hello, Raikage. Boom. What awaited him was the thunderous punch of the Raikage, soaring through the air. Boom. The mountainside trembled, dislodging rocks that plummeted downwards. Upon landing, the Azura path discarded its upper robe. Let us have some fun with the Raikage. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Its entire body writhed, giving rise to 3 heads and 6 arms, each equipped with serrated tails. That such a kid shouted, "Be cautious, 4th Hokage. The enemy's physical structure is unlike that of ordinary beings." Humph. The Raikage scoffed, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. Boom. In the next moment, he shattered the ground beneath him, his arms like razor blades, fiercely wrapping around the metallic neck of Pain's Azura path. Do not underestimate the Raikage. Raijin's heat blade. The eyes of the Azura path widened in shock. It was so fast, truly so fast, that even with the hungry ghost path's eyes observing from the shadows, it was utterly unavoidable. Boom. The back of the Azura path was propelled violently against the mountainside, cracking and shattering as its mechanical body began to disintegrate from the neck down. Crack. At that moment, the serrated tail of the Azura path twisted and ensnared the Raikage's neck. This is bad. The Raikage's neck is entangled by steel teeth. Fear not. With that, it cannot breach the Raikage's lightning armor. That Ōtsutsuki declared, turning his gaze to the side. Shin, can you sense it? Beside him was the 10-year-old Shin, who, in the original narrative, served as a guard to the Raikage alongside Darui. He was now a genin, trained as a sensory ninja. Shin closed his eyes, striving to sense. Although I cannot match the excellence of my predecessor, Komizuki, I can sense that the enemy, concealed by camouflage, is approaching the Raikage from behind. That Ōtsutsuki shouted, Raikage-sama. The enemy intends to launch a surprise attack from behind. The Raikage caught a glimpse, sweeping his arm backward. Whoosh. The hungry ghost path was forced to reveal itself, retreating at high speed. Raikage subordinates are quite capable, Darui remarked. Humph. Once we deal with this one, it will be your turn, along with the other one lurking in the earth. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of energy fluctuations caught Darui's attention. He turned back to find the Azura path before him, its mouth agape, with a surge of light gathering within. The cloud shinobi gasped. 0 distance? The Azura path's mouth laser. Chapter 38, Digging a Grave. Boom. The wave of light from the laser consumed Darui's form, sweeping backward, its trailing edge radiating outward, obliterating the defensive structures formed by earth and protective walls. Raikage-sama. In the storm, the cloud shinobi anxiously stared at the terminus of the light wave. That Ōtsutsuki shielded his face with his hands, murmuring, though the intensity of this attack is astonishing, it still cannot harm the 4th, who is protected by his lightning armor. What truly concerns me is the enemy who has infiltrated underground with earth release. He is yet to reveal himself. Will his technique, which killed Komizuki, pose a threat to the 4th? Casting a sidelong glance at Shin, whom he shielded, he pressed urgently. Shin, can you sense anything? Shin maintained his sensory technique with trembling hands, sweat beading on his small face. I cannot sense the presence of that enemy at all. He must have burrowed deep underground. My sensory abilities cannot penetrate that far. That Ōtsutsuki retracted his gaze, his tone somber. Is he submerging underground? If he has delved that deeply, then he should pose no threat to the 4th. Boom. As the light wave subsided, Darui's silhouette emerged, clad in lightning armor. Standing tall before the mountainside, untouched by a single hair. With piercing eyes that crackled with electricity, Darui coldly regarded the Azura path. Are you satisfied? Scum. The Azura path replied, Raikage. Crack. Before any further words could be uttered, the Raikage's hand sliced downward, cleaving the Azura path's 3-in-1 head and entire body cleanly in half. Unbelievably unreasonable. The severed head, with its Rinnegan fixed upon Darui's face, uttered a final word. Boom. Darui's foot stomped down, crushing the Azura path's head beneath him. Then, step by step, he ground it into the earth until the Azura path was reduced to mere fragments, no intact parts remaining. Spitting disdainfully, he turned his gaze to the hungry ghost path. Next, it's your turn. Crackle. Lightning flashed, and he was already behind the hungry ghost path, locking its arms and lifting it high above his head. The hungry ghost path exclaimed, I'm being hoisted by the Raikage. Aha! Darui roared to the heavens, the lightning armor erupting with ferocity. This spectacle terrified the surrounding cloud shinobi. That stance, it's the Raikage's lightning bomb. Quickly move away. Being caught in that would mean death. As he gathered his power to the maximum, Darui prepared to slam down, only for his expression to change dramatically, for his lightning chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. But there was no time to ponder. He crashed down heavily. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the ground sank, cracks radiating outward, yet the anticipated lightning arcs did not erupt. The cloud shinobi who had retreated to a distance looked on in confusion. What happened? The power was astonishing, yet not as immense as expected. Did the Reikage-sama hold back? No. The Ōtsutsuki observed the figure cradled in the depression of the ground, stating, "Look closely." The Reikage-sama's lightning armor vanished just before the lightning bomb struck. Why would that happen? The Ōtsutsuki replied, "That enemy has rendered our ninjutsu ineffective. This indicates that the essence of his ability is absorption, and the efficiency of that absorption is quite formidable. In mere seconds of contact, he absorbed the Reikage-sama's gathered lightning armor. Thus, he managed to salvage his life from the lightning bomb. Yet even so, the Reikage-sama's physical strength is sufficient to shatter his entire skeleton." The Ōtsutsuki's voice grew somber. That fellow is already finished. Darui, emotionless, gazed at the hungry ghost path before him. With such a capability, that old coot Oenoki shouldn't have sent you to your demise, before I tear you apart. Speak of his intentions, and I may grant you a quicker death. Ha ha. The hungry ghost path grinned wickedly. Speak up, Reikage. Boom. Darui's fist, the size of a sandbag, hammered into the hungry ghost path's face, burying its head into the ground. Speak, Reikage. Boom. The head sank even deeper. Reikage. Boom. 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 With a flurry of punches, the hungry ghost path's head was deeply embedded in the earth, rendering its neck invisible, while its arms, pulled by the strain, stood upright, forming an arch between its hips and lower limbs. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from Darui's fist as he squatted beside the pit, coldly stating, "Dare to utter another word?" The hungry ghost path could no longer produce sound. However, its hand began to move slowly, grasping the black rod that had fallen beside it after being dislodged from its face, and raised it towards Darui's forehead. Clang! A crisp sound rang out with no damage inflicted, yet it was profoundly insulting. "You've truly enraged me now?" Darui bellowed, the lightning armor reaffixing itself to him, unleashing a torrent of furious blows upon the hungry ghost path. Boom, 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 boom. Aha! In an instant, rocks and earth flew, and blood and flesh were scattered. The cloud shinobi stood in stunned silence. So brutal that Ōtsutsuki inquired, "Shin, has the enemy made any movements?" Shin's expression was peculiar. "It seems like there is, yet also not. The Reikage-sama's presence is overwhelming my concentration." The Ōtsutsuki asserted, "Focus. As a sensory ninja, you must maintain absolute concentration under any circumstances." Yes. Sia's expression was taut to the extreme, when suddenly that faint sensation transformed into clarity. Over there, at the grave of the third Hokage, something was approaching. What? Tuchai suddenly turned to look back. Could it be that his aim was? Crack! The pain's human realm, having burrowed underground, revealed itself before the grave of the third Reikage. Deeply buried, but I have finally found it. His hands swiftly formed seals, striking the earth. Thanks to the chakra of the original body, this technique could finally be put to use. Earth release, moving core. Boom! The ground trembled as the coffin, buried deep within the earth, began to rise with the rumble of the tremors. Tuchai steadied himself and exclaimed at AI, who was still venting his rage on the corpse. "Reikage, the grave of the previous generation has been dug up." Chapter 39, a critical moment. However, in the face of this sudden turn of events, AI surprisingly did not erupt in fury as usual. Instead, his gaze was chillingly cold as he discarded the grotesque half-body of the hungry ghost path, donning his lightning armor, and charged towards the pain's human realm. On the peak, Nagato's expression was grave. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Deva path, animal path, and hell path leaped down into the valley. The Deva path descended in front of the human realm. Tuchai was struck with astonishment. What enemies? Are there not just three? Rado Ninja must spit out the blade. Boom. AI's fist closed in rapidly, and the only one who could evade this strike was his arch-nemesis, the man known as the Yellow Flash. The Deva path, of course, could not evade, but he could deflect. His eyes widened suddenly. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. Under that unparalleled repulsion, AI's figure was instantly sent tumbling backward. Tuchai was aghast. What kind of ability is that? But as AI was being pushed back, his eyes flared with rage. Do not underestimate the rakeage. With a roar, the lightning chakra mode advanced further, causing AI's hair to spike up like needles. That advanced state, the rakeage had just recently mastered, was a tremendous burden, and he was forced to reach such a point. Boom! AI shattered the ground, halting his backward momentum, even showing a tendency to push forward against that force field. The Devapath's pupils trembled, his heart shocked. In this state, his physical prowess rivals that of Naruto at full nine-tail strength. But ultimately, that forward momentum could not be sustained. It's a pity. You could not embed yourself into the earth like a stake. Thus, no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand Shinra Tensei. Boom. This close confrontation ended with AI being sent flying, crashing into the distant mountainside. Boom. Finally, the coffin buried deep underground was raised to the surface by the moving core. The Devapath manipulated the gravitational field, lifting that heavy coffin. Pylon, riding on the Yada no Kagami, dove from the sky. He intended to transport the previous generation's coffin using that bird. This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Before Tuchai could speak, the Cloud Shinobi had already recklessly charged forward, knowing full well that even a being as strong as the Raikage would not be able to confront it head-on. They had cast aside life and death. The Devapath looked at them solemnly, not showing any disdain for their meager strength, because they were all a group of admirable individuals. When manipulating objects using the gravitational field, one cannot employ Shinra Tensei or Universal Pull. The Devapath vaulted aside to dodge the shuriken and kunai flying at him. But immediately after, the Cloud Shinobi leaped high, swinging their ninja swords down. This truly is a bit troublesome. The Devapath exerted all his strength to twist his body, evading the incoming strike, and raised his palm forcefully. Whoosh! The coffin was lifted several meters high, and Pylon S Yada no Kagami swooped down, successfully catching the coffin. The Cloud Shinobi shifted their stances, once again swinging their blades down. Finally, after shedding the heavy burden, the Devapath faced them with composure, extending his arms. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsion sent the approaching Cloud Shinobi flying away, and the dust kicked up obscured their vision. Crack! At that moment, a black lightning bolt transformed into a leopard, descending at incredible speed and biting into the Devapath's body. Crack! The black electric arcs spread throughout the Devapath, rendering him immobile. The black lightning Devapath turned his gaze. In the distance, a boy with dark skin and white hair, adorned with lightning and water on his shoulders, glared fiercely at him with piercing eyes. The third Raikage is someone I deeply admire. How can I allow you to disturb his peace after death? The Devapath smirked. I see. That boy was Darui, who had utilized the third Raikage secret technique, lightning release, black barrage. Your technique that repels enemies and ninjutsu is indeed exceedingly troublesome, but your body has been completely paralyzed, rendering you incapable of utilizing such techniques. You can only await your demise. Darui deftly glanced to his side. Samuya, it's up to you to handle this. Understood. Samuya, wielding her ninja sword, charged towards the immobile Devapath. Crack! But suddenly, Darui's expression changed dramatically. He felt an invisible hand tightly binding him from behind. Who is it? Whoosh! The camouflage technique was undone, and the supposedly lifeless hungry ghost path revealed itself, leaving Darui's pupils trembling in shock. This is impossible. You have already been dealt with by the Raikage in the distance. The Devapath of Hell stored away the King of Hell. Murmuring, this hungry ghost path capable of using the camouflage technique is quite useful. The hungry ghost path, shedding its previously arrogant demeanor before the Raikage, smiled and said, Darui, I appreciate spirited young individuals like you. You are the hope of the Hidden Rain Village's future. Follow me, and I will ensure you don't become a worthless being. Whoosh! The hungry ghost path instantly devoured Darui's chakra. No, stop, Samuya. Darui slumped weakly into the embrace of the hungry ghost path. Crack! The binding black barrage on the Devapath collapsed as the caster lost consciousness. Whoosh! He evaded Samuya's blade, and the black rod that fell from his sleeve pierced into Samuya's unguarded abdomen. Ugh! The powerful surge of chakra flooding into her body caused Samuya to lose consciousness in an instant, gazing at her now flat chest. He chuckled. Looks like quite the potential for development. Suppressing his smile, he glanced into the distance, raising his palm. Universal pull. Xie was pulled towards him by the gravitational force. Tuchaidano. Damn it. The rubber rope created by the melting release on Tuchai's palm lunged towards Xie. The pain's human realm flashed out, the black rod piercing through, causing the rubber rope to dissolve instantly into the ground. Xia was seized by the Deva path, and merely a glance emanating an aura caused her to faint. Xiaonan remarked, "Are we going to turn those 3 children into pains?" Nagato chuckled. "That sounds like a decent option. But allowing them to survive seems to hold greater significance. After reclaiming the Hidden Rain village from Hanzo, we will also need to cultivate some fresh forces, right?" Xiaonan glanced sideways. "I see. You have been considering this for such a long time." Boom! The explosive lightning shook the oppressive boulders. And AI raised his eyes to see the Yada no Kagami carrying his father's coffin ascending into the sky. Boom! AI stepped on the boulders and soared into the air. In the next moment, he had leaped to a height that Pylon had to look up to. Beneath the mask of Pylon, her gaze trembled. It dawned upon her, almost forgotten, that this man possessed strength rivaling that of the Yellow Flash. In the realm of ninjutsu, speed reigns supreme, a maxim that stands as an undeniable truth in the world of shinobi. The terrifying lightning chakra coalesced around Ei's feet, descending with an immense oppressive force. Even if it meant reducing her father's remains to mere dust, she would never allow him to fall into your hands. The righteous thunder cleaver of wrath. At this critical juncture, Chapter 40, I acknowledge you. With a rustling sound, an innumerable array of paper pages emerged beneath the feet of the rakage. These pages, interwoven with both softness and resilience, significantly mitigated the force of Ei's strike. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the pages burst apart, only to reassemble into the stunning visage of Konan, radiating beauty. With a flourish, her arm transformed into a paper spear, lunging towards Ei. Snap! Without a hint of suspense, the spear tip bent upon making contact with the lightning armor. The rakage landed atop the Yada no Kagami, sweeping his hand in a horizontal slash. Although Konan evaded just in time, her left cheek was still grazed by the sharp lightning arc, leaving a trail of blood. Boom! Pylon leaped from the coffin, performing a somersault to land above Ei, forming hand seals before unleashing. The summoning stone, Panda Rock, descended. Crash! The stone panda, plummeting from the heavens, landed heavily upon Ei's raised elbow, its immense weight causing the Yada no Kagami to tilt. Ei was pressed down, tumbling from the bird's back. Once the Yada no Kagami stabilized its flight, Pylon's small hands danced. Bam! 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 The 5 paths of pain, shattered and fragmented, along with the captive Darui, Samui, Ki, and the true body of Nagato, converged amidst the white smoke, gathering upon the bird's back. Boom! Ei forcefully crushed the stone panda, turning to behold the scene of summoning, his heart pounding with cold sweat. Ōtsutsuki, use your jutsu to create a foothold. I need to leap higher and bring him down with a vengeance. The Ōtsutsuki gasped. Rakage-sama, are you serious? Their entire combat strength is assembled. If I am not mistaken, there's even an unknown foe. Their aim to seize the remains of our predecessor is merely to utilize cellular technology to replicate the power of the past. Yet, that formidable strength is not merely a product of talent, but forged through countless training and relentless battles, and cannot be easily replicated. We should not pursue them any further in weighing the pros and cons. The rakage clenched his fists, proclaiming with fervor, "Of course. I am aware of this. But Ōtsutsuki, do you expect me to stand idly by while they carry away the future of Kyomogakure? The future of Kyomogakure, Darui, Samui, Ki, the burgeoning next generation is our beacon of hope." Feeling Ei's determination, that Ōtsutsuki bowed in respect. "I understand, Rakage-sama." Lava release, protective film mother. He formed hand seals, desperately squeezing chakra, the writhing fluid rubber gathering like a small mountain in the open space ahead. Ei, poised for action, prepared to leap at the moment the platform solidified. Konan, kneeling atop the Yada no Kagami, witnessed this scene, her expression changing drastically. Oh no. He is still not giving up. Stay still. Pylon approached her, her small hand glowing with green light as she gently touched the wound on her cheek. A medical ninjutsu reminiscent of Rin's expertise. If we don't heal it quickly, it will leave a scar. That guy, I'll handle him. Nagato stood resolutely against the wind, his mechanical arm from the Deva path morphing and intricately transforming into a hand cannon. He had witnessed this technique in the deserts of the Land of Wind, yet had not seen its ultimate power. Just in time before the third rakage completed the Deva path, his true self would now exhibit its might. ZZZT. Amidst the terrifying sound of energy gathering, Nagato murmured coldly. This technique is capable of penetrating the core of the planetary devastation. Whether you all survive depends on your skill. From a high vantage point, Nagato's figure was enveloped in a dazzling cross of light. However, The terrifying chakra emanating from him caused even the nonsensing Ōtsutsuki to feel a chill of dread. How could such chakra exist? Is he attempting to ensnare us all? If that attack lands, aside from Reikage-sama, who could escape with absolute speed, everyone else, including myself, would likely. Reikage-sama, please leave this place immediately. Gazing at the radiant cross of light above, Ei's pupils trembled violently. Yet, he decisively shouted, Ōtsutsuki, halt the platform. Immediately create the protective sphere to shield everyone. The Ōtsutsuki hesitated. The protective sphere cannot possibly withstand that. The Reikage barked, do as I command. And do it swiftly. Understood. Lava release. Protective sphere. The Ōtsutsuki altered his seals, the rubber ceasing its flow, transforming into perfectly shaped orbs, adhering to every stunned shinobi present. In the sky, Nagato, having completed his energy accumulation, aimed the hand cannon downward towards Kumin Valley. Prepare yourselves. The onslaught of the Deva. Boom. A violet beam capable of penetrating the core of the planetary devastation shot downwards. Reikage-sama. Ei's grim expression lifted. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the remaining protective sphere, leaping towards the beam that threatened to annihilate him. Within the unsealed gaps of the protective sphere, the Ōtsutsuki's gaze quivered. Stop. Even with your lightning armor, you cannot withstand that. Yet, Ei performed an astonishing feat, channeling all his lightning chakra into his right arm, twisting midair, raising his arm at a precise angle to collide with the forefront of the beam. Crackle. Sparks flew. The Ōtsutsuki suddenly realized, so that's it. Reikage-sama is using his arm, infused with lightning chakra, as a smooth barrel to deflect the beam's trajectory. However, with this whoosh, the beam grazed the Reikage's shoulder, its path altered, sweeping towards the forest behind Kumin Valley. Rumbling. The terrifying light mushroom erupting from the ground engulfed the entire forest, followed by the mountains that loomed beside it. The mountains were leveled, and the storm swept through Kumin Valley, scattering debris. Even with the protective sphere, the shinobi of Kumogakure could not escape being blown away by the storm. Yet, fortunately, the impact reaching them could only be considered a residual wave, within the protective sphere's limits. When the explosion finally subsided, Kumin Valley had transformed into a wasteland. Ei gazed skyward, his voice heavy. This is certainly not the handiwork of the Ōtsutsuki of Iwagakure. If they possessed jutsu of this magnitude, we would have been utterly defeated in the recent battle. The gathered shinobi, emerging from the protective sphere, looked upon the figures standing atop the ruins. Reikage-sama, your arm. Ei's right arm had vanished, the severed end charred from the intense heat. Crack. He clenched his left fist, pain etched across his face. More than the agony of a severed limb, it pained him far more to lose the future, his right arm and left arm. Damn it. The Ōtsutsuki gritted his teeth in frustration, stepping forward. Reikage-sama, let us return to the village for now. Ei replied. No, we must first pay our respects to the daimyo. With this severed arm, I will make him understand. War does not end with mere cessation. We cannot afford to bask in comfort. I demand more military funding to strengthen Kumogakure further. What does not kill us only makes us stronger. I, Ei, in the name of the Reikage, shall etch the shame of today into memory, and one day, I will ensure it is repaid in full. High above in the sky, Nagato surveyed the altered landscape below, his expression solemn. I acknowledge you. Let us meet at the pinnacle, the fourth Reikage Ei. Chapter 41. Pei Ai, the Birth. After the battle at Yunmen Valley in the Land of Lightning, Nagato returned to the Jizo Temple in the Land of Rice, accompanied by Konan, bearing the coveted spoils of war. With a thunderous crash, the heavy coffin struck the ground, sending shards of rubble cascading from above. Pain-S Devapath stepped forward, raising his hand. With a sharp sound, the coffin lid was flung aside, rolling to the side. After confirming the absence of any traps, Nagato and Konan approached together. Within the coffin lay the third Reikage, Ai, peacefully ensconced in slumber, surrounded by the noble dendrobium, a symbol of heroic valor. Nagato remarked with a smile. It appears no preservation techniques were employed, yet the body shows no signs of decay. This is indeed unexpected. The reasons for this were likely twofold. Firstly, the third Reikage had only recently perished. Secondly, he possessed an extraordinary physique that could significantly slow the decomposition process. The extent of decay could be equated to the degree of aging, an element that could not be restored by the Naraka path. Had the body begun to decompose prior to its transformation into a pain body, that level of decay would have persisted, undoubtedly affecting both its aesthetic appeal and, more critically, its power. Fortunately, the timing of our acquisition is impeccable. At that moment, Konan noticed a lightning-shaped scar on the right side of the corpse's chest and curiously inquired. The third Reikage is renowned for his invulnerability in battle, possessing a physique that even-tailed beasts struggle to rival. How then did this wound come to be? Oh, Konan's observational skills are quite astute. She noticed this detail remarkably quickly. Nagato pondered briefly before responding. I surmise it might have been a self-inflicted injury. He wielded both the mightiest spear and the mightiest shield, yet there is always a distinction between the strongest. Perhaps the spear is mightier than the shield. The only entity capable of inflicting harm upon him is himself. This is the only explanation I can conceive. I wonder if the truth aligns with my thoughts. Konan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the logic in his words. Just then, a black rod fell from Nagato's sleeve into his hand, which he thrust towards the third Reikage's shoulder. Crack! To their surprise, the rod shattered upon impact. Damn it! Konan bent down to retrieve the broken piece, examining the sharp edge, and remarked, such a thing has never happened during the creation of a pain body before. Nagato lamented, indeed. It appears that even without the protection of lightning chakra, this body is remarkably resilient. To contend with such formidable material, one must resort to equally formidable means. Crack! He summoned a mechanized arm from his shoulder, and as the wrist opened, a dazzling golden drill emerged, spinning into life. It seems I must first bore a hole. This is the Vajra drill of the Azura path. Konan, you might want to step back. The scene may become rather bloody. Konan tucked the broken rod into her sleeve and gazed at the remnants of the former Azura path recovered from the Yunmen Valley battlefield. Allow me to dispose of this discarded Azura path, lest the information regarding pain be leaked. Thank you for your efforts, Nagato replied. Konan wrapped the Azura path remains in paper and stepped outside the temple. Buzz! The Vajra drill whirred rapidly, inching toward the third Reikage's shoulder. Crack! Sparks flew. A bead of sweat formed on Nagato's brow, yet his face bore a grin reminiscent of Konan's. Humph. I certainly hope to succeed. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to resort to more intimate methods. An hour later, the drilling procedure on the third Reikage was finally completed. Phew. What a laborious task. Nagato gazed at the blood oozing from the now-stopped drill. This blood could potentially be utilized for the impure world reincarnation technique. However, at this juncture, Orochimaru's version of that technique was likely still in its infancy, and it was not prudent to allow him to focus on this matter just yet. For now, I shall collect it. It may prove useful in the future. After gathering the blood, Nagato retracted the drill and deactivated the Azura path's mechanized arm. He then produced several black rods from his sleeve, matching their size to the holes, and began the implantation process, which proceeded relatively smoothly. Naraka path. The King of Hell ignited, opening its maw wide to engulf the third Reikage along with the entire coffin. Crack! Crack! Having completed her task with the former Azura path, Konan re-entered, drawn by the commotion. She beheld the King of Hell with its gaping mouth, revealing a giant man with golden hair and beard, adorned with a tattoo of the character for thunder on his right arm, who stepped forth, supporting the fangs of the king with his head bowed. His hands, palms, shoulders, face, and robust, dark physique were all embellished with black rods, which, combined with the gleaming Rinnegan, lent an air of mystique and darkness to his rugged demeanor. Notably, on his right chest, the lightning-shaped scar had not been deliberately erased during the creation of the pain body. Instead, it had been concealed with a lightning-shaped black rod. This manner of treatment made it appear less like a scar and more akin to a unique adornment. All done, Nagato declared, retracting the King of Hell. This is Pain's Azura path, the third Reikage AI. For convenience's sake, let us refer to him as Pei AI. Konan nodded, observing Nagato, who was drenched in sweat, and asked, You must be exhausted? Nagato chuckled, Not particularly. I merely broke a sweat. I don't recall ever sweating this much in battle. But this acquisition certainly makes it worthwhile. Yahiko's Deva path, Konan's Animal path, and now Pei AI as the Azura path. This marks the official assembly of Pain's 6 paths. The remaining 3 paths, the Naraka path, was created from the nameless Sunagakure corpse that was killed during our mission in Konoha. The Human path and the Hungry Ghost path were formed from the Iwagakure spies we dispatched in the Land of Lightning. To be blunt, these 3 paths are merely temporary. They can be easily replaced if better options arise. Do we have candidates for the remaining 3 paths? Yes, some have been dead for quite some time, while others are not suitable to approach at this moment, and some are still in the process of growth. There is no rush for them. Tomorrow marks our rendezvous with Orochimaru. Tonight, let us visit a nearby town to enjoy a hot spring. Nagato, you seem to need it. Ah, indeed. Konan's gaze drifted to the corner, her expression troubled. The three captured Amigakure future Nin that Nagato had specifically detained posed a dilemma. Manipulating pain also had distance limitations. It would be impractical to keep an eye on them constantly. Should they bring them to the town as well? It seemed ill-advised. She raised her hand to form a seal. I shall leave a paper clone to watch over them. No need, Nagato replied with a smile. It's unnecessary to expend effort specifically watching over them. Konan lowered her hand, puzzled. Then shall we find a place to bind them? The lack of a secure base made it challenging to manage such details. Nagato chuckled. There is no need for that either. From the moment I decided to capture them, I had already devised a plan for their arrangement. Are you planning to hand them over to Orochimaru? No, we cannot burden him further. At that moment, Pei Lin stepped forward, retrieving the summoning contract of the animal path. She took the hands of the three captives in turn, pressing their handprints onto the contract. Stowing the scroll, Pei Lin said innocently, now, regardless of where they run to, with a mere flick of my wrist, I can summon them back, much like flying a kite. Hee. Oh, I see. It's quite impressive that you thought of that. Konan conceded, thoroughly impressed. Nagato strode over to Konan's side, grinning, to the hot springs, then. Chapter 42. This place will do. The night was deep. In Konoha, Minato convened the clan leaders and the elite shinobi of the village to address the recent nighttime attack incident. I apologize for encroaching upon your valuable rest time. But in light of the recent incursion, we have yet to ascertain the enemy's identity and motives. It is time to consolidate our intelligence and take targeted actions. But before we proceed, I must first report a matter of significance. Minato stated solemnly, the Book of Seals, after thorough confirmation with the third Hokage, has revealed that 6.5 techniques were taken by the enemy. Why do I specify 6.5? He continued. That half refers to my Flying Thunder God technique. The page, caught in a struggle, was torn in half. While the remaining 6 techniques were either classified or of a danger level that rivaled the Super S-rank forbidden arts of the Flying Thunder God. To our astonishment, they were all S-rank. We had assumed that what was lost were merely A-rank forbidden techniques, such as the Shadow Clone. As the meeting commenced, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Minato rose and bowed in apology. I must sincerely express my regret to everyone for failing to safeguard the legacy of my predecessors. Shizen remarked, Fourth Hokage, please do not blame yourself. In the face of such a formidable invader, recovering the majority of the Book of Seals is no small feat. Minato resumed his seat, stating, now, let us proceed with the compilation and analysis of the invader's intelligence. Guy, you and Kakashi were the first to encounter the invader. But Kakashi is currently unconscious. Please recount the circumstances of that encounter. Yes, Lord Fourth, Guy replied loudly. At that time, Kakashi and I separated under the guise of a competition. The one I fought was the third Kazekage, who had been defeated by the third Hokage. His abilities are well known. As for Kakashi, he faced a masked invader, whose powers remain unknown to me. However, when I regained my senses, Kakashi was gravely injured and was being carried on a stretcher. Hizashi, with a pipe in his mouth, turned to say, Minato, after the explosion of Swamoku, was the enemy you summoned the giant toads to battle? Minato replied with precision, indeed, that invader bore a penetrating injury from Chidori on her shoulder. Without a doubt the same individual Kakashi confronted. She was the one who assisted Swamoku in taking the remnants of the Book of Seals, demonstrating rather troublesome summoning techniques. At the last moment, she even exhibited a reverse summoning akin to the Sannin, escaping right before my eyes. I suspect she utilized that summoning to deceive us and infiltrate Konoha's sensory barrier, leading us to mistakenly believe there was only one invader at first. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At that moment, Yameka and Noichi spoke up, according to the latest feedback from the medical team. Kakashi's injuries are not severe enough to leave him in prolonged unconsciousness, which suggests he may have suffered a violent mental shock. This situation is reminiscent of when he was rescued from the battlefield in the Land of Mist 6 months ago. No, it might even be more severe. What kind of mental stimulus could have affected Kakashi in such a way? Could it be that during his confrontation with the masked invader, he witnessed something? Inoichi paused, then inquired, Lord Fourth, if Kakashi remains unconscious for an extended period, should we have the analysis team intervene to probe his mind? Intruding into his brain may also deepen and awaken traumatic memories. Ultimately, Minato could not bear the thought of his disciple enduring further suffering. There is no need for the analysis team to intervene. What he saw is not the most crucial aspect. What is important is to clarify the enemy's abilities. The power used by Swamoku resembles a soul extraction technique. The masked woman employed summoning techniques, while Ding Mao's ability involves absorbing ninjutsu and chakra. The third Kazekage's powers included not only magnetic sand techniques, but also those akin to summoning mechanized armor, employing missiles and beams. Lord Fourth, have you overlooked anything? A somber voice interjected, followed by the sound of a heavy cane tapping. Shimura Danzo's arrival caused a shift in the expressions of those present. As he made his way toward them, Shizune, hidden behind her sunglasses, subtly rose to stand aside. Danzo, undeterred, boldly took his seat, casting a lingering gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku, who sat across from Hinata Hayashi. According to public reports, at least 2 unknown invaders have appeared within the Uchiha clan, yet to this day. The Uchiha have not reported anything regarding these 2 invaders, have they? Fugaku replied in a low tone, Lord Danzo, are you questioning us? Danzo coldly retorted, what of it? The police force acts with such unilateral authority. The atmosphere was suddenly charged with tension. Hisashi quickly interjected, Danzo, please refrain from being so aggressive. Fugaku has just returned from an important mission last night, and is completely unaware of this matter. A smirk played on Danzo's lips. Unaware? Perhaps. But speaking of missions, why did the Uchiha prodigy, Shunshin no Mizukichi, return with a broken arm? Surely he did not mistakenly trigger a trap on Kikyo Mountain and get blown up? Crack. Fugaku clenched his fist tightly, a cold glimmer flashing in his closed eyes. Just then, Minato spoke in a grave tone, Mr. Danzo. This is a meeting convened to compile intelligence regarding the Konoha invasion. Might I request that you refrain from discussing unrelated topics? Danzo's gaze sharpened momentarily before it was concealed. Lowering his head, he slowly said, well, even if Shunshin no Mizukichi is hailed as a genius, he remains but a youth. I hope this lesson of losing an arm will help him mature into a more seasoned ninja. Swish. The attendees cast sidelong glances at Minato. The fourth truly possesses remarkable resolve, managing to silence Danzo, the formidable elder of Konoha. In the ensuing silence, Minato rested his chin on his hand. Smiling as he addressed Fugaku, if it is not too much trouble, could you share what you learned after the incident? Fugaku lowered his hands from his chest and straightened his posture, saying, I was just about to discuss this matter in today's meeting. Of course, I have not witnessed it firsthand. I learned of it from my clansmen. In the land of Rice's town, Nagato and Konan, savoring Odin dumplings, arrived at a hot spring inn. The shopkeeper cheerfully exclaimed, you two have arrived at just the right moment. I just returned from my travels, and the hot spring has yet to receive any guests today. Nagato gazed at the mixed bathing sign, sighing internally, ultimately lacking the courage to suggest bathing together. Let us go, Konan, let South find another place. He turned to leave, but Konan grasped his sleeve. Nagato turned in surprise. Konan? After swallowing the dumpling in her mouth. Konan's eyes sparkled as she spoke in her usual emotionless tone. Let us stay at this one. Chapter 43, Bathing with Konan. Beneath a starry night sky, a hazy mist enveloped the open-air hot spring, transforming the silvery moonlight into a perfect painting. Nagato submerged below the water level, his fair skin quickly blushing, accompanied by inappropriate thoughts. For just behind the warm stone he leaned against, Konan was splashing water, completely unclothed. Goodness, Konan, is she truly so unreserved as to bathe with me? Does she not see me as a man? Or has she begun to view me as one? As Nagato was lost in thought, Konan's voice called out from behind the stone, startling him. His heart raced, and he quickly steadied himself, suppressing his inner turmoil and anticipation. Replying, what is it, Konan? Behind the stone, Konan, immersed in the water, let the white moonlight ripple across her chest. With her hands, she scooped water from the surface, reflecting her visage as she gently expressed her feelings to the person behind her. It has been nearly a month since we left the land of rain, and so many things have transpired during this time. Nagato's restless heart calmed in the face of Konan's gentle and unassuming words. His body surfaced, and he gazed at the moonlight above, filled with reflection. A month ago, what kind of life was he living, and what of now? He had transformed from Lin Feng into Nagato, forging vital bonds in the world of Naruto and discovering goals for which to strive. His life had been ignited, all because of Naruto. Indeed, it feels as if a lifetime has passed. This sigh contained an overwhelming depth of emotion. Certainly, to Xiaonan, this was merely a sentiment confined to Nagato. With the comfort and relaxation bestowed by the hot springs, she continued to express thoughts that were otherwise unvoiced in their everyday atmosphere. Over the course of this month, I have witnessed a side of you that I was previously unaware of. These words caused Nagato's heart to leap. Could it be that she had discerned something? Nagato, or rather Lin Feng, found it impossible to completely embody Nagato. Even for the love he bore for Xiaonan, he could not entirely conceal his true self. Thus, from the very beginning, he resolved to use Nagato as a guise for his own identity. If he were to be exposed, he would accept it, and if necessary, he would simply lay everything bare to Xiaonan. However, in this matter, he was evidently overthinking. The existence of the two-dimensional realm limited their perspective on reality, and the concept of traversing dimensions was entirely foreign to Xiao Nan. Without such a notion, how could she ever connect the dots? Nagato quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Oh, what do you perceive as my other side, Xiao Nan? Please, enlighten me." Xiao Nan replied, "To speak candidly, Nagato, in the past, you were revered as a savior by Yahiko, Konan, and myself, primarily due to your Rinnegan and the aura of the Six Paths mythology that accompanied it, rather than for your intrinsic qualities. Yet now, I am gradually uncovering the essence of the ninja that is Nagato, beyond just those eyes, your brilliance, wisdom, and sense of responsibility." Nagato felt a complex mix of emotions and shame as he responded, "Xiao Nan, I may not be as remarkable as you believe." Xiao Nan gently shook her head, insisting, "No, it is merely that you are somewhat oblivious to your own merits. I, however, see them clearly." At this juncture, Nagato, emboldened, asked, "Then, Xiao Nan, what differences do you perceive in me? For instance, in my character?" Xiao Nan smiled. "Indeed, there are times when you seem lost in thought, making peculiar expressions that I cannot decipher. I suspect this may stem from when you rescued me from Hanzo and were struck on the head by a stone." Nagato clenched his fist, pondering whether understanding Xiao Nan's feelings might lead to a transformation in himself. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Nan asserted, "Of course not. In my view, even if the stone impacted your head, it would not manifest traits that were not already within you. The fact that they emerged indicates these are inherent qualities of your character. Thus, Nagato remains Nagato. This will never change in my eyes." Nagato mused, "Thank you, Stone Sage. I shall surely erect a grand temple in your honor." Xiao Nan, to be frank, ever since I awoke from my 10-day slumber, I too have sensed a change within myself. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, I find it increasingly difficult to return to my former self. And I am at a loss as to how to convey this to you, which troubles my heart. There is no need for distress, Nagato. At any moment, simply be yourself. You have long borne the weight of others' expectations, and the mantle of a savior has undoubtedly become a heavy burden and a shackle. I do not wish for you to be constrained by it. You should pursue whatever it is you desire. Xiao Nan, the expectations of others and the title of savior do not serve as burdens or shackles for me. Rather, they are my motivation. I yearn to save this world, to bring stability and peace, and that is a heartfelt aspiration that will not waver, even if I were struck on the head 100 times. Nagato's resolute words moved Xiao Nan deeply. I am honored to stand by your side, to accompany you and witness your journey. The honor is mine. Nagato silently affirmed to himself. The rippling water in his palm reflected Xiao Nan's knowing smile. The once uncertain future, which had left me somewhat uneasy, now feels assured in my heart. Splash. She splashed water from her palm onto her face, rising gracefully from the spring, her curvaceous form partially veiled in the swirling steam. Gently winding a damp lock of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes turned towards the stones behind her. And Nagato, please do not force yourself, no matter the circumstances. Force myself? Nagato replied, I am not forcing myself. Xiao Nan's gaze sparkled. That's good. Now, the two of us are inseparable. If you ever need my assistance, please do not hesitate to tell me. Nagato responded, you are being too formal, Xiao Nan. Have I not always been this way? Xiao Nan, unperturbed, walked to the edge of the hot spring, donned the clothing neatly folded there, draped a coat over her shoulders, and reattached a paper flower in her hair. Turning back with a smile, I will await you at our usual spot. Chapter 44, Companionship. As the mixed bathing session between Nagato and Xiao Nan concluded, the meeting in Konoha village was still underway. Above all, this is the intelligence provided by my clansmen concerning the two intruders, Fugaku concluded his address, causing a stir among the attendees, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Wait, this ability is no jest, is it? Had this intruder not infiltrated the Uchiha clan, but instead wreaked havoc like the others, could the third and fourth Hokage have easily defeated him? Who could say? At this moment, Yamashiro Kai, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, as for the enemy capable of launching such attacks mentioned by Captain Fugaku, let us not overlook the other intruder who was killed by the police force. His physical features seemed to align with that of the envoy from Sunagakure, Lord Gar's messenger, Rone. Upon hearing this, the expressions in the room shifted drastically. Wait, Rone brought the peace treaty from the 4th Kazekage to Konoha. Has he too been manipulated? Watergate, drenched in sweat, glanced at the silent Watergate beside him. However, at this moment, Danzo instinctively lowered his head. Rone had been eliminated by his subordinate, Toma. Yet, Toma had just completed his mission and lost contact that very night. Both Toma and Rone attacked the village as intruders. Among those present, only he knew that the Rinnegan belonged to Rain's Nagato. But how Nagato had managed to grant 6 individuals Rinnegan and launch an assault on Konoha remained a mystery to him. Unraveling the truth behind Nagato's powers was precisely why he had attended this meeting. What on earth is happening? The more we analyze and discuss, the further we seem to stray from the enemy's precise intelligence. Fourth Hokage, do you have any leads? Apologies, but I cannot seem to deduce anything. Watergate shook his head, his expression reflecting confusion. Yet, a more profound cloud of dread loomed over the assembly. Fear stemmed from the unknown, and that was undeniable. Just as everyone was at a loss, Nara Shikaku, who had maintained near silence throughout the meeting, raised his head, stating, I have had a theory lingering in my mind for several days. In an instant, all eyes, including Danzo's, were fixed intently upon him. Are you serious, Senior Nara? Guy exclaimed, springing to his feet, only to realize his overreaction. He quickly apologized and sat back down. A pin drop could be heard in the assembly as everyone awaited Shikaku's revelation. After a moment of contemplation, he began, as we all know. On the night of the attack, the Inoshikicho trio encountered that enemy capable of absorbing ninjutsu and chakra. Shikaku cast a glance. That would be the Root's 7th Division member, Toma. Danzo kept his eyes lowered, offering no response. Shikaku continued, when I ensnared the opponent with my shadow. To complement the Inoshikicho strategy, Kai attempted to use the mind-body switch technique on that enemy, but astonishingly, it failed. At that time, Kai concluded that the enemy possessed no heart. In that moment, a term emerged in my mind, a term that sent a shiver down my spine. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard and slowly inquired, what term? Shikumo lowered his gaze, clenching his fists tightly. A corpse. What? The sudden utterance of these 2 words from Shikumo left even Hayashi astonished. Shikumo's mention of a corpse implied that it was indeed the puppet we initially envisioned. Did it not? Shikumo replied, one could say that, but it is not entirely accurate. Hinata Hayashi spoke in a grave tone. This is rather perplexing, Nara clan head. Could you elucidate further? Very well, Shikumo continued. The so-called human puppet refers to a corpse transformed into a manipulatable entity. Essentially a technique rooted in the long-standing puppet arts of the Sand Village. Although human puppets lack a heart, they do not possess consciousness. However, what sort of adversaries have we encountered? They act and speak as if they were living beings. This is the most significant distinction from human puppets. Therefore, I surmise that the enemy's technique differs from the puppet arts. It represents a higher echelon of mastery. Based on the intelligence we have gathered thus far, I shall venture the following conjecture regarding the enemy's capabilities. They possess the ability to imbue their consciousness into the deceased, enabling them to act as if they were alive. The invaders appear to be 6 individuals, but in reality, they are all manifestations of a singular will. His deduction sent shivers down everyone's spines. Then, who exactly are these invaders? I do not know, but there are only 2 possibilities. Shikumo's gaze flickered momentarily towards Danzo. Firstly, there may be an insider manipulating everything from the shadows, akin to the darkness beneath a lamp. However, this is merely a hypothesis based on absolute rationality, and I personally find it hard to believe. Secondly, which I lean towards as the more plausible fact, is that the invaders never infiltrated Konoha in person, but rather controlled those corpses remotely, playing us like puppets. The outcome is that although we mustered our strength to eliminate 4 of them, it had no impact on the invader himself. And we even lost part of the Book of Seals. Akimichi Choza exclaimed in fury, damn it. The invaders are indeed targeting the forbidden techniques established by the previous Hokage of our Leaf Village, to obscure their true motives. They even wreak havoc within the village. This is utterly outrageous. No, perhaps it is not as it seems, Shikumo interjected, making another startling deduction amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Upon consolidating the intelligence on the 6 enemies, the strongest among them is undoubtedly the one capable of repelling attacks. It would not be an exaggeration to regard him as the main combat force among the 6. However, Shikumo paused, hesitant to state his next thought publicly, yet aware that these matters would inevitably be analyzed over time. It was better to reveal the truth directly. After the battle commenced, the enemy deployed their main combat force against the Uchiha clan. What does this indicate? The Book of Seals is not their objective. At least not their primary goal. As for what that enemy actually did within the Uchiha clan, I cannot ascertain. With the current intelligence, my analysis reaches its limit. In the ensuing silence, all eyes once again turned towards Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo's lips curled into a faint smile, impressive. As expected of Konoha's sharpest intellect, Nara Shikumo. Thanks to you, many of the enigmas that perplexed me are now much clearer. Indeed, as Mr. Shikomo stated, there is but one invader. At this moment, Minato interjected, redirecting everyone's attention. However, it is quite intriguing that each individual showcased different abilities. Yet, the truth remains elusive, as the opponent is exceedingly cunning, leaving no tangible intelligence for us to analyze. Alas, that night's rain was indeed poorly timed. The mention of this rain caused Hayashi's expression to shift slightly. He slowly set down his pipe. Observing his demeanor, Minato asked, "Third Hokage, what troubles you?" The third Hokage, known for his mastery in ninjutsu, replied thoughtfully, "I was merely reminded of a technique, a forbidden art originating from the Rain Village, known as the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, which allows one to infuse rainwater with chakra for extensive sensory perception." Fugaku lowered his gaze, quietly clenching his sleeves. Minato, sweating, asked, "Are you suggesting the enemy may be a rain ninja, or at the very least, hails from the Rain Village?" Hayashi stated gravely, "Perhaps we should inquire with the leader of the rain, Hanzo-sama, to ascertain more." "Enough, Hayashi," Danzo interrupted. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, was once a battleground for the three great nations during wartime. "Hayashi, you cannot naively believe he would assist us, former invaders." Hayashi resumed his pipe, choosing not to speak further. Recognizing that continuing this meeting was unwise, Minato summarized, "It seems we have reached the limits of our analysis based on the available intelligence. Moving forward, we must enhance our vigilance, particularly in the realm of sensory perception. I must also focus on improving my proficiency in sage techniques, which I am not particularly adept at." In the midst of a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, the meeting in Konoha concluded. Meanwhile, Nagato returned to the Jizo Temple in the Land of Rice, where Konan had been waiting for some time. At that moment, in the corner, Darui, Samui, and Kira had vanished without a trace. Konan remarked, "When I returned, those three had already slipped away while we were absent." As expected, Nagato inquired, "By the way, why didn't you stay at the inn?" Konan replied, "In such a comfortable environment, one cannot help but feel drowsy." Leaning back against a stone pillar, she languidly added, "Nagato, you needn't keep me company through the night. Rest for tomorrow's meeting with Orochimaru is crucial." "No, I promise to stay with you," Nagato insisted, sitting beside Konan. He gazed with concern at the dark circles under her eyes. He, being of the Uzumaki clan, could endure the discomfort, but Konan was different. It was hard to tell now, but if this continued over the course of a year, it would lead to troubles. Not only physically, but also mentally. It was this concern that led him to decide to accompany Konan throughout the completion of that forbidden technique. Conan's training in the Nightmare Flower had entered its third sleepless night. The true trial was only just beginning. Chapter 45. The Reversal of Heaven's Polarity. Finally, it has arrived. At dawn, Nagato received a communication from Orochimaru. Rising to his feet, he personally performed the summoning technique of the animal path. Konan also perked up and stood. Summoning technique. Boom, boom. Amidst the white smoke, Orochimaru and Kabuto descended into the Jizo Temple. Orochimaru approached and raspily greeted, "Ah, Nagato-kun, have you completed the desired work?" "Oh, it took quite an effort, but it is completed, for the most part," Nagato replied. A sturdy figure emerged from behind the stone pillar. Orochimaru's eyes brightened, his tongue flicking out. "Oh my, this is truly splendid." Nagato remarked, "You must have achieved results on your end as well?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Indeed. Thanks to Kabuto's assistance, we were able to achieve results so swiftly." Nagato turned his gaze towards Kabuto, who instinctively edged closer to Orochimaru. Despite Nagato's display of goodwill, his ingrained wariness and caution from an early age prevented him from fully relaxing. Nagato smiled, not minding the reaction. "This place does not seem suitable to showcase your findings. Do you have a base in the Land of Rice?" he asked knowingly. Orochimaru nodded, "Yes. I originally planned to establish a ninja village here, thus creating a base. Then let us depart." An hour later, the group arrived at a marshland in the northern region of the Land of Rice. With a swish, Orochimaru's serpentine hand plunged into the marsh, tearing away the forbidden seal buried deep within. With a flurry, the entrance, long hidden in the depths of the swamp, was revealed before them. At that moment, Nagato cast his gaze towards the shadows of the trees behind him, where he discovered a concealed white zetsu. This marked the first encounter with a white zetsu after I had issued a warning to Obito in the cave, knowing full well that I could detect its presence. It remained, perhaps startled by both my and Orochimaru's simultaneous appearance. "No, this situation must be dealt with immediately." He was about to raise his hand when Orochimaru interjected. "Leave this to me, Nagato-kun." "Oh, has Orochimaru already mastered the method of sensing white zetsu?" With a hiss, a serpentine hand emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, ensnaring the white Zetsu and pulling it forward. The white Zetsu's eyes widened in shock. Nagato, you and Orochimaru are working together. Are you planning to? Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals. Crack. The white Zetsu trembled violently and lost consciousness on the spot. Nagato clenched his fist. This is bad. The information must have been leaked by now. Orochimaru lowered his hands and smiled. Do not worry. I have deciphered the truth behind the abilities of white Zetsu. Their communication with one another has a certain delay, which varies with distance. This particular white Zetsu must have discovered my base and remained here, waiting for my appearance. It seems you are not the only one concerned about me, Nagato-kun. We acted in time. It has yet to relay the information. Orochimaru dragged the unconscious white Zetsu into the base. Nagato exchanged a knowing glance with Konan, and they both nodded. We must add another layer of security here. If the ensuing conversation leaks, it would not be a trivial matter. Pain's Deva path remained outside the base, setting up 5 barriers, effectively isolating this stronghold from the outside world. In the innermost chamber of the base, dim candlelight flickered. After taking a seat, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Gurgle, gurgle. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground. This white Zetsu was provided to me by Nagato-kun for experimentation. Nagato scrutinized it carefully and remarked, it appears quite unchanged from before. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, I made minimal alterations to the physical form. The changes were primarily to the soul. First and foremost was ensuring its loyalty to our cause, which is the foundation of everything. The white Zetsu knelt before Nagato. Master Nagato, you are my esteemed lord. Nagato gazed at Orochimaru in astonishment. How did you manage this? Orochimaru replied, before defecting from Konoha, I had already begun to grasp the technique of Edo Tensei. To achieve prolonged life, one must delve into the study of the soul. Based on that foundation, I adjusted the seals meant for controlling Edo Tensei, allowing them to be applied to a living soul, successfully rewriting this white Zetsu's allegiance. So that is how it is. Nagato inquired curiously, what then is the connection between it and the original white Zetsu? The information of white Zetsu is shared, so an individual betrayal should have been exposed. Orochimaru did not rush to answer. Instead, he gazed at the door, where Kabuto approached, carrying a tray of tea. The tea I brewed is delightful. You must both sample it. Kabuto first served Orochimaru, then Konan, before cautiously approaching Nagato and carefully offering him a teacup. Nagato noticed Kabuto's hands trembling slightly. You seem rather anxious upon seeing me, Kabuto. The youthful version of you is quite charming. Let us have a little fun with him. Nagato said with a knowing smile. You haven tea poisoned the tea, have you? Crack. Kabuto jumped in fright, dropping the teacup. Coming to his senses, he broke into a cold sweat. Lord Nagato, even if you had poisoned it, I would understand your motives, Nagato continued, reaching for Konan's cup and taking a sip. Now go, brew another cup for Konan. Why yes. Kabuto hurriedly cleaned up the shattered teacup fragments, retreating in trepidation. Upon reaching the door, he leaned against the wall, contemplating the shards of the teacup. As a versatile individual, how could I expose a flaw due to my own guilt? Was it the overwhelming shock of having defeated Orochimaru that left me so rattled? Or was it the unexpected kindness from such a formidable figure that took me aback and sowed seeds of doubt? Suddenly, a murderous intent flared within Kabuto's heart as Orochimaru's piercing gaze manifested in his mind. Such petty tricks, I cannot allow to happen again. Kabuto slumped against the wall, cold sweat trickling down his body, yet soon he found solace in laughter. Ha ha. It seems my little schemes cannot escape the keen eyes of Lord Orochimaru. Well, since Lord Orochimaru favors this presence, I too wish to see what kind of person this Lord Nagato truly is. Before long, Kabuto returned with freshly brewed tea. Lord Nagato. Lady Konan, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please enjoy the tea. Gazing at the teacup before her, Konan hesitated. Nagato smiled. Drink up, Konan. This tea is excellent and invigorating. Is that so? Konan picked up the teacup and took a sip, instantly dispelling some of her 3 days' worth of fatigue. Orochimaru remarked, through my research, I discovered that white Zetsu communicate via their souls, which share a common origin. I surmise that origin is the outer path's golem mentioned by you, Nagato-kun. In the original work, when the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted and the golem was sealed once more, all white Zetsu perished, including the one he favored, Obito, who met his end before Yamato. If the souls derive from the golem, then their lives would be bound to the golem's state. Nagato set down his teacup. Indeed. Please continue. Orochimaru elaborated. The communication between white Zetsu resembles an invisible information network. Thus, By adjusting the wavelength of the soul's vibrations to encrypt the data, we could construct an independent network. I wonder if my explanation is somewhat convoluted? Not at all, replied Nagato, who immediately grasped Orochimaru's intention. If the entire information exchange system of White Zetsu is likened to a public network, then the concept he just mentioned resembles a local area network. Nagato glanced at the White Zetsu standing beside him. Are you suggesting that we exclude this White Zetsu from the public network of all White Zetsu, establishing a private local network to conceal the fact that it has betrayed us, thereby preventing other White Zetsu from noticing? I believe that still poses a risk. The public network and local network, Nagato-kun, you have succinctly summarized it. Yes, if we were to withdraw from the public network, the primary White Zetsu would still sense something amiss, especially during infiltration missions. If we cannot detect the soul's vibrations at close range, it would be immediately exposed. Moreover, if we were to separate from the public network, we would also be unable to covertly gather intelligence from the enemy White Zetsu. This has been the challenge I have been tackling over the past 3 days. Removing an entity from the public network is simply unfeasible. Thus, I altered my approach, keeping this individual within the public network of White Zetsu. To ensure that other White Zetsu do not detect it, we must continuously emit false soul vibrations, ensuring it remains in sync with all other White Zetsu. At least, it must appear to be in sync. Nagato could hardly contain his shock, gripping the teacup tightly. This is a deceptive data packet. Indeed, when Orochimaru gets serious, there's no need for that so-called Amato. This way, we can ensure that this White Zetsu infiltrates Obito's stronghold without detection. Orochimaru, you mentioned that there were minimal modifications to the White Zetsu's physical form. The term minimal implies there were indeed some alterations, correct? Yes, Orochimaru replied with a captivating smile. This is the true essence of my experiment. The White Zetsu beside Nagato stepped forward, placing its hand upon the one captured outside the base. Those of his kind touched by his hand will undergo assimilation, joining our ranks and being integrated into the local network for intelligence transmission. Of course, this ability can solely be wielded by the White Zetsu mother. The assimilated White Zetsu awakened and bowed to Nagato, exclaiming, "Lord Nagato." With a crack, Nagato shattered his teacup, his eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. Haha, now this is what I call a reversal of celestial order, Obito. Chapter 46, The Plan Commences? Orochimaru added with a smile, by the way, this assimilation ability cannot be applied to the enemy's original White Zetsu, since all White Zetsu are transformed humans from the infinite Tsukuyami. The term original is perhaps more aptly defined as the subject of consciousness. Orochimaru utilized the network to define the intelligence communication system of White Zetsu, wherein the original serves as the terminal. Well, such matters are of little consequence. The self-proclaimed original White Zetsu is merely the one with the massive barbed appendages, sharing a body with Black Zetsu, and cannot be trifled with, at least not at this stage, lest it becomes a purely reckless endeavor. It remains uncertain whether assimilation will prove effective on Vortex Zetsu, Ōtsutsuki. If it does, Nagato truly desires to separate it from Obito. He genuinely holds a fondness for Ōtsutsuki, to the extent of wishing to run alongside it beneath the rainy skies of Amigakure. However, despite his affection, prior to Orochimaru's discovery of this assimilation of White Zetsu, he had never contemplated targeting Ōtsutsuki, given its inextricable bond with Obito. Yet now, his thoughts of Ōtsutsuki have surged uncontrollably, akin to a pressing necessity accompanying daily meals. With the technical aspects resolved, we must deliberate on how to accomplish the most critical step of the plan. As Nagato spoke, he cast a cautious glance at Konan. During the clandestine meeting at the Tenchi Bridge, Konan had not been present. Afterward, he had vaguely informed her of his intentions, but certain core issues remained unknown to her, such as the fact that Nagato's Rinnegan had been secretly implanted by Madara during his childhood, and that the man known as Madara was, in truth, Uchiha Obito. This wealth of information is overwhelming, even if Konan accepts the reality. It entails questions of how Nagato came to know such truths. Before Konan, Nagato could not fabricate any tales about Ayahezi. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Konan stood up and declared, "Nagato, this room feels rather oppressive. I wish to step outside for a stroll." Nagato was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Go ahead then." Konan's gaze shifted to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, is there anything unsightly hidden in this base of yours?" Well, Orochimaru rested his chin on one hand, a smile gracing his face. Would experimental subjects count? Konan shot him a glance. "You mean human experiments, I presume?" "Oh my, it seems your teacher, Jiraiya, has shared quite a lot about me." Orochimaru chuckled. Konan, may I sincerely compliment you?" "What?" Orochimaru ran his hand through his hair, genuinely stating, "The little girl from back then has truly blossomed into a great beauty." "Thank you," Konan replied coldly before exiting the room. Orochimaru shrugged in resignation. It appears she still harbors some resentment over that incident from years ago. With Konan absent, Nagato adopted a more audacious posture, propping his chin on one hand and remarked, "You cannot entirely blame Konan. Orochimaru, you did come at us demanding our lives. Although your intentions stem from compassion, to a child struggling to survive in a chaotic world, you appear as nothing more than a villain." Orochimaru laughed. "Nagato-kun, your ability to render such an objective assessment truly moves me." Listening to the banter between the two, Kabuto, who stood nearby, found himself utterly bewildered. "So, Orochimaru-sama and Nagato-sama have a history together? Furthermore, they are disciples of Lord Jiraiya?" Nagato, adopting a serious tone, interjected, "Now, to return to the main topic. The second body plan still lacks two crucial elements: the cells from the Hashirama Senju artificial body on the outer path statue, and the final sample of Uchiha blood." Orochimaru straightened his posture, his voice turning solemn. "Then, Nagato-kun, are you finally prepared to reveal the sample of the fifth eye you desire?" Nagato succinctly unveiled the answer: Uchiha Ibido. The Mangekyo Sharingan, Kimui. That is the pinnacle that the Mangekyo can achieve. Any who pursue the supreme ocular power of the Sharingan must consider that pair of eyes indispensable. Of course, within this vast shinobi world, there exists another pair of eyes sealed away for a century. Uchiha Kagaya, a girl from the Uchiha clan, was sealed by the Senju and Sarutobi clans during the era of conflict due to her overwhelming power. Her ocular ability, Yasakani, is equally a captivating capacity. However, Kagaya has endured a tragic life, striking a dissonant chord with Nagato's own experiences in this three-dimensional realm. Setting aside the matter of power, he is reluctant to deprive Kagaya of her eyes. The ability of Yasakani need not be personally obtained. One day, he plans to lift Kagaya's seal and recruit her as an ally, perhaps proving no less advantageous than wielding that ocular prowess himself. Who knows? The Mangekyo Sharingan I may awaken in my second body might not be inferior to Yasakani? Orochimaru chuckled. "Indeed, it is Ibido, isn't it?" Nagato continued. "As for the cells of the Hashirama Senju artificial body, let our two white Zetsu, 0 and 1, infiltrate Ibido's lair and act as the situation allows." One white Zetsu piped up. "Lord Nagato, may I inquire who is designated as 0 and who is 1? Another chimed in. "Yes. How do we distinguish between 0 and 1? Nagato stared at the two, somewhat perplexed. Which one of you is which?" The one on the left raised his hand. "I am the one who was ruthlessly eliminated by Lord Nagato using the human path." The one on the right raised his hand as well. "I am the one dragged in by Orochimaru using a snake." This left Nagato at a loss. My apologies. I treated you both rather harshly before." The two white Zetsu struck various poses. "It's quite all right. Thanks to that, we have become the unconventional white Zetsu. Thus, we must differentiate between 1 and 0. Nagato gazed at the left white Zetsu and declared, "Since you can undergo assimilation, I shall designate you as 0. The right white Zetsu immediately looked dejected. I cannot assimilate. I am unworthy." Nagato reassured him. No, 0 and 1 are merely for convenience and distinction, and biologically, 0 represents female, while 1 denotes male. In the future, as your companions increase, you will assume the role of a father." "Oh, I am the father. And all the subsequent individuals are my sons, correct?" "Indeed." The first white Zetsu leaped for joy. "Lord Nagato, I wish to acknowledge you as my father." That might be unnecessary." Nagato thought to himself. "Konan and I have yet to have children. How could I claim you as a son?" Returning to the matter at hand, Nagato stated solemnly, "Now, the most pressing question arises. How shall we procure Uchiha Ibido's blood?" Chapter 47. The plan commences. After much contemplation, no viable solution emerged. Should they confront Ibido directly? That is not entirely out of the question. The one-year agreement is contingent upon circumstances and is not absolute. If one wishes to avoid a complete fallout, perhaps they could feign a friendly sparring session. Should an injury be inflicted upon Ibido during the exchange, there might be an opportunity to obtain his blood. The dilemma lies in how to conclude the encounter afterward. Just a short while ago, one had sworn that within the year, where he went and what he did had no bearing on him. Now, he suddenly seeks to engage in a spar. What rationale can there be? That night, failing to obliterate Konoha, he wishes to affirm his inadequacies through battle? That would be truly underestimating Ibido's intelligence. Ultimately, if the situation deteriorates, not only would it become impossible to conclude, but it would also expose his existing trump cards, unless absolutely necessary. It remains most prudent to resolve matters in a manner that avoids direct confrontation between the two kings. Uchiha Obito, in the annals of his past, has witnessed the harrowing scenes of battle, marked by bloodshed and loss, yet remains uncertain about the outcomes of certain endeavors. After a prolonged silence, Nagato, immersed in contemplation, finally lifted his gaze and inquired, Orochimaru, if blood has been congealed for an extended duration, is it still possible to refine it into viable genetic material? Orochimaru raised his palm, delicately cradling his chin, and pondered aloud. Nagato-kun, I can only assert that genetic material is far more resilient than you might imagine. Pray tell, Obito, do you possess a similar blood sample left behind? Indeed, during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Obito had been crushed by a massive boulder, and it is conceivable that remnants of his blood could be found upon that stone. However, that incident transpired at least a year ago. One wonders whether rainwater or other elements have affected its integrity. It is equally possible that Obito has since disposed of that rock. No, interjected White Zetsu, designated as Zero. Obito has not returned to the Kanabi Bridge to specifically address that stone. After all, it lies buried beneath a multitude of debris. Who, other than someone intimately familiar with it, would have the idle curiosity to pursue that stone? Precisely, affirmed one. Moreover, Obito has always identified himself as Madara and has never considered the possibility of his true identity being discovered. Orochimaru chuckled, encouragingly suggesting, this means there exists a role for both of you, does it not? No. Zero waved his hand. The Kanabi Bridge is alarmingly close to the main base. Otherwise, that rascal Obito would not have fallen into Madara's lair. One added, that place is teeming with my counterparts among the enemy. Even if you were to tamper with me and Zero, they would not detect our betrayal. However, any peculiar actions on our part would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. In such a scenario, it would not require Obito's intervention. My kin would swarm us and dismember us. Indeed, although they are of the same kind, they do not hesitate to act ruthlessly when necessary. We Zetsu are mere pawns, easily discarded. Nagato declared, it is indeed unwise to assign this task to you both. Focus on returning to the main base and devising a means to procure the Hashirama cells from the Outer Path's golem. Zero raised a thumb in approval. We also possess Hashirama cells, albeit of inferior quality. If you do not mind, Lord Nagato, I can offer mine. Of course I mind. Otherwise, I would not go to such great lengths to concoct these schemes. Yet Nagato, with high emotional intelligence, responded, you are all important subordinates to me. How could I allow you to suffer? Zero burst into tears. Lord Nagato, you are truly too kind. One likewise declared, even if I were to be reduced to ashes, I shall retrieve the entire Hashirama construct from the golem and present it before you. Nagato turned his attention to Orochimaru. Regarding the technical aspects, for it was his expertise that would determine whether the entire construct needed dismantling. After careful consideration, Orochimaru stated, a small quantity will suffice. The crucial factor for cells is not quantity, but purity. As long as there exists a small amount of high-purity cells, I can cultivate and proliferate them. Moreover, I do not believe you would survive the extraction of the entire Hashirama construct and return to me and Nagato-kun. Such an endeavor is also to protect yourselves. Is it not? A small quantity, you say? Then the difficulty of the task at the lair does not appear insurmountable. Nagato remarked, 01. While the mission is of utmost importance, you both must ensure your survival, understood? He thought to himself, especially you, Zero. Your assimilation abilities hold critical strategic significance in the future. Lord Nagato, we assure you we will accomplish the task. After saluting, 0 and 1 vanished into the ground. Once the two lively figures departed, silence enveloped the room, leaving Nagato, Orochimaru, and Kabuto lost in thought. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who shattered the silence. Nagato-kun, what are your plans regarding the Kanabi Bridge? Neither Konan nor I can afford to be present there, nor can we excavate that stone. Nagato, with a somber tone, resolutely stated, that would be akin to tearing the bloodied mask from Obito's face and trampling upon it. Orochimaru's vertical pupils lowered, and as he contemplated how to respond, Kabuto, who had remained silent throughout the core discussions, finally spoke up. Allow me to take on this task. Nagato fixed a penetrating gaze upon Kabuto. Kabuto, do not hastily volunteer. Do you comprehend what you are about to face? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied in a calm, youthful voice, I understand. Once I come into the sight of the Zetsu, that individual will surely employ his ocular technique, Kimui, and swiftly appear before me, at which point my life will be forfeit. Nagato candidly stated, to directly take your life may be the least of your worries. What if he utilizes the Sharingan to extract information from you? Everything concerning me would be jeopardized. This time, Kabuto met Nagato's gaze directly and replied, "Lord Nagato, forgive my frankness, but this is a risk you must bear. I can only promise to do everything within my power to end my life before he can extract information from me." Upon hearing Kabuto's response, Nagato smiled, genuinely amused. "You cannot die, Kabuto. Do you not recall what I entrusted to you?" Kabuto paused, recalling Nagato's charge to him. "This is also my other objective. To transform this pair of Rinnegan, which do not rightfully belong to me, into those that truly belong to me, to Nagato's body." So it was that he had been serious all along? Nagato, a figure so revered that even Orochimaru sought his favor, truly placed such trust in him, to the extent of assigning him such a vital mission. Prior to this, Kabuto had not taken those words to heart. This revelation left him both flattered and astonished. After deep deliberation, Nagato remarked, "If Kabuto is to undertake this task, as I propose, let us provide him with a safeguard." Chapter 48. The operation commences. In the depths of the underground lair, the outer path's golem stood solemnly. Below the golem, the white Zetsu were engaged in playful antics. At that moment, an ostentatious Zetsu suggested, "Let us play a game of tag. Whoever is caught becomes the new tagger." Another Zetsu chimed in, "Hey, that sounds quite amusing. The only question is, who will be the first tagger? Hee, let the one who proposed the game take on that role." And so it was decided. Just as the words left their mouth, the ostentatious Zetsu placed a hand on its shoulder. Zing. Everything transformed, yet appeared unchanged. "Now, you are the second tagger. We count on you. Haha, prepare yourself." The Zetsu chased one another, delighting in the raucous game. Obito, disguised as Tobi, sat upon Madara's former bench. His arm draped over the backrest, peering through the eyeholes of his mask at the frolicking white Zetsu, muttering resignedly, "As always, they are a noisy bunch." Before him stood the original white Zetsu, the one with the enormous spines protruding from its lower body. Of course, Kuro Zetsu was part of the same entity. The white Zetsu remarked, "Previously, you had one of my clones monitoring Orochimaru's stronghold in the land of rice. Why the sudden interest in that loathsome fellow Orochimaru?" Obito withdrew his gaze from the playful white Zetsu, his expression growing somber. "On the night of Nagato's assault on Konoha, I commanded several puppets using the six paths technique of my Rinnegan, and one of those puppets caught my attention." The white Zetsu inquired, "Oh, what manner of individual was it?" Obito recalled the male figure who had fallen beside the masked woman that night, the one known as Pain's Azura Path, and spoke in a low tone, "If I am not mistaken, that was the third Kazekage of Tsunegakure, who, according to the intelligence, was eliminated by Sasori and subsequently transformed into a human puppet. What was meant to belong to Scorpion has instead fallen into the possession of Nagato, which at least confirms that they have had some form of interaction and that something transpired." White Zetsu nodded, "Indeed, but what does that have to do with Orochimaru?" To which Obito replied, "Scorpion has been secretly investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts. The relationship between Nagato and Scorpion is trivial. However, if they become linked through Scorpion, that connection with Orochimaru could pose a significant problem." White Zetsu tilted his head, not to belabor the point, "But are you perhaps overthinking this?" Obito continued, "Even if I am, I cannot ignore the additional concern. Nagato is a descendant of the Senju, possessing the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru's long-standing experiments coincide with Nagato's unique traits, and should they forge a connection, the potential risks are undeniable." White Zetsu shrugged, "If Nagato grows stronger because of this, wouldn't that be advantageous for us? The hunt for tailed beasts could proceed more smoothly, and the rebirth technique could be activated sooner, significantly accelerating the progress of the Eye of the Moon plan." "Perhaps that is true," Obito mused. "The stronger he becomes, the better. Yet, the caveat is that his power must remain within my control. The Rinnegan is a double-edged sword. If he were to harbor ulterior motives and I am unable to suppress him, we would be left entirely vulnerable. Therefore, for this year, I can allow Nagato to roam freely, even tacitly permitting him to act beyond my sight, but I absolutely do not want him to have any interactions with Orochimaru. At least not outside my surveillance." White Zetsu scratched his head. "I see, that does make sense. However, we can no longer monitor him openly, as his Rinnegan can easily detect our presence." Obito stated, "If we cannot observe Nagato, then let us keep an eye on Orochimaru instead. We will dispatch surveillance to all known strongholds, not just in the land of rice. Additionally, we must expand our search radius and swiftly uncover any undiscovered hideouts of his. Once we spot Orochimaru, I will personally eliminate him." Boom. At that moment, a white Zetsu was flung out by a ghost and crashed into the outer path statue. "Fool. Now you've turned into a ghost. Come catch us." The transformed white Zetsu laughed. Ha ha, I'm getting a bit tired of ghost games. Let's play hide and seek instead. Gaga gaga. Saying this, it dove into the statue, swimming within. Haha, you're quite foolish. We can sense each other, so what's the point of hide and seek? Regardless, let's continue playing ghost. It's my turn to be the ghost now. Obito remarked. Zetsu, what madness has your clone gotten into today? The white Zetsu, swimming atop the statue, approached the artificial body of Hashirama and began to poke at it. The original white Zetsu interjected, Hey, clone, while play is play and chaos is chaos. Be careful not to damage that. It pertains to our very existence. The clone paused. Ah, I certainly understand. It was Madara who used the statue to cultivate this, which led to us being produced as byproducts, right? The original white Zetsu replied, As long as you understand, keep your distance from it. All right. The white Zetsu began to move away. Wait. At that moment, Obito's gaze fell heavily upon the artificial body of Hashirama, his eyes narrowing. He stood up from his seat. Come down. I have a few questions for you. Swish. His somewhat somber tone caused the chattering white Zetsus on the ground to fall silent. The white Zetsu hanging from the statue looked a bit dazed. Huh? Are you talking about me, Obito? Come down. Let me take a closer look at you. This particular white Zetsu was nearly in a frenzy, for it was indeed number one. And at that moment, it was clutching a small piece of flesh from the artificial body of Hashirama in its palm. Had I acted too hastily? After returning these past 7 days, Obito, who should have been wandering around Konoha daily, had not left this base even for a moment, forcing me to take this risky gamble. Indeed, doing this right under his nose was exceedingly perilous. What should I do? If discovered, how will I explain my previous actions? Should I claim it was an accident? What if he uses his Sharingan to probe me? Despair was creeping in. I'm sorry, Lord Nagato. I may have just ruined everything. Boom. At that moment, a white Zetsu emerged from the mountainside, urgently shouting, Hey, Obito, there's a situation. It's a serious one. In the vicinity of the Kaminaraman, we discovered a suspicious individual who seems to be one of Orochimaru's subordinates, named Kabuto. He is sneaking around looking for something, and wouldn't you know it? It's right where you were struck by that rock all those years ago. Crack. Within the white hole, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly radiated a terrifying glow. I'm going to eliminate him right now. Chapter 49. Heart-pounding and flesh-trembling. Time advanced by half an hour. Kabuto, draped in a black cloak with a hood obscuring his face, traversed a desolate expanse. This was Kaminaraman. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the ruins of Kaminaraman. During the Third Shinobi World War, to sever the supply route of Iwagakure, Minato's team ultimately destroyed this place. As he walked, Kabuto slowly unfolded a map, the red circles marked upon it indicating the cave where Obito had been ambushed years ago. The triangular area marked near the cave represented the former lair of Uchiha Madara, which is now Obito's stronghold. Tap. Kabuto halted, placing his fingers on his nose, his gaze slowly lifting to the large stone ruins formed from countless fragments. This was once a cave, during the later stages of the Kaminaraman battle. In the mission to rescue Lin, Obito and Kakashi had jointly infiltrated and succeeded in their rescue, only to fall into a trap set by Iwagakure's Jonin, Hoka. The opponent used Earth Release, Rock Dome Collapse, causing the cave's rocks to cave in. In a bid to save Kakashi, Obito pushed him out with all his strength, while he himself was crushed by a massive boulder, nearly meeting his demise. After that, more falling debris buried that boulder, along with Obito, deeper into the earth. Kabuto's mission was to retrieve the gigantic stone that had pinned Obito down and extract any residual blood that might remain upon it. Yes, merely the possibility of remnants. Moreover, approaching Obito's lair would undoubtedly attract the attention of White Zetsu. What awaited Kabuto was a deadly trap. He might already be under White Zetsu's surveillance. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. Once Kabuto crouched down, he formed hand seals and struck the ground. After voluntarily accepting this mission, he had prepared for 7 days and nights, learning Earth Release techniques that he had previously been unskilled at. Earth Release, rock removal. This technique could be used to quickly strip away the shattered rocks from the surface of the soil, making it suitable for excavation in special terrains. With this technique, he could swiftly locate the massive boulders buried beneath the rubble. Rumbling. Amidst the clamor, countless fragments shifted in all directions, the terrain collapsing as if a great wave was washing away the sand, transforming the rubble into a deep pit. Time was pressing, and Kabuto dared not even slightly shift his gaze to confirm whether the commotion had attracted any observers. He leaped down into the pit. Before him lay several large rocks of similar size. In his haste, he could not ascertain which one was the one that had pinned Obito down. Fortunately, Prior to his departure, Nagato and Orochimaru had anticipated various scenarios Kabuto might encounter on this mission. The situation before him was still within the realm of expectation. SSSSS. Under Kabuto's sleeves, dozens of small white snakes slithered out, weaving between the rocks, flicking their tongues as they sought traces of blood. Kabuto's greatest fear was that none of these stones would contain Obito's blood. Thankfully, he did not stumble in this endeavor. The small snakes halted beside a particular stone. Was that the one? Do dashed swiftly to the rock, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. Unfurling it, he bit his finger and began to inscribe the sealing technique, all thanks to Lord Orochimaru, who had long delved into forbidden arts, mastering even this obscure sealing method. Upon completion of the incantation, he formed the hand seals for the blood sealing technique. Crackling with energy, the intricate patterns emanated from the scroll, seeping into the crevices of the stone. The blood pooled at the base of the boulder was extracted and sealed away. Above him, the startled white Zetsus had gathered, observing his actions. Hey, isn't that guy a spy under Danzo? I heard he was captured by Orochimaru. What is he doing? Isn't that the place where Obito was buried? This is bad. We must inform Obito immediately. The patterns of the technique fully returned to the scroll. Do, holding the scroll, pushed up his glasses, a relieved smile forming on his lips. Things are going more smoothly than I anticipated. Now, I can report back to Orochimaru, right? His cold voice echoed, followed by a thunderous blast of a mysterious vortex. A murderous white hand lunged towards Do. Reacting swiftly, Do safeguarded the scroll while conjuring a chakra surgical blade with his other hand to strike at the assailant. Whoosh. However, his attack merely passed through the figure before him. What? Do was horrified. Crack. In the next moment, the hand that shielded the scroll was ruthlessly wrenched away by the opponent's brute strength. Ah! Racked with intense pain, he clutched his bleeding severed arm, stumbling back in disarray. Obito seized the scroll from the severed hand, discarding it like refuse. Do was drenched in sweat as the azure glow of the chakra surgical blade transformed into the verdant light of a medical ninjutsu to staunch the flow of blood. While he cautiously inquired of the intruder, Who are you? You, worthless fool, have no right to question me. Obito coldly raised the blood-sealing scroll. Do, answer me. What is the purpose of Orochimaru sending you here? Do was even more astonished. You know I am under Lord Orochimaru. Answer me. Not a chance. Boom. Obito's form surged forward like a tempest. Then let the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan compel you to speak the truth. I must keep up. Do lifted one hand, beginning to weave seals. Crack. He was lifted into the air by Obito's single hand, the Sharingan's ominous gaze locking onto Do's eyes. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Ugh. Do's hands fell limply, his focus fading. Obito coldly demanded, Where is Orochimaru now? In the land of Rice's base. This is bad. This is not what the premonition indicated. Over there, at the land of Rice's base, upon witnessing the scene in the crystal ball, Orochimaru abruptly stood up. Do had indeed fallen into Obito's Jinjutsu, but the precautionary measures he had taken seemed to be effective. Soon, both of their hearts sank again. For this did not mean they had succeeded. As expected, Obito focused intently and asked again, Why did Orochimaru send you to retrieve this blood? Uchiha Obito's body has not been found. Orochimaru suspects he is still alive and wishes to use your blood to attempt the Edo Tensei. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Obito's face, obscured by white vines. He knew that if this blood were to be returned and used by Orochimaru for Edo Tensei, it would certainly lead to a failure of the technique. Thus, the fact that he, Uchiha Obito, still lived would become known throughout the ninja world. Murderous intent brewed within his trembling pupils. Yet, doubts lingered in Obito's mind, prompting him to ask in a hushed tone. Uchiha Obito was merely an inconspicuous chunin during the Great Ninja War. Why would Orochimaru focus his attention on him? Do replied, It is your eyes, the Uchiha's ocular power, that Orochimaru seeks. However, at present, so he resorted to pursuing the remnants of the Uchiha clan? Indeed. Crack. The moment Do uttered that word, the grafted wood from Obito's right arm erupted through his body. Blood instantly stained the earth. Obito discarded Do's corpse, the flames igniting in his hand, incinerating the blood-sealing scroll to ashes. The land of Rice could not be delayed. Orochimaru must be eliminated at once. Two white Zetsus emerged from the ground. One of them inquired, Should we go? Although you have left a time-space marker in the land of Rice, it seems there is still some distance to Orochimaru's base. Obito coldly replied, It matters not. Even a second sooner, I can hardly wait to erase Orochimaru from this world. The white Zetsu glanced at the corpse on the ground. Can I have this guy's body for myself? Do as you wish. Whoosh. As the words fell, Obito vanished into the vortex of Kamui. Gazing at the corpse of Yaoshi Do, the white Zetsu drooled uncontrollably, just as it bent down to savor its meal. It discovered that Do's body had transformed into a blurry shadow and vanished. What? Crack. In the next second, a blue-tinged hand ruthlessly pierced through its chest. Huh. In its final moments, the white Zetsu glanced back, only to find Do standing alive behind it. This is truly a ghostly sight. The white Zetsu, until its last breath, could not comprehend how such a thing transpired, yet it had already relayed the information to its kin. Damn it. Did you really think we are easy prey? Come here. A multitude of white Zetsus surged from the ground. Meanwhile, Do decisively seized another nearby white Zetsu, sprinting toward the forest. At the armpit of his right arm, the concealed sealing symbol burned to ashes. Hiding the Sharingan within had closed its eyes. A glance at the severed left hand on the ground. Had the injury sustained before the seals not healed? Yes, Izanagi. It was a precaution suggested by Nagato for Orochimaru to place on Do. Time rewinds to 7 days prior. Izanagi, the Uchiha's forbidden technique. From the moment of activation until the duration ends, all negative factors such as injury and death can be nullified. Oh, I never expected Nagato to be aware of that Uchiha forbidden technique. Orochimaru, you have a Sharingan on hand, right? Yes, in the past, I had joined Root with the intention of mutual use and had dealings with Danzo. Even before the battle at Kikyo Mountain concluded, Danzo secretly reclaimed the bodies of fallen Uchiha clan members, taking their Sharingan. He then proposed that I assist him in transplanting these eyes, along with Lord Hashirama's cells, to achieve the forbidden technique of Izanagi. During the orphanage period, Danzo recruited Do, with his right eye and arm already bound with ribbons. At that time, Orochimaru was still serving Root and had not yet betrayed Konoha, indicating that Danzo had long since meddled with Izanagi. However, Izanagi is a consumable technique, and over the years, Danzo has depleted quite a number of them. This is not inconsistent with the later acquisition of the Uchiha clan's eyes. I agreed to Danzo's proposition, driven by my curiosity regarding the truth behind that forbidden technique, intending to use him as a test subject to derive some experimental data about it. Naturally, this arrangement was compensated, as I accepted half of the Sharingan he possessed as my reward for assisting him. Upon finishing my words, Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly. However, Kabuto is not an Uchiha, and to activate Izanagi, he would inevitably require the combined powers of both the Senju and the Uchiha clans. This implies that he must undergo the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. And even though the purity of the cells I currently possess is not high, the burden is something he cannot easily endure. Nagato stated emphatically, trust Kabuto. He is capable of accomplishing it. Huh. At that moment, Kabuto gazed incredulously, finding it hard to believe in Nagato. Returning to the present, Orochimaru chuckled sincerely, Nagato-kun. Just as you envisioned, he has succeeded. You understand this child's potential better than I do. Nagato remained noncommittal. In the midst of their hurried pace, Kabuto addressed the captured white Zetsu. You are either number 0 or number 1, correct? To which white Zetsu replied, yes, I am number 1. Kabuto pondered. What are you doing here? Did you not have another mission? Number 1 responded, I have already obtained the cells of the Hashirama artificial body, but I have also become a suspect in Obito's eyes. Fortunately, your kind discovered me in time and diverted Obito's attention. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Where are the Hashirama artificial body cells? Right here. Number 1 placed a chunk of flesh into Kabuto's pocket. Your scroll containing Obito's blood hasn't really been destroyed, has it? Kabuto replied, of course not. I switched it out. What Obito received was a fake. Number 1 remarked, I must admit, your act was remarkably convincing. Even detailing Orochimaru's current location. Kabuto felt a tinge of helplessness. Had he not said so, it would have been impossible to deceive him. Quick thinking is an essential trait for a spy. Number 1 said, impressive. You have secured what you needed. Why not let Lord Nagato summon you directly? Kabuto cast a sidelong glance at the relentless pursuing white Zetsu behind him. No, if Obito is also familiar with the abilities of the Rinnegan, summoning back immediately could lead him to suspect that Lord Nagato is involved in this matter. Therefore, during the summoning, I must avoid all eyes of the white Zetsu. Is that so? Number 1's gaze dropped. Kabuto, the forest to your 6 o'clock is currently a blind spot for our kind. Ah, the 6 o'clock direction? Understood. I will set you down and rush over at full speed. Number 1 said solemnly. No, you cannot simply let me go. Kabuto paused, why not? Such suspicious behavior will only draw more of Obito's scrutiny. Killing me now would be a wise choice. But I have already been suspected. Once Obito regains his focus, he will undoubtedly deal with me. Dying here is my best option. Make it quick, and please convey a message to Lord Nagato for me. Number 1 wore a bittersweet smile. Thank him. I can sense that although he utilizes us, he does not entirely view us white Zetsu as mere pawns. Our time together was brief, yet genuinely enjoyable. I hope he treats my fellow kind well in the future. Ah, I will. Kabuto clenched his teeth, and in the moment he released Number 1, a chakra scalpel swiftly sliced through his throat. Number 1's body flew backward, landing before his kindred. Damn it. Taking advantage of their momentary hesitation, Kabuto sprinted full speed toward the forest at 6 o'clock, disappearing from the gaze of the white Zetsu clones. Now, Nagato-kun. Ah, I understand. Summoning technique. Meanwhile, deep within the land of rice, Uchiha Obito was racing toward Orochimaru's stronghold. Chapter 51. Return, come again. Bang. The summoning smoke dissipated, and Kabuto appeared before Nagato and Orochimaru. He pushed his glasses with one hand, his voice heavy with melancholy. The items you requested are all in hand, but Number 1. I saw everything. Nagato lowered his hands, which had been forming seals, and spoke solemnly. Indeed, it feels like a gentle breeze brushing against my heart. He silently vowed, I will forever retain the designation 1. Henceforth, any white Zetsu individual assimilated by Zero shall be regarded as comrades. Rest in peace, my friend, Number 1 white Zetsu. Boom. The stronghold in the land of rice trembled violently at that moment. The scorching air caused Orochimaru's expression to shift dramatically. Could this overwhelming chakra be? Nagato murmured. He arrived swiftly. Outside the stronghold, Obito had arrived, his fingers igniting 5 clusters of chakra flames that struck fiercely against the ground. Rumble. The earth acted as a catalyst, amplifying the inferno, as the minute chakra released by his fingers ignited a dark red fire barrier, generating heat intense enough to deter even-tailed beasts. This was the Hellfire Protection Wall, Uchiha Fire Formation. As Obito stood, his Sharingan glowed with a cold, eerie light, piercing through the barrier. Whoosh. Gazing at the swamp before him, he activated his right eye's Kamui, sucking in a large expanse of mud into the Kamui space. The entrance to the stronghold was thus exposed before him. Orochimaru, now you have nowhere to flee. Inside the stronghold's room, Konan entered, having endured 10 days without sleep. With dark circles beneath her eyes and a weary visage, her words, however, carried a resolute clang. Nagato, shall we fight? Our current configuration could indeed hold our ground against him. Nagato clenched his fists tightly. It is I, Pain of the 6 Paths, Konan, Orochimaru, and Kabuto. We could indeed contend with that man. However, the penetrating and absorbing abilities of Kamui are not easily countered, and Obito also has Zetsu's assistance. Along with the backup Sharingan concealed beneath Zetsu's vine-like face, intended for activating Izanagi. If we cannot retain him, all our maneuvering thus far would be rendered meaningless. Konan, I understand your feelings, but now is not the time. Pain is already in position. We must retreat immediately. Is that so? Konan replied, unwilling to relent. That very man was the cause of Yahiko's demise and the death of Akatsuki's comrades, and he still sought to use Nagato to fulfill his ambitions. Then at least let me prepare a gift for him. She formed hand seals, and the pieces of paper that shed from her body were rapidly inscribed with explosive seals, merging with the ground. Orochimaru gazed at her in surprise. That technique. He recognized it well. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had nearly lost his life at the hands of that man on the battlefield of the Hidden Rain. Konan stated, it's Hanzo's explosive flame array. Based on the principles of the technique, I mastered it using my own method. I intended to add more firepower, but my preparations were not sufficient. Orochimaru chuckled. The brilliance of this trap lies in its near impossibility to evade, even for the Sharingan. Given such exquisite camouflage, it is difficult to detect any clues. Tap, tap, tap. In the dimly lit corridor, Obito swiftly penetrated through the walls. As the obstructing walls dwindled, his Sharingan faintly discerned the end, where several blurred chakra shadows loomed. Right there. Obito's gaze sharpened. There were 4 chakra signatures. One was Orochimaru, but who were the other 3? He quickened his pace, and as he neared the target room, separated by only a wall, he suddenly sprang up, crack, gripping a hand formed from white vines. Like 6 months prior, when he shattered an entire wall before Madara. His fist slammed down with tremendous force. Whoever you are, you shall perish here, for you have touched the forbidden box that should not be opened. Boom. The wall exploded, and Obito's right arm unleashed the wood clones. However, the room was utterly devoid of any presence. The white-clad figure of Obito, draped in the essence of white Zetsu, remarked, this sensation is akin to the abrupt disappearance of an urgent need, although, I cannot quite fathom what such urgency truly feels like. Ignoring Obito's jest, Toby Sharingan scanned the vicinity. He was unequivocally certain that the target had been in this very room just 10 seconds prior. But in the blink of an eye, it had vanished. Could it have employed the Earth release technique to burrow underground? His gaze descended to the floor. He faintly perceived a chakra response. Crouching down, he extended his hand towards the ground. Suddenly, the pine-colored floor began to peel away as explosive tags, intricately woven, crawled up his arm. At that moment of shock, the perfectly integrated explosive tags on the ground ignited with flames, surging towards him. This technique, boom. The explosion's fiery brilliance instantaneously engulfed him, along with the entirety of the room. Not only this chamber, but Xiaonan had also proactively placed explosive tags throughout Orochimaru's base, especially at critical structural supports of this underground edifice, to preempt any unforeseen incidents. This detonation triggered a cataclysm, causing the entire underground stronghold to collapse amid a cacophony of roars. Shielded by a wall of flames, those several kilometers away on the mountain, summoned by Perrin, could not witness the devastation firsthand. Yet, the earth-shattering explosion and rumbling were unmistakably audible. Gazing at the unwavering Uchiha fire barrier, Xiaonan clenched her fist, realizing that the barrier remaining intact indicated her technique had not succeeded in eliminating him. As the dust settled, Uchiha Obito stood expressionless amidst the ruins. Ouch, that hurt. Obito grumbled, rotating his right arm. Had I not absorbed the brunt of the initial explosion with my robust physique, you would have likely lost an arm. Toby, with a grave countenance, responded, this technique, how could Hanzo of the Salamander have mastered it? Obito ventured a reasonable hypothesis. Well, that fellow is rather indiscriminate when it comes to forbidden techniques. Moreover, the title of the 3 legendary ninjas was bestowed upon him by Hanzo himself. It wouldn't be surprising if he had pilfered a technique or two. Toby chuckled lowly. Is that so? Let us consider it as such for now. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the debris beside him. Toby, I bear good news. Kabuto is still alive. We pursued him, but he managed to escape. His abilities closely resemble those of Izanagi that Madara once wielded. Oh dear, what a trick we've fallen for. Obito exclaimed. Toby's Sharingan gazed solemnly at the sky, grateful that this explosion had jolted him awake. Let us return. As he vanished into the inky vortex, the fiery barrier enveloping the ruins gradually descended. Orochimaru chuckled. You have emerged from this peril unscathed. Congratulations, Nagato-kun. All elements are in place. We can truly commence your second body plan. Nagato, however, maintained a measured optimism. Toby would not suffer such a silent loss without retaliation. Orochimaru, I fear your numerous strongholds throughout the ninja world will soon transform into no-go zones. His gaze shifted to Xiaonan. 10 days and nights of sleepless toil had reached Xiaonan's physiological limits. Thereafter, her physical and mental states would deteriorate significantly. The nomadic lifestyle of braving the elements could no longer continue. At this moment, we desperately require a stable rearguard to provide Orochimaru with a secure research environment while offering Xiaonan a safe haven. Nagato raised his eyes to the northwestern sky. How swiftly plans can change. I never anticipated having to confront Hanzo so soon. Thunder rumbled ominously in the rain-shadowed sky. Hanzo was jolted awake from his slumber. Cold sweat streamed down his face beneath his mask. What is this long-lost sensation that makes my heart race? Lord Hanzo, the guard outside, hearing the commotion, burst through the door. Hanzo cast a cold glare. Who permitted you to enter without my command? The intruder was instantly slain, blood splattering against the doorframe. Lowering his fingers from the hand seals, he looked toward the shadow kneeling behind the door. Come in. Yes. The door opened to reveal a man clad in armor and wearing a mask. Lord Hanzo, just moments ago, a coded message was delivered from Danzo of the Leaf. Him again, Hanzo thought, recalling the disquiet he felt during their previous dealings. Should I refuse his correspondence? No. After a moment's contemplation, Hanzo rose from his bed. Clean this place up before I return. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Chapter 52, The Warmth of the Palm. In the land of rice, at the Kazashi Temple, Nagato sat upon the stone steps, observing the absence of Zetsu's left arm, and said, Zetsu, with your medical ninjutsu, if you were to retrieve the severed limb, you would possess the ability to reattach it, correct? Zetsu adjusted his glasses and nodded. Indeed, Lord Nagato. But the circumstances at that moment did not permit me to do so. Nagato extended his hand, grasping Zetsu's left shoulder. Zetsu's expression reflected some hesitation and anxiety. Do not move. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Nagato declared, Azura Path. Crack. A brand new hand materialized at the sight of Zetsu's severed arm. This. Zetsu was momentarily rendered speechless, while Orochimaru displayed a subtle expression. Nagato withdrew his hand from Zetsu's shoulder, saying, "This is a mechanical prosthesis I constructed for you using the Azura path." Crack, crack. Zetsu flexed the mechanical arm, astonished. Even the nerves are connected? The power of the Rinnegan is truly extraordinary. Nagato chuckled. Well, it is not flesh and blood. Initially, it may not be as convenient as your own hand. But I believe you will adapt swiftly. Zetsu's expression grew complex. He understood that the individual Nagato needed most was Orochimaru. Yet the latter displayed a level of care and gentleness towards Zetsu that he had never shown even to his own trusted assistant. This left him both touched and somewhat bewildered. What does Lord Nagato seek? My duplicitous espionage skills, or my competent albeit not exceptional medical ninjutsu? Zetsu found himself at a loss. At that moment, Nagato's gaze shifted to Orochimaru, and he spoke earnestly. From this point on, that individual will undoubtedly scour the world for your whereabouts. You cannot remain at the scattered strongholds across the ninja world, at least not for long. Orochimaru replied, Indeed. This is unfortunate news, Nagato-kun. The current strongholds are not conducive to completing the second body. Nagato suggested, let us create a time disparity. Before he unearths the entire ninja world, consolidate your scattered strongholds, gather precious experimental materials and useful subjects, and act swiftly. Every moment counts. Orochimaru pondered this and smiled. So, you have already formulated your next plan, Nagato-kun. Nagato affirmed with conviction, yes. Next, I shall reclaim the rain village from Hanzo. Behind the stone pillar, Xiaonan, with her gaze lowered, hugged her knees tightly. Before they split up, Orochimaru advised seriously, do not underestimate him, Nagato-kun. My assessment of Hanzo is that he is a ninja of flesh and blood, capable of reaching the pinnacle through talent and effort, on par with my teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Many see only their frail, aging forms when faced with formidable foes. Especially in Hanzo's later years, having lost his ambition, he nearly succumbed to despair. Thus, Nagato's Pain's 6 paths, armed with intelligence and power, easily overwhelmed him. Yet, we must not overlook the legends they left behind during their prime. In an era before the tumult of the Nine-Tails Rebellion, it was indeed the zenith of 2 formidable figures. Orochimaru cautioned, the most terrifying aspect of Hanzo lies in his unparalleled mastery of Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, harmoniously refined to perfection. Once he acquires intelligence regarding his adversaries, he can, with alarming precision, exploit their weaknesses for countermeasures and breakthroughs. Nagato, in your pursuit of obtaining blood samples from Fugaku's 2 children, you infiltrated Konoha using the 6 paths of pain. Given Konoha's current capabilities, a considerable portion of your intelligence has likely been deciphered. With Tobi aware of your true identity and perceiving you as a thorn in his side, he could very well relay information about you to Hanzo, whose interests align with his. This possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, can it? To be frank, I have contemplated this scenario, yet. Nagato turned his gaze towards Pei Ai, standing resolutely like a guardian deity. The 6 paths of pain can be replaced. Past intelligence is not applicable to the present. Moreover, the pain from the Konoha conflict has yet to fully reveal the capabilities of the Rinnegan's 6 paths. There are still 2 techniques I have yet to employ. Nagato addressed the 2. Our agreement at the bathhouse will be postponed. Shall we realize it in the new Amige cure? Orochimaru donned his hat, shrouding his visage, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile as he rasped, Nagato, I and Tobi shall await your favorable tidings. Before departing, he deliberately waved to Konan, who was hidden behind a stone pillar. Tobi also bowed respectfully, wishing, may your endeavors in martial prowess flourish, Lord Nagato. Konan rose and joined Nagato in watching the 2 figures recede into the distance. The ninja world is vast. If we merely provide Orochimaru with a stable experimental site, it might evade the search efforts of Madara's forces, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps. Konan turned her gaze to him and inquired, then why must you advance the scheduled battle for conquest by 6 months? Nagato clenched his fist, remaining silent for a long moment before replying. Do you wish to hear the truth, Konan? Yes, for you. His calm tone, encapsulated in those 3 succinct words, ignited a spark of brightness in Konan's weary eyes, which had been dulled by lack of sleep. With a soft exhalation, she lowered her head. After an indeterminate span of time, she lifted her gaze to Nagato and said, on our way to the land of rain, may I separate? I wish to be alone with Pylon. Konan's unexpected request left Nagato somewhat perplexed, yet without hesitation. He acquiesced. After all, Pylon is also a part of Nagato. Having the 2 girls together would facilitate certain matters, and in the event of an emergency, a swift summoning or reverse summoning could quickly regroup them. Thus, Konan and Pylon set off together, while Nagato and Pei AI took a separate route, heading towards Amigakure. The two groups were separated by a distance of 10 miles, ensuring the stability of the chakra reception by Pain. Along the path, as they walked side by side, Konan unexpectedly took Pylan's small hand. The surprise was evident on Pylan's youthful face, concealed beneath her cat mask. Konan turned back with a smile, her orange eyes twinkling with mirth as she looked at her, and then at him, 10 miles away. How about it? Can you feel the warmth of my palm? Chapter 53, A Narrow Encounter. Konan. Pylan's hand was like that of a corpse, devoid of warmth, icy to the touch. She could not sense the heat emanating from Konan's palm. Yet, what was this inexplicable warmth that enveloped her heart? Nagato pondered, his heart fluttering. Konan continued to run, hand in hand with Pylan. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the forest en route to the land of rain, sending birds scattering into the sky. Are there ninjas engaged in battle ahead? Konan halted, releasing Pylan's hand. From the sound, the enemy is formidable, Pylan remarked. Konan immediately began forming seals, intending to use the paper jutsu to investigate the situation. No need, Pylan interjected. Let us proceed and see for ourselves. With that, she grasped Konan's hand once more and took the lead. Watching Pylan hold her hand, Konan's gaze flickered. What had she just said? Wasn't that blatantly suggesting to Nagato that she was open to possibilities? She thought too much. In both dimensions, Nagato, being a perennial singleton and an emotional naive, naturally interpreted Konan's gesture of holding hands as a benign expression of friendship. Holding hands with Pylan isn't so bad. After all, we did share a bath together. Even if the mist obscured the crucial details. Approaching the forest where the battle raged, the two concealed themselves behind the swaying shadows of the trees and gazed forth. In the clearing, a tall man stood, with short hair and a mask obscuring his mouth and nose, his features sharp and cold, a gray headband adorning his forehead, revealing only a pair of emotionless, emerald green eyes. Kisame, youthful version, 75 years old. Through Pylan's eyes, Nagato recognized him. Oh, could it be? The man held aloft a battered sand ninja. Coldly, he declared, Sand Ninja, Yuji, a jonin and disciple of Maki, your head is worth 20 million ryo. I shall not hesitate to claim it. Humph, so it is you, Kisame. I never expected to cross paths with you here. The Sand Ninja, Yuji, looked defiantly at Kisame, his eyes resolute even in the face of death. You greedy monster. Even if it means our mutual demise, I will not allow you to succeed. With that, he suddenly raised two fingers. Pylan narrowed her eyes at the hand sign being formed. It was the same technique that Maki had used to kill Suki no Kaze's beloved. Yuji, since Kisame claims to be Maki's disciple, could he also wield this technique? Wind release, wind blade. Boom. Yuji's fingertips unleashed a torrent of wind chakra, transforming into blade-like gales that engulfed Kisame's form in an instant. This wind technique, with its rapid close-range activation, was indeed difficult to evade. As the wind blades subsided, multiple wounds of varying sizes blossomed across Kisame's body. Hiss! The earthy hue of his skin faded. You! In Yuji's astonished gaze, Kisame's cold words rang out once more, to injure me. A user of earth release. Earth spear hardened flesh, with this wind technique is indeed remarkable, but your fate is sealed now. Crack! With that, his arm pierced through Yuji's chest. How infuriating, to perish in such a place. Forgive me, Lord Kazekage. Yuji's eyes widened, the colors of life swiftly draining from them. Another 20 million ryo added to Kisame's coffers. He discarded Yuji's lifeless body onto the ground and glanced at the wounds on his own body. Humph, I should tend to this first. Hiss. Black threads emerged from the flesh surrounding the wounds, stitching them together. That technique. Konan rubbed her eyes, weary from sleeplessness, struggling to believe what she had witnessed. Pylan remarked, that is the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, originating from Takigakure. Is that so? This man is a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Whoosh, whoosh. As the stitching completed, Kisame leaned against his arm, his cold, emerald eyes turning towards the forest behind him. Have you seen enough? Two little mice spying from the shadows. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Fist. His wrists and arms separated, releasing tentacle-like black threads, and his fist shot forth like a cannonball. He has discovered us. Konan and Pylan simultaneously took a step back. Boom! The towering trees obstructing their view were instantly felled. Kisame's fist plunged deep into the ground, and as the tentacles retracted, it returned to his arm with lightning speed. Upon settling, Konan remarked, this attack is akin to the bizarre techniques employed by the Azura Path of Yore. Indeed, Pylan replied, her gaze, obscured by the feline mask, turned towards Katu. Your Excellency, we are merely passing through this area and mean no offense. Kakuzu disregarded her words in the presence of her companions, his eyes fixated on Konan's face. That visage. I have encountered it on the latest black market bounty list, nameless and of uncertain origin, yet valued at a staggering 25 million ryo, more than the Suna Jonin I recently dispatched. Latest? Konan pondered. Has she surfaced on the black market bounty list? Is it Hanzo's doing? No, Hanzo surely knows Konan's name. He would not label her as nameless and of uncertain origin. But then who? Suddenly, Nagato recalled something. During the battle at Kumagakure Valley 7 days prior, Konan had stepped in to thwart the Raikage assault. And it was then that he had laid eyes upon her. Could it be that the Raikage commissioned a portrait upon his return, placing a bounty on her in the black market? And now, Kakuzu, a bounty hunter active in the shinobi realm, had taken an interest. Remarkably, he recognized Konan at a glance, solely based on memory. Is this what a man devoted to wealth represents? It seems this day may not end favorably for us. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu chuckled darkly. Today indeed seems to be a day blessed by the god of fortune. His emerald eyes shifted toward Pylon. Beneath that mask of yours, could there be another face of considerable worth? Pylon, adopting a serious tone, proposed, Your Excellency, you are a busy man, and we are pressed for time. Let us all agree to let bygones be bygones, shall we? No deal. Kakuzu curtly rejected her. You too, like the wretch on the ground, are merely walking sums of money, and soon, you will become the trailing digits in my savings account. Is that so? What a pity, Pylon replied, her eyes closing as she raised her hand. I truly am in a hurry, so I shall take your life. Summoning Technique. Chapter 54. The Brutal Slaying of Kakuzu. A few images of Pylon and Pei AI will be provided for readers who have yet to see them, but they will be removed later. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the white smoke of the summoning, 6 figures materialized before Pylon and Konan. What? This extraordinary scene left Kakuzu momentarily stunned. Yet before he could scrutinize each face to see if they matched the bounty list, Pain's Devapath had already raised his hand coldly. Universal pull. Swish. An irresistible force drew Kakuzu closer. So sudden was the attack that, caught off guard, and with no knowledge of his opponent's capabilities, he hastily fused himself with the ground using the black threads of Doton, Yomi Numa, to stabilize his position. Truly, a veteran with rich combat experience, but alas, before the current Pain's 6 paths, this was the extent of his resistance. Crackle. In the next instant, lightning erupted as Pei AI, clad in lightning armor, surged forward with a speed Kakuzu could not react to. Boom. A plain yet devastating punch struck Kakuzu's chest. Ugh. Kakuzu's dark green eyes widened in disbelief. Pei AI's palms were interwoven with black rods, a deliberate act by Nagato. The dual suppression of lightning released chakra and the black rods was sufficient to strip him of any capacity for resistance. Well, considering you possess 5 hearts. Swish. Pain's human path darted forward, his palm pressing down on Kakuzu's shoulder, mercilessly extracting his soul. Human path. Swish. Kakuzu could only watch helplessly as his soul was wrenched from his body, along with the dignity he held as a formidable warrior. What is this? What do you all amount to? As his soul was extracted, Kakuzu's wide, green eyes froze in resentment and confusion. Crack. Pei AI withdrew his fist, the lightning surrounding his form dissipating. Thud. Kakuzu's lifeless body collapsed before Nagato, who regarded it with an impassive expression. You are not my preferred candidate for Pain. However, until the rightful owner returns, your abilities may serve as a worthy substitute. His gaze shifted towards the Hell Path. The nameless Suna ninja could retire. He severed the signal transmission from the Hell Path, and the nameless ninja fell. Then, according to his aesthetic judgment, Nagato implanted black rods into Kakuzu. Hell Path. Amidst the purple flames, Kakuzu, now as the Hell Path of Pain, emerged. Though temporary, let us bestow upon you a fitting title, Kakapai. The dark hair signifies something exceptional. 5 hearts, with the original heart not impaled. Notably, Kakuzu, having lost a heart to Pei AI, had it restored upon becoming Kakapai. Blood still lingered on the ground from Kakuzu. Konan, gather Kakuzu's blood for me. Once we seize Amigakure, we shall have Orochimaru use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect him. Konan inquired curiously, what purpose does this serve? Nagato smiled. It is merely to maximize his value. He had already devised a plan to take control of Amigakure from Hanzo. The next step would involve its operational development and expansion. Amigakure is a small nation with limited construction funding from the authorities, so a capable and trustworthy financial steward is indeed indispensable. Just think, who could be more suited for this role than Kakuzu? By then, This financial steward would no longer need to seize hearts to survive, but would possess a truly immortal existence. Konan collected Kakuzu's blood. Nagato, observing the lifeless body of Yukai on the ground, contemplated the capabilities of the wind blade and glanced at Pain's human path. While we're at it, let's switch. Upon completion, beside the nameless Suna ninja lay a nameless IWA ninja. You are but the most mundane of ninjas, yet you shall enjoy a fleeting glimpse of glorious pain. Take pride in this honor, both of you. The flames blazed, incinerating their remains, yet also elevating the significance of their existence as ninjas. On the path of advancement, encountering Kakuzu elevated the combat prowess of the Pain Six Paths to another level, a truly unexpected gain. Amigakure. Hanzo had not slept all night, plagued by the encrypted letter from Danzo. In the letter, Danzo disclosed the details of the recent attack on Konoha, along with analyses and insights that only he was privy to. As Hanzo finished reading, an involuntary chill crept through him. He had never anticipated that merely 2 months after the previous extermination attempt, Nagato would launch an assault on Konoha, employing abilities he had never witnessed before. It appeared he had granted the powers of the Rinnegan to the deceased, manipulating them from afar. He could not help but wonder, had Nagato targeted Amigakure instead of Konoha that night, with no intelligence on him, could he have withstood such an onslaught? Yet soon, calmness returned to his heart. In his view, no matter how troublesome an ability might be, once it was brought to light, it would be difficult to stir up any further chaos. His gaze fixed on the concluding remarks in Danzo's letter. Unless Nagato is eliminated, Ōtsutsuki will surely rise from the ashes, and both Amigakure and the shinobi world shall know no peace. Honorable Hanzo, please fortify your defenses and remain vigilant. Furthermore, I have dispatched 2 elite squads from my root organization to the Rain Country, should Amigakure face any changes. They can be summoned swiftly to aid you in eliminating this man. Danzo sincerely hoped for the eradication of this hidden threat, signing off as an old friend, Shimura Danzo. Hanzo's gaze darkened. He rolled up the scroll and stepped outside the curtain, gazing at the rain-soaked sky, lost in thought. Memories of the past flickered in his mind. Initially, he had placed his trust in Ōtsutsuki, believing in the ideals and convictions of those young warriors, led by Yahiko, who fought fearlessly against formidable foes for the sake of peace. Even at one point, he genuinely contemplated entrusting the future of the Rain Village to them. However, Danzo misled him with insidious words. In the aftermath, he reflected deeply and came to a realization. His overly cautious and suspicious nature had rendered him susceptible to manipulation by Danzo, resulting in the current predicament. Yet, he remained unwilling to acknowledge or confront this truth, and even less inclined to enact any change. The only course of action he deemed possible was to facilitate the reunion of Nagato and Konan with Yahiko beneath the ground, allowing Ōtsutsuki to become a mere shadow of the past. No barriers remained in their path. 3 days later, amidst the rumbling thunder, the small nation wept in the rain as it welcomed back its wandering child. On the opposite shore of the lake, shimmering with icy ripples, stood cold towers that seemed to beckon across the water. Nagato cast a glance at Konan by his side before gradually unfurling the oil paper umbrella he held. Chapter 55. The Infiltration of the Rain Village, the Ultimate Technique of Pylon. Nagato personally held the oil paper umbrella for Konan. Pain, in his celestial form, advanced into the rain, hands forming a series of seals. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. With a flourish, chakra mingled with the raindrops, and he successfully took control of the downpour. In the heart of the Rain Village and beneath the eaves outside, Hanzo raised his eyes to the sudden downpour, extending his palm forward. The raindrops pattered against his palm as he closed his eyes, contemplating. The weight of the rain exhibited subtle variations. Was this due to chakra? Was it that technique? Clenching his fist, he spoke in a low voice to the captain of his guard. Shoyu, summon all members of the guard. Yes, Shoyu replied respectfully, vanishing from sight. Within the entire Rain Village, it seemed that only you and I could wield that technique. How swift you are, Nagato. But Hanzo, forming hand seals, declared resolutely, my mastery of this technique surpasses yours. Reverse Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. The rain lashed against the oil paper umbrella above Nagato and Konan. Pain's Rinnegan gazed skyward. Just moments ago, his chakra had been repelled by the rain, signifying that this downpour no longer belonged to him. He murmured, have I been detected by reverse reconnaissance? Truly worthy of the pinnacle of the ninja world. It was nearly certain that Hanzo had already acquired partial intelligence on Pain's 6 paths, the source being Danzo from Konoha. Konan turned to her umbrella-wielding companion, wondering how they would infiltrate. Nagato replied, our journey to Konoha was an audacious raid for plunder. This venture into the Rain Village is a decapitation operation. If necessary, we can also execute base destruction. Given the semi-transparent intelligence and the enemy's preparedness, there is no need for subtlety in our intrusion. Let us be direct. Bang! The Yada no Kagami bore Pylon like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the curtain of rain, invading the airspace of the Rain Village. Hanzo immediately sensed the disturbance, his gaze sharpening, fully aware that I had anticipated this, and yet, you chose to infiltrate directly. Nagato, I can perceive your murderous intent clearly, even through the rain. Crack. His powerful hand left deep impressions on the stone surface below. Yet my murderous intent is equally palpable. This battle shall be one of your demise or mine. He gazed at the hundreds of loyal warriors kneeling before him. Ōtsutsuki has returned, and the previous defeat has granted the hidden leader of Ōtsutsuki greater power. Many of you shall perish. However, for those who return alive, I shall bestow upon you the highest honors. Go forth, my proud warriors. Your will shall remain united with mine, Hanzo. I shall serve you until death. Emboldened by glory, the warriors of the rain surged like a tidal wave towards the rain-soaked canvas beyond the tent. Observing the relentless advance of his warriors, Hanzo's expression darkened. He knew full well that none of them would likely return. Yet, the loss of warriors could be replenished. And even if the village were to be destroyed, it could be rebuilt anew. After enduring the trials of countless ninja world wars, the Rain Village has sustained itself through cycles of destruction and rebirth until this day. As long as Hanzo lived, the Rain Village could never truly perish. Thus, he tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, employing every means necessary to preserve his own existence. The intelligence provided by Danzo was not entirely trustworthy, necessitating verification. Now, the lives of these warriors would serve that purpose. Swish! On the Yada no Kagami soaring through the skies, Pylon observed the white figures stirring below and murmured, Hanzo's minions have begun to move. The warriors below also detected the aerial threat. The leading subcommander declared, that bird, according to the intelligence received by Lord Hanzo, is controlled by a masked woman whose ability is to bomb from the air. It bears similarities to the explosive tactics of the Iwagakure demolition unit, and at that altitude, we cannot reach it. We merely need to serve as ground bait. Lord Shoyu has already departed. The Yada no Kagami swooped down from the sky, releasing bombs. The squad leader shouted, scatter the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The warriors exerted every ounce of strength to evade the bomb's impact, but under the relentless bombing frequency of the Yada no Kagami, they often found themselves moving from one impact zone to another. In a single wave of bombardment, the vanguard among these warriors was utterly annihilated. Hee. Pylon smiled sweetly. Suddenly, the Rinnegan of the Yada no Kagami locked onto something. Pylon swiftly ducked as a wind-infused shuriken whirled past her head at breakneck speed. Pylon's gaze shifted to the skies to her side. There, a dove, summoned as a spirit beast, hovered in the air. The man riding the dove was none other than Shoyu, Hanzo's captain of the guard, and his right hand. With a cold demeanor, Shoyu formed seals and declared, the remnants of Ōtsutsuki shall perish. This is the secret water technique personally taught by Lord Hanzo. Water release, rain dragon roar. Whoosh. The rainwater in a localized area began to rapidly converge, coalescing into a silver-gray water dragon that surged towards Pylon with a deafening roar. The Yada no Kagami expelled a bomb, colliding with the water dragon. Boom, boom, boom. In the explosion, countless droplets of water dispersed throughout the sky. Pylon murmured, I understand now. This technique, while less powerful, is far more troublesome as it obscures visibility, specifically targeting the visual linkage between Rinnegan users, used by Hanzo's subordinates. It may seem trivial, but if wielded by Hanzo himself, it warrants utmost caution. So, where shall you launch your surprise attack from? Water instantaneous technique. Under the cover of the raindrops, Shoyu appeared in an instant, his ninja blade piercing into Pylon's unguarded back. Shoyu coldly remarked, with this, you shall no longer be able to summon other corpses, remnants of Ōtsutsuki. Oh, to analyze and reach this conclusion from such limited contact? Narashikaku, you truly are a formidable person. Bang! Pylon's form transformed into mere rotting wood upon the tip of Shoyu's blade. Shoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you jesting? A corpse can still utilize a substitution technique. Lin, in her life, was a medical ninja, lacking powerful offensive capabilities, and easily found herself at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat. To compensate, I spent considerable time devising a technique that combines body techniques with summoning techniques, unprecedented in its innovation. This will surpass the pain of Ibiki. Feel the pain, Shoyu. Pylon formed the Tiger Hand Seal. Beast Technique. 1,000 Years of Pain Summoning. Chapter 56. Hanzo intervenes. GUH. A terrifying tension surged upwards through Shoyu's body. Crack. His mask shattered, revealing another mask beneath, known as the Mask of Pain. Smoke erupted from all 7 orifices. But that terrifying tension still coiled within his abdomen and chest, desperate for an outlet to release it, driven by the instinct to survive. Shoyu opened his mouth. This was the correct choice. Boom. A column of white smoke erupted forth, and then the hellhound was violently expelled from his throat. The agony. One can only imagine. Ah! Amidst the heart-wrenching screams of Suguru, his summoning beast, the dove, vanished into the white mist. Beneath the oil paper umbrella, Konan diverted her gaze from the crystal ball, a bead of sweat glistening on her brow as she hesitantly inquired, Nagato, what was that just now? With an unflinching expression, Nagato replied, that was Rin's ultimate technique from her lifetime. Konan blinked her panda-like eyes, do not deceive me. That seemingly harmless girl could never learn a technique that even Master Jiraiya could not master. Ah, this is indeed a lesson in not judging a book by its cover. Nagato mused to himself, I suppose I am not entirely misleading. After all, she was Rin's beloved, mentored by Kakashi. Konan tactfully suggested, perhaps we should refrain from employing that technique. It appears somewhat inhumane. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Nagato smiled inwardly, rest assured. When the time comes to use it, I shall direct it towards that unfortunate soul. After all, when it comes to combat prowess, Rin is hardly a contender. It can be said, without hesitation, that Pylon's existence is solely to settle personal grievances with that individual. Someday in the future, when I resolve my enmity with him, Pylon shall inevitably retire. At that juncture, a new summoning beast, one that balances strength and beauty, will surely make its debut. A loli is indeed delightful. But shall we not consider an elegant lady as well? Alas, that is a matter for another time. Suguru knelt upon the Yada no Kagami, his eyes devoid of focus. As one of the few elite jonin from Amigate Cure, he was also a war orphan taken in by Hanzo during the Second Shinobi World War. Although he was never formally accepted as a disciple, all his skills were imparted by Hanzo. Ultimately, through loyalty and competence, he became Hanzo's trusted confidant. Hanzo, as a leader, possessed strength rivaling the 5 Kage, recognized as the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, under his command, Amigate Cure was not even in a position to compare with the 5 great ninja villages, struggling to survive even during the Shinobi World War. Suguru was acutely aware that this was due to a significant disparity in power. Hanzo was indeed a figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet his subordinates lacked even ninjas of elite jonin caliber. My dream is to become a ninja as powerful as you, so that your naturally cautious nature may be free from worry. But Suguru lamented his inadequacy. I have brought shame upon you, Lord Hanzo. At that moment, with astonishing willpower, Suguru lifted his hand, reaching for his clothes. Pylon's small face was filled with astonishment. The pain he has endured should have rendered him completely immobile. Suguru shouted, Nagato of Ōtsutsuki, in your eyes, I, Suguru, may merely be a trivial character whom you can toy with at will. But remember this, little character. We too possess an indomitable will and convictions worth protecting. With a dramatic flourish, he cast aside his robe, revealing his body covered in explosive tags. Let us embark on this journey to the underworld together. With this corpse you have manipulated. This fellow had no intention of returning alive from the very beginning. Pylon executed a backflip, leaping from the Yada no Kagami. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted overhead, engulfing the Yada no Kagami. As she descended, Pylon's eyes, concealed behind her cat-faced mask, gazed upon the smoke and dust swirling in the rain, softly murmuring, I do not harbor any disdain for warriors, Suguru. Well done. Thud. She landed in the crater formed by the earlier bombardment. Hanzo's elite assassins surrounded her. Kunai and Shuriken rained down from above. Let us be direct. She formed hand seals with her small hands, summoning the Deva path of pain to her side. Shinra Tensei. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The Shuriken were repelled, and the explosive tags affixed to the kunai were triggered, the explosion's flames being forcefully pushed back. Is this the enemy who can deflect attacks that Lord Hanzo has received intelligence about? Hey, look, that face. Is that not the leader of Akatsuki Yahiko? Yet, this was of little importance. Our mission is to eliminate Lord Hanzo's enemies. The assassins brandished their ninja blades, leaping down. 5 seconds is, in truth, a fleeting moment. From the time of their astonished exclamations to regaining their senses and launching an attack, far too much time had elapsed. Therefore, although their reckless bravery is commendable, The harsh reality is that before the Deva path of pain, they lacked even the qualification to approach. They did not. The Deva path of pain extended its arms, coldly declaring, "Farewell, Shinra Tensei." Boom. As dust erupted in all directions. The drizzling rain danced chaotically in rhythm, and when the debris settled, the earth bore indelible marks. Most of the assassins lay motionless. A few, barely clinging to life, attempted to rise, only to have their outstretched hands fall weakly back down. Hanzo's minions were annihilated. The Deva path's gaze pierced through the rain curtain, fixing upon the distant, cold structure, where a solitary figure leaned against an iron pipe. "Next, it is your turn, Hanzo." Hanzo's long hair billowed in the rain. His gaze behind the gas mask remained indifferent. "The naivete of a fledgling is a common flaw. Allow me to impart a lesson, young one." He formed hand seals at his chest. Water release. Rain dragon's song. Whoosh. Across the expanse of the sky, the rainwater instantaneously froze, rapidly coalescing into the form of a colossal dragon. Boom. The rain dragon, heavy as 1,000 pounds, came crashing down upon the Deva path and Pylon's position. Without a doubt, the Deva path raised its palm. "Shinra Tensei." Boom. The rain dragon exploded. Countless droplets of water diffusing into the air. At that moment, Pylon's small hands swiftly formed seals, summoning multiple summoning beasts, bringing the hungry ghost path, human path, and hell path to her side. Tap, tap, tap. Hanzo dashed through the rainwater with incredible speed, his footsteps quick and his thoughts even quicker. The targets obscured by the rainwater multiplied in an instant. This was the ability of the masked woman, and the most troublesome aspect was that she could even summon others. Viewed from this angle, she necessitated elimination even more urgently than Yahiko. The rain dragon's song could only be activated once every minute, and according to the intelligence, there were those capable of absorbing ninjutsu present. Even if the rain dragon's song could be executed again, it might not be able to seal their mutual sight as it did at this moment. The decision was clear. It had to be her. Boom. Hanzo's figure surged forth from the rain. Sword technique, Iajutsu slash. Swish. A simple yet lightning-fast strike sliced through the air. In the midst of the chaotic whirl, Pylon murmured, "Oh dear, this is truly perplexing." Pylon's headless body collapsed. Thud, thud, thud. All summoning beasts of the animal path vanished into the white smoke. "Next, it is you, Yahiko." Hanzo swiftly pivoted, his side slashing horizontally towards the Deva path. "Hey, to underestimate others, one must have their limits." The Deva path's eyes sharpened. "Shinra Tensei." Boom. Hanzo's form was sent flying, crashing heavily against a stone pillar. Pain surged through him. "So this is how it is. Yahiko's ability operates like this, even with my physique. Enduring 4 or 5 hits would likely lead to dire consequences. Indeed, quite troublesome. It seems the next to be eliminated must be you. Hanzo, your time is running out. Let me witness the power that befits your demigod title." The Deva path of pain coldly extended its palm. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. The irresistible gravitational force drew Hanzo forward. Yet Hanzo remained unperturbed, raising his scythe and grasping the chain, prepared to defeat his foe in the instant of close combat. A black rod dropped from his sleeve into the Deva path's hand, thrusting towards Hanzo. Now is the moment. The chain from Hanzo's left hand was hurled forth, ensnaring the black rod held by Deva path, leveraging gravitational force to elevate his scythe and deliver a decisive strike. The swordsmanship, combined with the chain's scythe, executed a 2-part assault. Would master. Deva path raised his gaze and extended his palm. "Shinra Tensei." "Huh. I anticipated this maneuver." In the instant he was propelled away by the repulsive force, the corners of Hanzo's mouth curled upward beneath his mask. Suddenly, Deva path's body was inexplicably thrust forward. What? It was then he realized that the chains that had ensnared the black rod were now wrapped around his wrist. The corpse bore no sensation. How regrettable. Hanzo unleashed his chakra to its fullest at the soles of his feet, cushioning the force of his retreat while simultaneously yanking on the chains. Deva path was hurtling directly towards him. Though it seemed slow, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the others unable to respond in time. Hanzo released the scythe from his right hand, slapping his palm against Deva path's chest. Chakra disruption technique. Crack. Outside, Nagato's pupils dilated suddenly. This sensation, could it be? Deva path collapsed before Hanzo, the Rinnegan fixated upon him, inquiring, "What have you done?" Hanzo replied, "Nagato, you control these corpses through remote chakra manipulation, do you not? The evidence lies in the fact that your Rinnegan has manifested upon Yahiko and the other corpses. Thus, my chakra disruption technique has found its purpose. However, even under this technique, Your control is not entirely severed. I must admit, Nagato, your chakra is truly impressive. Yet, the difference is negligible. You can no longer utilize abilities such as repelling or pulling, can you? Hanzo retrieved his scythe and aimed for Devapath's head, striking down. Bang! In a cloud of white smoke, Devapath vanished. Summoning, Hanzo's gaze lifted, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. The previously decapitated pylon stood unscathed before a purple monstrosity. At that moment, Devapath had been summoned beside her just as the scythe descended. Cold sweat trickled down Hanzo's cheek. The Rinnegan possesses the ability to resurrect these fallen corpses. During the battle in Konoha, the Hell Path did not reveal its resurrection technique, nor was it disclosed to Hanzo by Danzo. Witnessing such a terrifying capability firsthand caused even Hanzo to betray his usual composure. Whoosh! Kakuzu lowered his palm, retracting the King of Hell. Under the oil umbrella, Konan asked, Devapath, can you still fight? Nagato replied, yes, though his abilities are temporarily unusable. He requires time to recover. To draw an imperfect analogy, Hanzo's chakra disruption technique has downgraded Devapath's chakra transmission from a 5G signal to a mere 2G signal. Essentially, it has reduced him to only standby and calling functions. Nevertheless, one cannot underestimate Hanzo. In terms of battle experience, he far surpasses me, Nagato murmured. On the battlefield of Amigakure, the capabilities exhibited by the Hell Path compelled Hanzo to re-evaluate his adversary, methodically reassessing the existing intelligence. During the invasion of Konoha, Nagato controlled a total of 6 entities. Upon closer inspection, the distinctive features of these individuals matched only Yahiko and the masked woman, suggesting that the corpses had been deliberately replaced post-battle. However, while the corpses may have changed, the essence of their abilities remained unchanged. Each individual possessed a distinct system of abilities: gravitational repulsion, summoning, absorption, soul extraction, and mechanized armor. Among the 6 abilities, only resurrection had eluded Konoha's intelligence. It appears that the unknown ability possessed by the individual eliminated from the Uchiha clan in Konoha has been inherited by that black-faced specter, the wielder of mechanized armor. The third Kazekage is not present. Setting that aside, the other 2 who have yet to engage must possess the abilities of absorption and soul extraction, correct? Let us confirm this. Water style, Rain Dragon's roar. The rain coalesced once more into a colossal dragon, crashing down upon the ground occupied by the 5. At this moment, Devapath's abilities were temporarily unusable, leaving only the Hungry Ghost Path vulnerable. Bang! Pylon summoned a rhinoceros, elevating the Hungry Ghost Path into the air, where it faced the Rain Dragon and initiated a sealing technique. Confirmed. You are the one who can absorb. Hanzo's gaze turned icy as he glanced at the human path, who was approaching from the side. Thus, the individual capable of soul extraction through physical contact must be you. Crack! In the next instant, his hand shot forth like lightning, seizing the wrist of the human path with an iron grip. As he maneuvered around, he twisted the other arm, using one hand to grasp both wrists while planting his foot upon the creature's spine. With his other hand, he raised the scythe, cleanly severing its head. The absence of summoning to save him is quite unexpected. As his gaze shifted towards Pylon, Hanzo's expression shifted. Gone. Whoosh. In the next moment, he felt an unseen force constricting his body and lifting him into the air. The concealed chameleon revealed itself. Boom. Below, Kakuzu's tentacle fist surged towards him. Taking advantage of the rain's blanketing effect caused by my Rain Dragon's roar, he executed this technique to disguise himself for summoning. Unfortunately, it is of no use against me. Water instantaneous body technique. Splash. Just as the tentacle fist approached, Hanzo disintegrated into a puddle of water atop the chameleon's curled tongue. In the second Great Ninja War, he had evaded Orochimaru's Hidden Shadow Snake Hands and Jiraiya's Needle Jizo with the same method. After Hanzo reappeared, he glanced at the Hungry Ghost Path. Prior to unleashing his trump card, he needed to eliminate this fellow. It was time for that technique. Wind style, Dance of the Exploding Blade. Boom. As a white torrent of wind surged before Hanzo, a multitude of explosive tags were carried along with the wind towards the Hungry Ghost Path. Konan gasped, combining explosive tags with wind style? Nagato marveled. Even if the Hungry Ghost Path absorbs the wind style, it cannot escape the fate of being ensnared by explosive tags. Orochimaru was indeed correct. Under the premise of knowing the intelligence, Hanzo's precision in response is astonishing. However, even if he cannot absorb the explosive tags themselves, the explosions they cause can still be absorbed. Naturally, sustaining some injuries is inevitable. In the original narrative, Nagato survived the explosive barrage, but was left with permanent leg injuries. Oh well, I must play along. If Hanzo's trump card does not need to be revealed, how can I feel secure in using my own? On the battlefield, confronted by the dance of the exploding blade, the hungry ghost path activated a sealing technique. Whoosh! The wind chakra rapidly diminished before him, but the explosive tags clung to his outstretched hands like parasites, spreading across his entire form. Boom, boom, boom. When the explosion subsided, the hungry ghost path's figure was nowhere to be seen. The explosive tag's detonation should, in theory, be absorbable by him. It remains uncertain whether he has been entirely eliminated. Hanzo remained vigilant, waiting for the rain to resume, confirming that the hungry ghost path's chakra no longer existed on this battlefield. Once he surveyed the area, he finally felt a sense of relief. It is time for my trump card to emerge. Boom. From beneath the battlefield, the salamander's venomous mist, which had been lying in wait, surged forth dramatically. Hanzo leaped atop the head of the salamander, casting a cold glare at Pylon and the array of colossal creatures she had summoned. The toxic mist emitted from the salamander surged forward with reckless abandon. Salamander's venomous mist eruption. Boom. Within the toxic haze, Pylon's muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. Every summoning she had invoked fell victim to the technique, vanishing within the white smoke. Indeed, the salamander's poison proves effective even against pain. Chio, the elder, once proclaimed that the pepper fish, Jobo, requires 5 minutes to accumulate its toxic mist before each emission, indicating that it would have no subsequent chance. Hanzo's thoughts swirled. The venom of the pepper fish ultimately cannot obliterate them entirely, and the paralysis it induces likely cannot endure for long. He resolved to eradicate it completely and seek out its true form, Nagato, to bring an end to this. His gaze shifted towards Kakazu, who had just employed a technique to extend his limbs. It was likely not the ability of the Rinnegan. Even if he was poisoned, caution was paramount. He would strike from a distance. He formed hand seals. Water release. Rain spear. With a roar, rain coalesced into a crystalline spear, and Hanzo adjusted his aim, targeting the heart to ensure a lethal strike. Die. The rain spear pierced through the heart, and Kakazu collapsed instantly, lifeless. Thus, those he had dispatched should be unable to resurrect. His gaze wandered afar. After Yahiko's abilities failed, he had retreated far away, safe from the toxic mist. However, he posed no threat to me now. I would leave him for last. His eyes fell upon Piran, and he was taken aback. At that moment, Piran had already risen, raising her small hand, struggling yet resolute, forming hand seals. She adapted to the poison of the pepper fish more swiftly than I had anticipated. She must be eliminated at once. Hanzo leaped down from above the pepper fish, brandishing his scythe, aiming to cleave Piran with ferocity. Finally, Piran completed her final hand seal. It was time for my trump card to make its entrance. Summoning technique. Crackle. Lightning surged forth. Who is it? Hanzo's pupils contracted sharply. Crack. In the next moment, blood gushed forth as an arm flew into the sky, still clutching a broken scythe. Chapter 58. The Demigod Falls. Huh. Hanzo clutched his bleeding, severed arm, retreating in disarray. You are. Gazing at the formidable figure emerging from the lightning, Hanzo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. In the ninja world, he recognized one of the few existences that he deemed helpless against, aside from the poison of the pepper fish. The third Reikage, You waited until I used the pepper fish before summoning his corpse. Hanzo's voice trembled with suppressed fear. At this point, it's far too late for you to realize this. A cold voice resonated from behind him, and Hanzo turned in shock to see Kakazu, who should have been dead, standing up, having emerged from the realm of the King of Hell. This is impossible. I pierced your heart with the rain spear. You cannot still be alive. Kakazu replied in a haunting tone, but my heart is not singular. Hanzo, you have been overly cautious. While this is your strength and self-preservation, it is also your downfall. Had you not been so wary and simply charged in to sever my head with your scythe, I would not be standing now, and you might not have been injured. Under your unscathed condition, even if Piran summoned Pei Ai, you could have escaped, but now it is all too late. Thud. From the hollow of Kakazu's body, a creature with a black-lined blue mask emerged. Hanzo was paralyzed in shock. What kind of jest is this? In peak condition, he did not dare to claim victory against this horde of monsters, let alone now with his pepperfish's toxic mist still not having cooled and one of his arms severed, causing continuous blood loss. No, I cannot succumb like this. He slammed his palm against the earth, and with a cascade of sounds, explosive tags erupted towards Pei Ai. As Pei Ai advanced, he remarked indifferently, Is this yet another of your signature explosive tag tricks? He allowed the explosive tags to flow toward his body, imbued with lightning chakra. Boom! The explosion subsided, leaving Pei Ai unscathed. Meanwhile, Hanzo had vanished from sight. Aileen, who had just been obscured by the explosion, could only see the aftermath. However, the Deva path, the hungry ghost path, and the human path, all three pairs of eyes observed clearly as Hanzo, taking advantage of the explosion's cover, utilized Earth release to burrow underground. Humph. Pei Ai detached his wrists, tucking them under his arms, crouching down to press the severed ends against the ground. ZZZZ. Terrifying energy accumulated at the cannon's mouth. Shura's earth-moving cannon. Boom, boom. Two beams of explosive light pierced into the ground, creating a thunderous rumble as the surrounding terrain undulated like waves. Numerous craters exploding forth, sending dozens of light columns shooting into the sky. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Hanzo, in a state of frantic escape, barely survived beside one of the light columns, but in his flight, his left calf was unfortunately engulfed by the cannon's radiance, disintegrating into ash. Howl! The pepperfish, sensing its master in peril, screeched and rushed to his aid. Hanzo clung to the pepperfish's back, struggling to rise. If I can just hold on, I still have a chance. The poison of the pepperfish, if successfully deployed, could ensnare them all. Even in this desperate retreat, I must last until the toxic mist of the pepperfish has fully accumulated. As if sensing its master's resolve, the pepperfish surged forward. Before it lay the Deva path, he has already been incapacitated. Hanzo bellowed, "Pepperfish, crush him." Howl! The pepperfish accelerated, intent on trampling the Deva path. Yet, the Deva path coldly raised his palm. His ability had finally returned. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The blurred repulsive force encapsulated the rushing pepperfish, Jobo, squashing its rotund form into a flattened state before violently launching it away. The pepperfish, battered and bruised, crashed through the rain, finally landing with a mournful cry in the muck, disappearing into the white mist. Hanzo fell to the ground in disarray. His sole hope for breaking the deadlock was extinguished. That's right. Danzo mentioned in his letter that he dispatched 2 squads to guard outside the Hidden Rain village. If I can reach that location, I may yet have a chance to turn the tide. He retrieved a scroll from his waist, summoning a ninja blade from within. Grasping it firmly, he steadied himself on one leg, the dizziness from blood loss clouding his vision. I need chakra, yes. I must reclaim the chakra I mixed into the rain. He formed hand seals with the hand clutching the blade. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique Release. Whoosh. The chakra he had mingled with the rain returned to his body, revitalizing his spirit, and he prepared to form the seals for the body flicker technique, at least to escape their line of sight. But the buildings bore the brunt of the downpour, and a pair of unseen hands suddenly embraced him from behind. The camouflage technique was dispelled. His astonished pupils turned, and he beheld the figure of the hungry ghost path, scorched and grotesque, appearing behind him. You did not perish in the dance of explosions. Why? Why could I not sense you in the rain earlier? The hungry ghost path countered. What do you think, demigod? You just used the camouflage technique. Your body was once from the rock village. I see, that explains it. Using earth release to burrow underground. Ha, ha, ha. Do not struggle, it will be over soon. The scant chakra remaining within Hanzo surged into the body of the hungry ghost path. Meanwhile, the human path was advancing toward him. A carousel of memories flashed through Hanzo's mind. In his days, he saw the once spirited and ambitious leader of the Hidden Rain, who had taken it upon himself to pursue peace in the ninja world, revered by all the 5 great nations. Instead of continuing to nurture the reanimated corpses, allowing them to exchange their lives for the trivial intelligence of the enemy, only to meet a tragic end themselves, he pondered when he had fallen to such depths. At this moment, he was acutely aware that there was no possibility of leaving the Rain Hidden Village alive. His first half of life had been sufficiently dismal, and he resolved that at the very least, he would not tarnish the name of the demigod before his demise. He lifted the ninja blade in his hand and plunged it fiercely into his chest, the tip piercing through his back and into the heart of the hungry ghost realm. The hungry ghost's hand released its grip, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. This last desperate act of defiance momentarily stunned Nagato. As the hand of the human realm halted in midair, with a mournful howl, Hanzo withdrew the blade from his chest, swinging it to sever the arm of the human realm. He lunged at him, pinning his other wrist down with a fierce grip. From his open mouth, a hidden weapon emerged, aimed directly at the center of the human realm's forehead. At that moment, the human realm, crafted by the Sand Hidden's disciple Yosuke, had its pinned wrist advance with 2 fingers aligned, curling upwards. This is the end, Hanzo. Wind release. Blade of wind. A violent gust of wind instantly engulfed Hanzo's body. This was the final straw that broke the back of the demigod. As the wind blade descended, the garments on Hanzo's upper body were completely torn away, leaving him kneeling on one leg, his torso a gruesome sight, blood mingling with rainwater flowing onto the ground. At the very instant the wind blade was unleashed, the human realm was also pierced through the forehead by the hidden weapon fired from Hanzo's mouth. Nagato Yahiko, accompanied by Konan, Pei Ai, and Kakuzu, approached him. Yahiko spoke in a deep tone. Hanzo, you were once the one whom I admired most. Do you have any final words to impart? Hanzo stared vacantly at the rain-soaked sky, yearning for his true self to arrive, for he had words to share directly with him. Yahiko lowered his gaze to Hanzo's left hand, mercilessly exposing his intent. You wish to rupture the poison sac in your lower left abdomen and perish along with my true self, do you not? Clink. The kunai held in Hanzo's left hand fell to the ground. After a hollow laugh, Hanzo closed his eyes. Humans often only see their true selves at the brink of death. At this juncture, I shall say no more about my regrets for betraying the pact with Yahiko. Thank you for awakening the remnants of my not yet fully corrupted self during this battle. After my death, do you intend to transform me into one of your own? Yahiko replied, No, your abilities do not distinguish between friend and foe. I cannot allow all of the pain to wear the same mask as you, for that would be utterly grotesque. Ah, so your technique is called pain. Does it bring suffering? Indeed, it reflects the experiences you have traversed. Though I shall not make you one of pain, I shall use the heart you possess, with its unparalleled mastery over water release, to replenish the water release heart I just lost. Kakuzu stepped forward, unleashing the black threads of the earth grudge fear, preparing to strip Hanzo of his heart. Hanzo continued to gaze at Yahiko's face. The rain-hidden village cannot remain without a leader for a single day. Pain Nagato, though it is a mere phrase. After my death, you shall take command of the rain-hidden village. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly realize the vision I could not. Yahiko responded, Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in fulfilling your desires. However, I will strive to strengthen the rain-hidden village for the dreams of those departed comrades. Then that as well. Hanzo closed his eyes, his expression calm as he accepted the price one must pay for defeat. After replenishing his heart, Kakuzu resurrected the hungry ghost in the human realm who had perished during Hanzo's last stand. Through Yahiko's eyes, gazing upon Hanzo's lifeless form, Nagato silently mused. To be able to contend with the 6 paths of pain as a mere mortal to this extent is truly unexpected. Hanzo, in this battle, you have lived up to the name of a demigod. Though defeated, you remain honorable. Thus, the demigod, Hanzo the salamander, fell beneath the oil umbrella. Konan expressed a mixture of emotions. It has come to an end. Yes, it is over, yet it is also a new beginning. Let us go, Konan, to embrace the glorious days that await us. With that, Nagato opened the oil umbrella, took Konan's hand, and stepped forward through the rain. As the raindrops fell from the oil umbrella, it reflected the smile on their faces. Konan found herself momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 59, Seizing Control of the Rain-Hidden Village, Nagato and Konan's New Life. Half a month had passed since the defeat of Hanzo and the occupation of the Rain-Hidden Village. During this time, Hanzo's former colleagues, confidants, family, and friends had all been ruthlessly eliminated by Nagato. In this regard, his methods mirrored those of Nagato from years past. This was not a game of good versus evil. It was a struggle for survival. Establishing a new order was akin to farming. Only by uprooting the weeds could new seedlings thrive. Communicating this transition to the citizens of the Rain-Hidden Village was Konan's task. The message conveyed was that the one who had vanquished Hanzo was Lord Pain, a divine being sent by heaven to end the turmoil in the Rain-Hidden Village and save its people. The Rain-Hidden Village, and indeed the entire land of Rain, was a realm steeped in religious significance. Coupled with the tangible evidence of Hanzo's demise, the populace believed wholeheartedly in this narrative. However, unlike the Nagato of the original story, who truly regarded himself as a god, the Nagato of now adopted the title solely for the sake of ruling. In line with the prevailing circumstances, it was only natural that Konan became the divine messenger, the angelic envoy between mortals and deities. Yet, our angel was currently exhausted. Having devoted an entire month to practicing the forbidden technique, Nightmare Flower, she had gone without sleep or rest, within the high tower of the Rain-Hidden Village. Is this comfortable, Konan? Is the pressure still appropriate? It can be a tad firmer. Is this better? Nagato, your technique is truly skilled. Konan, could you turn over? Lazily sprawled on a soft, comfortable chair, Konan lay with her face buried in a cushion, her orange eyes, marked by fatigue, opening slightly. I'm merely handling some trivial aftermath. Compared to what you've done, it hardly counts. That is far from trivial. It is precisely because of your tireless efforts these past days that I can sit here without worry and even find time to study the Book of Seals. At that moment, Nagato was holding a tattered half-page of the Flying Thunder God technique. Conan's orange eyes flickered as she raised a hand, signaling that Pei Lin could stop. Propping herself up with one arm, she gazed at Nagato with a lazy yet meaningful look. Since you've said that, may I request a reward? Nagato was taken aback, setting down the page, his heart inexplicably racing. He had sensed the signs earlier, due to the prolonged sleeplessness. Conan's mental state fluctuated between drowsiness and excitement. When fully awake, she would not utter such heart-fluttering words. Regaining his composure, Nagato asked, "What sort of reward do you desire?" Conan? Conan's gaze sparkled as she replied, "This chair cushion is too soft. Leaning against it only intensifies my drowsiness, and I might inadvertently fall asleep." Nagato stood up. "Then I shall immediately find a firmer one for you." Conan shook her head. "No, if it's too hard, that won't do either. For some reason, my skin has become extraordinarily sensitive. Even slight contact with something hard causes pain to radiate." Nagato responded, "I'll consult the village craftsman to have a cushion custom made that's neither too hard nor too soft." Xiaonan gently shook her head once more, then sat up and softly patted the space beside her. Nagato hesitated, asking, "Do you want me to sit next to you?" Xiaonan nodded affirmatively, inquiring if it was permissible. No, of course it is. What are you waiting for? Come over." Nagato hurriedly replied, All right. He approached, swallowed hard, and settled down beside Xiaonan. The chair felt spacious for one, but rather snug for two, causing their bodies to press closely against each other. Nagato could even distinctly feel the outline of Xiaonan's hips. Feeling somewhat flustered, he stammered, Is this it?" Xiaonan offered no verbal reply, merely tilting her head gently to rest against Nagato's shoulder. This is the situation. Xiaonan, she's resting on my shoulder." Nagato's heart raced with excitement, his mind swirling with thoughts. Could it be that Xiaonan, with her eyes closed, murmured, "Nagato, your heartbeat is quite loud. I can hear it even through your shoulder. Is your heartbeat always this rapid?" Flustered, Nagato replied, "Is it really that fast? I'll try to control it." "No need," Xiaonan smiled. "By the way, isn't Perlin's massage technique her unique skill?" "Well, not exactly. It was taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei during our training. We visited a bathhouse once, and he shared it with me." "Oh, that explains it. It must be a skill imparted by the experienced Jiraiya-sensei." "Indeed. Then, next time, you should personally give me a massage." Is that really okay?" Xiaonan merely nodded in response. Outside, the sound of rain pattered lightly. Fearing she might drift off to sleep, Xiaonan removed her cheek from Nagato's shoulder, steeling herself to stand up. At the pinnacle of the tower stood a humanoid relief sculpture. Xiaonan approached it, contemplating the children who had likely escaped long ago. Nagato joined her, gazing at the rain cascading from the heavens like strings of pearls. Indeed, it's time to reel in the kite strings. At that moment, in the land of lightning, after successfully escaping from the land of rice, Darui, Samui, and Ki had finally caught sight of the clouds belonging to their homeland. Darui exclaimed, "Milu, Samui, Ki, beyond that mountain lies our village." Samui could hardly contain her tears of joy. "This is wonderful. We're finally home." Darui laughed heartily. "I wonder what kind of expression that sentimental Rakage will have when he sees us returning alive from the enemy." Ki, filled with emotion, remarked, "Honestly, I never expected the enemy to be so careless as to leave no one to guard us, nor to not implement any measures. In any case, we managed to escape." Bang! Chapter 60, Mutual Understanding. Rain? As the white mist dissipated, Darui and his companions stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings and the rain-soaked sky, momentarily dazed. "Hey!" Perlin waved her small hand, playfully greeting them. Regaining their composure, the trio erupted in shock. Who are you?" It was unmistakable. She was one of the attackers from Cloud Gate Valley. She had somehow. "Damn it, we were so close to home." Perlin scratched her head, cheerfully saying, "Don't be so formal. Just think of this place as your own home. It's over. There's no escape now. If I get captured, I will surely be imprisoned and humiliated by the enemy," Samui thought, envisioning her grim fate. He, in a state of disarray, feared, "I won't be sent to do hard labor, will I?" Only Darui managed to remain calm. He drew his ninja sword and charged at Perlin. "This is our home. Only in the land of water." Perlin, smiling, deftly avoided Darui's blade. Here, only here, is where I can play." Though Darui was young, his swordsmanship was impressive. However, having been captured and traveling long distances under immense tension, His stamina and chakra were nearly depleted. Each attack was skillfully dodged. Realizing he couldn't prevail, Darui shouted, Samui, Ki, help me out. If we don't take her down, we'll never get back. Got it. Samui, determined not to be humiliated, drew her blade for assistance. What should I do? Ki, trained as a sensory ninja, had yet to develop her combat abilities. Darui instructed, use your senses. Check if there are any other enemies nearby. Understood. Ki immediately began forming hand seals to sense the surrounding environment. With Darui and Samui teaming up, Perlin found herself at a disadvantage, and thus drew out a kunai to counterattack. In the tower, Xiaonin watched the three of them bouncing around in the open space below and asked Nagato, shouldn't we send help? Nagato gently clasped his hands before him, smiling, there's no need. It wouldn't be fair to overwhelm them. Clang. Samui executed a swift strike, knocking the kunai from Perlin's grasp. Darui lunged forward and pierced Perlin. Bang! In the next instant, Perlin transformed into a piece of wood on the tip of the blade. Reappearing elsewhere, Perlin waved, keep going. Darui shattered the wooden piece, coldly remarking, TCH. Are you toying with us? This is utterly ridiculous. He turned to Ki. Did you sense any enemies? Ki replied, not in this vicinity. I can't detect any chakra besides this woman. Naturally, this was because Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique had disrupted Ki's sensing abilities. Darui contemplated. As one of their associates, this individual before us possesses considerable strength, yet she is deliberately holding back to toy with us. If we can turn her mindset against her, we might have a chance. However, the opportunity was fleeting. They had to seize it before her companions arrived to support her. Samui, buy me some time. Are you suggesting to use that technique? Yes, I'll expend the remaining chakra for a final push. I'll be utterly exhausted afterward. So the follow-up will be up to you. Leave it to me. Samui lunged in with her sword, closing in on Perlin's form. Darui took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and thrust his fists forward. Zing! A luminous circle formed around his fists. Upon witnessing this, Xiaonin raised an eyebrow, recognizing the technique. Nagato remarked, here it comes, a fusion of lightning and water, storm release bloodline limit. It seems the boy is prepared to go all out. Once the circle was charged, Darui shouted, Samui, get back. Understood. Samui feigned an attack, then swiftly retreated. Zzz. The powerful laser, formed from vaporized water within the circle, shot toward Perlin. Storm release, lightning strike. Perlin's petite figure trembled under the relentless barrage of lasers, eventually collapsing into the rain, murmuring, I was careless, didn't he dodge? Exhausted, Darui struggled to support himself, shouting, Samui, it's your turn. Samui executed a somersault, arriving behind Perlin, gripping her ninja sword tightly, and with the force of her descent, plunged it directly into Perlin's heart. Crack! Perlin's body stiffened, falling still, puffing heavily. Samui sank down into the muddy water, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Darui grasped the ninja blade, using it for support as he rose to his feet. Casting another glance at Shi, what do you think? He inquired. She confirmed, there are still no signs of other enemies. With his heart finally at ease, Darui mused. It seems the enemy has truly underestimated us. They summoned us here without a shred of caution. However, it is unwise to linger. We must depart swiftly. She released his hand from the seal, asking, are you all right, Darui? Darui replied, I can manage to walk, albeit with difficulty. She offered, I still have some strength left. Shall I assist you? Darui sheathed his blade and solemnly stated, no, if you have the strength, go support Samui. This is her first time taking a life as a ninja. Perhaps desperation has made her so efficient. She must be feeling utterly cold right now, and I can empathize with that. She approached Samui, lending her support, as they moved away from Perlin's side. Thus, the three youths, entangled in their plight, aided one another in their escape, embarking once more on the path of flight. On the tower, Nagato watched them with a smile, turning to Konan, what do you think? Do they possess potential? Konan replied thoughtfully, indeed, but what strikes me more is how I can see the shadows of ourselves in them from years past. Nagato affirmed, precisely, which is why I wish to nurture them into the future Sannin of Amigakure. At the base of the tower, a horned mask summoned King Inma, reviving Perlin. Buzz. Nagato's expression shifted. Oh? Has Orochimaru and Kabuto prepared their end? Splendid. With all preliminary obstacles removed, my plan can finally take root securely. Below the tower, Perlin formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged in the rain outside the tower. Let us proceed, Konan. Nagato leaped down. Indeed. Konan followed closely, silently vowing in her heart, Nagato, no matter where you choose to go, I shall follow closely behind you. Chapter 61. The Bidirectional Journey Ritual. In the rain, they reunited. Orochimaru greeted with a smile that felt like a spring breeze. What a remarkable transformation, Nagato-kun. You truly managed to defeat that Hanzo. Nagato replied nonchalantly, it was manageable. How did things fare on your end? Kabuto adjusted his glasses with his mechanical hand, saying, the outcome was favorable, though the process was fraught with twists. We encountered several groups of white Zetsu along the way. Had it not been for Lord Orochimaru's ability to sense them, we might not have successfully navigated undetected to retrieve the experimental equipment you required. That fellow is indeed scouring the world for us. Kabuto continued, forgive my bluntness, but your conquest of Amigakure at this moment has truly alleviated our urgent predicament. The intent behind Kabuto's words was painfully obvious. Orochimaru wore a resigned smile. Thinking to himself, Kabuto is clearly concerned that Nagato-kun is unaware of the hardships I have endured along this journey. Nagato stepped forward. You have truly borne a heavy burden. Allow me to host you for a brief respite. Orochimaru replied earnestly, let us postpone that. Nagato-kun, please lead us to the experimental site. Nagato nodded. Very well, follow me. Entering from the first floor of the tower to the underground, they traversed the circular staircase leading deeper for over 10 minutes. Orochimaru remarked, I did not expect Amigakure's underground to possess such wonders. Konan responded coolly, this is a bunker facility established by the previous lord of Amigakure, Hanzo. It lies hundreds of meters below ground. Even an attack potent enough to obliterate Amigakure would not reach this place. Creak. Nagato twisted the ship's wheel-like valve and pushed open the reinforced iron door, revealing a walkway enclosed by iron railings, with intersecting pipes converging below, extending into unfathomable darkness. From the depths, the sound of water colliding with the metal pipes echoed, heavy and oppressive. Even Kabuto, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a twinge of trepidation in such an environment. Amidst the metallic footfalls, Konan's icy voice resonated. This location serves as Amigakure's subterranean drainage facility. Those pipes collect the incessant rainwater and discharge it to the outside. Over time, in a land devoid of natural seas, a veritable ocean of rainwater has formed. Indeed, within the geography of the ninja world, the land of rain boasted no natural sea, as illustrated. The ocean where the legendary Jiraiya met his demise was a sea of rainwater. Upon reaching the end of the walkway, Nagato opened another iron door. Before them stretched an endless corridor lined with several iron doorways. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, this layout bears a striking resemblance to our former experimental base. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru responded in a husky tone. Perhaps this place was always intended as a laboratory, since the discovery of chakra, research and exploration concerning it have never ceased. Those who live in the light will likely remain oblivious to the countless tragedies that have unfolded or continue to unfold in the shadows. Yet, this is the inevitable path to uncovering the gem of truth, a bloody imprint left in the relentless march of civilization. Orochimaru's lament caused Konan to lower her gaze as they continued onward. Was this truly the path they must traverse? They arrived. At the corridor's end, Nagato halted. Before him stood a wall devoid of a door, adorned with a sealing symbol. After removing it with a flick of his hand, he formed hand seals. Whoosh. The wall writhed like latex, transforming into an arched entrance. Whoosh. Once they stepped inside, the entrance sealed itself. Clap, clap, clap. Nagato clapped 3 times, illuminating the dark area with light. Lord Orochimaru. This Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, Kabuto, for those yearning for truth, this was a lavish facility. Firstly, its vastness rivaled that of a ninja village, capable of accommodating numerous experimental setups for simultaneous endeavors. Furthermore, it was adorned with talismans capable of shielding against external chakra probing, complete with barriers against earth-style intrusions. In other words, even Konoha's Byakugan would find it impossible to penetrate, and White Zetsu's ability to burrow could not infiltrate here. What was even more remarkable was the continuous circulation of fresh air and the presence of electrical facilities deep underground, an achievement difficult to attain with current technology in the ninja world. At that moment, Konan stepped forward, stating, Orochimaru, this facility was crafted by Nagato himself. He has poured nearly 2 decades of learned expertise into its creation. To ensure air circulation, he even utilized the power of the Rinnegan's Azura path to devise an air purification system and the latest tidal generators, ensuring that even if Amigakure were to be obliterated, the experimental equipment housed here would continue operating without interruption. Of course, you might assume that the experiments you intend to conduct are solely for Nagato's benefit, thus justifying his efforts. However, Nagato's vision encompasses allowing you to utilize this space for your own experiments, pursuing your own interests, not merely for him. He is not the kind of person who only takes without giving back. I sincerely hope you grasp this. The implications of Konan's words were painfully apparent. Nagato felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude, thinking, Konan, you fear that Orochimaru does not understand the depth of my sacrifices for this moment. With a contemplative smile, Orochimaru remarked, what a delightful surprise, Konan, that you would speak so much for someone. In Xiao Nan's eyes, a glimmer of cunning flashed as she spoke. Could you refrain from pretending to be profound and acting as if you truly understand me? Well, that's not entirely unpleasant, Orochimaru replied with an intellectual smile. Turning to Kabuto and saying, then, let us commence the preparations, Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto respectfully responded, summoning a white serpent through his summoning technique. With a sharp sound, a blade sprang forth from the grooves of his mechanized arm, swiftly slicing open the serpent's belly. Hidden within its insides were hundreds of scrolls, both large and small, that tumbled to the ground. These scrolls contained the experimental equipment he and Orochimaru had painstakingly recovered from various strongholds across the nations over the past fortnight. But due to the urgency of time, they had not yet been labeled. This was all that remained of Orochimaru's possessions. Aside from the few precious subjects he had hidden away, with a click, Kabuto retracted the blade of his mechanized arm, surveying the area before closing his eyes. Allowing his memory and spatial imagination to ignite, he began to design and lay out the plans in his mind with rapid precision. After a minute, he opened his eyes, his expression intensely focused. He bent down to pick up a scroll, proceeded to a certain spot in the vast space, crouched down, carefully unfurling it and gently brushing off the dust. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon it. He then returned, picked up a second scroll, and repeated the process meticulously, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Nagato, Xiao Nan, and Orochimaru stood quietly, refraining from interrupting him. Kabuto worked tirelessly for a full 2 hours without pause before finally completing his task. He moved to the center of the area, his demeanor solemn, and began to form seals. For the most esteemed Lord Orochimaru, I present the foundation ceremony for the most exquisite experimental base, and also as a tribute to the grand truth we are about to accomplish together. Ninjutsu, Collective Scroll Summoning. Chapter 62, Second Body, Preheating. Boom, boom, boom. A white smoke screen billowed, and in the blink of an eye, the empty experimental base was filled by the machines of truth. Under Kabuto's remarkable spatial planning, everything felt neither cumbersome nor obtrusive. Ah, it is done. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next, he needed to power up the equipment, tune it, and organize the necessary experimental materials. Nagato remarked, there's really no need to rush. After all your hard work, you should rest for the night. We can start formally tomorrow. Orochimaru chuckled. The truth is at hand. My heart is already eager to begin. Then I shall remain here to accompany you. That cannot be the case. Orochimaru gazed at the faint dark circles under Nagato's eyes and remarked, Nagato-kun, you haven't had a proper rest in quite some time, have you? While Nagato hesitated, unsure of what to say, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Xiao Nan, whose prominent dark circles and weary complexion caused him to ponder. I see. You are practicing that forbidden technique? The last volume of the Book of Seals, the only forbidden technique that even its creator could not master. Orochimaru's expression turned serious as he addressed Nagato. Nagato-kun, you must go back and get some proper rest. Moreover, you need to maintain good sleep and relaxation from now on. It is essential. Why? Your second body is not a life form birthed from the combination of male and female genetic material, but rather a being created from my cellular technology. This necessitates your own genetic material as the base, using Hashirama cells and those of 5 Uchiha individuals as the palette. Its essence is still fundamentally cloning technology. Nagato's eyes darkened. So it is cloning? This technology will inevitably lead to defects in the experimental body, correct? Orochimaru affirmed sternly, indeed. Based on data collected from my past cloning experiments, clones do exhibit defects, but the root cause of these flaws stems from the impatience of those conducting the experiments. In a rush to obtain results, excessive growth hormones are injected during embryonic stages, causing them to complete their growth in an alarmingly short time. This is unavoidable, as few possess the patience to invest such time in uncertain subjects. Thus, Nagato-kun, to prevent defects in your second body, we must refrain from injecting any growth hormones, allowing it to develop naturally from embryo to infant within the maternal environment, thereby achieving our desired outcome. Maternal environment? Xiaonan displayed a look of confusion, pondering. You can't possibly mean to use Nagato's embryo to be carried to term, right? but she was clearly overthinking it. Orochimaru raised a finger. Do you see that? Nagato and Xiaonan followed his gesture to see Kabuto adjusting a cylindrical incubation chamber in the center of the area. I will create an environment akin to amniotic fluid within that chamber, and this time I will also obtain Hashirama's cells from the golem to cultivate an artificial placenta. However, the cultivation of this placenta will require 3 months, and during this period, the embryo will depend primarily on your own nutrients for healthy development. Therefore, every week, I will need to extract a sample of your blood. That blood will not only serve as nourishment, but will also reinforce the genetic foundation of the second body. Should your health decline, resulting in poor blood quality, it will subsequently affect the embryo's quality and healthy development. Understood. Nagato inquired, is 3 months sufficient? Orochimaru nodded yes. After 3 months, the artificial placenta created from Hashirama's cells will be complete, and it will take over the role of providing nutrients to the embryo until the full term is reached, bringing it into this world. At this point, he smiled mysteriously. By the way, 3 months from now, once the placenta is fully cultivated, I have a carefully prepared little gift for you. Xiaonan stepped forward, saying, starting tomorrow, I will ensure that I prepare the meals and water needed for 3 meals a day. Additionally, I will do everything necessary for this experiment. Then we shall take our leave for now. Orochimaru smiled. You have worked hard, go on. After departing the experimental base, Nagato and Xiaonan returned to the top of the tower. Nagato did not immediately rest. Instead, he gazed at the rain outside, appearing thoughtful. Xiaonan understood his concern was for her. Nagato, it was my own choice to practice the nightshade flower. Before commencing, I had already prepared myself mentally. I comprehend your desire to stay by my side, but this past month has been sufficient. You must focus on your own mission. You cannot afford to hesitate in a place like this. Nagato looked at her with a complex expression. Xiaonan gazed at the rain-soaked sky, a smile blossoming on her lips, and I am far from as fragile as you believe. Therefore, I implore you, please allow me to undertake the upcoming training alone. Nagato clenched his fists tightly, but eventually relented. Very well, the nights of the next 3 months will belong to you alone. But should you feel any discomfort during your training, you must awaken me. Of course, I can discern the gravity of the situation. With that, Nagato felt reassured, gently placing his hand on Xiaonan's shoulder, saying, then I shall take my leave. Go ahead. After Nagato departed, Xiaonan remained alone, gazing at the rain curtain in the night sky. She had to confront a truth. It was precisely due to Nagato's unwavering companionship day and night that she had been able to overcome the immense fatigue of body and soul. Otherwise, she would have long since crumbled. From her ninja tool pouch, she retrieved a broken black rod, the one Nagato had snapped while crafting Pei Ai, which she had picked up and not discarded. Confirming that Nagato was asleep, she gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair, slender arm. Her gaze flickered as she grasped the rounded end of the black rod, pressing the sharp tip against her arm, piercing it. Buzz! In an instant, Nagato, even in slumber, was suffused with a vibrant and powerful chakra that coursed through the black rod, infusing her very being. Her fading consciousness was revitalized in that moment. Konan trembled uncontrollably. I can feel it, the chakra. Nagato's chakra is surging wildly within me. However, at such close proximity, this chakra is not something she can endure for long. Crack! At the critical juncture, she forcefully extracted the black rod and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Hoo-ha. Yes, this is effective. She was drenched in sweat. The overwhelming sensations coursing through her body made it difficult to regain her composure. With this, I should be able to persevere, right? Thus, 3 months quietly slipped by. Chapter 63, The Second Body, Renamed. Within the experimental facility, Orochimaru was conducting the final blood collection for Nagato. Konan clutched the outer wall of the petri dish with both hands, her eyes fixated on the clear, luminous fluid within, observing the tiny life that was taking shape. Recently, watching the embryonic development of Nagato's second body had become her greatest passion. Over the course of 3 months, the embryo had developed a heartbeat and a bud. According to Orochimaru, once the little creature matured, it would bear a striking resemblance to Nagato. Though under the dual influence of Senju and Uchiha cells, its hair color would likely turn jet black. This means it would grow into a black-haired Nagato. In just 7 months, this new life would emerge from the petri dish, officially entering the world. For Nagato, this time held special significance, marking precisely 1 year since his crossing. Naturally, this new life, created to serve him, would ultimately return to Nagato with a pair of brand new Rinnegan and all its powers. Nagato would not permit it to develop independent consciousness. To allow that would be tantamount to erasing another existence on some future day. Though many similar tales feature such story arcs to delve into discussions of humanity, Nagato had no desire to ponder the nature of humanity, fully aware of the profound implications of such matters. He believed that an astute adult must intervene early to avert undesirable outcomes before they transpired. This point was something Nagato had emphasized to Orochimaru when proposing the second body plan. This entity must possess my consciousness. It was imperative. This second body would bear Nagato's future. Past, present, and future would be invested with immense effort, requiring complete mastery by Nagato. Hence, it needed to embody Nagato's consciousness. Furthermore, this consciousness had to be exceedingly stringent, not merely akin to the independent thoughts of shadow clones. This consciousness must be entirely synchronized with Nagato in real time. This sounded impractical, as only the deceased beings of the 6 paths of pain could possess fully synchronized consciousness with the original. However, the second body could not exist as the 6 paths of pain. The purpose of this second body was to harness the powers of Senju and Uchiha, Ashura and Indra, to awaken the Rinnegan, thus completing the ultimate vessel to remedy Nagato's inherent shortcomings in power. Therefore, it had to be a living being with the potential for growth. Thus, how to enable it to exist as an independent life form while also possessing consciousness that is entirely in real-time synchronization with Nagato became an ultimate conundrum. Faced with this dilemma, even Orochimaru initially found himself at a loss. One day during those 3 months, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, vegetative state. Just like the artificial body of Hashirama Senju, it was lifeless yet alive. To validate his hypothesis, he instructed Konan to procure a ninja from the rehabilitation center in the Hidden Rain village, one who had suffered brain damage and was on the brink of death. After providing the family with a substantial compensation, he became the experimental subject. Orochimaru attempted to have Nagato utilize the 6 paths technique to transform the subject into pain. The result left both Orochimaru and Nagato astounded. The subject successfully became pain. However, unlike the 6 paths of pain, this subject lacked the projection of Rinnegan and did not possess any abilities of the 6 paths. Moreover, it did not require chakra transmission from Nagato, but utilized the subject's own chakra, thus rendering it immune to the distance limitations of chakra transmission. The only reason it could be termed pain was its consciousness, which, like the 6 paths of pain, was completely synchronized with Nagato. As both Orochimaru and Nagato marveled at this astonishing experimental outcome, an unexpected event occurred. The subject pain ultimately succumbed to death, unbound by Nagato's constraints. Indeed, the subject was already on the verge of death. His lifespan was entirely unaffected by his transformation into pain. It was as though Nagato's consciousness had merely guided it through the natural course of its life. What transpired? Of course, even Nagato, who prided himself on his profound understanding of everything in the Naruto world, especially the Rinnegan, was shaken by this unknown phenomenon. He seemed to empathize with Orochimaru's obsession with truth and the unknown. The unknown not only evoked fear, but also ignited an insatiable desire to explore, for indeed, the thirst for knowledge is an innate human trait, often surpassing even basic needs for those with higher spiritual aspirations. Orochimaru was such a person of elevated ambitions. After solemnly burying the subject, Orochimaru pondered for 3 days, suddenly posing a question to Nagato. Nagato-kun, does the Rinnegan truly possess only the abilities of the 6 paths? This question was earth-shattering. At that moment, Nagato forcibly maintained his composure, concealing his surprise. To my knowledge, beyond the 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, there exists the power of the outer path, which transcends life and death. In the future I have foreseen using the Aihizi. The purpose for which Madara bestowed the Rinnegan upon me was to utilize the innate powers of the outer path to resurrect him. Is that so? Nagato, I hypothesize that the miraculous phenomenon observed in the subject stems from this mysterious outer path power. Indeed, only the outer path, which transcends life and death, could accomplish such a feat, right? Orochimaru approached the truth with an exceedingly rigorous attitude. The aforementioned could only be deemed a preliminary hypothesis. Could it be that not only vegetative individuals, but also healthy living beings could serve as pain? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Stealthily returning to the Hidden Rain village, a remnant of Hanzo became the second experimental subject. However, the result was that the individual was not successfully transformed into pain. From this, Orochimaru deduced a further conclusion. It appears that only those in a vegetative state can trigger this phenomenon. Is the underlying truth what Nagato referred to as the power of the outer path? Haha, the truth awaits further exploration. Orochimaru could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Yet, as the wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato, guided by his instincts, could already ascertain that the phenomenon was indeed triggered by the power of the outer path. In the original narrative, when Nagato reconciled with Naruto and was about to unleash the Rinnegan's innate technique, Konan remarked that Nagato was the seventh pain who controlled life and death. It seems the function of the outer path extends beyond simply activating the Rinnegan's innate technique, possessing other unexpected utilities. The phenomenon occurring within that experimental subject is one such instance. Returning to the subject at hand, while Orochimaru could not fully unravel the mystery behind the phenomenon, the existing outcomes were sufficient to address the current issues. To allow the second body to develop as a sentient entity, while simultaneously synchronizing Nagato's consciousness akin to the six paths of pain, one merely needs to make slight adjustments in the genetics. By ensuring the being is born in a vegetative state and employing the method of pain to synchronize consciousness at birth, it can be achieved. Indeed, this second body will also be known as outer path pain. Returning to the present moment, Konan gazes upon the vessel containing the nascent life that is on the verge of becoming Nagato. A peculiar sensation ripples within her heart. She hopes, Nagato, shall we give this other version of you a name? Nagato approaches Konan, sharing her gaze upon himself, pondering, there is no other me. This is also me. The same self. Konan insists, please name him, for even though they are two distinct bodies, it would be wise to differentiate them. After some contemplation, Nagato, stroking his chin, slightly shifts his expression. He places his hand down and softly declares, let us call him Keed. Chapter 64. A startling little gift. Keed? Konan's eyes sparkle with curiosity. Why Keed? A faint smile graces Nagato's lips as he candidly explains. This life form will carry my ambitions and beliefs, blooming with fervent colors like the maple leaf, ultimately withering away to transform into my strength. Ah, so that is the reason. Gazing at the tiny life within the vessel, Konan feels a complex mix of emotions. Finally comprehending why Nagato advocates for Keed to synchronize fully with his consciousness, a notion that embodies both cruelty and compassion. Keed, indeed, symbolizes the truth of my current endeavors and the potential future of Nagato's second incarnation. It is a name rich with meaning. Orochimaru reflects thoughtfully, then states with utmost seriousness, next, Toby will employ medical ninjutsu to connect the artificially cultivated placenta derived from Hashirama's cells to Keed via the umbilical cord. To ensure absolute precision, the procedure will take place within a sterile chamber. He presses the remote control in his hand, converting the power of the petri dish to battery supply as the base slowly elevates, revealing rollers beneath. Toby steps forward, carefully disconnecting the petri dish's cable, gently pushing it towards the sterile chamber. As it passes by, Konan, feeling a tinge of unease, inquires, Toby, can your left hand perform high-precision medical ninjutsu operations? Toby reassures her, rest assured, I have fully adapted to the Shura prosthetic hand bestowed by Lord Nagato. It will not compromise the precision of the medical ninjutsu. That is good to hear. I entrust this to you, Konan replies. The door to the sterile room slowly closes behind them. The three settle into the resting area. Upon returning with tea, Konan asks Orochimaru, her concern palpable. Once Keed has a placenta, Nagato will no longer need to provide him with blood regularly, right? Orochimaru responds, rest easy. The nutrients required for embryonic development will be supplied through the placenta. We merely need to monitor the fetal heartbeat periodically and await Keed's birth. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Let us enjoy some tea. Konan places the brewed tea down and sits beside Nagato. He lifts the teacup, gently swaying it. For the tea made by Konan's hands must be savored with proper ceremony before tasting. While cherishing the ritual, he also expresses care for the luminous moonlight before him. Orochimaru, you and Toby have been tirelessly working underground for 3 months without proper rest. Haven to you? Orochimaru lifts the teacup with one hand, slightly covering his mouth. Taking a sip, you might say it's rather elegant, he remarks nonchalantly. Setting the cup down, he continues leisurely. There is no alternative. The first 3 months of embryo care require meticulous attention, allowing for no oversight. Nagato lowers his gaze and takes a sip of tea, savoring its warmth as it soothes his throat, revealing a contented expression. After several sips, he reluctantly places the cup down, stating, from today onward, we should occasionally venture to the surface. Remaining here will suffocate us. As for Madara, do not worry, at least within the confines of the Hidden Rain village. I possess the capability to ensure your absolute safety. Konan pours more tea for Nagato and adds a little to Orochimaru's cup, in light of Nagato's suggestion. This time, Orochimaru does not decline or refuse. Indeed, Everything that could be done prior to the birth of the second body has been accomplished. Now, it is a matter of maintaining a tranquil mindset and patiently awaiting the outcome. Furthermore, the mental exhaustion and accumulated fatigue from recent days necessitate a moment of relaxation and adjustment. After setting down his teacup again, Orochimaru displays a smile. By the way, the little gift I mentioned last time is ready to be unveiled. He retrieves a syringe from the freezer behind him. The Hashirama cells brought back from number 1 have been cultivated and purified. Lord Nagato, this is reserved for you. Nagato's gaze darkened slightly. Are you suggesting that I undergo transplantation of the Senju Hashirama cells? He had pondered this matter thoroughly even before meeting Orochimaru, concluding that he would not accept such a transplant. His reasoning was threefold. First, the Uzumaki clan's constitution, when fully developed, is not inferior to that of the Senju. Second, the mechanism by which Hashirama's cells affect the host resembles that of cancer cells. The host loses control over them, leading to rampant proliferation until the host's own cells are consumed. Third, anyone who undergoes a transplant of Hashirama's cells will exhibit the face of Senju Hashirama. Especially the third point was the most unacceptable to Nagato. It was not merely a matter of appearance. He viewed the manifestation of Hashirama's face as a distortion and pathology of the cells, undermining the inherent harmony of his own cells. This is unequivocally not a legitimate path. In the long run, the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. However, rejecting the genetic inheritance of Hashirama's cells does not equate to rejecting the power of Hashirama. Thus, he deliberately aimed to cultivate Kid as a second body, not through postnatal transplantation, but by innately gathering the elements of the 6 paths that Nagato's body does not possess. When the time is ripe, he would allow Nagato to integrate with Kid, who shares the same genetic foundation, stepping into the realm of the 6 paths, understanding the advantages and disadvantages. Orochimaru, as a cellular researcher, was so astounded when he first heard Nagato's concept of a second body that he momentarily set aside his personal desires and sincerely wished to facilitate this plan to attain supreme truth. Therefore, at this moment, Nagato is somewhat perplexed regarding Orochimaru's intention behind this little gift, but he assumes it is likely well-meaning. Lord Nagato, this is not a transplant. Just as he was about to politely decline, Orochimaru's words took him by surprise. Not a transplant? Then what is it? More akin to a catalyst, Orochimaru elucidates. A catalyst? Orochimaru lifts his downcast vertical pupils, stating slowly, yes, it is to awaken your Senju power. But I am of the Uzumaki clan. How could I possess Senju power? You truly are unaware. Orochimaru responds with a slight smile before revealing astonishing information. Lord Nagato, you belong to the Uzumaki clan. Yet you are unlike any ordinary Uzumaki. You are even a descendant of the Senju. What? For a moment, even Nagato is left bewildered. This was precisely what Obito had once declared, and Nagato had understood it as such. He is of the Uzumaki clan, which is indeed a distant relative of the Senju clan. After all, the distinction between distant relatives and descendants is often blurred. Most people would interpret it as Nagato did. However, Orochimaru's expression clearly conveys a different meaning. He solemnly states, Lord Nagato, this conclusion stems from my analysis of your blood and cells. Within your cells lies both the power of the Uzumaki and the power of the Senju. The Uzumaki power is manifested, while the Senju power lies dormant. Wait, are you serious? Am I truly a descendant of the Senju? The sudden and momentous news left him in a state of bewilderment. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. It is no wonder that Nagato was chosen by Obito. Although the survivors of the Uzumaki clan are few, they are not entirely absent. And it is he, still a child, who has been singularly selected. So that is how it is. Everything makes sense now. What will happen next? This power of the Senju, if harnessed for the wood release, could manifest at the level of a wood dragon. If employed to amplify the techniques of the 6 paths pain, it could exponentially increase the transmission distance of pain's chakra. Furthermore, if utilized for regeneration and healing after injury, as long as it is not a fatal wound, no hand seals would be required, allowing for rapid recovery within a remarkably short time. However, its applications are not confined to these. Ultimately, how one chooses to wield it entirely depends on oneself, does it not, Nagato-kun? Chapter 65, An Unfinished Business. So what do you think? Are you moved, Nagato-kun? Orochimaru, with a lingering smile, awaited Nagato's response. The pupils hidden beneath Nagato's crimson hair flickered subtly. What reason had he to remain unmoved? Just as he was about to speak, Konan grasped his sleeve. Nagato discerned her gaze. It conveyed a message she wished to express, yet could not articulate in this moment. Therefore, he calmly stated, Orochimaru, I must excuse myself for a moment. Orochimaru smiled as he lifted his teacup. Of course, take your time. In the corridor outside the experimental base, Konan leaned against the wall, her head bowed slightly. Nagato, to be honest, I do not wish for you to accept this experiment. Nagato anticipated her concerns and asked with a placid expression, why is that? With a troubled look, Konan replied, the risks are too great. Regardless of whether Orochimaru's claim that you are a descendant of the Senju clan is true, that syringe is undeniably intended for direct injection into your body. What if? I'm saying what if. Her words faltered as she tightened her hands at her lower back. If he harbors malicious intent and manipulates the situation, there would be no way to defend against it. Nagato gently inquired, after these months of interaction, do you not trust him? Konan shook her head softly. While he and Kabuto have not exhibited any egregious behavior, and our interactions have been quite pleasant, that does not change the fact that Orochimaru possesses dangerous ambitions and thoughts. Nagato, he is ultimately coerced into assisting you with your second body plan through force. Nagato interjected, it is half force and half truth. He is a man who is exceedingly thirsty for truth. Konan countered, I do not comprehend his pursuit of this so-called truth. I only care about the real, existing risks. The second body is one thing. It is still a part of you, and even if Orochimaru were to concoct some scheme, it would not directly affect your true self. But this time is different. That substance could directly influence you, and I truly cannot rest easy. At this moment, Konan's expression was one of genuine distress. Her 4 months of training with the nightshade flower having left her utterly exhausted, as fragile as a piece of mutton fat jade. Please do not accept that experiment. Nagato's demeanor was oddly serene. How could he be unaware? Konan's suspicions towards Orochimaru were entirely rational and objective judgments formed from her limited perspective, stemming from her concern for his life and safety. If Konan had not stepped forward to dissuade him at this moment, that would have indeed been peculiar. However, as a time traveler, Nagato possessed a far more comprehensive understanding of Orochimaru, setting aside lofty notions such as truth, ambition, and bonds. Orochimaru is adept at reading hearts. How could he not perceive Konan's lingering wariness? He would undoubtedly attempt to dissuade her. If he truly intended to harm Nagato, why would he go to the trouble of presenting the syringe in front of Konan? He could have approached Nagato privately. Let us assume Orochimaru desired to execute a reverse tactic, deliberately showcasing the syringe to assuage Nagato's concerns. How could he ascertain that Nagato had not taken preventative measures? The power of the Rinnegan holds too many unresolved mysteries for Orochimaru. In such circumstances, betrayal would only signal madness on his part. Thus, Nagato could confidently conclude that Orochimaru would not resort to treachery. If something were to go awry, it would simply be the workings of fate. Nevertheless, Konan's counsel stemmed from genuine concern, and Nagato could not disregard her feelings. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said softly, Konan, your worries are not unfounded. But every endeavor comes with its own risks. I choose to accept this risk. Will you assist me in overseeing it? When Orochimaru administers the injection, you shall be by my side. If I experience any discomfort, I will give you a signal, and then it will be up to you to subdue Orochimaru. Konan remained unconvinced, her anxieties persisting. But what if it is something that cannot be discerned immediately? Nagato's expression shifted, his hand slowly retreating from her shoulder as he retrieved a scroll from his robes. If that is the case, you shall open this scroll. It is a contingency I prepared in case Orochimaru ever betrays me. Now, I entrust this backup plan to you. Nagato, Konan gazed into his eyes, unable to conceal her astonishment. Nagato smiled warmly. I have mentioned that half of my future lies with Orochimaru. Thus, the other half I must seize for myself. With this, you can rest assured, can you not, Konan? Yes, she replied, nodding obediently as she accepted the scroll from Nagato and tucked it into her sleeve. Let us proceed. In the lounge, Orochimaru set down his teacup, observing the two who had returned to their seats with a meaningful smile. Have you made your decision, Nagato-kun? Decision? Let us begin without delay, Nagato replied nonchalantly as he took his seat. That truly brings me sincere honor, Orochimaru remarked as he stood and approached Nagato, his gaze shifting to Konan. Konan, why not allow me to guide you through the process? You could administer the injection yourself to Nagato-kun. Konan's eyes were cold and distant as she replied, there is no need. You excel in the field of cells and forbidden techniques, whereas my expertise lies solely in origami and insignificant explosive tags. Orochimaru merely chuckled non-committally as he positioned the needle at the base of Nagato's neck, close to where the chakra transmitter would be embedded, pressing the plunger down in one fluid motion before withdrawing the needle. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. Nagato touched the injection site. Is it done? Konan's hand, concealed beneath her sleeve, clenched slightly as she closely monitored Orochimaru's movements. With a smile, Orochimaru replied, yes. It is complete, Nagato-kun. Nagato carefully sensed the changes within his body, but the anticipated tumultuous upheaval did not occur. Instead, there was only a placid tranquility. He gazed at his palm and remarked, I feel nothing. Could it have failed? Orochimaru smiled gently. Nagato-kun, do you recall the scene when you awakened your Uzumaki power? Konan's eyes lowered slightly. Nagato slowly clenched his fist. Of course I remember. It was akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. I cannot believe I made such an embarrassing declaration in front of Konan. Thankfully, she has completely forgotten it since. Otherwise, my life would have been utterly ruined. He wished he could seal away that shame using the 6 paths, planetary devastation. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Nagato's thoughts wandered. That power has indeed been awakened. But its eruption requires a catalyst. Understood. Nagato mused to himself. Does this mean I must unleash my full potential once again? This time, I shall not allow such humiliation to repeat itself. Leaving only a striking silhouette for Konan will suffice. With a buzz, the sterile chamber door swung open, and Kabuto emerged. His face weary as he adjusted his glasses. Lord Orochimaru, the placental connection surgery for Maple has been successfully completed. Thank you for your hard work. Rising, Nagato embraced the shoulders of both men and declared, tonight, allow me to treat you both splendidly. Chapter 66. Unable to resist. The incessant rain throughout the year has rendered the notion of an open-air hot spring a mere dream in the Rain Village. Unsurprisingly, the bathhouse constructed indoors has become the quintessential choice for relaxation. After indulging in local delicacies of meat buns with Orochimaru and Kabuto, they made their way to the southern district of the Rain Village, arriving at an inn featuring a grand bathhouse. Forgive the intrusion, Nagato greeted politely as he entered. The innkeeper was a captivating woman, clad in a simple yet elegant kimono with a waist sash. Her hair was intricately styled in an elaborate bun, and she sat gracefully on the tatami mat at the entrance, a slender smoking pipe delicately poised between her fingers as she scrutinized the trio entering the inn. Her eyes slightly narrowing. Good sirs, you seem unfamiliar. Do you have an introduction from someone? She inquired tentatively. None, I'm afraid, Nagato replied. Without an introduction, it becomes rather troublesome. Our establishment caters only to familiar guests. The innkeeper exhaled a puff of smoke and promptly issued her dismissal. Perhaps you gentlemen should explore other options. They are esteemed guests invited by Lord Pain. At that moment, Konan entered, accompanied by Pylon. Lady Angel. Upon seeing her, the innkeeper's demeanor did a complete about-face. Her astonishment palpable. She rose, visibly flabbergasted. Is it true? These 3 are honored guests invited by the divine. Indeed, Konan affirmed with a gentle nod, pointing to Pylon and adding, as for this one, she is my personal attendant, named Yahiko. Greetings. I look forward to your guidance. Pylon raised her small hand, playfully greeting the innkeeper. To have the privilege of serving the angel lady is truly enviable. The innkeeper exclaimed, her hand brushing against her abdomen, a complex expression crossing her face. If only my child could grow to have such fortune. The innkeeper's husband, Ait, had been a lower ninja during Hanzo's reign, perishing in the line of duty, leaving behind a posthumous child. Konan inquired softly, have you decided on a name for the child? Yes. The innkeeper tenderly caressed her belly, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth. I'd said if it's a boy, he shall be named Forget-Me-Not, and if a girl, Hydrangea. We hope this child grows up carefree in a peaceful village. Pylon's expression turned inquisitive upon hearing the name. She approached, bending down to examine the innkeeper's belly closely, and remarked, it must be Hydrangea. The innkeeper, astonished, responded, how did you know? Hee, that is of little consequence. Pylon extended her small hand, gently touching the innkeeper's abdomen, her voice softening. The divine will bless little Hydrangea. For peace is also the divine's wish. The innkeeper held her slightly flushed face in astonishment, exclaiming, oh my, how fortunate I am to hear such auspicious words. Then we shall head upstairs, Nagato announced, leading Orochimaru and Kabuto up the staircase. At that moment, the innkeeper quietly asked, Angel Lady, would you like me to make special arrangements for you gentlemen? Konan replied, no need for that. Very well, please enjoy yourselves. Our establishment has no other guests today. Konan retrieved a substantial sum of money, 100,000 ryo, from her toad wallet. The innkeeper's expression changed drastically. This cannot be. It is my honor that you chose my humble inn to host esteemed guests. How could I possibly accept your money? Please, take it back. Konan gently closed the innkeeper's hand around the money. Please keep it. We shall undoubtedly return. With that, she ascended the stairs alongside Pylon. The innkeeper, holding a pouch embroidered with auspicious talismans to her chest, felt tears welling in her eyes. Ah, what a gentle and loving angel lady. I can only wonder how magnificent and revered Lord Pain must be. She hung the closed sign on the door. Ah, having grown accustomed to hot springs, I have overlooked the splendor of a grand bathhouse. In the men's bath, Nagato embraced the warmth of the water, steam rising as he finally bared his heart to Orochimaru and Kabuto. Leaning against the edge of the bath, Orochimaru, with his damp hair cascading down, wore an expression of rare contentment in his vertical pupils. If only I could enjoy a cup of sake at this moment, it would be even more delightful. Wouldn't you agree, Kabuto? Kabuto, soaking nearby, wiped the fog from his glasses before placing them back on his nose. You are correct, my lord. But I am still not of drinking age. Nagato teased. Kabuto, you are a rogue ninja now. Must you still adhere to such ninja protocols? Kabuto's demeanor remained reserved in the face of Nagato's jest. Well, Orochimaru playfully splashed water, caressing his collarbone with a smile. Nagato-kun, don't be fooled by Kabuto's demeanor. He is quite a disciplined ninja. Even during his time as a spy, he never once violated the 3 prohibitions of ninja conduct. I truly admire him for that. Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me. I am not as exceptional as you say, Kabuto replied, feeling somewhat bashful under Orochimaru's praise. Nagato pondered deeply. Kabuto respects me, but remains somewhat reserved. This is a perfect opportunity. Kabuto, let me scrub your back. Eh? Kabuto gasped in shock. Scrub my back? How could that be possible? Come on, come on. With that, Nagato had already taken the soap and washcloth, standing up from the bath. He pointed to a small stool beside the bath. Go sit over there. Eh? No, absolutely not. It would be too disrespectful for you to do that for me. Lord Nagato, Kabuto protested vehemently. At this moment, Orochimaru chuckled and intervened. Nagato-kun, it is indeed inappropriate for you to scrub Kabuto's back directly. If you wish to grow closer to him, perhaps allow him to scrub your back instead? Kabuto, relieved, exclaimed yes. Yes, that would be perfectly acceptable. Nagato scratched his head. All right then, Orochimaru, I shall scrub your back. Orochimaru smiled. Oh, I shall graciously accept that. However, it seems no one is attending to Kabuto's back. I have a suggestion. Nagato-kun, what do you think? That is a splendid idea. Nagato grinned as he formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. Boom. Amidst a cloud of smoke, Pei AI descended into the bathhouse. Darling Kabuto, your back is now entrusted to me. Kabuto was instantly petrified. Thus, for small stools were lined up in the men's bath. From left to right sat Orochimaru, Nagato, Kabuto, and Pei AI. Meanwhile, in the women's bath. Chapter 67, Blood Demon Luo. In the women's bath, Konan sat on a small stool, lathering soap in her hands and applying the bubbles to her body. Having engaged in battle with Hanzo, we have been stationed in the Rain Village for 4 months. During this time, aside from Hanzo's minions returning, it has been rather peaceful. She turned her gaze to the adjacent bath, where Pylon was swimming in a free-spirited manner, albeit wearing an eye mask. Konan had yet to overcome her embarrassment about being seen by Nagato, and her earlier agreement to bathe together was only due to the natural steam that provided some cover. Pylon remarked, indeed, the geographical and cultural isolation of this village has afforded us precious time, allowing the second body plan to land smoothly. Moving forward, we must ensure the safe delivery of Maple while also refining our combat capabilities. A tender smile graced Conan's lips. Do you have any new ideas? Perrin ceased her paddling, rising from the bath and cautiously making her way toward the edge. Indeed, it is imperative to further refine the 6 paths of pain, while also considering the abilities of my original form, especially since it has only been a little over half a year since I encountered that individual. Konan inquired. The 6 paths of pain is one matter, but how do you intend to enhance your original abilities? Perrin reached the edge of the bath, arching her back slightly as she leaned forward, facing Konan. At the tender age of 10, I mastered the 6 transformations of chakra, as well as all mainstream ninjutsu within the shinobi world. However, mainstream techniques often signify mediocrity. The power of bloodline limits and those formidable secret techniques lie beyond my expertise. While secret techniques are one thing, the power of bloodline limits is irreplicable unless one resorts to cellular transplantation. But Nagato, you reject cellular transplantations. So you must have devised a solution? Perrin's voice dropped to a whisper, indeed. The last forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals from Konoha is known as Blood Demon Luo, a forbidden art inherited from the era of the 6 paths of shinobi. Even the successive Hokage have not mastered it. Once perfected, it allows for the seamless combination of all chakra nature transformations, theoretically capable of restoring any bloodline limit. Conan's eyes widened in astonishment, halting her cleansing actions. Such a forbidden technique that even the Hokage have not mastered, including the first Hokage? Perrin nodded, yes. The training for Blood Demon Luo requires exceptionally stringent conditions. The practitioner must possess the transformations of all 7 chakra natures: yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, like me, possesses 6 of these, but he lacks yin. Yin release chakra, you mean? Indeed. Yin release is the most direct manifestation of mental energy. The latter part of her statement was not directly conveyed to Konan. The Rinnegan bestowed upon Nagato by Uchiha Madara was originally awakened by Madara himself, harboring the power of the Sharingan, as confirmed during the 4th Shinobi World War by the reanimated Madara. So why is Nagato only able to utilize the powers of the Rinnegan? At its core, it is due to his lack of the yin release chakra required for the Sharingan. Yin release represents a manifestation of mental ability, but it cannot be equated entirely with mental prowess. After all, while everyone possesses mental strength, it does not imply that everyone has yin release chakra. A prime example is Senju Hashirama, whose mental fortitude is formidable enough to withstand the Jinjutsu of Madara's Sharingan, yet he lacks yin release chakra. Thus, yin release is merely a means of utilizing mental power and cannot be equated with it entirely. Similarly, while Nagato possesses significant mental strength, he is incapable of harnessing powers associated with yin release. This realization has recently crystallized for Nagato, leading him to a consensus after private discussions with Orochimaru. If he could remedy his deficiency in yin release, even if he could not employ the ocular technique limbo, border jail unique to the original user of the Rinnegan, at the very least, he would be able to utilize the abilities of the Sharingan hidden within that Rinnegan, including Madara's Sharingan techniques and Suzu. Undoubtedly, such an enhancement would signify a qualitative transformation for Nagato's original form. Therefore, whether to wield the power of Madara's Sharingan or to lay the groundwork for mastering Blood Demon Luo, acquiring yin release chakra is essential. Nagato pondered. The absence of yin release chakra is perhaps another significant reason Madara chose me as the inheritor of these eyes. Just imagine, if I were to awaken the Sharingan unique to the Uchiha clan, the true nature of the Rinnegan and Madara's intentions would likely be exposed. That would be an unwelcome complication for Madara. What he desires is simply for me to develop the powers of the Rinnegan, to utilize the natural arts of the Rinnegan as a tool that aligns with his goals, nothing more. Once the tension subsided, Konan resumed her cleansing routine. So, how do you plan to acquire yin release chakra? Through the Hungry Ghost path? Perrin gently shook her head. The Hungry Ghost path won't suffice either. The chakra attributes possessed by a ninja are determined by their chakra pathways. If one lacks the corresponding pathways within their body, it is impossible to conjure something from nothing. Nagato's body lacks the pathways necessary to produce yin release chakra. The only way to rectify this is to obtain a yin release chakra pathway. No matter how sophisticated medical ninjutsu may be, it cannot extract chakra pathways at the microscopic level and transfer them to another body. That is beyond the realm of medical ninjutsu. However, there exists a technique that can achieve this. Yes, it involves extracting the heart along with the chakra pathways from within. Kisame's forbidden technique, Earth Grudge Fear. This is Nagato's sole avenue to acquire yin release chakra. My prior decision to retain Kakuzu's blood was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Perrin smiled sweetly. Konan, I have devised a plan. By the way, is the financial situation in Amigakure currently strained? While we have managed to secure some funds from the daimyo for the construction of basic ninja infrastructure, it barely suffices. However, maintaining Orochimaru's experimental base will require substantial expenditures, which presents a challenge. As Konan spoke, she bent down to lift a nearby tub, slowly raising it overhead. Suddenly, her vision blurred. Crash! The tub fell heavily to the ground, and Konan collapsed. Konan! Perrin exclaimed, lifting her eye mask and leaping from the bath. Chapter 68. Adorable. Thud. Konan fell to the bathroom floor. Konan! Perrin rushed to her side, supporting her damp head with her arm as she lifted her. Suddenly, Konan seemed to lose her strength. Her eyes fluttering open, she instinctively raised her arm to shield her chest. As the bubbles dissipated, Perrin noticed the scars on her arm. Konan, how did you acquire this wound? Conan's eyes flickered as she replied, I accidentally brushed against a nail on the wall while walking. A nail? Perrin furrowed her brow, thinking. The markings of this wound do not resemble that of a wall nail, and even if Konan is unwell, as a shadow-level ninja, she should not be so careless. But there was no time for further contemplation. Kneeling, she adjusted her position, gently resting Conan's head on her lap. I have already sent my original form to prepare. They will be here shortly. Allow me to treat this injury. Perrin formed hand seals, and a green light of medical ninjutsu enveloped Konan's arm. Within a minute, the wound was healed. As the green light faded, Perrin supported Konan's shoulder, helping her sit up and lean against her own shoulder. She formed hand seals once more. Boom. In a puff of summoning smoke, Nagato appeared beside them. With a flourish, he wrapped Konan's bare body in his black cloak and lifted her in a princess carry. I will take you back to rest. Konan remained silent, gripping the cloak's closure, eyes closed, biting her lip as she leaned against Nagato's chest. Approximately 30 seconds later, Nagato, cradling Konan, flashed into her room within the Amige Cure Tower. On the floor lay a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Nagato gently placed Konan on the bed. Konan, I am sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Nagato's eyes reflected concern as he softly replied, why say such things? It is I who should apologize for not noticing your condition sooner. I will fetch you a glass of water. At that moment, on a hillside outside Amige Cure, a large contingent of armored, masked ninjas was stationed. 2 men clad in white stood at the forefront, gazing through telescopes at the village that appeared to be weeping in the rain. The 6th and 7th divisions had been stationed there for 4 months. Yet Hanzo still had not made contact with them. In the past, when the Root organization made contact with Hanzo, such a situation had never arisen. Could it be that something has gone awry? Regardless, Root's combat prowess must not remain indefinitely restrained in this manner. Lord Danzo's latest directive is for us to seize the opportunity as it presents itself. Thus, I propose that we select 1 elite from each of our 2 divisions to infiltrate the hidden rain and ascertain the truth. Very well. Before long, 2 members of Root emerged from the drainage system of the Rain Village, employing their water release techniques. The infiltration proved easier than anticipated. However, we must not let our guard down. We cannot dismiss the possibility that Hanzo may have encountered an unforeseen event. Let us split up and investigate. Little did they know that from the moment they surfaced, they had already been detected. The hunters had commenced their pursuit. Beneath the towering edifice of the rain, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in the rain, gazing at the approaching figure of Yahiko. Is there a problem, Nagato? Yahiko inquired. Pei Ai has departed, and the original body has been summoned away. Nagato replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a minor issue. He continued his steady approach until he halted before the 2. Kabuto mused to himself, this individual, who was just moments ago enjoying himself in the bathhouse, has suddenly shifted his aura. Indeed, something has transpired. Nagato stated, Orochimaru, I require your Edo Tensei technique to resurrect someone. Oh, Orochimaru chuckled. Then the life essence is prepared, I presume? Nagato produced a vial from his sleeve and handed it to Orochimaru. It is contained within this. Orochimaru accepted the vial, contemplating, in addition to the life essence. A living sacrifice is also necessary. Nagato responded, you may begin to outline the ritual. By the time you finish, the living sacrifice will be delivered. Understood. Orochimaru concealed the vial, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The Edo Tensei technique is one I have yet to fully master. The strength of the resurrected may differ significantly from their former self. Is that acceptable, Nagato? Nagato replied, strength is of little consequence. As a combatant, he is already insignificant. Clarity of mind is all that matters. Ah, then I am at ease. Orochimaru crossed his hands and gently bit his thumb. In a dark alley, 1 infiltrating member of Root lay bloodied and battered in a pool of crimson. The human path, Ōtsutsuki coldly remarked. The minions sent by Danzo to assist Hanzo have indeed arrived. The injured Root member, his eyes wary beneath his mask, stared at Ōtsutsuki, the spiked adornments on your face. In those eyes, you are one of the corpses controlled by Akatsuki's Nagato. There are 2 intruders. Let us spare 1 for Edo Tensei and use this one for intelligence gathering. The human path advanced, grasping the member's head. You will soon meet Hanzo in the afterlife. He has indeed eliminated Hanzo. The Root member's pupils dilated in shock. Meanwhile, another member of Root, after being defeated by Kaku, barely clung to life as he was brought before Orochimaru. Let us use him as the living sacrifice. Nagato formed hand seals, temporarily halting the rain. Kabuto stepped forward, placing the living sacrifice in the center of the prearranged ritual, then poured the blood from the vial before retreating outside the ritual's perimeter, his expression solemn. It is my first time witnessing Orochimaru-sama perform the Edo Tensei. With a flourish, Orochimaru formed seals, his long, dark hair billowing without wind. Forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. The Root's living sacrifice emitted a harrowing scream, as the dust swirling from the ground rapidly enveloped his body. Ah, this is... Kabuto shielded his face from the tempest created by the technique. As the dust settled, the form that emerged was unmistakable. Outside the Rain Village, 2 captains of Root, along with 2 squads of root members, awaited the return of their infiltrating comrades. They had been gone for quite a while. Suddenly, a rugged figure forcefully descended into the arena. Upon seeing his true form, everyone was filled with dread. You are. Crack, crack. Pei AI twisted his neck, electric sparks illuminating his presence as he grinned widely. Little babies of root, let me cherish you properly. Chapter 69, Kakuzu. Greetings. Kakuzu, greetings. Returned from Edo Tensei, Kakuzu gazed at Nagato with his dark green eyes. How could he forget the terrifying presence that had swiftly claimed his life in the forest of the land of rice? You are that man who appeared suddenly back then. I thought you had killed me. Nagato replied, Kakuzu, you are indeed dead. This is the Edo Tensei technique. Edo Tensei. The forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage that can resurrect the dead? Kakuzu looked down at his cracked hands, instinctively raising one to his chest. Indeed, within this body, he felt no heartbeat. How absurd. To think that Kakuzu, who had traversed life and death, would meet such an end. Lowering his hand, he accepted the reality of his resurrection, turning his gaze towards the man, whose presence was overshadowed by Nagato. In a deep voice, he stated so. You are the one who performed the Edo Tensei, the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, whose head is worth 50 million ryo on the bounty list. Orochimaru, facing him with a smirk, rasped, Indeed, it is an honor to have my name remembered by a veteran who fought in the same era as the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Kakuzu replied, Humph, times have truly changed. A man like you has fallen to become another's aid. His gaze returned to Nagato's face. Then, can you tell me who you are? For someone capable of dispatching me with a single encounter and commanding the Sannin Orochimaru, you cannot possibly be an obscure figure. Who are you? Nagato did not directly answer Kakuzu, but slowly stated, This is the Hidden Rain village. Hidden Rain? Kakuzu's pupils constricted suddenly. The implications behind those 2 words were immense. Hey, the Hidden Rain is Hanzo's territory. If you stand here so boldly, it means you have killed Hanzo, haven't you? You must know that Hanzo is at the pinnacle of the bounty list, the man who granted the title of Sannin, with a bounty equal to the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, a full 80 million ryo. Where is his body? Nagato replied. Hanzo possessed a poison sac within him, so I disposed of him early on. Kakuzu's pupils shrank. Baka. That was 80 million ryo. At this moment, a playful smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips. Kakuzu, though Hanzo's body has been disposed of, your body remains intact. Kakuzu's eyes brightened. Where's my body? Kakuzu, standing behind Nagato, stepped forward and echoed Kakuzu's question. Right here. Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. Though his hair color had changed, his eyes were different, and his face bore strange adornments. He still recognized that the person before him was, in fact, himself. Ultimately, a battle-hardened man, he understood instantaneously. His gaze swept over Nagato, and, not far from him, the figure adorned with a cat-faced mask, Pylon. So, these are all corpses. This means that the one controlling the corpse to battle me is the original body. Thus, Kakuzu lowered his head, accompanied by the ethereal white smoke. The red-haired man appearing beside the blue-haired girl was indeed the true form of these beings. How ironic it is that I have met my downfall in such a manner, ultimately failing to grasp the enemy's capabilities before being eliminated. In death, my body has become a trophy for my foes. My soul now attached to a corpse of unknown value, transformed into this wretched state. Ha ha ha. It is indeed true that greed leads to demise. Kakuzu raised his head once more, gazing at Pain Yahiko. Well then, can you divulge the purpose of my reincarnation through impure resurrection? Pain Yahiko candidly stated, There are 2 objectives. Let me first present the first one. I have recently taken over the Rain Village from Hanzo, and the village's finances are rather strained. Since you possess a talent for financial management, I would like you to assume the role of the village's financial steward. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu burst into laughter. I say, you underestimate people, but there must be a limit. While it is true that I am adept at managing finances, I only profit for myself. Working for others is simply out of the question. Moreover, I am already dead, and you cannot coerce me with force. This indeed poses a dilemma. Pain Yahiko replied, I am not one to force anyone against their will. I will fully respect your decision. However, if you refuse to contribute to my village, I will have no choice but to demand a monetary contribution from you. A monetary contribution? Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply. You have lived as a bounty hunter for many years. You must have amassed considerable wealth. At that moment, Pain's human path, Yuji, dragged another root member's corpse onto the ground. Kakuzu exclaimed, Yuji, this head worth 15 million is also under your control now. Yuji replied, This corpse has replaced the one that killed you. Pain's human path. You are not unfamiliar with that ability, are you? Kakuzu clenched his fists. How could he be unfamiliar? After being pierced through the heart by the third Raikage's powerful blow, he was instantly killed by that very soul-extracting ability. Haha, you wish to extract my soul? To kill this impure reincarnation body. You have miscalculated. I fear not such things. Yet, there is another ability of the human path that you may not be aware of. Is there? As Yuji advanced, he grinned dangerously. That is to instantaneously read the information within your mind. You are concealing that immense fortune. It must surely alleviate the urgent financial crisis of the Rain Village. Swish. Orochimaru unleashed the snakes from his sleeves, binding Kakuzu tightly. No. Do not covet my money. Kakuzu's dark green pupils suddenly froze. Pain Yahiko coldly stated, a 30% annual bonus. The more you earn for the village, the more your own coffers will swell. So, what will it be, to work or not to work? As he saw the human path's hand looming over him, Kakuzu gritted his teeth in compromise. 40%. Deal. The human path released his hand. Pain Yahiko smiled. Now, the second matter is easily addressed. I desire the scroll of the earth grudge fear technique. Chapter 70. 3 pieces of news. Outside the Rain Village, on the hillside, rumble. Faced with the enemy, the members of Root initiated a chaotic display of ninjutsu. Yet, after the dust settled, that monstrous figure, cloaked in lightning, stood unharmed before them all. Our ninjutsu had no effect on him. The captain of the 6th unit of Root, Rinnegan, clenched his fists. If I am not mistaken, that guy is the 3rd Raikage. The masked faces of the Root ninjas could not conceal their astonishment. In the recent conclusion of the 3rd Shinobi World War, against the overwhelming forces of the Rock Village, he stood alone against thousands, enduring for 3 days and nights without faltering. The captain of the 7th unit, Xian Sho, wore a grave expression beneath his mask. His corpse has been utilized by Akatsuki's Nagato with the Rinnegan. No wonder Hanzo did not contact us. He has likely been silently eliminated. This is truly the worst possible scenario. After exchanging glances, Rinnegan and Xian Sho reached a consensus. This enemy cannot be dealt with merely by numbers. All members of the 6th and 7th units, retreat. The 2 of us will cover your escape. Those who return alive must report today's events to Lord Danzo. Of the Root's 2 large units present, aside from the 2 who infiltrated the Rain Village and perished, 70 individuals, upon receiving their captain's orders, fell silent, sheathing their ninja blades and turning to flee down the hillside. Obeying commands, mission-oriented, unbound by unnecessary emotions, they acted like tools. This was the way of Root. Rinnegan formed a hand seal. Earth-style, Doton, domed earth prison. Boom. The terrain around Pei AI shifted, shattered rocks tightly compressed, forming a hemispherical earthen prison. Almost simultaneously, Xian Sho completed his hand seals and struck the ground with his hands. Water-style, water surge. Splash. Water gushed from within the earth prison, rapidly filling its interior to create a high-pressure environment. Now is the time. Reinforce this earth prison. Rinnegan dashed forward, pressing his hands against the outer wall of the prison, reinforcing it with chakra. Even you should find it impossible to break free for a moment. Boom. In the next instant, the earthen wall exploded, a hand cloaked in lightning grasping his head. In Rinnegan's astonished gaze, the earth prison crumbled, and water flooded everywhere. Damn, he's strong to this degree. This thought became Rinnegan's last words. Pooh. In the following moment, Pei AI's hand gently clenched, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Rinnegan's headless corpse collapsed at Pei AI's feet, blood splattering. Water-style, water dragon bullet. Splash. Behind Pei AI, water surged forth. It was Xian Sho using the water that escaped from the earth prison to reform the water dragon bullet. Yet Pei AI did not even glance back. With a casual flick of his arm, the water dragon bullet exploded into a spray of water. Sigh. Xian Sho lowered his hands from the hand seals, letting out a breath. He knew he was about to follow in Rinnegan's footsteps, so he ceased to struggle. He gazed at Pei AI, resolute in the face of death. At the very least, our main force has retreated. Lord Danzo will soon receive the latest intelligence about you. None shall escape. All must die. At that moment, Pei AI coldly spoke. What did you say? Xian Sho doubted his hearing, a forced smile creeping upon his lips. Stop bluffing. Our main force is dispersing rapidly. Moreover, they are moving at an astonishing speed. No matter how strong you are, how could you possibly eliminate them all? Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. As the words fell, Pei AI removed his left wrist and raised his arm high. Zzz. Lightning surged violently from the incision on his wrist. This body, transformed by the path of pain, possesses a chakra memory device. All chakra that has attacked me will be automatically marked and recognized. And then, just like this, boom, a bolt of lightning shot skyward, reaching its apex. Then suddenly scattered like blossoms in the wind, forming 70 sharp arrows that homed in on the 70 scattered members of Root, seeking their lives. The path of Shura's wrath cannon. The Root members, now scrambling in all directions, were struck with horror at the descending lightning from the sky. Ugh! It was too fast. They had no time for body flicker techniques or substitution techniques. Their bodies ruthlessly pierced, collapsing to the ground. Crack! Pei Ai reattached his wrist, walking up to the dazed Xian Chou. Xian Chou's face trembled beneath his mask. I never imagined the strength of Ōtsutsuki's Nagato had reached such heights. Boom! Pei Ai's fist pierced through his chest. Thus, the two units dispatched by Danzo to coordinate with Hanzo were annihilated by Pei Ai alone. Pei Ai's gaze flickered to the ground beside him. Well then, you may emerge now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The hidden white Zetsu emerged, bowing deeply in admiration. Splendid, splendid, Lord Nagato. Your path of Shura is simply beyond comprehension. For the past 4 months, Nagato and Konan have been at the helm of Amigate Cure, and while they have successfully infiltrated Obito's lair with the Zero White Zetsu, they have not been idle. To date, no fewer than 20 White Zetsu have been assimilated by it. These entities periodically report to Nagato on Obito's movements and the shifts within the ninja world. The White Zetsu currently before him is designated as number 18. After delivering a flurry of flattery, number 18 adopted a serious demeanor and said, Lord Nagato, I bring you good news, bad news. And a piece of news that is neither good nor bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? These charming creatures always enjoy keeping their audience in suspense. Pei Ai interjected, let us start with the good news. Number 18 replied, the good news is that Obito is now aware that you have purged Hanzo's influence and taken control of Amigate Cure. Nagato mused silently. Is it finally impossible to keep this under wraps? It is quite remarkable that this has been concealed for so long beneath Ōtsutsuki's intelligence network. He deemed this revelation less than favorable. He was quite pleased when he first received the news, even commending your rapid growth, suggesting that you will soon become an even more valuable pawn. Pei Ai asked, and what is the bad news? Number 18 continued. The bad news is that in recent months, he has sent his counterparts on a fruitless search for Orochimaru and Kabuto. His suspicions have grown to the point where he suspects you are harboring them. He went on to warn that Obito might soon employ Kamui to stealthily infiltrate and assess the situation, advising that preparations be made promptly. Pei Ai's gaze sharpened with intensity. This intelligence held significant value. And what of the news that is neither good nor bad? Asked Pei Ai. Number 18 responded. That news is that your master, the legendary Jiraiya, seems to have returned to Konohagakure. Nagato fell into deep contemplation. During Kushina's pregnancy, Jiraiya had indeed returned, visiting Minato's household, and dramatically naming Naruto through a book. However, at that time, Kushina was already in her 9th month. Now, Jiraiya's return was several months earlier than anticipated. Could it be a consequence of my attack on Konoha that prompted Jiraiya's premature return? Surely, Minato would have informed Jiraiya. If the master were to discover that Pain possessed the Rinnegan, would he draw any conclusions? Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky outside the Amigate Cure Tower. Nagato suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind and gazed at the frail angel in his arms. Konan, tell me the truth. Have you been concealing something from me that has caused you harm? Though shy, the boy had always been forthright. Konan, avoiding his gaze, hesitated, her eyes flickering. To alleviate the fatigue brought on by sleepless nights, she had taken to relying on the black rods, allowing Nagato's chakra to flow into her for stimulation. Tonight, she had fallen in the women's bath, and Pei Rin had discovered the needle marks on her arms, leading to her exposure. I'm sorry. I truly didn't want to burden you. No, the one who should be apologizing is me, Konan, Nagato lamented, filled with guilt for not noticing sooner. Had he known, he would never have permitted her to resort to such measures. Let us abandon that forbidden technique, Yami Yami no Higanbana. There are myriad ways to grow stronger. There is no need to practice such self-destructive arts. Had I known it would come to this, I would have burned that page from the Book of Seals rather than let you see it. I truly cannot bear to see you like this. A mysterious smile graced Konan's lips. Nagato, you finally spoke your mind. Yes, Nagato understood that with Konan's resolve, she would not easily retreat from challenges. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his emotions, voicing words he knew would likely be counterproductive. Then you must promise me, no more self-harm with the black rods. But if I don't, What will I do when I grow sleepy? Sleep through it. Just don't harm yourself. Alright, I won't harm myself. I didn't expect you to have such a childlike side. Returning to the matter at hand, a resolution must be found. Konan could not continue down this path. He needed to devise a method to help Konan find relief from her fatigue without resorting to the black rods. Observing the black outline that had become part of Konan's eye makeup, an idea struck Nagato. Speaking of those who never sleep, isn't there one in Sunagakure? Though it hasn't been born yet. Gaara, from a young age, had been implanted with the shikaku by his father, Raza, should he fall asleep. The murderous intent of the shikaku would invade his consciousness, leading to his fear of slumber. Consequently, he developed insomnia, not from a desire to stay awake, but because his brain had lost the reflexes and functions related to sleep. The impact of insomnia on Gaara manifested merely as dark circles under his eyes. Otherwise, he appeared quite energetic. Therefore, Nagato concluded that Konan's greatest challenge was not the physical toll of sleeplessness, but rather the innate instinct of her brain to feel drowsy, which was difficult to overcome. If a method could be devised to suppress the instinctual drowsiness of her cerebral cortex, akin to Gaara's insomnia, perhaps Konan could successfully navigate the impending difficulties. As this thought crossed Nagato's mind, he promptly voiced it through Pei Rin, who was accompanying Orochimaru back to the research base. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Insomnia, you say? To suppress the neural pathways related to sleep reflexes, the most direct approach would be through pharmacological means. But drugs have side effects, don't they? Indeed, any medication comes with potential side effects. That is unavoidable. Orochimaru settled onto the sofa, propping his chin with one hand, and smiled. Since I have some free time at this stage, if you require assistance, Nagato-kun, I shall endeavor to develop something, striving to minimize the side effects. How long will it take? Orochimaru pondered for a moment before replying. A month should suffice. In the tower, Nagato relayed Orochimaru's exact words to Konan. Did Orochimaru really say that? Yes, but if you are unwilling to take medication, we can explore other methods. It seems there is no choice in the matter. Konan sat up, cradling a cup of water. At that moment, Nagato asked, Konan, may I pose a rather personal question? Konan's gaze shifted to Nagato, noticing his serious yet somewhat bashful expression, causing her to grip her cup tightly. She lowered her head slightly. Go ahead. Nagato's eyes wandered awkwardly. You have a ring in your navel, correct? A sudden silence enveloped the air. Nagato turned away, noticing that Konan was staring at him with wide eyes, causing his face to flush. I happened to see it when I was helping you put on your clothes. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to. He clasped his hands together, and I swear, I only saw a little bit. I didn't see anything else. It's fine. A fleeting glimmer of discomfort flickered in Konan's eyes. Seeing it is quite normal. There's nothing to worry about. Does your question pertain to our earlier discussion? At this moment, Konan earnestly met Nagato's gaze. There is indeed a connection, Nagato revealed, producing a black rod shaped like a navel ring, averting his eyes. Orochimaru will take about a month to develop the medication, so you can use this instead of the one in your navel. It will provide a similar effect to the black rods without causing you harm. Of course, only if you're comfortable with it. Thank you. Konan chuckled. It seems a bit unconventional. I like it very much. Huh. To Nagato's astonishment, Konan took the navel ring from his hand, her earlier inexplicable smile reappearing. Nagato, is this your first gift to me after reaching adulthood? This hardly counts. After regaining her composure, Nagato solemnly declared, as the first gift after your coming-of-age ceremony. I actually have something even more exquisite to present to you. In Xiaonan's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled forth. Oh, really? I am truly looking forward to it. Then, with a playful tone, she added, by the way, I desire not only a navel ring, but also a lip piercing. However, I have yet to muster the courage to commit to it. Nagato chuckled. Perhaps the lip piercing is unnecessary. Why? Xiaonan inquired, her gaze unwavering. That look stirred a restlessness in Nagato's recently calmed heart. Yet, despite his shyness, the young man was always forthright. In my eyes, Xiaonan, your face is already flawless and does not require any embellishments. After saying this, Nagato scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. That said, it seems I should not interfere with your personal preferences. If you like it, then I will not get the lip piercing, Xiaonan replied calmly and resolutely. Chapter 72. Xiaonan and Kakuzu in the rain-hidden tower. Within the fragrant confines of the bathroom, Xiaonan stood under the shower, allowing the crystalline water to cascade over her flawless form. Upon her taut abdomen lay the navel ring gifted by Nagato. 3 inches below her navel was the convergence of the body's chakra pathways, known as the root chakra. She could sense Nagato's chakra gently intertwining with her own, aiding its flow in a manner that posed no harm, while effectively alleviating her fatigue. Thus, for the next month, she would be able to devote herself to alleviating Nagato's burdens. Turning off the water, she approached the mirror, taking a long-awaited look at her most authentic self post-bath. She was well aware that she was a genuine beauty. After drying off, she donned a form-fitting outfit crafted from fishnet material and sat on a nearby chair, slowly pulling on lavender-colored leggings that hugged her long legs, followed by a backless top. Reaching behind her, she zipped up the garment. Standing before the mirror, she applied a light foundation to conceal the dark circles around her eyes, tidied her bun, and adorned her hair with a light blue paper flower on the right side. Rising, she retrieved a robe hanging on the wall, wrapping it around herself, and securing the headband of the Rain Village at her right hip. With a gentle pat on her cheek to invigorate herself, she stepped outside. How challenging is the mastery of that technique? Nagato asked, setting down the scroll for the Land of Earth's Grudge technique with a smile. The difficulty is approximately half that of the incomplete Flying Thunder God technique. 3 days should suffice for me to master it. Observing the noticeable improvement in Xiao Nan's demeanor, Nagato felt a weight lift from his heart. All right, then focus on your studies. I shall pay a visit to that short-lived gentleman. In a modest dwelling at the southeastern corner of the Rain Village, Kakuzu was perusing the village's financial accounts since the Third Great Ninja War. Having accepted the reality of his position, he had assumed the role of the village's financial overseer. As he reviewed the shocking expenditures, Kakuzu's anger flared. Hanzo, that scoundrel, has squandered nearly all the post-war aid funds on fortifying his palace and nurturing his dead soldiers. From the changes in these figures, I can discern his cowardly nature. Humph, a pinnacle of the ninja world? Had I known he was such a person, I would have taken his head for the 80 million ryo it was worth, just as I did with the first Hokage. Dipping his fingers in saliva, Kakuzu turned to the next page. Creak. At that moment, the wooden door swung open. Accompanied by the sound of the door, a chilling greeting echoed. Taking Hanzo's head is not something you can accomplish easily. Kakuzu's emerald green eyes flashed with discomfort as he gazed at the blue-haired woman entering the room. It was precisely because he had lingered a moment too long in the forests of the Land of Rice that he found himself in such a predicament. For a mere 20 million ryo, he had sacrificed much of his life's work, only to be forced into the role of accountant in this desolate little village. It was undoubtedly the most regrettable transaction of his life. To Kakuzu, this exquisitely beautiful woman was akin to a harbinger of misfortune. He sarcastically remarked, you must be the so-called angel according to those villagers. Perfect timing. I have a question for you. Pointing to the ledger, he demanded, after taking over the reign from Hanzo. Why has the 100 million ryo allocated by the feudal lord of the Land of Rain dwindled to a mere 1.6 million ryo in less than 4 months? Xiaonan responded with an unruffled demeanor. It's actually 1.4 million ryo. We spent an additional 200,000 ryo on dinner and bathing last night. What did you say? Kakuzu leapt to his feet, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his dark fists. Kakuzu, please understand, we were orphans of the Rain Village in the past. We've endured enough hardship and fear of poverty. We no longer wish to live frugally. Pei Ai strode confidently into the room. Upon seeing him, Kakuzu sat back down. Having fought for half your lives, it is understandable to indulge a bit, but you must realize that a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. You're speaking so lightly of it, my boss. A civilian and a ninja running a village of 30,000 people, and yet the public accounts show only 1.4 million ryo? How do you expect to manage? Seeing Kakuzu's distress, Pei Ai felt a twinge of guilt. Just now, I dealt with a group of root members outside the village. Unfortunately, their heads probably aren't worth much. You mean the root of Konoha? Kakuzu's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed. Where are the bodies? In the mortuary. They are about to be cremated. What? You fool. Take me there, quickly. The group hurried to the mortuary. Fortunately, due to the boiler workers' illness, the bodies of the root members had not yet been cremated. Gazing at the hall filled with corpses, Kakuzu was filled with exhilaration. So many. Xiaonan questioned. I heard that the ninjas of Konoha's root are raised from childhood, without even their own names, and operate while wearing masks, thus not appearing on bounty lists. Can they still be sold for money? This was also Nagato's query. Typically, yes, but the members of root are rather unique. Kakuzu squatted beside a root member's corpse, donning gloves, prying open the mouth, and pulling out the tongue, speaking solemnly. The leader of root, Danzo, places a curse seal on each member's tongue. The existence of this seal is directly linked to Danzo's life or death. It serves as a hallmark of authenticity for root members. Being selected by the dark symbol of the ninja world, Danzo, To join root signifies the recognition of a ninja's value. Thus, in the black market, each certified root member's corpse is uniformly priced at 5 million ryo. Kakuzu meticulously verified the identities of all the recovered root corpses. What a pity. All have been confirmed, except for Rinnegan, whose head was blown apart. The others are all verified. He surveyed the room, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 71 root members, with a total value of 355 million ryo. If I add my own bounty of 45 million ryo, for 100 million ryo as startup capital is more than sufficient. Pay AI interjected, by the way, I must say, I still need your body. You can't take it to exchange for money. Very well, 355 million ryo will have to suffice. At that moment, Xiaonan remarked, I need to reserve 200 million ryo for our daily living expenses over the next 6 months. You are simply an angel? I cannot believe this. Kakuzu's face turned grave. Alas, what misfortune has befallen me? If only I had not pursued Ujie to the land of rice that day. I have but one request. Let me never again behold that face of Yosuke. Pei Ai replied, certainly. Kakuzu exclaimed, I was merely speaking in jest. You truly agreed? Pei Ai displayed a warm and amiable smile. Of course, Kakuzu. You are now one of my most vital subordinates. The beacon of hope for the rise of the Rain Village. Kakuzu, momentarily taken aback, felt a sense of unexpected favor. Nagato mused, this is quite fortuitous. As for Pain's human path, I too wish to make a formal change. Chapter 73. Candidates for Pain's human path beneath the rain tower. The king of hell ceased its chewing, its gaping maw ejecting the remnants of Yun's obliterated form, entwined with the lifeless bodies of the unyielding remnants of Hanzo's faction. Amidst the ashes, several black rods could still be discerned. Indeed, it appears to have ended in failure. Nagato withdrew the king of hell, stroking his chin in contemplation. Konan curiously inquired, what prompted this sudden whim to utilize the Edo Tensei for the creation of pain? Nagato replied with a chuckle. The Edo Tensei inherently grants an immortal body. If I were to craft pain from it, I would not need to rely on the hell path for resurrection. Perhaps I was merely overthinking. This was a fabrication. The impetus behind Nagato's endeavor stemmed from the original narrative, where Obito had personally demonstrated the use of Edo Tensei to create the 6 paths of pain. However, the sample Obito selected was quite unique, being the reincarnation of the previous Jinchuriki, orchestrated by Kabuto through Edo Tensei and augmented by the power of the Outer Path's golem. Thus, it might not serve as a precedent. Hence, Nagato decided to test it himself. Unsurprisingly, the 6 paths of pain could only manifest under exceptional circumstances. It must involve the prior Jinchuriki to achieve an optimal compatibility with the tailed beast chakra contained within the golem, enabling the coercive synthesis of the tailed beast chakra within the 6 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, allowing for their manipulation. In this process, Obito's role was secondary. The golem was the true orchestrator. No wonder Obito's control over the new 6 paths of pain wielded a suppression power that surpassed Nagato's, rendering them immobile with merely a touch from the outside. This was not due to Obito's single eye granting him superior ocular prowess over Nagato, but rather a result of the golem's sealing of the 7-tailed beasts, a clever exploitation. Upon debunking the Edo Tensei version of the 6 paths of pain, Nagato gained greater clarity of thought. In the underground laboratory, Pei AI was engaged in a face-to-face discussion with Orochimaru. Indeed, the individual I have in mind requires locating his remains, and I must proceed methodically in crafting pain. Pei AI rested his chin on his fist and shifted the conversation. However, unlike me, that fellow has not recently departed this world. He perished during the First Shinobi World War, a bygone ninja, and his body is likely long decayed in the earth, much like the will of stone from a Wagakure. Orochimaru regarded the hulking figure across from him with keen interest. Recently, he had noticed an intriguing detail. Each pain, as portrayed by Nagato, exhibited subtly distinct personalities. In Yahiko's human path, he displayed a calm and ruthless demeanor, while in the animal path, he revealed a lively and mischievous side. Meanwhile, the figure of the third Reikage in the Azura path embodied an archetypal tough guy. What manner of upbringing has sculpted such a vivid and intriguing soul in Nagato? How curious. Orochimaru sipped his tea leisurely, his gravelly voice rising. What of the second Ōtsutsuki? Surely, he is a prime candidate for Nagato's human path. Indeed, without delving into dust release, that individual's dustless technique is a perfect fit for the human path. The light and heavy rock techniques serve as exceptional support. It is no exaggeration to assert that his strategic significance rivals that of Pei AI himself. Yet Edo Tensei cannot transform him into pain. Fear not, Nagato. Orochimaru added, setting down his cup and sweeping back his dark locks. Iwagakure possesses ancient mummification techniques. The pyramid tomb, well preserved. The remains of Lord Mu should be in pristine condition. Is that so? Pei Ai's Rinnegan suddenly ignited with a brilliant glow. Is it true? Has the body of the first Ōtsutsuki, Ishikawa, been preserved? Orochimaru chuckled, shaking his head, perhaps. But the remains of the first Hokage and other Kage are buried in clandestine locations, the highest secrets of each village. Not even the current Kage knows where they rest. My intelligence does not extend to the burial sites of the other 4 founding Kage, aside from that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I see, Nagato pondered, no wonder. During the 4th Shinobi World War, even Kabuto could not resurrect the founding Kage from each village through Edo Tensei. Very well, the tangible is far more practical. You are aware of the burial site of Mu, are you not? Yes, indeed. It lies in the land of Earth, beneath the unending river at the foot of Iwagakure. And that pyramid is not above ground, but buried 100 meters deep with special seals. If disturbed, it would unleash a cacophony that could rival the tumult of the Yunmin Valley. The difficulty of this endeavor may surpass that encounter, Pei Ai mused, his gaze turning contemplative. Is there a method to avoid disturbance? Orochimaru replied, there is a way, but it requires the aid of sage techniques. Sage techniques? No wonder Kabuto managed to procure the life essence of Mu through such cunning. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of intrigue. Nagato, do you desire the power of sage techniques? That is not an immediate concern. Nagato had his own contemplations. Though sage techniques are potent, they are fundamentally reliant on external forces. According to the principles of sage techniques, the balance is struck between bodily energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Physical and mental energies can be categorized as one's inherent strength. Thus, sage techniques are an organic amalgamation of one's innate power with natural energy. The stronger one's inherent strength, the more potent the natural energy one can harness, resulting in a more formidable sage chakra. As for Nagato, without even considering the dormant Senju power within him, he must first obtain a conduit for release chakra through the earth grudge sphere. For him, there remained countless areas in need of refinement. Once those were perfected, acquiring sage techniques would unleash his maximum potential. Furthermore, there was another crucial reason for studying sage techniques. He would inevitably need to travel to the sacred grounds of the sages, which would necessitate the temporary slumber of the 6 paths of pain. His second self was in the process of gestation. Additionally, the intelligence brought back by White Zetsu indicated that Obito had begun to harbor suspicions about Orochimaru and Kabuto's concealment within the Rain Village. His mentor, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, had returned to Konoha and could potentially learn through Minato that the Rinnegan still existed in this world. What actions he might take when that time comes remains uncertain. Thus, during this year, Nagato's main body should refrain from venturing far, at least from the Rain Village for prolonged periods. Pei Ai lowered his fist from his chin, a rugged grin stretching across his face. I shall take matters into my own hands, liberating that pitiful mummy from the confines of the pyramid that shackles its freedom. Chapter 74. A Twist of Fate. Pailin summoned the Yada no Kagami, and together with Pei Ai soared towards the northwestern sky of the Rain Village. Konan and Nagato stood side by side on the tongue of a high tower sculpture, gazing at the silhouette disappearing into the rain-drenched sky. The strength of Iwagakure is quite formidable. Will 2 paths suffice? The aim is not a full-scale battle. These 2 paths, being the most mobile, are of paramount importance. Should the need arise, Pailin will summon the others. Konan turned her gaze towards Nagato's profile. The distance to our destination must greatly exceed the limits of chakra signal transmission. Correct? Has the Senju power already awakened? Nagato reached up to stroke the nape of his neck. Not yet. Therefore, I have employed a bit of technology and cunning. Whoosh. The 8-tailed bird soared through the sky with remarkable speed, soon arriving at a location 20 kilometers away, perilously close to the limits of Nagato's control over pain. Upon the bird's back, Pei Ai's Rinnegan scanned the terrain below, pinpointing a towering mountain. That shall be the place, he declared, with deftness. Pei Lin maneuvered the 8-tailed bird into a graceful spiral, drawing closer to the mountain's summit. Pei Ai leapt from the bird, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon a secluded rock, surrounded by an abundance of wild grasses. Crouching down, he began to clear away the vegetation, creating a patch of open ground where he pressed his palm to the earth, his Rinnegan glowing with intensity. With a sharp crack, a mechanical pillar ascended, activated by his command. From his ninja tool pouch, Pei Ai retrieved a pre-prepared large-caliber black rod, inserting it into the hollow groove at the top of the pillar. With a hum, the mechanical structure sprang to life, emitting several smaller black rods that fanned out like the ribs of an umbrella. Done. This chakra signal relay tower crafted by the Azura Path will effectively extend the range of my control over all planes. However, its efficacy hinged upon the survival of the Azura Path. If it weren't for the infallible Pei AI, such advanced technology would indeed be a cause for concern. Pei AI mounted the eight-tailed bird once more, murmuring, "Yet, the dust release of Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, remains a significant threat to me. If necessary, I may have to summon the hungry ghost path." The eight-tailed bird dashed through the air, periodically installing relay towers at suitable intervals. Thus, under the cover of night, they successfully reached the airspace bordering the land of Earth, northwest of the Hidden Rain Village. At this very moment, in the warm abode of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato, having concluded a day of diligent work, sat serenely at a table in his home, clad in comfortable attire, engrossed in a book. A steady and powerful hand rested gently on his shoulder, accompanied by a resonant yet affectionate voice. "Ah, are you reading My Indomitable Will of the Ninja?" Jiraiya, filled with inner joy, teased his beloved pupil. "Yet, this is my debut work, and its prose is rather juvenile. Many aspects remain inadequately addressed." Minato's gaze shifted from the book to his mentor's face, winking playfully as he replied, "Not at all. This tale is quite captivating. With many stories adapted from the legends you have imparted, it feels akin to your autobiographical novel." The protagonist's unwavering determination in the story was profoundly striking. Reminiscent of his teacher, Jiraiya, taken aback by Minato's praise, responded bashfully, "Is that so?" With a twinkle in his eye, Minato, radiating a contagious smile, declared, "I have resolved that my child, due to arrive in less than 6 months, should aspire to be a ninja just like this protagonist." As he set down the indomitable will of the ninja, he earnestly continued, "Thus, may I borrow the name of the protagonist from your novel?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, his hands awkwardly gesturing before him. "Is it truly acceptable?" That name was conceived whimsically while slurping ramen. "Naruto," came the gentle reply. Kushina, cradling her visibly pregnant belly, approached Minato's side. "Indeed, it has been decided. That shall be the name. Even if it was a name chosen casually over a bowl of ramen, it is far superior to the peculiar names Minato could have concocted." The unspoken sentiment lingered in the air as Minato, with a mixture of exasperation and affection, replied, "Even so, Jiraiya, are you truly all right with this?" "Absolutely, sensei. Minato and I share the same hope that our child will grow to be as exceptional a ninja as you. So, does this mean I am to be the godfather of this child? Can someone like me truly hold such a title?" Kushina rested her hand on Minato's shoulder, and together, they faced their teacher. Minato smiled warmly. "It is precisely because it is you, sensei, that it is fitting. When it comes to truly great ninjas possessing authentic skills, there is none other than you." With gratitude, Jiraiya accepted the heartfelt suggestion from his beloved pupil and daughter-in-law. Thus, Naruto's name was lovingly solidified a few months in advance. After dinner, Kushina retired to their room to rest. Jiraiya and Minato sat face to face in the living room, the indomitable will of the ninja temporarily set aside. "Sensei, your return this time was not solely to visit me and Kushina, but also to discuss the recent attack on the village. Am I correct?" "Indeed. I have only recently learned of this news," Jiraiya replied, gently shaking his teacup, his tone somber. "To have escaped unscathed under the combined efforts of Hokage Sarutobi and yourself indicates that the enemy is no ordinary foe." He tilted his head back, swallowing his tea, while his mind lingered on deeper concerns. "I wonder if this has any connection to Orochimaru." Minato replied gravely, "Indeed, a formidable adversary indeed. After the battle, we convened an intelligence analysis meeting, successfully unraveling part of the enemy's abilities, yet their true identity remains elusive. However, I doubt it is Orochimaru's doing." "Is that so?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Why are you so certain?" Minato explained, "I have heard of Orochimaru's abilities since his defection from the Leaf Village. It has been less than a year, a brief span insufficient for such a drastic change in combat style. Moreover, there is an even more crucial point that leads me to this conclusion." "What is it?" Minato's azure eyes deepened with intensity. "Sensei, you once mentioned that during your time in the Hidden Rain Village, you had 3 disciples, one of whom possessed a unique pair of eyes, correct?" Jiraiya's grip on his teacup tightened instinctively. "Why do you bring this up now?" Minato supported his chin with both hands, his gaze reflective at that time. "The rain obscured my view, so I did not see clearly. However, upon reflection, that peculiar sensation has lingered in my mind. After much contemplation, I truly believe I did not misjudge. The color and pattern of those eyes should match the description you provided of your former disciple, Nagato, and his Rinnegan." akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. This cannot be. All three of my disciples, including Nagato, perished nearly half a year ago in the Hidden Rain village. He rose abruptly, and upon seeing the astonished expression on Minato's face, he paused, sighed, and slowly sat back down. I apologize for my outburst. Minato regained his usual composure, reasoning calmly. Sensei, I understand your feelings. But is it not possible that Nagato survived? Jiraiya clenched his fists, his gaze downward cast. Perhaps, but I cannot fathom why Nagato would attack the Leaf Village. Minato logically conjectured. They were all orphans of the Second Great Ninja War, given that the Hidden Rain was a primary battleground. Could it not be that they lost their home because of it? His words, though delicately phrased, resonated with Jiraiya. He intertwined his fingers, his thumbs nervously rubbing against each other. The death of Nagato's parents had never been a topic of discussion between them. It was an unspoken taboo in their master-disciple bond. Perhaps it was indeed due to the loss of their parents that Nagato's path led him to such darkness. A flood of memories washed over Jiraiya. Recalling his time with his three disciples, particularly the moments shared with Nagato, he remembered the parting, as he had affectionately ruffled Nagato's hair. The radiant smile that had adorned his face. Jiraiya's restless hand stilled, and he met Minato's steadfast gaze, resolutely asserting, "We must uncover the truth." Even so, I still believe in my disciple. He cannot be such a narrow-minded individual. There must be some hidden truth behind this. I suspect that either there is another wielder of the Rinnegan, or Nagato's Rinnegan has fallen into the hands of certain individuals, who are then utilizing its power to launch an assault on Konoha. I have always chosen to trust my disciple, whom I hold in high regard. It is precisely because I, too, as both a teacher and a disciple, have my own cherished pupil that I can truly comprehend the feelings of a mentor. Minato nodded, acknowledging, indeed, if the assailant is not Nagato, then it must be the scenario you mentioned, Sensei. Jiraiya asked, Minato, could you share with me all the intelligence you've gathered on the capabilities of the assailant? Of course, Minato replied. I anticipated that you would be concerned, so I have already prepared it. He produced a scroll that had been readied in advance. Jiraiya took the scroll, tucking it into his robes, and stood up with a smile, saying, Minato, I shall take my leave now. Go spend some time with Kushina and get some rest. Minato responded, somewhat taken aback. Aren't you staying the night, Sensei? I had hoped to discuss some secret matters with you. Oh, Jiraiya's expression turned intriguing. Is it a woman's secret, Minato? As my top disciple, you truly are perceptive. He leaned closer to Minato and whispered, tonight, once Kushina is asleep, use the Flying Thunder God technique to the back mountain, and I'll take you to experience sights that even the Hokage cannot witness. In an instant, Minato felt a stir of excitement, but suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura emanating from the other side of the door behind him. He instantly broke into a sweat, exclaiming, Sensei, you can't be suggesting we go spy. Can you? Please spare me. I cannot betray Kushina. Upon uttering this, he distinctly felt the murderous intent dissipate from behind the door. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Minato on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. I know you wish to inquire about sage techniques, right? Minato scratched his tousled blonde hair, smiling indeed. The village's attack has made me realize my immaturity as Hokage, and I wish to seize the opportunity to refine my lackluster sage techniques. Jiraiya chuckled helplessly, regarding that matter. I truly cannot assist you, for I am even less adept at sage techniques than you. Though your sage mode may not last long, at the very least. You can enter it on your own. Minato bashfully responded. You are too modest, Sensei. At least your chakra can summon two great sages, while I can only summon Mr. Muntai. Returning to the subject at hand, Jiraiya spoke earnestly. Minato, I believe that with your understanding of techniques and the creativity that allowed you to develop the Rinnegan, you will undoubtedly discover your own sage mode. Do not be constrained by existing knowledge. Unleash your inspiration. Oh, inspiration sometimes depends on the joy and relaxation of the mind and body. In that regard, I can certainly offer you some guidance. Saying this, Jiraiya reached into his robes and handed Minato another book. Is this the Paradise of Affection, another of your works, Sensei? Jiraiya smiled, yes. My new work has yet to be officially released, but as my top disciple, you receive this special privilege. Minato felt as if he had struck gold. Oh my. Following your indomitable will of the ninja, another masterpiece. What an honor. I imagine the profound experiences of a great ninja like you, along with the wisdom distilled from countless trials, must have reached new heights in this work. Sensei, I will definitely read it with Kushina. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya chuckled knowingly. It is most fitting for a couple to read together, but during this special time, do not attempt to emulate any dangerous actions within. Minato exclaimed, "Oh, are you referring to the high-difficulty maneuvers and battles between ninjas, those swift and electrifying moves? I never expected the action sequences in your new work to be perfected and enhanced. I must study every word and phrase to grasp their true meaning and apply it in the real battles to protect the village." After bidding farewell to Minato, Jiraiya made his way to the woods at the entrance of Konoha, gradually unfolding the intelligence scroll Minato had provided. As he read the information concerning the capabilities of the invaders from that night, his gaze grew increasingly grave, and his hand that held the scroll became somewhat sluggish. The intelligence concluded with a signature, accompanied by a kunai engraved with the symbol of the ninja love, coming into Jiraiya's view. It was Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai. Jiraiya grasped the kunai in his hand. At the scroll's end, where the kunai had pressed down, Minato had pinned a parting message. "Sensei, I fully understand that when I mentioned the Rinnegan and your former disciple Nagato, you would undoubtedly seek to investigate further. From my position, I cannot prevent you. Therefore, please take my Flying Thunder God kunai with you. Should anything occur, I will drop everything and rush to your side in an instant." Minato is truly a thoughtful and caring child. Jiraiya smiled as he tucked the kunai into his robes. He turned and dashed towards the western border of the Land of Fire. Were Nagato and his companions still among the living? Had his Rinnegan been stolen by the suspected enemy of Konoha, Orochimaru, and utilized for revenge against the village? To uncover the truth behind it all, he must first investigate the Rain Village, where Nagato and his companions had suffered. Chapter 76, The Grave Digger of the Undying River. After 3 days of intermittent travel, the Yata bird finally arrived at its destination, the Land of Earth, the Undying River. From a high vantage point, the undulating mountains resembled a colossal dragon lying across the vast land. The fortress, constructed of solid stone amidst the towering peaks, is the unshakable birthplace of the Iwagakure ninja, the embodiment of the Earth's will. In the ethereal sea of clouds, the massive form of the Yata bird appeared insignificant. Pai laughed heartily. "Ha! This place is perfect for a heavenly star of Earth explosion. If we could transport all the rocks to the sky, creating a moon would be a piece of cake." Pei Lin smiled. "A Super Shinra Tensei would also be splendid. It would benefit the unity of the ninja world. Talking to oneself in a two-dimensional realm is quite common." Nagato had long since adapted to this. Pei Lin took out a parchment from her robe, unfolding it with her small hands. It was the map of the Undying River that Orochimaru had hand-drawn before their departure. 2 red crosses marked on the map indicated the locations of pyramid tombs. However, only one was the resting place of a significant figure, while the other was a dubious tomb. It is said that the dubious tomb was proposed by the Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, to prevent individuals with ulterior motives, like the previous incarnation of Tobi and the current Nagato, from arising. Furthermore, the mechanisms employed in the dubious tomb are identical to those in the legitimate one. Once triggered, it would emit a thunderous roar, prompting Iwagakure to swiftly mobilize and surround the tomb raiders. Pei AI remarked, "If that brat AI possesses Inoki's cunning, given my current configuration, it would indeed be quite troublesome." At this moment, Nagato had already devised a strategy to counter the dubious trap set by Inoki. The method was simple yet brutal. Pei Lin and Pei AI would split into 2 teams, simultaneously triggering the mechanisms of both the legitimate tomb and the dubious one. The Yata bird dove from the clouds, halting at an altitude of about 300 meters. Descending any further would significantly increase the risk of detection. With a swift motion, Pei AI hoisted Pei Lin onto his shoulder and leaped from the back of the Yata bird. Boom! Upon landing, the earth crumbled in response. But the commotion seemed negligible amidst the vast wilderness. Perrin chose not to dispel the summoning of the celestial Yata no Kagami, for the vision of the summoned beast was shared with pain. Maintaining the summoning would provide an additional pair of eyes, crucial for monitoring the movements of the rock-hidden ninjas from above, thereby playing a pivotal role in their forthcoming actions. Pei AI released Perrin, stating, "The tomb closer to the rock hidden will be your task. You excel in stealth." With this intent, Perrin formed hand seals and summoned a chameleon. With a swift flick of its sticky tongue, the chameleon ensnared Perrin and swallowed her whole. Whoosh! After concealing its form, the chameleon darted towards its destination. Once Pei AI diverted his gaze, he sped away towards another marked location. In the rock-hidden village, it was midday, the time when Ōtsutsuki Inoki enjoyed his meal. The dining location was none other than his Ōtsutsuki office. Perched upon a high stool, he savored his boxed lunch, while a delightful little bundle at his waist blinked its bright, shiny eyes at him. With a tender smile, Inoki cautiously raised a spoonful of soup, saying, "Little Kuro, open your mouth, Grandpa will feed you." "Father, your workload is quite heavy." Perhaps the responsibility of caring for Kuro should be delegated to those beneath you. Sitting on a stone bench nearby was Inoki's son, Kori, who had yet to reach 30, though his features bore a youthful innocence. A fierce demeanor had already taken shape in his brow. He had just returned from executing an S-rank mission. Inoki stubbornly retorted, "Humph. My hair may have turned half gray, but my vitality remains robust. I can manage both work and childcare." To prove his endurance to Kori, he set down the spoon, secured Kuro at his waist, and lifted off the ground, first applying the weighty rock technique on Kuro before spinning him playfully in the air. As the spinning ceased, he grinned at Kori, exclaiming, "See, I am still as capable as ever." After settling back into his seat and wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced down only to be met with astonishment. Kuro's eyes had transformed into the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Oh dear, at this rate, it won't be long before the white-haired sends the black-haired off. Kori sighed and summoned the nanny responsible for Kuro's care, taking her back. Once the door was closed, Kori raised his head and polished off his meal. "Father, upon my return, I have some intelligence to report." Inoki replied, "Swallow your food first, then speak." A cup of tea floated before him. "Oh." Kori accepted it and gulped it down, clearing his mouth before saying, "I gathered intel along the way. It appears that the grave of the third rakeage has been disturbed, and it happened right in front of the fourth rakeage." "Kori, you can't possibly believe such rumors. Who in the ninja world would dare to desecrate the grave of A in his presence? That person must either be a fool or a madman, and they are likely already deceased." Inoki scoffed, raising his teacup to drink. Yet Kori solemnly insisted, "Whether or not that person is dead, I cannot say. But our informants within the Land of Lightning's daimyo's estate witnessed a losing an arm while going to pay his respects." "What?" Inoki gasped, nearly spitting out his tea. "Is that verifiable? A has lost an arm." Whoosh. At the foot of the mountains bordering the rock-hidden village, the chameleon revealed its form. Perrin emerged, her Rinnegan surveying her surroundings. Surprisingly smooth, she mused, as she approached a sealing talisman and crouched down. On the opposite side of the mountain, at a matching sealing talisman, Pai was also prepared. Their gazes interconnected perfectly, allowing them to coordinate seamlessly, akin to the left and right hands. 3, 2, 1, whoosh. Both tore away the sealing talismans simultaneously. In the Ōtsutsuki office of the rock-hidden village, Inoki snapped back to reality from his shock, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. He took a sip of tea, relishing the moment. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a grave loss? Well, this is partly his own fault. He flaunts his affairs so ostentatiously, no wonder he has drawn attention. The remains of the previous generation should be handled as we do to ensure absolute security. A rumble erupted suddenly. Is there an earthquake? No. This commotion originates from the grave of the previous Ōtsutsuki. Chapter 77, Jiraiya, infiltrating the rain hidden. Under the rain-soaked sky, the water's surface rippled incessantly. Splash. A toad emerged from the water, mouth agape, an arm extending out, followed by its entire body. The toad closed its mouth and submerged. The white-haired boy squatting at the water's edge lifted his head amidst the rain, gazing at the cold-toned buildings through the curtain of rain. A faint smile gracing his lips. Yao Shi, the infiltration was successful. Within the high tower of the rain hidden, Nagato's expression shifted slightly. Someone has obstructed my rain. This chakra feels remarkably familiar. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze lowered. Is it my teacher, Jiraiya? Ever since he visited Minato in Konoha, I knew this day was not far off. Konan stepped forward to inquire, "What shall we do, Nagato?" Nagato replied, "Although the path we tread is not the one our teacher once entrusted to us, he has indeed shown us kindness. Without his 3 years of meticulous guidance, we would have perished amidst the turmoil of the rain hidden. Now that he has intruded upon our territory, confrontation is inevitable. However, capturing him alive without harming him is sufficient." "Is that so? How wonderful." Konan's expression brightened with relief. "Should I proceed?" "Go ahead. I will halt the rain. Use your abilities to locate him, but do not reveal yourself." After forming hand seals, Nagato ceased the rain, though the sky remained dim. "Understood." Konan formed her seals and extended her arms, causing the rain to pour down. Nagato's lips curled into a slight smile. "Moreover, I am curious how my teacher, who recently mourned for me, perceives my existence now." Jiraiya walked alone through the shadowy alleyways, halting his steps, gazing at the sporadic raindrops falling from the sky. He furrowed his brow. Has the rain ceased? Although the rain hidden is said to have perpetual rainfall, there are still brief periods of respite. Well, while the enemy used the rain tiger-free technique when invading Konoha, no one would persistently employ such chakra-consuming techniques in their own territory, would they? Unless the enemy itself is a chakra monster, a tailed beast. Jiraiya dismissed his concerns and continued forward, murmuring, "The Ōtsutsuki, led by Yahiko, was ambushed in the rain hidden. The intel I received indicated that those 3 children perished. Shortly thereafter, Konoha was attacked, with the enemy utilizing remote-controlled corpses, a technique seemingly related to Nagato's Rinnegan. Thus, I deduced that Nagato either entrusted his eyes to someone before his death, akin to what Obito did with Kakashi, or his eyes were taken after his demise. If it is the latter, I have 3 suspects in mind. Hanzo of the Salamander, who has the advantage of proximity and, given his knowledge, should recognize the Rinnegan. Additionally, he harbors a grudge against Konoha. Danzo, rumored to have connections with Hanzo, though lacking concrete evidence. Manipulating the Rinnegan's abilities to orchestrate an attack on Konoha to undermine Minato's rule makes sense. Jiraiya clenched his fist, and the final suspect is Orochimaru, whose defection from Konoha occurred nearly simultaneously with the attack on those children. His motive for vengeance against Konoha for his lost parents is the most compelling. Furthermore, what deepens my suspicion is the mention in Minato's intel scroll regarding the enemy's dubious activities concerning the Uchiha clan. I know you all too well, Orochimaru. You have coveted the power of the Uchiha Sharingan for quite some time, haven't you? In addition, you, alongside Tsunade and I, encountered those 3 children in the Land of Rain all those years ago. Perhaps you, being more perceptive than my sluggish self, recognized the potential within them much sooner. Orochimaru, if it is indeed you who has usurped Nagato's Rinnegan, then your ambitions extend far beyond Konoha. Thus, the purpose of my visit is. Jiraiya's solemn and menacing stride came to a halt, and the pink lights of the rain paradise illuminated his eyes, causing his nostrils to flare as he clenched and unclenched his fingers repeatedly. How delightful it is to thoroughly enjoy the fruits of inspiration. What an intriguing investigation it will be in this land of exotic allure. I truly look forward to it. With heavy steps, Jiraiya entered the vibrant, kaleidoscopic lights of the rain paradise. "Welcome, honored guest," came the cheerful greeting. Suddenly, a paper butterfly fluttered past from a shadowy corner. Atop the tower, Konan's figure coalesced. It was indeed Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato turned his gaze, noticing the peculiar and tense expression on her face. "Is there something amiss, sensei?" Konan replied. "It seems that sensei has mistaken you for Orochimaru. He believes that Orochimaru, after your demise, seized your eyes and launched an assault on Konoha." Nagato sighed. As expected of sensei, his obsession with Orochimaru is truly unparalleled. "Where has he gone now?" Konan hesitantly said. "He has gone to that establishment that Kakuzu just funded and is staunchly supporting." Nagato chuckled softly. "Ah, I can only say he truly is sensei." Konan inquired. "What shall we do next?" Nagato responded. "Since sensei has traveled a long way, let him enjoy himself for now. Have your clone monitor from outside. Once he has finished, Pei Lin and Pei AI should be arriving at the Land of Immortality shortly. Indeed, the timing is slightly ahead of schedule. 3 hours later. Dear one, welcome once again. I shall certainly return." Jiraiya departed from the rain paradise with a buoyant gait. Yet, as the door closed behind him, the jovial expression on his face was instantly replaced by solemnity. His visit was not solely for enjoyment. It was also to gather intelligence. The young woman named Tayuya, although initially wary of his inquiries, eventually divulged a significant piece of information under the subtle trap of his eloquent wording. Once again, the rain reigned over the skies of the Land of Rain. His demeanor turned grave. Has Hanzo the Salamander's regime truly been overturned? If the divine pain and the angel who conveys divine will to the people are indeed orchestrating this, would it really be Orochimaru behind such machinations? This does not align with my previous impressions. Although the possibility of Orochimaru's involvement cannot be dismissed, the term angel invariably reminds me of that child. Jiraiya clenched his fist tightly. Atop the tower, Konan remarked, "It seems sensei has sensed something amiss." Nagato replied in a low voice. "Pei AI and Pei Lin have already commenced their operations at the Land of Immortality. To facilitate support, we must conclude matters here rather decisively. I have already dispatched that body. That is likely the only means to compel him to comply without causing him harm." Chapter 78, Triple Symphony. At the Land of Immortality. Amidst the earth-shaking roars, majestic pyramids rose before Pei AI and Pei Lin. Pei Lin's eyes sparkled. How truly magnificent. Above, the Yada no Kagami, through the Rinnegan, captured every movement of the actions from Awagakure. Pei Lin murmured, "All Awagakure forces are converging towards my location. Could this be the main tomb? Should I summon Pei AI here directly? No, better not to." After contemplation, Pei Lin decided against summoning Pei AI. The art of war teaches that what is real can be made to appear false, and what is false, real. Who is Inoki? Would he not understand the strategy of creating illusions? In the Ōtsutsuki's office, Inoki had donned his battle attire, gazing out the window. His eyes were profound. The seals on both tombs have been simultaneously lifted. The enemy must have had ample planning beforehand. Father, why concentrate our forces on the false tomb? Asked Ōtsutsuki. Inoki replied, this is to create a diversion, disrupting the enemy's rhythm. The simultaneous removal of two seal symbols indicates that the enemy, divided into two paths, must possess real-time communication capabilities. Ōtsutsuki responded gravely. I see. By diverting the enemies at the main tomb to assist those at the false tomb, we can prevent their success. No. Inoki floated into the air, pushed open the window, and gazed at the flowing clouds. His vision reaching far. My aim is to lead the enemy to anticipate precisely what you just thought. Ōtsutsuki's eyes widened. After all, with too many people present, I cannot fully utilize my abilities. Ōtsutsuki, follow me to the other tomb. Inoki utilized his heavy stone technique, and together they soared into the sky. A cunning smile crept upon Inoki's lips. Their target was none other than the remains of the former Ōtsutsuki. If they are of the same faction that attacked the Reikage, then we may reap the benefits, for acquiring the remains of the third Reikage would be a formidable trump card. Hey, what on earth is happening? As the Iwagakure forces arrived outside the pyramid, they did not halt. For there, standing ominously, were four colossal entities that evoked both fear and unfamiliarity. The Hellhound, Centipede, Lizard, and Chameleon. Leading the charge were the Iwagakure Jonin, Kuro, and Mune, with Kuro being a renowned genius of the demolition squad. While Mune was a promising young ninja akin to Kakashi Hatake, we will use explosive techniques to directly contain these beasts. While your conventional forces shall employ earth techniques to infiltrate the pyramid, Kuro commanded as he leapt into action. Explosive release, landmine fist. Boom. Outside, the chaos began. In the tomb chamber, a stone panda stood still, its head adorned with a candle, serving as a candelabrum. Pei Lin, illuminated by the candlelight, gazed at three stone sarcophagi standing at her height. Within the stone panda's field of vision, a figure emerged. Beneath the cat-faced mask, the corners of its mouth curled upward. In every sense, you certainly know how to be a nuisance. Whoosh. She bent low, evading a kunai that came soaring from behind. The two Iwagakure shinobi who appeared alongside Mune were astonished. She dodged the attack from behind. How did she manage that? Mune, though not overly surprised, set his gaze on the delicate figure before him, stating in a low tone, in this enclosed space, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender at once. For this is our domain. With that, he formed hand seals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From various points within the tomb, stone platforms adorned with sealing techniques emerged. Pei Lin recognized Mune. Although he appeared younger than in the original storyline, it was indeed him. Mune, I recall, defeated the reanimated Kuro during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Additionally, he served as the captain of the sealing unit of the allied shinobi forces, rivaling Kakashi Hatake from Iwagakure. As Pei Lin regained her composure, she smiled charmingly. You say this is your domain. Is that truly the case? Smack. She clapped her palms together, and summoning techniques manifested upon the stone wall behind her. Nanny? Mune's expression shifted dramatically. She intends to perform summoning jutsu in such a confined space? Boom. From the wall's summoning seals, the hell crab materialized, shattering the stone sarcophagi, causing three mummified corpses to tumble forth. We cannot allow him to succeed. Mune formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful fire jutsu. Pei Lin quipped, a splendid counter. I commend you. Water release, bubble dance. In the maw of the infernal crab, a tumultuous surge of foam cascaded down, swiftly extinguishing the flames and retreating with a violent pull. Alas, the method of the ink seal transformed abruptly, invoking the earth flow wall. Among the three corpses submerged in the foam, two began to dissolve rapidly. Oh, crafted from wax, you say? Thus, they melt upon exposure to heat. I must extend my gratitude to you for saving me the cost of time. Bang! The infernal crab vanished, and from the breach created by the summoning, the chameleon's tongue ensnared the bodies of Perrin and Lord Wu, pulling them into its gullet. Clang! Clang! After the chameleon concealed its form, it dashed off, shaking its head. Boom! Outside, the centipede crashed violently to the ground. How infuriating! Is there truly nothing my explosive escape can do against these creatures? As the chameleon fled, Perrin's petite face grew stern. The vision of the Yada bird has vanished. Was it discovered and silently eliminated by the Earth Shadow, Inoki? Truly formidable. He is one of the few who can pose a threat to Pei AI. Should Pei AI be eliminated, the chakra relay station of the Azura mechanism would also fail. And I, far beyond the control range of my original body, would lose my ability to manipulate it. My original form would be incapable of reverse summoning me, akin to the remains of the male beast brought back by my teacher, Jiraiya, years ago. Therefore, no matter what, Pei AI must not fall victim to Inoki's dust release. In another pyramid tomb, 2 more corpses, similarly disguised with wax, melted away, and Pei AI obtained yet another body of Lord Wu. Boom! Bursting forth, clad in lightning, he emerged from the pinnacle of the pyramid. However, as soon as he appeared, he entered a genuine ambush. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Boom, boom. The 2 earthen mountains closed in on him from either side. Pei AI, cradling the corpse, could not free his hands, yet. 2 robust mechanical arms sprouted from his shoulders, encased in lightning armor, to withstand the crushing mountains of earth, though he found himself immobilized in the process. Pei AI murmured, "Oh, have I been caught? Is my original body attempting to reverse summon me? However, to summon the one I am holding, Perrin must inscribe a summoning mark. It's a gamble to abandon it, but if this being is the true master, my endeavor would be for naught." Yellow Earth shouted, "Father, take action." Inoki, the second Ōtsutsuki, loomed above, gazing down. It was hard to believe. Though his hair color had slightly changed and his physique altered, that formidable body and immense strength unmistakably belonged to the third Reikage. Had the attack of the Mountain Earth technique been executed by the fourth Reikage, perhaps it could have been evaded. After all, your forte lies in offense and defense, not speed. This will seal your fate, for in the face of my dust release, the strongest shield is utterly meaningless. Whoosh! Inoki formed a seal with his hands, a transparent cube of dust swirling into existence. At that moment, Perrin executed a flip, landing atop the mountain of earth. Unfazed, Inoki declared, "Oh, reinforcements? But they will only add to the casualties." Dust release, detachment of the original world. Whoosh! The dust cube between his palms expanded, transforming into a beam of light that swept downward. Summoning technique. In the village hidden in the ring, as Jiraiya traversed, his form suddenly froze. Whoosh! The hungry ghost path of pain, concealed by the camouflage technique, revealed itself, clinging tightly to Jiraiya from behind. Feeling the chakra draining away, Jiraiya, in shock, turned his gaze. "The Rinnegan, you are the enemy capable of absorbing chakra mentioned in the intel." How infuriating. The intel did not mention that he would employ the camouflage technique to eliminate his presence. How did he perceive me? Could it truly be the rain? He indeed possesses the chakra to maintain the Rain Tiger freedom technique throughout. Jiraiya struggled with all his might, attempting to break free. Pain, in his hungry ghost form, said, "Please, do not struggle, it will be over soon." As the sensation of fatigue from the chakra loss enveloped him, Jiraiya, the reluctant, recognized the dire straits he was in. How frustrating, to meet such an end right after entering. Is there a more humiliating circumstance? Bang! Suddenly, the binding sensation from behind vanished, and Jiraiya stumbled, crashing to the ground, shocked and disoriented. What is happening? That fellow has suddenly disappeared? Regardless, I am saved, for now. I must evade this rain. Jiraiya glanced at the overhead pipe, disregarding his fatigue, and stepped in. As he ran, his expression darkened. To escape? No. He addressed me with honorifics. He must know me. I must ascertain the true identity of that fellow. It is said the enemy may share vision, and that there exists the third Kazekage, who can summon mechanized armor, along with the ability to manipulate attraction and repulsion. Yet, the chakra-absorbing individual possesses the camouflage technique, an ability not recorded in the intel, indicating that Minato's information may not encompass everything. Crack! He bit his finger, dipped it in blood, and painted a mask on his face. Indeed, to confront such an opponent, Sage Mode is indispensable. Summon the 2 great sages. His palms came together in prayer. At the tower, from a distant vantage point, Perrin saw ahead, the hungry ghost path absorbing the dust release, the smoke dissipating, revealing the astonished expression of Inoki. That dust release was a critical moment. Nagato remarked, "It seems we have neglected something." Konan inquired, "What of Master Jiraiya?" Nagato replied solemnly, "Based on my understanding of the master, he will not yield easily. He will counter every move. After all, I do not intend to take his life." Whoosh! The dark and ominous vortex swirled in the rain. Crack! Nagato, sensing the change, immediately grew grim. "Konan, you must escort Kakazu to the underground research base and instruct Orochimaru and Tobi to proceed according to the emergency plan." Sweat trickled down Konan's face as her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. "Could it be?" Nagato stated gravely. "Indeed, that fellow is coming." As the vortex settled, Obito peered through the eye-hole of Zetsu at the falling rain. Oh, another of his rain tricks? He must have sensed our arrival. It matters not. I never intended to hide. Whoosh! He vanished into the swirling Kemui vortex. On the tower's relief, Nagato cast a cold glance at the suddenly appearing vortex. You have arrived. Ah, indeed. Thus, Obito made a grand entrance, slowly removing his hood and shaking off the raindrops. I heard you have taken charge of the village hidden in the rain. I came to see your current state, by the way, to relay some intelligence that White Zetsu has gathered. Obito's Sharingan glimmered ominously. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, has infiltrated the village hidden in the rain. I imagine you have sensed it as well, Nagato. Chapter 79, The Dance of the Swift Sky. Have we caught up? Perrin murmured, releasing his hand from the hand seals. It was a moment of peril. The hungry ghost path of pain retracted the sealing technique. The vanishing beam of dust release transformed into Inoki's astonishment. His small eyes fixated intently on the dark, muscular figure atop the mountain of earth. Yellow Earth looked up. Father, could it be that he is? Inoki clenched his fist. Ah, Yamashiro? He, along with Tu and Amu, went missing during a recent inspection mission in the Land of Lightning. Was that summoning mark inscribed by the masked girl? Yellow Earth exclaimed. What has Yamashiro done? Inoki replied. My dust release has been absorbed by him. What? The shock of Yellow Earth was unimaginable. At that moment, the mechanical arms summoned by Pei AI began to exert force, and the cracks on the mountain of Earth widened. Damn it, the mountain Earth technique cannot be sustained. Yellow Earth struggled to hold on, but ultimately, sheer strength could not prevail. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain of Earth crumbled, debris flying through the air, and even the pyramid in the distance was affected, meeting its demise in the process. Pei AI and the hungry ghost path descended together onto the Yada no Kagami, which was summoned anew by Pylon, where they placed Wu Darren down. Along with the cargo released from the chameleon's mouth, another Wu Darren was transferred to the Yada no Kagami, marked with a summoning seal by Pylon. At this moment, as long as the main body was summoning from the rain-hidden village, we could be taken away in one fell swoop. However, an obstructive presence loomed nearby. Watching closely by the main body, gazing at the ascending Yada no Kagami, Ōtsutsuki's eyes turned profound and sharp, fixated on Pylon. He questioned from afar. Do you intend to take Wu Darren's remains, just as the third Raikage did, to manipulate and use them? Oh, Pylon raised an elegant eyebrow beneath her mask. The third Raikage had long since perished. This was an undeniable fact, and Shankyo was no exception. Both were but corpses. Thus, Ōtsutsuki naturally regarded me, masked as I was, as the one orchestrating the manipulation of the dead. Realizing this, Pylon chuckled, who knows? Ōtsutsuki retorted coldly, you shall not succeed. Do not presume that I am as malleable as that fool AI. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, and with a whoosh, the dust release cube coalesced in his palms once more. Pylon smiled. It's futile, Ōtsutsuki. To counter such absorption abilities, a feint is essential. Ōtsutsuki glanced downward. The earth below, with brute force, heaved a massive boulder aloft. Roar! After a vigorous run-up, he hurled it with all his might towards the hovering Yada no Kagami. The boulder ascended into the sky. Pylon remarked, you wish to strike me down with a stone? Such terrifying strength, yet alas, it cannot reach. The boulder peaked, still unable to touch the Yada no Kagami, and began its descent. Suddenly, the earth's techniques surged forth. The dust releases rock arm. Boom! From atop the boulder, a rock arm emerged, instantly looming over the Yada no Kagami, crashing down with ferocity. Pylon exclaimed in astonishment. So the boulder served as a vessel for unleashing the rock arm? Yellow Earth shouted, now's your chance, father. Ōtsutsuki thrust his palms forward, a beam of light erupting. Dust release, world severing technique. Boom. However, the rock arm shattered under Pei AI's mighty fist, and the ceiling barrier unfurled by the hungry ghost path once again sullied Ōtsutsuki's pride in his dust release. Pei AI lowered his fist. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Under Pylon's command, the Yada no Kagami's Rinnegan glanced down at the astonished Yellow Earth. With a sharp clap, its beak opened, and a colossal egg was expelled from its throat, plummeting below. Oh no! Ōtsutsuki's expression shifted dramatically. He dove from midair, forming seals as he summoned a colossal stone giant from the ground, bending to shield Yellow Earth, its back absorbing the explosive impact of the Yada no Kagami's egg. Pylon mused. In this era, Ōtsutsuki's adaptability, combat awareness, chakra capacity, and physical prowess are truly impeccable. Regardless, we have secured our prize. Let us make our escape. Whoosh! The Yada no Kagami spiraled and darted towards the horizon. Yellow Earth bellowed, Father! Do not mind me, pursue them. Humph. Ōtsutsuki snorted coldly, his small frame shooting forth like a cannonball in pursuit of the Yada no Kagami. As he closed in, his mind raced. My most formidable dust release can be absorbed by Shankyo. Even with enhanced body techniques, I cannot surpass the third Reikage. Furthermore, that masked woman wields her summoning art with grace. That triangular formation is indeed flawless. Logically, I should gain nothing from this encounter. Yet, my triangular formation is far more extravagant. Upon the peaks flanking the Yada no Kagami's path stood two towering figures. Upon seeing their forms, Nagato, hundreds of miles away, felt his pupils constrict. Ōtsutsuki is ruthless indeed. The two Jinchuriki from Awagakure are in motion. Melt Release, Old Purple, and Steam Ninja Han. Boom, boom. From the heights of the undying river, those two figures surged into the air, unleashing a terrifying tempest. Pei AI met their onslaught with his fists. Boom. The turbulent winds raged mid-air. Now I can close in. Crack. Ōtsutsuki's arm, covered in rock, accelerated for a devastating strike. The variables shifted too quickly, leaving no room for hesitation. Nagato decisively made his move. Pylon initiated summoning, placing Shankyo of the Hungry Ghost Path at the forefront, who raised his hands to block Ōtsutsuki's rock fist. Hungry Ghost Path. This rock fist is a manifestation of chakra. Hence it cannot escape the sealing absorption of the Hungry Ghost Path. Crack, crack. Ōtsutsuki's rock fist began to collapse before Shankyo's palms. So it seems. It's apparent you heavily rely on these hands. Crack. Ōtsutsuki twisted his wrist, seizing Shankyo's arms and bending them behind him. Crack, 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 crack. The earth rapidly eroded Shankyo's arms. Shankyo's eyes widened. Hungry Ghost Path devours. Whoosh. Feeling his chakra rapidly depleting, Ōtsutsuki suddenly froze. So that's your mechanism. However, you are a step too late. He pressed down on Shankyo's back and swiftly formed seals. Dust Release, Super Heavyweight Rock Technique. Shankyo's super-weighted form plummeted from the Yada no Kagami, crashing heavily downward. A thunderous roar ensued. Ōtsutsuki hovered aloft, forming hand seals as he swept downward. Dust Release, World-Severing Technique. Whoosh. The light of Dust Release obliterated the mountain below and erased all traces of Shankyo's existence. Huff, huff, huff. Ōtsutsuki gasped heavily. Boom, boom. Two figures shot down from the air, Old Purple and Han, were sent flying from their earlier encounter. This shouldn't be. Old Purple and Han excel in physical combat. Upon seeing Pei AI enveloped in lightning armor, Ōtsutsuki's pupils constricted sharply. The intensity of that lightning chakra mode. Could it be that you have enabled that person to perfectly utilize the power from before their birth? Pylon smiled. You discovered too late. What? Do you wish to continue your dust release attacks? That sounds like a splendid idea. Ōtsutsuki formed seals once more, condensing the dust release blocks, aimed at the retreating Yada no Kagami. And Pylon stood there, facing the wind, utterly unperturbed. The Hungry Ghost Path pain had been vanquished. There was no means to counter the dust release. Yet ultimately, for reasons unknown, Ōtsutsuki lowered his hand. Old Purple, rising, inquired, Lord Ōtsutsuki, why have you halted? Ōtsutsuki replied solemnly, my chakra has been excessively drained. If I fail to hit my target, the situation will reverse. With your current mastery over the tailed beast's power, facing the third Reikage, who wields the strength of his former life, there will be no chance of victory. Han knelt before Ōtsutsuki. I am ashamed, my lord. Enough. Ōtsutsuki clenched his fists, internally lamenting, what I should truly feel ashamed of is being outmaneuvered by her. Once the Yada no Kagami evaded its pursuers, it soared through the skies. Pylon, still shaken, remarked, that was indeed perilous. Pei AI responded, indeed, on the ground, we could attempt to evade the dust release with speed. But in the air, there was no room for evasion. Pylon chuckled. At the last moment, Ōtsutsuki hesitated. He must have noticed my feigned composure and strategy. Do you think he will feel frustrated? First, he was intimidated by the power you displayed, Pei AI, and then, due to the fear of being countered and defeated, chose to retreat. Pei AI spoke solemnly. The crack in his resolve, that stone will of his, will surely torment him for a long time to come. The echoes of the undying river did not carry to the skies above the rain-hidden village. Upon the tower of the rain-hidden village, under the gaze of Obito's Sharingan, Nagato's expression remained tranquil. No matter the circumstances, I cannot allow my trump card to be prematurely revealed to him at this moment. Pei AI and Pei Lin must not be summoned in his presence. His arrival is merely to confirm three matters. First, to ascertain whether Orochimaru and Kabuto are concealed by me. Second, to evaluate my attitude towards my former master, Jiraiya. And third, to gauge my current strength and capabilities. I have already embarrassed him several times in the past, and it is likely that he harbors significant prejudice against me. The second body is currently in a crucial gestation period, while Konan is diligently training with the nightshade flowers of the netherworld. This time, Nagato truly cannot afford to act rashly and further offend him. Well, since you wish to see, I shall grant you a glimpse. For it is merely a fragment of my current power as pain, nothing more. Nagato calmly stated. Indeed, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya has infiltrated Amigate Cure, and I am preparing to deploy my forces to confront him. How about it, Mr. Madara? Are you interested in witnessing this? Hearing Nagato address him with respect again eased Obito's previously aggressive tone. Oh, what kind of forces are we discussing? With a thud, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Hell Pain. Chapter 80. The Art of Hospitality. Obito gazed upon the new pain that he had not witnessed during Nagato's assault on Konoha. Oh, what ability does this one possess? The Hell Path, Nagato replied. Obito's brows furrowed. You aren't deploying the Deva Path? Instead of utilizing the devastating capabilities of the Azura and human paths, you're opting for the resurrection-based Hell Path? What are your intentions? Nagato articulated his reasoning. Konoha has gathered intelligence on those other paths. Utilizing the Hell Path's ability allows for an element of surprise. Besides, Obito fixated intently. Besides, Nagato expressed his eagerness. Employing the Hell Path as the primary attacker is my first experience in utilizing Pain's techniques in this manner. It's rather novel. Well, your playful spirit seems quite robust, Obito mused internally, thinking, I had assumed you intended to use the other Pains to guard against me, haha. With a flick of his sleeve, Obito approached Nagato and stood beside him, saying, though it is all in good fun, do not misjudge the strengths of both sides as you did during the Konoha incident, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Oh, Mr. Madara, are you aware of my objectives during the Konoha mission? Nagato inquired, raising an eyebrow. Obito coldly retorted, humph, what else could it be? Merely an outlet for your hatred towards Konoha, and an attempt to seize the forbidden scrolls containing the Book of Seals. Ultimately, did you not fail, acquiring only a handful of techniques? Under the leadership of Minato, Konoha's intelligence is so stringent that even I could not procure the most critical secrets. Very well, Nagato responded, producing a crystal ball. Within it, a scene unfolded of Jiraiya running through a conduit, hands clasped. In the wake of Obito's astonishment, Nagato remarked, this is indeed one of those handful of techniques. With this telescope technique, you can observe the unfolding battle between Pain and Jiraiya from here. Oh, Obito took the crystal ball into his hands, saying, you are rather considerate. What? Do you not harbor resentment towards my previous inaction regarding Yahiko's demise? Nagato smiled gently. I have come to terms with that. You merely intended to expedite my growth to realize your grand vision of the infinite Tsukuyomi. For me, Yahiko was a dear comrade, but to you, he was simply an obstacle. During this time, I have learned to empathize, attempting to understand your motives from your perspective. Ultimately, I have released my grievances against you. If I were in your position, I might have made similar choices. After all, Mr. Madara, both you and I place our ideals above all else. Your dream is peace. And mine is peace as well. We are both dreamers pursuing our paths for the noble ideal of peace. Why should we bear grievances against one another? Nagato's heartfelt reflection moved Obito unexpectedly. You have grown stronger, Nagato, both in body and spirit. No wonder you could defeat Hanzo in such a short time. Since we have cleared the air, why not join forces from this moment on? I must decline that proposition, Nagato interjected, stating, our collaboration should officially commence 7 months from now. Why is that? Obito scrutinized Nagato, raising his hand almost unconsciously. Nagato solemnly replied, my lack of complaints regarding your role in Yahiko's death does not imply that his demise holds no significance in my heart. This year is a period of mourning. As those words fell, the Deva Path Yahiko emerged from the darkness behind him. Obito glanced at the calm, cold visage and ultimately withdrew his outstretched hand. His gaze slowly shifted back to the crystal ball. Very well, proceed as you wish. Therefore, as a form of compensation for my concession, I expect a splendid performance. With a clang, footsteps echoed with a metallic resonance. 3 pairs of golden eyes glimmered strikingly in the darkness of the conduit. Little Jiraiya, it is time for you to learn to enter sage mode independently. In this regard, you are even outdone by your own disciple. Now, don't be too harsh. He has done quite well given that not everyone possesses Minato's talent. That said, while the method of entering sage mode may not be perfect, our collaborative sage mode possesses greater practical value than young Minato's. My sincerest apologies for interrupting your time with the child, Jiraiya said, stepping into the faint light at the conduit's exit. On his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima had taken their positions. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is the purpose of summoning us here? Jiraiya paused, his footsteps heavy as he intoned. One of my most esteemed disciples passed away not long ago. However, the eyes he possessed have resurfaced in the world of shinobi, and the individual wielding those eyes recently attacked the village. What? Such a thing has occurred? Is the village all right? Rest assured, they gained no advantage. Under the combined efforts of Minato, the third Hokage, and the villagers, the intruder was successfully repelled. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Then, several days ago, I learned from Minato about the invader possessing Nagato's Rinnegan. I specifically infiltrated the tragic Amige cure to investigate, hoping to unravel the doubts in my heart. Oh, is your disciple named Nagato? You truly have a connection with him. Wait, the focus is not on the name. Little Jiraiya mentioned the Rinnegan. That is the legendary Rinnegan, the Eye of the Six Paths. Oh, I almost forgot. Silly old man. Indeed mentioned that Six Paths Rinnegan. Was it the Rinnegan that was exploited? You expressed doubt in your heart. Do you suspect the one who seized that power? Indeed, Jiraiya replied. To be forthright with both of you, prior to my infiltration, I was nearly convinced that Orochimaru had seized those eyes. However, after uncovering certain details and narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy, my perspective has shifted somewhat. Fukasaku remarked. Orochimaru is indeed a name that leaves one feeling unsettled. Shima added, Little Jiraiya, are you suggesting that you no longer believe Orochimaru is the one who seized those eyes? Jiraiya's gaze darkened as he clenched his fist. No, I can only say that my initial judgment was somewhat hasty. I naively assumed those children were dead. And even if they had survived, they would never act against Konoha. Shima smiled gently. Well, I understand your nature, after all. A master always harbors high hopes for his disciples. The sage of Jima cast a fierce glance at the exit of the pipe. In truth, it is quite simple. Simply pin the enemy to the ground and ascertain their true identity. I had thought the same. Jiraiya resolutely formed hand signs with both hands. Sage art, toad, oil fireball. Boom. At the platform of the pipe's exit, Kaku jumped back into the air, evading the onslaught of raging flames. Has the sage mode's perception detected me? Well, that's fine. Kaku, with his Rinnegan reflecting the fire, brought his hands together in front of his chest. Fire release, head hardening. Boom. The two attacks clashed, creating a violent conflux of flames. In the underground laboratory, Konan employed her telescope technique to project the battle scene before Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kaku. Naturally, the focal point of this technique was Kaku. Kakuzu's emerald eyes were filled with tremors. Damn. How is he able to do this without utilizing the properties of the Earth Grudge Fear Mask? To unleash head hardening with such power, what sorcery is this? Orochimaru chuckled as he unveiled the mystery. Nagato has already mastered the Earth Grudge Fear technique, so he is not merely employing Pain's abilities. He has infused his own understanding into it. Kakuzu's expression turned ashen. He grasped a technique that took me 3 years to comprehend in just 3 days, even surpassing my understanding of it. This is utterly preposterous. This fellow named Nagato. Even more outrageous is that I was resurrected via the impure world reincarnation. And he hasn't even bothered to meet me in person. Does he not understand the etiquette of hospitality? Chapter 81. Kaku vs. Sage Jiraiya. Boom. The fiery curtain of their collision erupted outside the pipe. The surging heat wave rolled back into the pipe. Ugh. Jiraiya raised his hand to shield the two sages. His expression grave. With just the fire release from ninjutsu, I was able to block the sage art toad oil fireball. I had presumed the enemy relied solely on the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, yet I never anticipated their foundational combat prowess to be this formidable. I apologize for dragging you both into this. Sage Jima remarked with a chuckle. Humph, what is there to panic about? The attack that was blocked was merely a sage art unleashed by you, little Jiraiya. We have not yet intervened. Sage Shinsuke added, Indeed, indeed. This only further illustrates that summoning me and the mother of your child for assistance was a brilliant decision. Sage Jima urged, let us swiftly conclude this battle. I still need to prepare insect cuisine for the children. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Jiraiya's semi-frog-like foot left an imprint on the pipe as. In the next instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, adhering to the wall of the external edifice. The horizontal pupils of the toad discerned the true form of Kaku, who stood below. This enemy was not the one who had previously ambushed me from behind, absorbing chakra. Sage Jima fixed his gaze. Is that the Rinnegan? It certainly exudes an ominous aura. Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings, according to the intelligence. Rikudu speculated that the enemy is hiding in the shadows, controlling 6 corpses as a command tower. This means that, Besides the enemy who absorbed chakra just now, there is also this one before us, and potentially 4 more corpses. Sage Shinsuke inquired. Oh? A speculation that has yet to be validated? Confirming that no other foes lurked nearby, Jiraiya withdrew his gaze and refocused below. Indeed, after all, none of the Leaf villagers have witnessed the enemy's true form, leading to another theory suggesting that the so-called true body of the enemy is among those 6. Sage Jima lamented. What a pity that ambiguous intelligence can sometimes mislead our direction. Regardless of how many enemies there are or where the true body lies, eliminating the foe before us remains a prudent choice. Ha! That is indeed true. Yet as Jiraiya's hearty laughter echoed, he raised his head to behold a scene that froze his smile. Above, a torrential downpour coalesced into an immensely formidable rain dragon at the very moment he had been conversing with the 2 sages. Kaku, forming hand seals beneath his black mask, muttered coldly, "No one is obliged to wait for you to finish speaking in battle. Water release, rain dragon." Whoosh! The overwhelming rain dragon descended with a thunderous might, crashing down. I had witnessed that technique employed by someone on the battlefield of the Rain Village in the past. It was utterly hair-raising. For a fleeting second, I even doubted whether the enemy's true identity was Hanzo. Boom! Jiraiya soared into the air to meet the rain dragon, a brilliant blue spiral rapidly expanding upon his advancing palm. But I have grown stronger as well. Sage Art, Super Otama Rinnegan. Boom! The violent and heavy spiral collided with the rain dragon, and in an instant, the tumultuous torrents of water became the dominant theme of this battlefield. Whoosh! 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 The advance of the super spiral ultimately subdued the might of the rain dragon's roar. The resistance against the Rinnegan noticeably diminished, prompting a relieved smile to grace Jiraiya's lips. It seems this confrontation is mine to win, Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. He sensed an overwhelming penetrating force striking the forefront of the super spiral. An additional assault following the water release. Kaku stood atop the building, hands clasped, his cold gaze fixed. Lightning release, false darkness, crackle. The great spear of lightning, shooting down from the sky, pierced through the dense curtain of the sage art. Super Otama Rinnegan, causing it to explode in midair. Ugh! In the nick of time, Jiraiya performed an aerial turn to evade the lethal flash of lightning, landing somewhat clumsily upon the water surface formed by the explosion of the rain dragon. Boom! Kaku soared upward, leaping directly above Jiraiya, his hands forming seals once more, his chest swelling with power. Jiraiya's pupils trembled. Is this another wind release? Wind release, pressure damage. The ferocious gale unleashed from Kaku transformed into a terrifying pressure cannon, instantly obliterating the water surface accumulated from the rain dragon's explosion. As Jiraiya landed, the tremendous force almost toppled him, blood beginning to seep from his body. This was a disaster-level wind release. With great difficulty, Jiraiya dipped his hand in his own blood, struggling to form hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A colossal figure descended against the wind, hastily raising a large shield to protect Jiraiya and the 2 sages from the tempest above. With a momentary respite, Jiraiya gazed at the towering figure before him, smiling. "I can. Thank you." Clang! Clang! Under the intense wind pressure, Toad Ken staggered back several steps, and just as he was about to step on Jiraiya, he forcibly steadied himself, one hand gripping the shield while the other held a trident, reinforcing his defense. As Jiraiya's voice reached him, he turned and replied earnestly, "After all, I am rather clumsy." Sage Jima declared, "We can no longer afford to be on the defensive. After the enemy's attack concludes, we shall retaliate fiercely, aiming to extinguish the enemy's arrogant spirit in one blow." Sage Shinsuke concurred. "Indeed, indeed," Jiraiya affirmed. "It seems the decision has been made for that technique." The 3 of them prepared to form their seals. As the tail end of the wind release concluded, Toad Ken, with one hand gripping the shield, set down the trident, allowing Jiraiya to step onto his back. "Once the enemy's wind release ends, shall we launch ourselves into the sky, then?" "Indeed, I shall count on you." "Not a bother. After all, I am rather clumsy." On the Rain Village's high tower, Nagato, observing through the crystal ball, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, is that technique about to be unleashed?" As the wind pressure ceased, Toad Ken raised the trident, throwing Jiraiya into the air. Then, with a loud bang, he vanished into a plume of white smoke. Little Jiraiya uses oil. The mother of the child uses fire. I shall use wind. The 3 of them, with their techniques finalized, stood high above. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Boom! The wind intensified the flames, causing the fire to roll over the oil, which cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, searing the air around Kakuzu. It was indeed scorching. Crack! Crack! The firewind mask on his shoulders, a manifestation of his earth grudge fear, finally surged forth, yet distinct from the nature mask of Ōtsutsuki. This one bore openings for the eyes, revealing the Rinnegan. In conjunction with the hand seals Kakuzu boldly formed, a terrifying barrage was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The previously released fire, lightning, and wind amalgamated into a horrific cluster cannon. Let us collide then. The ultimate strike of earth grudge fear was unleashed. Chapter 82, Unconventional. Boom. The Sage Art 5 right gate collided with Kakuzu's version of earth grudge fear, erupting into a chaotic scene reminiscent of hell itself. Not to mention the buildings that were riddled with injuries from flames, fierce winds, and thundering chakra blasts. The boiling oil that splattered in all directions was the true terror. The raindrops in the sky evaporated as they neared this convective zone. Fortunately, this area was an uninhabited zone of the Rain Village, sparing innocent civilians from harm. As the chaos subsided, Kakuzu found himself enveloped in a haze of searing air. Jiraiya had already vanished without a trace. Nagato, atop the high tower, spoke to Obito, and Kakuzu echoed his words, murmuring, "Has he escaped?" Frankly, it was the wisest course of action for him to do so. Bang! A section of the steel pipe, tempered to its melting point, snapped and fell to the ground behind Kakuzu, emitting a hissing sound. Kakuzu turned back. Now is the time. From the shadows, an assailant seized this fleeting opportunity, launching a fierce assault from Kakuzu's blind spot with a powerful taijutsu punch. Snap! However, Kakuzu casually raised his right hand, catching Jiraiya's fist. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment of shock, the black threads of earth grudge fear flowed from Kakuzu's forearm seam, ensnaring Jiraiya. While the fire mask on his right shoulder opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Jiraiya in a cloud of white smoke. Kakuzu lowered his palm, murmuring, "So it was a clone. I suppose you are not entirely without strategy." Hidden amidst the ruins, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Had it not been a clone, I might have been gravely injured or worse. Sage Fukasaku remarked, "How curious. Why was the attack from the blind spot met with such precision and speed by the enemy?" Jiraiya replied solemnly, "To be candid with you both, intelligence indicates that the enemy possesses the ability of visual sharing." What? The two sages exchanged shocked glances. Jiraiya continued, "I refrained from mentioning it earlier because the capability of visual sharing is reportedly limited to him and the corpses he controls. However, in sage mode, I perceive no other chakra in the vicinity. Thus, I am at a loss as to how this is even possible." At that moment, Sage Shima, observing from a distance, noticed a detail. "Little Jiraiya, your father, look. The mask on that guy's shoulder is rotating. Could it be related?" Sage Fukasaku replied, "Then let us verify it. Little Jiraiya, prepare for a rapid and wide-ranging attack." Jiraiya grinned. "Understood." Swish. Sage Shima's long tongue shot out, wrapping around a stone pillar and spinning, allowing Jiraiya to land on the now-cooled wall, crouched like a frog, his white hair, now hardened and sharp, shot down like a torrential rain. Sage Art, Hair Needle Thousand Needles. Crack. The wind mask on his left shoulder, activated by the Rinnegan, detected this scene, unleashing a violent gale that scattered the incoming needles. Sage Fukasaku exclaimed, "Indeed, the eyes of those masks share his line of sight." Boom. The tendrils of earth grudge fear struck the wall where Jiraiya stood. He narrowly dodged, his expression growing more serious. In addition to spitting threads, those arms can extend their attacks, possessing extraordinary power. Whoosh. Sage Shima's long tongue retracted, proposing, "Let us employ an invisible attack to decisively determine the victor." Jiraiya gasped, "Huh? Are you referring to that Sage Art Taijutsu? But I have never fully mastered it." Sage Fukasaku replied, "That is because, little Jiraiya, you often struggle to maintain your composure in critical moments. Well, you know the general method. Force yourself to grow amidst the fierce battle." I shall strive to surpass myself." Jiraiya closed his eyes, momentarily casting aside all missions and burdens, channeling his focus to the maximum. Recalling the sensations his body remembered from training, it was as if natural energy was an extension of his own arm. Whoosh! Jiraiya pivoted his form, charging towards Kakuzu. "Oh, coming at me directly? But this time it's the real body. I must remain vigilant." Earth Style, Earth Spear Technique. Kakuzu's arm hardened with Earth Style, turning black, and met Jiraiya's punch with a fierce impact. Boom! Their fists collided, and Sage-transformed Jiraiya felt a twinge of pain in his arm. Oh, even taijutsu, is this formidable? However, The unseen punch that follows will be lethal. Whoosh. The rapidly flowing natural energy rippled across Kakuzu's right cheek. What is this? Frog kata. Bang. By the time Nagato reacted, the terrifying shockwave had already sent Kakuzu flying. Boom. After crashing through the wall, Kakuzu emerged from the ruins, staggering as his vision blurred even with the Rinnegan. Ugh, that technique is truly remarkable. Had my teacher not seemed to wield it imperfectly, I fear I would not have been able to rise again after a single blow. Whoosh. Just as he pondered, Sage Shima's tongue-binding technique had already ensnared him. Following this, a water blade erupted from Sage Fukasaku's mouth. Crack. Kakuzu dodged with all his might, yet his left arm, imbued with fire chakra, was still severed by the water blade's sharp edge. Using the tongue-binding technique as leverage, Jiraiya soared into the air, executing the Sage art, super large Rinnegan, descending upon Kakuzu from above. Beginning with Frog Kata, a splendid counterattack ensued. Kakuzu murmured, forming a hand seal with his right hand. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Under the super large Rinnegan, Kakuzu's form dissipated into a splash of water. Jiraiya could hardly conceal his astonishment. This technique is. Sage Fukasaku stated. Are you familiar with it? Jiraiya replied solemnly. This technique is the water body flicker, akin to the Rain Dragon song from earlier. It is one of Hanzo's signature moves. And it even evaded Orochimaru and my Shadow Snake Hand combined with the Needle Jizo. Sage Shima remarked. This is already the second time we've encountered one of Hanzo's abilities. He is indeed hailed as the pinnacle of the ninja world. His signature jutsu could hardly be easily replicated. Sage Fukasaku added. Does this mean the likelihood of the enemy's true form being Hanzo has increased? Jiraiya gazed at the severed arm on the ground, from which a heart, motionless and lifeless, emerged from the dissipating black threads. So that is how it is. Jiraiya clenched his fist. I understand the truth behind the enemy's ability to utilize Hanzo's techniques. He must have, after slaying Hanzo, through some form of jutsu, taken Hanzo's heart, along with the elite water-style ninjutsu that accompanied it. Wait, could it be that the fire mask on his right shoulder also belongs to a heart? Yes. Another heart, the heart of the fire style. Hanzo's water-style heart, he has not released within him, which makes it 3 hearts. Add to that, the heart of lightning style he released. He likely possesses 4 hearts. 4 hearts, equating to 4 lives? This enemy is indeed formidable. Precisely. Let us press on and defeat this enemy at once. Jiraiya's gaze followed the direction of his perception, launching into pursuit. In the rain-soaked high tower, Nagato spoke in a low voice. Facing Jiraiya-sensei in sage mode, attempting to defeat him with a single body does indeed seem rather implausible. The human path of pain approached the Deva path of pain, simultaneously leaping into the rain-drenched tower, launching a rapid assault. Obito, with a piercing gaze, remarked at last. It seems you intend to get serious. Chapter 83, a sudden glance back. Jiraiya, his limbs partially transformed into that of a frog, pressed against the ground, unleashing fiery projectiles in pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. The light of the flames flickered as Kakuzu jumped about, evading clumsily. In the underground laboratory, Kakuzu was seething with rage. Hey, counterattack. Why are you running? You have nothing to lose if you die. Konan's attention was no longer on the battle between Pain and Jiraiya. She understood well that Jiraiya was bound to lose and that Nagato would never take his life. It was merely a matter of the uninvited guest observing, determining the severity of Jiraiya's actions. She approached Orochimaru and Kabuto. Speaking coldly, the primary objective of Madara's visit to Amigakure is to ascertain whether you two are hiding beneath Nagato's command. Now that Madara himself has approached Nagato, it indicates he does not intend to spy personally, making the likelihood of using Black Zetsu significantly higher. This experimental site is equipped with techniques to shield from perception and barriers to prevent Earth-style infiltration. However, correspondingly, if Black Zetsu attempts to probe this area, he will encounter obstructions, making this location a focal point of suspicion. Orochimaru smiled, his hands clasped, relocating Kizu, who is under the impure world reincarnation. Here was also to prevent him from entering Black Zetsu's line of sight, thereby avoiding unnecessary associations with the technique. Indeed, Konan replied earnestly. Nagato's second body must not encounter any mishaps. Orochimaru elegantly rose and instructed Kabuto, prepare that. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and entered a nearby storeroom. Soon, he returned, holding several talismans. What are these? Konan inquired. Ever since the intel from the 18th Black Zetsu indicated Obito's intent to infiltrate Amigakure, I have been wary of this moment. Orochimaru chuckled. These are my invention, stealth talismans specifically designed against Black Zetsu. Simply affix one to your face. And even if Black Zetsu passes right before us, he will remain oblivious. Konan glanced at the talisman's design, her expression impassive. Are you serious, Orochimaru? Absolutely, he affirmed. I have conducted a thorough analysis of the entity known as Black Zetsu. By placing this talisman on your face, disabling the shielding techniques and barriers, and allowing the Zetsus to enter, they will naturally leave as if nothing occurred after their rounds. Konan surveyed the surroundings. What about these instruments? Apply the same talisman to them, Orochimaru replied as Kabuto busied himself. He affixed the talisman to his own face and handed one to Konan. Examining the talisman once more, Konan clenched her fist. Orochimaru, you're certain you're not jesting? Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. Konan, I understand your desire to protect Nagato, but I also hope that as a collaborator, you can extend me a measure of trust. After a moment of gritted teeth, Konan finally responded. You must not utter a single word to Nagato, or I will kill you. Orochimaru chuckled. Understood. Konan affixed the talisman to her face. Kakuzu, wear this. What? What is this? Are you joking? I cannot wear such a thing. Just kill me already. Orochimaru commanded. Bind Kakuzu with snakes. Understood. Ugh. Such strength. Has the power of the impure world reincarnation increased? Kabuto, hurry and assist. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The three exerted tremendous effort and finally managed to place the talisman on Kakuzu. Orochimaru and Kabuto struggled to restrain the still thrashing Kakuzu. Konan, you may release it now. Konan raised her hand, forming seals to deactivate the techniques and barriers surrounding the laboratory, temporarily opening the way. 5 minutes later, the Black Zetsus lurking underground revealed themselves. A total of 7 appeared. What an expansive area. It seems quite suitable for a hiding spot. The Zetsus wandered about, searching for suspicious signs. One of the Black Zetsus approached, and Konan quietly stepped aside to let it pass. It seems there's nothing suspicious here. Was Obito just being overly cautious? Obito? The unfamiliar name uttered by the Black Zetsu caused Konan to pause momentarily. Orochimaru's gaze darkened. It seems Konan has been unaware that the masked Madara is, in fact, Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, one Black Zetsu collided with a glass vessel. Everyone was startled. It was indeed the cultivation dish of Keed. The Black Zetsu exclaimed, Hey, what is going on? It feels like there's an invisible wall here. The other Zetsus turned to look. Really? Where? Everyone's hearts raced. After all, this talisman only obscured the Zetsus vision, not their existence. So it's still one T suffice. Konan's eyes turned cold, preparing to eliminate the threat. At that moment, a Black Zetsu approached and patted its shoulder. The others inquired, Hey, what is the situation? The Black Zetsu turned around and said, I made a mistake. I just tripped earlier. What a relief. I thought you had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Let us go. There's nothing to see here. Let us look elsewhere. Phew. The Black Zetsus swiftly departed. However, the one who had patted the shoulder bowed deeply to the air behind it before vanishing. It turned out that Zero had come along as well. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. A confrontation with the Zetsus could have led to complications with Nagato and Obito, yet the seeds of doubt in Obito's mind would likely intensify. Turning against each other would be a minor issue. In a strict sense, Nagato was now equipped to contend with Obito. However, if it jeopardized Keed's safety, that would indeed be a grave concern. Orochimaru mused to himself. Fortunately, the shared existence of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu did not personally conduct reconnaissance. Otherwise, the plan for the second body could have been rendered futile. Summoning, toad mouth binding technique. Suddenly, from the cold edifice, a wall of flesh surged forth, completely obstructing Kakuzu's escape. Jiraiya strode forward with confidence, proclaiming, This is Mayaboko Mountain, the esophagus of the great sage toad. You have nowhere left to run. Kakuzu retreated a step, hissing, as scorching white smoke rose around his feet. Will you be dissolved by gastric acid first, or will you confess the truth? Who is your true form? Orochimaru, Hanzo, or perhaps? Jiraiya's playful smile slowly faded as he clenched his fist. The name that lingered in his mind, which he was reluctant to utter, ultimately remained unspoken. Kakuzu gazed at Jiraiya, finally speaking to him for the first time, knowing that this technique has a true form. Both you and Konoha are truly impressive. However, do you genuinely believe that such a place can contain me? Jiraiya's expression hardened as he replied, Stop bluffing with your abilities. It is utterly impossible to break this esophagus from the inside. Kakuzu murmured, Perhaps, but from the outside, it may not be so. Jiraiya suddenly realized. Could it be? Crash. Kakuzu unleashed a vengeful black thread from his severed arm, wrapping around himself. This is bad. In shock, Jiraiya enveloped himself and the two sages on his shoulders in a chaotic lion's mane technique. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The violent repulsion surged in all directions. The structure housing the toad's esophagus crumbled with a deafening roar. Under immense stress, the inner walls of the toad's esophagus were torn asunder, caught in a tempest that carried debris within. Jiraiya expelled a stream of flame forward, utilizing the thrust to escape from peril. Did that backward strike cause you trouble, Suigetsu? He exclaimed. Leaning down, Jiraiya dispelled the summoning of the toad's esophagus, deftly dodging the relentless rain of falling rocks from above. As the dust settled, Jiraiya stood amidst the ruins. Three figures loomed above him. His gaze swept across the Hell Realm's Konan, then the Human Realm's Yokai, finally resting on the visage of the third figure. His pupils abruptly contracted to mere pinpoints, then suddenly widened. You are. A sigh escaped Nagato's lips beside Toby as he contemplated internally. The Deva Path Yahiko then raised his calm, cold visage, greeting Jiraiya in a voice devoid of emotion. It has been a long time, Jiraiya, sensei. Chapter 84. The One Who Enters the Play. Hey, little Jiraiya, what is the meaning of this? He calls you sensei? Shinsuke cast an inquisitive glance at Jiraiya, whose expression left him utterly astonished. Could it be he truly is? Oh, rainwater, mingled with the cold sweat, trickled down Jiraiya's face as he clenched his fists tightly. Speaking heavily, that face, it is unmistakable. Without a doubt, it is Yahiko among those three children. Moreover, the fact that he addresses me as sensei only solidifies it. As he pondered infiltrating the Rain Village to uncover the enemy's true identity, he had prepared himself psychologically. Yet, when the true face of the enemy turned out to be his own disciple, it felt like a boomerang, viciously spinning in his chest, piercing his heart. In that moment, he wished fervently that it was Orochimaru hiding behind Yahiko's visage, playing a cruel jest upon him. Yet, he understood all too well that, given Orochimaru's nature, he would not engage in such meaningless antics. He forced himself to regain composure swiftly. In the intelligence, whether the true bodies were manipulating the six or hiding among them, it determined that the enemy's true form was one of either Nagato or Yahiko. How ironic it is that I so naively believed my disciples would never truly turn against Konoha, even in their lowest state. It seems that, as both a teacher and a ninja, I still have much to learn. Accepting reality, Jiraiya lifted his gaze, smiling as he spoke with a nonchalant tone. Yahiko, is this how you greet your teacher? With blades drawn? The Deva Path Yahiko replied. I too have contemplated ending this conflict without bloodshed, but alas, reality has proven otherwise. Oh. Jiraiya was taken aback. Speaking of which, the adversary capable of absorbing chakra was not among these three. Of the six detailed in the intelligence, only four had thus far appeared. The other two were either unable to participate for some reason or were being deliberately withheld. The Deva Path Yahiko reassured him. Do not worry, no more other pain will appear in this battle. Jiraiya stared intently. Pain? Is that the name of these beings, like Yahiko, who possess the Rinnegan? Well then, the greetings have concluded. It is time to end this farce. The Deva Path Yahiko raised his palm, the dark gravity within it distorting the air. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. Jiraiya staggered and instinctively stepped back. In the next moment, his form was uncontrollably propelled forward. The sage Shinsuke and the sage Shima both gasped. What is this ability? Jiraiya's thoughts raced. Ah, it has appeared. Among the five recorded in the intelligence, the most troublesome ability exhibited is the manipulation of gravity. It seems that the pain possessing this power is indeed Yahiko. However, knowing a portion of the enemy's capabilities, I had prepared somewhat before arriving, having conducted tactical simulations in my mind. Had it not been for this, I would have struggled to devise a countermeasure in such a hurried state. As if in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a sage art, toad oil fireball, propelled towards the Deva's face under the influence of gravity. Oh, Yahiko's gaze was chilling. Recently, there have been more individuals aware of such countermeasures. But adapting to the times is not your forte. With the enhancement of the Rinnegan's control, I can achieve this as well. Yahiko's fingers subtly curled, his dual pupils suddenly fixing intently. The direction of gravity abruptly shifted to repulsion. Shinra Tensei. With the assistance of inertia, this repulsion created a far more potent impact. Boom. In an instant, the toad oil fireball at the forefront disintegrated. Ugh. Jiraiya, propelled forward by inertia, collided violently with an unseen, advancing wall. He immediately coughed up blood, crashing heavily into the ground. The human path yokai landed beside him, remarking, Jiraiya-sensei, it seems it is time for you to settle down. No, At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes shot open, his left hand propping him up as his right swiftly formed a Rinnegan. Crack! The human path yokai deftly seized his right wrist. After taking a blow moments ago, he could still launch a surprise attack. Is this due to the enhanced resilience of Sage Mode? Yet, his movements have slowed. Surely, 2 or 3 ribs must be broken. The human path yokai continued. As his other hand reached for Jiraiya's face, Jiraiya's heart raced. This is bad. In my current state, I cannot evade. However, that hand inexplicably hesitated before him. Now, Shinsuke shouted, "Now, little Jiraiya." Roaring in pain, Jiraiya unleashed a tremendous kick that detonated against the shoulder of the human path yokai. Boom! The latter was violently propelled into the ruins. Sage Shima, employing a sage art, wind release, sand dust, concealed her form, while Jiraiya, partly transformed into a toad, leaped with all his might, escaping the encirclement of the three. The human path yokai, rising from the rubble, audibly reset his dislocated shoulder with a crack. On the Rain Village's high tower, Toby, observing through a crystal ball, directed his somber gaze towards Nagato. That was indeed the human path, capable of severing souls with a single strike. Why did he hesitate just now when he was so close to success? Could it be that he finds it difficult to strike down his former teacher? Calmly, Nagato replied, "And so what? He is, after all, someone to whom I owe a great debt. Even though our positions have diverged, how could I possibly remain indifferent in the moment of taking his life?" Speaking thus, Nagato's gaze abruptly shifted to Toby, whose face was obscured by white vines, inquiring with surprise, "Could it be that Mr. Madara is someone who can unhesitatingly strike down his mentor?" Toby's hand, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly as he responded, "I am Uchiha Madara, an entity who has fought solely through my own strength since the Warring States period. The formidable foes I have faced are my greatest teachers. In this sense, I can indeed act without hesitation. Nagato, as your senior and guide, I must caution you that harboring unrealistic emotions towards your enemies in battle may one day lead to your demise. This is a lesson personally imparted to me by my most formidable rival, Senju Hashirama. I do not wish for you to tread the same path." "Very well. I shall take heed." Nagato withdrew his gaze, thinking, this fellow truly immerses himself completely in his role. Very well, as fellow actors. Let us see this performance through to the end. The three pains leapt into pursuit. Jiraiya sprinted at full speed. The seamless transition between attraction and repulsion was unexpectedly formidable in Yahiko's hands during actual combat. To be frank, even without the presence of the other two pains, in a one-on-one scenario, I might not stand a chance. I implore you both to immediately dismount from my shoulders. Receiving no response, Jiraiya glanced at his shoulder and noticed the two great sages with their palms pressed together, their cheeks puffing as they seemed to be brewing something. "You too. Are you perhaps planning to?" "Little Jiraiya, you are not the only one capable of assessing the situation. We are more acutely aware of how formidable our adversary is. At our age, having to perform a duet in front of others, how shameful. You too, little Jiraiya, silence yourself. We need to concentrate." Jiraiya couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. "I truly cannot express my gratitude enough." This scene was, of course, faithfully captured by the binocular technique. Obito spoke solemnly. The two toads on Jiraiya's shoulder seemed to be preparing some sort of technique. As his disciple, do you know the details of that technique? Nagato replied, "I do not know. Jiraiya has never elaborated on the techniques of Mount Myaboku. However, it is certain that no matter what technique he employs, it will be of no avail against pain." Chapter 85, The Toad's Song. Jiraiya darted through the buildings, keenly aware of the shadows trailing him, adjusting his running path. The three bodies of pain persistently followed, akin to a kite on a string, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. Yahiko, with a smile, remarked, "It seems the teacher is intentionally avoiding the residential area. Should we call him gentle or naive?" Thump, thump, thump. Jiraiya maneuvered between the striped steel conduits, urgently asking, "Are you ready, both of you?" The Toad song requires the opponent to hear a specific melody to successfully ensnare them in an illusion. Thus, the acoustic properties of the environment are crucial. Little Jiraiya, head into the conduit, but ensure he sees you to successfully draw him in. Understood. After leaping down from the rooftop, Jiraiya slowed his pace, targeting an elliptical conduit entrance. As the three figures appeared behind him, he leapt into the conduit. Initially, Jiraiya was concerned that the enemy might suspect a trap and refrain from following. But when the metallic thuds of footsteps echoed behind him, his anxious heart found some solace. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Indeed, up to this point in the battle, aside from a few advantages in our 1v1 exchanges, I have mostly been on the defensive, so he probably doesn't take me too seriously. However, it is precisely this underestimation that presents me with an opportunity for reversal. Little Jiraiya, we are ready. We can initiate the Toad Song at any moment. Please be patient. For safety's sake, let us briefly assess the situation. Pain possesses 6 bodies, each with its own independent abilities. The pain that absorbs chakra had attacked me before I summoned you too, but for some reason, it suddenly vanished. Reflecting on the previous events, I recall that its disappearance was akin to summoning. Summoning? Indeed, according to Minato, within pain, there exists an entity capable of summoning. It must have been that particular pain with the absorption ability that temporarily summoned itself away for some reason. Some reason? The specifics remain unknown. Moreover, the pain capable of summoning mechanical armor has not appeared in our battle, and Yahiko previously stated that no other pains would join the fray. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes. Let me boldly speculate. Those 3 pains that cannot appear must have encountered some urgent situation that prevents them from being deployed. Little Jiraiya, your reasoning seems quite sound. However, that is ultimately mere conjecture. If that fellow is merely trying to mislead us into underestimating him for a surprise attack, we would be falling right into his trap. Jiraiya's gaze fell, his tone turning grave. I regret to inform you both that if that is indeed the case, even if you successfully initiate the Toad Song, it would likely be futile. We would have no chance of victory, and you two may even be in grave danger. Thus, this will be a gamble, and a highly perilous one. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, it would be the wisest choice for you both to leave my shoulders at this moment. Ha ha ha, little Jiraiya. Only you could utter such defeatist words while we are poised to unleash our ultimate techniques. In truth, you might be overthinking things. Even if the enemy has 3 bodies lurking, they will need time to join the battle. My partner and I will sing our hearts out. Take down those 3 enemies behind us, and then we can decide our next moves. What you said makes sense. Let us proceed with that. You too. Spare me your gratitude. Maintaining the Toad Song while speaking is quite an awkward endeavor. Indeed, I am truly grateful. Just as they were about to reach the conduit exit, Jiraiya abruptly halted and turned to listen to the approaching footsteps within the conduit. Only Yahiko's abilities require particularly cautious attention. Let us initiate it at this distance. Ribbit, ribbit. The 2 great sages on Jiraiya's shoulders, their cheeks puffing, emitted a resonant frog croak, rhythmically floating forward. Hearing that croaking sound, Yahiko, while running, lowered his gaze. Has the final trump card in the sage mode arrived? For both emotional and logical reasons, I should fall for this technique. Not only to accompany Obito in this performance, but I am also genuinely curious about the strongest auditory illusion that once troubled Nagato. What kind of sensation would it invoke? The 3 bodies of pain, seemingly oblivious to the frog calls, closed in. Jiraiya and the 2 sages felt a surge of excitement. Good. He hasn't noticed anything amiss. He is charging right at us. Heaven is aiding us. Let us swiftly ensnare him in the illusion. Ribbit, ribbit. Before the eyes of pain, a dazzling array of colorful, blurry afterimages began to materialize. Is this feeling about to arrive? All right, let us put on one last act. Yahiko accelerated, forcefully intruding into Jiraiya's line of sight, reaching out. Teacher, if this happens then, buzz. Suddenly, his Rinnegan began to whirl erratically within his pupils. What? His outstretched hand froze midair, and he collapsed before Jiraiya with a thud. Following closely, the human path, yokai, and the Azura path also fell in succession. Ugh! On the Rain Village's tall tower, Nagato suddenly curled up, retching violently. This was no act, it was genuine. The visions of pain were shared with him, akin to footage from surveillance cameras. At that moment, within the 3 images, it was as if decaying seafood entrails were wildly spiraling in his sight. Not only that, but he could even smell the stench of decay emanating from the depths of his soul. Damn it, I've truly been played. This technique can even affect my true body. Nagato, are you alright? Obito asked concernedly, stepping forward to pat his back. Nagato subtly brushed his hand away and stood up. I'm fine. I never expected Jiraiya to have such a trick up his sleeve. With all 3 pains affected, it seems the situation is quite dire. What about the other 3 pains? Obito inquired. Nagato, maintaining his composure, replied, aside from the animal path. They were all destroyed in battle against Hanzo and have yet to be replenished. Obito pondered for a moment. Oh, the animal path is that masked woman I saw in Konoha, right? Where is she? Chapter 86. The Arrival of Minato Namikaze. Nagato spoke casually. She is out shopping with Konan. Why do you wish to see her? Should I summon her now? Gazing at the image within the crystal ball, Obito's expression darkened. There is no need for that. You truly have no sense of urgency. Had you sent her into battle against Jiraiya sooner, perhaps the situation wouldn't have been reversed. At that moment, within the world presented by the illusion, four toad warriors, each wielding a blade, stood in position, their webbed hands meeting, while a dark purple liquid barrier ensnared the spirits of the three pains. Ugh! Suddenly, their eyes widened, and their consciousness began to spiral uncontrollably into darkness, bubbles rising from their mouths. In reality, Jiraiya had summoned a colossal blade from a scroll and plunged it into their bodies. Particularly, Yahiko, who Jiraiya had identified as having 4 hearts, received several additional strikes. Aside from the left arm that had borne the wind heart and was destroyed during the previous battle, he witnessed the lightning, fire, and water hearts, all emerging from the gaping wounds of the mask-clad creature, accompanied by black tentacles, ceasing to beat. Jiraiya finally felt a sense of relief. Approaching the motionless body of Nagato, who was still gasping for breath with the sword embedded in his chest, he spoke with a somber expression. I never imagined it would come to this. Nagato, with a breathy voice, replied, things often happen suddenly. Reasons are sought afterward, aren't they, sensei? Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Jiraiya replied in a low tone. Then, what justification do you have for attacking Konohagakure? Pray, enlighten me. Nagato responded, the ninjas of Konoha killed my parents during the war. Is that reason not sufficient? Indeed. Jiraiya murmured darkly, you never mentioned this during your time training with me, nor did I ever inquire, fearing the subtle possibility of such a truth. Reflecting on it now, it seems I was evading the issue. How foolish of me. Had I been more forthright, had I known of your animosity towards the ninjas of Konoha, I would have endeavored to mediate, and perhaps we would not have reached this juncture. However, as a ninja of Konoha, I cannot permit any attack on my village. Not even from a former disciple. Yet, before delivering the final blow, allow me to sincerely apologize. I regret not perceiving the darkness hidden within my disciple's heart. I have failed as a teacher. With that, Jiraiya twisted the hilt of the sword, and the light in Nagato's eyes extinguished, leaving him utterly silent. Fukasaku spoke in a grave tone. Young Jiraiya, could this Yahiko be the true form of the enemy? Jiraiya extended his hand, brushing against Yahiko's cheek, his eyes darkening. This frigid sensation was not characteristic of a recently deceased individual. It suggested that Yahiko had been a corpse for quite some time. Gently, Jiraiya closed Yahiko's eyes. Rising to his feet, he stated heavily, then, there is only one possibility left, a reality I am most reluctant to confront. Pain's true form is indeed Nagato. He must be hiding within this Amigakure. My friends, I intend to approach Nagato directly. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Fukasaku and Shima began to cough violently. Jiraiya felt embarrassed. The singing of this toad certainly takes a toll on the throat, right? The consumption of chakra is also considerable. The capabilities of the enemy's true form remain unclear, and approaching them in our current state presents excessive risks. If young Jiraiya can unveil the true identity of the enemy, it would not be in vain. Perhaps it would be prudent to halt here, return to the village with the information we have, and devise appropriate measures. Fukasaku and Shima harmonized in their effort to dissuade Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya had his long-term considerations. Perhaps returning now would yield some benefit. Yet, it would also mean that his investigation would be stymied. After all, Nagato had succeeded Hanzo and become the new leader of Amigakure. And without direct evidence linking him to the assault on Konoha, the village could not act openly against him from a diplomatic standpoint. Moreover, the latter part of that thought echoed in Jiraiya's mind. Was Nagato's true intention to avenge his parents' death a mere facade? If he sought to seize the Book of Seals as an afterthought, how then could one explain his peculiar actions towards the Uchiha clan? Should Nagato attempt to harness the power of the Uchiha, the implications would be staggering. With this in mind, Jiraiya raised his gaze and remarked, if we have encountered such challenges without Nagato's defenses, I can hardly fathom what hellish difficulties await us when he is fully prepared. It is no exaggeration to say that no one may ever come as close to him as we have. Thus, I must venture forth to ascertain the truth. This is a matter of personal resolve. I sincerely hope you will step back, my friends. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances, filled with helplessness and affection. Atop the Amigakure Tower, Obito's gaze was shadowed as he mused. Nagato, do you truly intend to allow Jiraiya to approach you? Nagato felt a genuine sense of helplessness. Honestly, regarding my teacher, I find myself at a loss for words. As an outsider, it was one thing, even admirable. But now that he has become an integral part of this situation, it is a different matter altogether. Truly, Sensei, in this regard, you and Itachi have committed the same deluded error, blindly trusting in your own strength while underestimating that of others. After all, Naruto has yet to become your disciple. At that moment, Obito quietly suggested, "How about this, Nagato? If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I shall handle Jiraiya for you." As a form of compensation for Yahiko, Nagato replied solemnly, "That will not be necessary." Obito raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Is the true form preparing to engage in battle?" Nagato replied, "No, there is no need to involve the true form. Those 3 pains have yet to be eliminated." Obito was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, as Jiraiya turned around, a tentacle pierced through his shoulder. The seemingly dead Yahiko stood up behind him. Jiraiya trembled. "What is happening?" Yahiko spoke in a deep tone, regrettably. "I possess 5 hearts. It is remarkable that you discovered 4 of my external hearts while neglecting my own. I cannot decide if you are astute or foolish." With a flourish, the king of hell summoned the deceased Deva and human paths, who walked forth unscathed. Fukasaku and Shima gasped in shock. The 2 who were slain have returned to life. Jiraiya's heart sank, realizing, so this is it. The pain from the Uchiha clan, who was killed without a record of his actions, possessed the ability to resurrect the fallen. At this point, it was far too late for revelations. Nagato, extending his hand coldly, declared, "Shinra Tensei." Boom. Jiraiya was hurled out of the tunnel like a kite severed from its string, the line connecting him to the deity of earth torn apart, blood streaming profusely. Nagato murmured to himself, "In the presence of that man, avoiding your heart was the utmost restraint I could exercise." The 3 pains approached the tunnel's exit. On the surface of the water pooled underground, Jiraiya struggled to support himself with one hand, blood staining the surface crimson. Nagato thought to himself, "Run. I will not stop you." Fukasaku and Shima shared the same sentiment. "Young Jiraiya, enough. Quickly flee. We apologize." Jiraiya, with great difficulty, raised his hand to form a seal. Boom, boom. The chakra he unleashed sent Fukasaku and Shima flying away. "Young Jiraiya, it is my negligence that has led to this situation. I should not allow you 2 to continue risking your lives." Bang, bang. The 2, gravely injured by Shinra Tensei, vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Panting, Jiraiya collapsed onto the water's surface. Nagato remarked, "Now, even Sage Mode is out of reach." Gasping for breath, Jiraiya trembled as he reached into his robe, grasping a kunai in his hand. The Rinnegan of Nagato noticed the kunai's distinctive shape. "So it seems you indeed came prepared, Sensei. Thanks to this, I have finally been able, under his gaze, to channel my murderous intent to its fullest extent." "It is over, Master Jiraiya." The Deva Path Yahiko, the Human Path Yokai, and the Hell Path Kakazu, with black rods simultaneously in hand, surged upwards from the fissured pipe, targeting the water's surface where the already severely injured and exhausted Jiraiya lay, striking with lethal precision. Obito's eyes narrowed contemplatively. "Indeed, this is exactly what I desired, such unwavering murderous intent, even directed towards a beloved mentor. In the end, I must trouble you to clean up the aftermath." Jiraiya murmured with a sense of guilt, channeling his remaining chakra into the kunai of the flying thunder god. Whoosh! The golden-haired man lowered Jiraiya's form, evading the black rods of the Deva and the white cloak swirling around him, causing ripples upon the water's surface. Simultaneously, 3 flash bombs plummeted into the depths. Clang! In the final moments of his turn, the man's kunai met the black rod in Kakuzu's hand, gently prying it away. Snap! The man's empty hand swiftly shielded Jiraiya's eyes, while he himself closed his own. In the next moment, the fallen flash bombs erupted, casting a dazzling white light that filled the fields of perception of the 3 pain bodies. The man's calm voice resonated in Jiraiya's ear. "Master, I apologize for my tardiness. I shall take care of the ensuing matters." Jiraiya smiled, entrusting him. "Ah, I leave it to you." Spiral flash superwheel dance. Roar of the 3rd style. The man opened his eyes amidst the brilliance. His kunai sliced through Kakuzu's neck, forcing back the Deva Path. Once the Deva Path Yahiko steadied himself, he closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? State your name." "Russell." The fluttering cloak fell, and the golden-haired man, with a slight smirk, proclaimed, "Konoha, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, at your service." Chapter 87. A historic meeting between Nagato and Minato. "Oh, the yellow flash, is it?" The Human Path Yokai leaped onto the water's surface, lunging forward with an outstretched hand. Such a direct approach, could it be? Crack! As Minato's thoughts flowed, his raised hand deftly grasped the hand of the Human Path that sought to capture him, while the kunai in his other hand aimed straight for Yokai's throat. One must remain cautious. What if you possess the ability to extract souls? Heh! In the instant his kunai grazed the throat of the Human Path Yokai, the 2 fingers of Yokai's hidden left hand suddenly flicked up. Wind release, blade of wind. Whoosh! A blurred gust enveloped him and the ocean's surface he stood upon. The premonition of such a technique is. Minato's gaze sharpened, the kunai still grazing the human path's throat, leaving him to follow in Kakuzu's wake. Whoosh! Then, in that fleeting moment from the creation of the wind blade to its explosive expansion, he shielded Jiraiya and swiftly retreated 10 meters away. Boom! The wind blades ravaged ahead, and Yokai's lifeless body crumpled. Minato turned his gaze towards the Deva path Yahiko, remarking, using soul extraction as a feint, while concealing the true lethal technique, wind release, blade of wind. Indeed, whether in strength distribution or tactical choices, you've improved since your assault on Konoha. Jiraiya's complexion changed dramatically as he recalled the previous confrontation, where the human path's hand had nearly reached his face. Was that Pain's ability to extract souls? The Deva path Yahiko did not respond to Minato's words, but merely raised his hand with indifference. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Minato, be careful." Yahiko's ability allows him to pull enemies with gravitational force. He can even switch to repulsive force midway, making him incredibly difficult to defend against. Minato murmured, "So Yahiko, is it?" He truly is. His hand subtly tightened on Jiraiya's shoulder, and under the cover of the Hokage cloak, he discreetly let fall a specially designed delayed explosive tag. Universal pull. Whoosh. In the moment the gravitational force pulled, Minato had already taken Jiraiya to safety. The Deva path Yahiko, in a moment of frustration, lowered his hand. As always, he truly is an unreasonable fellow. In Konoha, Minato laid the gravely injured Jiraiya on his own sofa. Kushina gasped, "Sensei, how could you be so injured?" Minato replied calmly, "Kushina, please prepare a first aid kit and bandages for Sensei." Kushina paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. Understood. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the still Minato beside him. Suddenly comprehending something, his emotions complex. "Minato, you." Minato closed his eyes, saying, "Sensei, while I am unable to move, please succinctly tell me what you discovered during your visit to the Rain Village." Kushina, having retrieved the medical kit, meticulously bandaged Jiraiya's wounds, remaining silent throughout the process. She understood that her husband was about to embark on a perilous journey, and it was crucial for Jiraiya to convey the enemy's intelligence thoroughly. Thus, even though she was filled with curiosity and concern, she refrained from interjecting. "What I experienced during my visit to the Rain Village, as well as my assessment of Pain's true identity, is as follows." Jiraiya spoke heavily. Zzz. The orange eyeshadow appeared on Minato's eyelids, his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing the unique horizontal pupils of a toad within his azure irises. "I understand now. Pain's abilities are far more formidable and terrifying than imagined. And the one manipulating Pain is your once cherished disciple, Nagato." Jiraiya sighed. "I feel truly ashamed. As a teacher, I could not even reach him to comprehend what was happening to him. I must rely on my disciple, Minato, to clean up the aftermath." A faint smile graced Minato's lips. "Sensei, how can this be considered cleanup? I am not only your disciple, but also Nagato's senior brother. To approach him and understand what has transpired is my undeniable responsibility and duty as his elder." Jiraiya gazed at Minato's resolute visage, feeling a swell of emotion. "Is this the will of passing the torch?" "Sarutobi-sensei, I feel it more deeply now," he urged. "Then go. Do not engage in a head-on clash. Nagato's strength is now unfathomable. Even you as his senior may not find it easy." Minato chuckled. "Rest assured, I have my own plans. The Hell Path has also been dealt with. Resurrecting him now requires the original body to manipulate." The Deva Path prepared to turn away, using a force field to manipulate Kakuzu and Yokai's corpses in the air. Gulp. At that moment, ripples suddenly spread across the water's surface. He paused and glanced back. Whoosh. Emerging from the water was a tagged explosive. The Deva path Yahiko squinted slightly. So you secretly tossed that into the water at that moment. It was designed to activate with a delay. Boom. The explosive detonated, sending numerous kunai of the flying thunder god shooting out in all directions. Whoosh. Minato darted through a kunai hurtling towards the Deva path Yahiko. Playing this game, are you? The Deva path's black rods descended, thrusting towards Minato. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly, his palm raised gently. With a crack, he shattered the black rod. He caught the broken piece with his left hand, spinning in midair, and in his right hand. The Sage Art Chakra coalesced into a Sage Art spiral sphere, which he slammed heavily towards the Deva path Yahiko. Sage Art. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The repulsive force erupted. This marks another evolution, as now while manipulating external objects with force fields, one can also employ Shinra Tensei or universal pull. Yet, it seemed meaningless to Minato. In the very moment when the repulsion was faced, He had already traversed to a distant Kanai, enduring the residual waves of the force field. He continued to retreat across the ocean's surface. In this exchange of close combat, neither side could gain the upper hand. The Deva Path Yahiko lowered his hand, inquiring, "What do you intend to do upon your return?" Minato replied calmly, "To continue the mission my teacher left unfinished, to reach your original body." The Deva Path Yahiko responded, "Oh, how audacious. First, you must pass through me. That is not impossible, but unnecessary." Minato smiled, plunging the broken piece of the black rod into his palm. Whoosh! In an instant, the essence of chakra surged forth, and the sage's Rinnegan opened within the minds of Nagato and Minato. After convening the meeting, I had my suspicions. These black rods were not mere embellishments, but rather mediums for manipulating corpses with chakra. Indeed, it was as I thought. Crack! Minato withdrew a black rod from his palm and tucked it away. Utilizing sage mode, he began a reverse tracking of Yahiko's path. He murmured to himself, "Truly, they are father and son. Apologies, but I am unaccustomed to conversing with corpses. Let us meet face to face, Nagato." With that, Minato vanished from the surface of the ocean, heading toward the heart of the rain village. Humph! Yahiko's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I could impede you, but it seems unnecessary." Whoosh! Whoosh! The rain was swiftly parted. Rain Village Tower. At the end of his line of sight, a golden figure began to materialize. Minato's eyes sparkled with intensity. As he traversed at high speed, he shielded his face with his hand. That must be the tower. I can vaguely see a figure with red hair akin to Kushina's. Is there another person behind him? How swift, truly worthy of the title Yellow Flash. Nagato turned his gaze behind him. Madara, to be frank, my chakra has been significantly depleted. In the face of the formidable fourth Hokage, I may require your assistance. Whoosh. However, Obito had silently retreated into the shadows of the relief, pulling his hood up and vanishing into the vortex of Kimui. Humph! Nagato scoffed lightly. Coward. Swish. A kunai, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sliced through the air. Nagato deftly sidestepped. Clang. The kunai was embedded precisely where Obito had just disappeared. The white robe fluttered down, and Minato, after rising, glanced around. Was there someone else here just now? Minato Namikaze arrived at Nagato's side in a manner that seemed somewhat overbearing and unreasonable. Years later, as their relationship underwent a profound transformation, the memory of their encounter would become a humorous anecdote. Who could have known? Nagato silently mused. This guy, in a timeline devoid of plot armor, truly embodies the archetype of a self-assured protagonist. Well, let's set that aside. Minato, withdrawing his gaze, addressed Nagato. You must be Mr. Nagato. I never expected that just a few months after attacking Konoha, you would have defeated Hanzo and become the new leader of Rain Village. Nagato replied solemnly. While it is true that I defeated Hanzo and reclaimed Rain Village from him, I have never attacked Konoha. I hope, Hokage-sama, that you will speak with precision and truth. Minato shot back. Truth? It was Pain who attacked Konoha, was it not? Yahiko was involved too. You cannot wriggle out of this. Nagato retorted. Your pursuit of Pain has no bearing on me, Nagato. Chapter 88. Brothers and Sisters in the Way. Is this how you play the game? Minato scratched his golden hair, turning to face Nagato sharply. Are you implying that those corpses with Rinnegan, Pain, are not under your control? The one who injured my teacher Jiraiya was not you? Nagato turned to meet his gaze, calmly stating, Hokage-sama, before questioning others, might you first clarify your own position? Frankly, I find it terrifying that someone like you stands before me, casually inquiring as if nothing were amiss. Shouldn't I be the one raising questions? Here I am, enjoying the rain on my own turf, and two Hokage-level figures from Konoha come to interrogate me. To whom do I raise my grievances? Is it customary for Konoha, a major nation, to intrude unannounced and confront me in such a manner? Is this your way of conducting yourself as Hokage? Sigh. Minato sighed inwardly. It seems my younger brother is quite the master of diplomatic language, with just a few words. He has turned me into an invader. Knowing full well that it was he who attacked Konoha, we find ourselves unable to procure decisive evidence. At such times, using force to compel him to yield would be the best solution, yet his strength surpasses mine as Hokage. Fine. In the end, we are simply outmatched. There is nothing more to say. Minato's once assertive demeanor faded, replaced by his usual gentility. Please forgive my unannounced arrival. The situation arose so suddenly that, to be honest, I had no idea my teacher Jiraiya would summon me to Rain Village. However, I believe his purpose in coming here was not to invade or harbor nefarious intentions, but to ascertain the safety of his former student. When force fails, Minato often opted for a far mightier weapon than brute strength, sincerity. Nagato, You, like me and Yahiko of the Ōtsutsuki, were once students of Jiraiya-sensei, were you not? Nagato's gaze faltered slightly. I do not deny that. Since you acknowledge this, we can continue our conversation. Minato smiled. The rain is quite heavy here. If you don't mind, may I be invited inside the tower for a chat? Nagato extended his hand. Please, do come in. Thank you. Minato smiled, his sage mode visage fading as he stored the kunai away. Upon entering the tower, the two took their seats on the sofa. Nagato remarked, you arrived rather abruptly. I may not have any good tea to offer you. That's quite all right. I typically don't drink tea, Minato replied, as if engaging in casual conversation. I became a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. At that time, the Second Great Ninja War had yet to erupt. Strictly speaking, I could consider myself your senior. Yet, despite being your senior, my life experiences have certainly not been as tumultuous as yours. Shortly after entering Jiraiya-sensei's tutelage, the Second Great Ninja War broke out, and the Chunin exams were consequently cancelled due to the war's turmoil. Minato scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if recounting an awkward moment. Thus, I remained at the genin level for several years, unable to participate in the battlefield and undergo the trials of war. Nagato inquired. Oh, so after the war ended, you directly became a Chunin? Minato sheepishly responded, yes, indeed. In the same year I became a Chunin. I also ascended to Jonin and established the Minato team in Konoha, gaining my own students. Nagato mused. Kakashi Hitaki must be your prize pupil, then? But I have never heard of your other two students. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Minato's eyes. Obito perished not long ago in the battle of the Third Great Ninja War, during the conflict at the Kanabi Bridge against Awagakure, and Rin followed shortly thereafter. I see. Nagato continued. Though you experienced the baptism of war earlier than I became a mentor and elder, shouldering the lives of my younger disciples. Thus I entered this life stage before you. Therefore, I can empathize more deeply with Jiraiya-sensei's sentiments. Minato raised his gaze, his expression growing solemn. Indeed, I can fully understand Jiraiya-sensei's feelings upon hearing of your deaths. Before coming to Rain Village, he had no knowledge that you had already taken control here. He approached with the resolve to confront Hanzo, seeking news of your fates. Yet, unexpectedly, he was met with your merciless resistance. As he spoke, Minato's tone shifted again. However, I believe you had your reasons, after all. You now share the same position as I, as a leader of a village. Many times, one must establish authority before their subordinates. The fact that Jiraiya-sensei did not suffer any fatal injuries indicates your restraint. I imagine our brothers meeting in this manner is a twist of fate. May I inquire about your experiences in Rain Village, how you managed to survive Hanzo's ambush while dedicated to the peace efforts of the Ōtsutsuki, and what transpired thereafter? After this exchange of both soft and hard approaches, Nagato felt a deep admiration. Well, it seems that after laying such a foundation, you were indeed waiting for me here, truly a man adept at concealing sharpness within softness. Both skilled in verbal sparring, while Naruto embodies sincerity devoid of guile. It can be said that his endearing candor is his unique skill. In contrast, the figure before me, Minato, exemplifies a harmonious blend of sincerity and cunning. He certainly lives up to the reputation of being Naruto's father. Noticing a flicker of emotion in Nagato's expression, Minato quickly added, please don't misunderstand. This is purely my concern as a senior for my junior, without any ulterior motives. Nagato raised his gaze and smiled. What are you so anxious about? I never implied otherwise, senpai. Minato scratched his head, reverting to a bashful demeanor, seemingly genuinely bashful this time. It's the first time in my life being called senpai. It feels, how should I put it, as if I've suddenly found a long-lost younger brother. Nagato chose not to respond, instead reaching into the drawer to retrieve a cup. Do you prefer tea or plain water? I'll have the plain water, chilled if possible. Very well. After pouring a glass for Minato, Nagato set the kettle down, his expression turning serious. Senpai, since we've reached this point in our conversation, there's something important you ought to know. You mentioned that it was Hanzo who ambushed us. But that statement lacks precision. Minato raised an eyebrow. How so? Nagato explained. Initially, Hanzo chose to trust us and genuinely wished to collaborate with Ōtsutsuki. However, a certain man sowed discord and incited Hanzo, subsequently laying an ambush outside the village of Amigakure alongside him. Minato's brow furrowed deeply. And who might this man be? Nagato's tone grew somber. The leader of your Konoha's route, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 89. Heartfelt Confessions? Danzo conspired with Hanzo to ambush Ōtsutsuki? Minato was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Yes, this occurred 6 months ago, Nagato recounted calmly, draining his glass of chilled water. Your other junior, Yahiko, perished during that incident. Minato's azure eyes trembled violently, his grip tightening around the cup. Nagato met his gaze. What, do you not believe me? Minato slowly took a sip of water, regaining his composure as he set the cup down. No, it's just that the scenario you described bears an uncanny resemblance to Danzo's modus operandi, which made me hesitate, suspecting you might be trying to shift blame onto him. Oh, Nagato's expression shifted slightly. Hesitation? Does that imply you believe me now? Minato nodded gravely. Jiraiya-sensei has spoken of the bond among the three of you. I doubt you would jest about a friend's death at the expense of your senior. His gaze fell. However, this revelation clarifies many other matters. It explains Danzo's unusual behavior during your assault on Konoha, as well as his actions during the meetings to analyze intelligence about you. The way he hesitated when the third Hokage mentioned Hanzo. These signs all point to the truth of your words. But what truly unsettles me, he clenched his fist, is that Danzo was aware of Pain's true identity from the very beginning. Not only did he conceal this, but he also subtly shifted suspicion toward the Uchiha clan, revealing his prejudice and ulterior motives. Thud. Nagato set down his teacup, his expression stern. Senpai, let me reiterate, the attacker on Konoha was not me. If we misjudge this fundamental issue, I'm afraid I must take my leave. Minato displayed a helpless expression. Nagato, you truly cannot tolerate any grains of sand in your eyes. Very well, the invaders of Konoha were Pain. And aside from the shared air of Amigakure and the shared heritage of the Rinnegan, the leader was your closest friend, my junior Yahiko. Beyond that, I have no other evidence to prove that you orchestrated their attack on Konoha. Does that suffice? Nagato chuckled. Your words are sharp yet veiled. But as you are my senior, I shall not hold it against you. He refilled both their cups with water. Minato remained focused on the primary objective of his visit, gaining more information about Nagato. He took a sip, his eyes flickering as he prepared to steer the conversation in a different direction. But Nagato broke the silence first. Senpai, you are married, correct? Yes, you seem well informed. Minato's face flushed slightly. Nagato smiled brightly. Would you share with me about your wife? A gentle light sparkled in Minato's eyes as he spoke softly, akin to recounting a fairy tale. Your sister-in-law, Kushina, is the most beautiful girl in the world. No one else possesses all the admirable traits found in every woman like she does. To me, she is nothing short of an angel incarnate. Forgive me, Minato. While Kushina may be wonderful, in my eyes, only the angel remains unchanged. Nagato's lips curled into a faint smile, listening intently as Minato extolled Kushina's virtues. Minato spoke until his throat grew dry, only then remembering to take a sip of water to soothe it. After setting down his cup and wiping his mouth, he revealed a lingering smile. Speaking of which, my wife Kushina has the same red hair as you. I can't help but wonder if you share a familial connection? This seemingly casual inquiry bore significant depth. Minato thought, that was close. The rhythm nearly slipped away from me. I lost myself talking about Kushina. Nagato pondered. Minato may appear carefree, yet his thoughts are remarkably astute. He spoke at length about Kushina, yet cleverly omitted her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and her pregnancy, and even managed to sidestep her heritage as part of the Uzumaki clan. However, that last question of his was far too obvious in intent. Nagato smiled slightly. As for my origins, I am not well acquainted with them. I only know that both my parents were commoners who migrated to the land of rain during the time of war. As for my hair color, I inherited my mother's red hair. I have never met your sister-in-law, so I cannot ascertain whether there is any kinship between us. Could you elaborate more on what you mean by familial connection? Minato thought. Does Nagato genuinely not know, or is he feigning ignorance? Regarding the Uzumaki clan, I am uncertain whether Jiraiya-sensei mentioned it to him. After all, not all red-haired individuals belong to the Uzumaki clan, nor do all Uzumaki have red hair. However, I can be certain that Nagato possesses a chakra reserve that rivals that of Kushina. I felt it when I tracked him in sage mode. As Minato contemplated how to deftly sidestep the issue, Nagato abruptly set down his cup. More importantly, Senpai, regarding the actions of Danzo that I previously mentioned, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? This unexpected counter-question left Minato momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Nagato pressed on. Furthermore, since we have just discussed our parents, I will speak plainly. My parents were killed during the Second Shinobi World War in Amigakure, which was a battleground for your Konoha's powerful nation, right before my eyes by your Konoha's ninja. Since you are my senior and the Hokage of Konoha, might I ask your perspective on the suffering inflicted upon innocent civilians of small nations by Konoha's ninjas during past conflicts? How should the children who have lost their loved ones due to your nation's disputes, harboring unexpressed hatred deep within, cope with their anguish? Minato was at a loss for words. Indeed, No one can confront this issue directly. Even Naruto from the original work, upon first learning of it, found himself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. After defeating pain, during his conversation with Nagato, he was once again confronted by this dilemma. However, he refrained from providing a direct answer, instead awakening Nagato's lost original intentions through sincerity and unwavering resolve. Strictly speaking, Naruto did not resolve the issue at hand. Rather, he addressed the individual who posed the question. Yet, the Nagato of today is not the same as before, nor is Minato the same Naruto. Almost instantaneously, upon Nagato's incisive inquiry, Minato understood. So that was it. Nagato, in his willingness to converse with me, an uninvited senior, did not shy away from the prospect of confrontation. He revealed to me Danzo's schemes and the tragic fate of his parents, all of which stemmed from the fact that the three individuals most significant to him had lost their lives directly or indirectly because of Konoha. I failed to comprehend his sentiments, instead preoccupied with probing his depths. It is indeed somewhat shameful. Though we are comrades, here we sit face to face, yet filled with wariness, unable to engage in genuine heart-to-heart dialogue. It seems I must lay bare my true intentions. Minato set aside all pretense, raised his gaze, met Nagato's eyes, and spoke with deliberate intensity. The transgressions Konoha committed during the war, I, as Hokage, have never denied in the past, do not deny now, and shall never deny in the future. I cannot fully atone for the suffering inflicted upon Amigakure and other small nations caught in the crossfire of great powers. As Hokage, what I can guarantee is that under my leadership, such tragedies shall never occur again. For the Konoha I lead will never be the aggressor. The battles we engage in henceforth will solely be defensive ones, wherein the flames of war will only ignite upon our own soil or that of our adversaries, never extending to innocent nations. Yet, allow me to declare unequivocally that as long as Konoha remains under my stewardship, I will not permit anyone, for any reason, to harm my village or my comrades. Nagato inquired, does this include Danzo among your comrades? Without hesitation, Minato affirmed, indeed, Mr. Danzo's methods are exceedingly extreme, and I personally detest them to the utmost. However, as long as he remains a Konoha ninja, he is my comrade, and thus falls within my protective purview. Of course, having clarified his approach, I shall not shield or condone him as the third did. From this moment, I intend to gradually distance him from the core of Konoha's power and diminish the strength of root. As for the pent-up hatred you mentioned, let me be frank, Nagato. If your grievances concerning your parents or Yahiko's death create an insurmountable barrier regarding Konoha, then seek out your senior brother. Whether you prefer to communicate through peaceful dialogue or through force, I stand ready to accompany you to the bitter end. To speak candidly, Nagato, I cannot gauge your strength. Hence I do not consider myself your adversary. Nevertheless, my resolve to protect Konoha is independent of strength. I believe that when that day comes, my trusted comrades, who trust in me, will stand alongside me in battle. With that, Minato lightly tapped the table with his fingers and rose. Above all, these are the words I wish to convey to you on behalf of my teacher Jiraiya. After all, both my teacher and I intruded upon your territory. I suppose we are even now, are we not? Henceforth, let us cast aside past grievances and endeavor to engage Konoha and Amigakure in amicable discourse, shall we? Nagato lowered his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then stood, solemnly declaring, what do you mean by even? Let me reiterate, whether pain attacked Konoha is beyond my knowledge. Regardless, I, Nagato, am not responsible. Hearing Nagato's adamant refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing, Minato could only sigh in resignation. Well then, I suppose there is no need to mention the matter regarding the Book of Seals. Ultimately, no consensus was reached between Nagato and Minato concerning an alliance between Amigakure and Konoha. However, following this conversation, a subtle understanding, an alliance of sorts, both adversarial and amicable, seemed to have emerged between the two. As time grew late, Minato resolved to return, standing atop the tongue of the towering sculpture. He glanced back and remarked, by the way, please extend my regards to my little sister disciple. To be revered as Lady Angel by the people of Amigakure must mean she is second only to Kushina in this world. Nagato firmly replied, no, you are mistaken. She is the one and only angel in this world. Minato paused, then smiled knowingly, extending his pinky. Is that so? She belongs to you then? Nagato chose not to affirm nor deny, for the moment was not yet right, but surely it would be in the future. Minato chuckled, nevertheless. Kushina is truly one of a kind. There is no girl in this world better than her. With that, Minato vanished, leaving no opportunity for Nagato to retort. Nagato sighed with resignation. Minato, as always, plays the role of the trickster. His gaze gradually shifted to the wall beside him. It appears you ought to emerge now. Chapter 90. The Birth of the Unrivaled Path? Pain. Indeed, it appears you ought to emerge now. Rustling sounds followed Nagato's words, and after about 5 seconds, the concealed white Zetsu timidly emerged, stammering, "Please don't kill me. I only came to convey Lord Madara's message." "That is precisely why I have tolerated your presence here," Nagato remarked, discerning that this white Zetsu had not been assimilated. Its presence so close to him surely indicated it was acting on Obito's orders. Maintaining the act, Nagato inquired, "Why did Madara leave without a word?" The white Zetsu explained, "Minato cannot contend with your Rinnegan, and it would be somewhat unrealistic for you to forcefully detain him. The yellow flash is such a being. Thus, the prescient Lord Madara anticipated that you two would not engage in battle, and he withdrew." "Sounds good in theory," Nagato retorted. "But why didn't he return to speak with me personally?" The white Zetsu responded, "Lord Madara's intent was twofold. Firstly, to congratulate you on reclaiming Amigate Cure. Secondly, to ascertain your growth, which aligns with his expectations. Consequently, he is quite pleased and eagerly anticipates the day when both parties can formally collaborate in 6 months. He instructed me to inform you that he will not disturb you during this time." "I see," Nagato replied. "But one thing you must clarify. It is not 6 months, but rather 7 months from now. 617, understood?" Internally, the white Zetsu thought, "This guy truly has no sense of courtesy." However, it dared not voice such thoughts, for it wished to survive. "Understood, Lord Nagato. Wishing you great success in your endeavors. I shall take my leave now." With that, the white Zetsu retreated into the wall, its presence fading without a trace. Nagato withdrew his gaze. It appeared that after utilizing the white Zetsus for infiltration and finding no results, Obito had finally dismissed his suspicions regarding providing protection to Orochimaru. Nevertheless, one must not be careless. After all, if Obito wished, his Kamui could manifest at any moment within Amigate Cure. It was time to complete my masterpiece. He gently raised his palm and formed a hand seal, vanishing from the tower. Had Minato seen this, he would have been astonished. Although seals were necessary, it was undoubtedly his signature flying thunder god technique. In the underground laboratory, Nagato materialized beside Konan. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Nagato." Nagato replied, "Though there were some complications, I have managed to resolve the issues." Kisame widened his eyes in recognition. "It's you. I remember you were summoned alongside the mask-wearing girl, the one with red hair. So, you are Pain's true body." Nagato smiled warmly and responded, "Kisame, it's a pleasure to meet you. During this period, I have been rather occupied, which is why I have not had the opportunity to meet you in person. It has all been handled by Xiao Nan and Pain, for which I apologize." Even though I have often referred to him as a little brat in private, upon witnessing such a formidable presence manifested in such a youthful guise, a profound sense of reverence inevitably arises. Furthermore, the sincerity and courtesy exhibited by the other party have left me somewhat taken aback, alleviating much of the frustration I felt from prior neglect and rough treatment. "Oh, you have just taken over the Rain Village and have been unable to attend to matters personally. This is quite understandable. However, for the village to achieve long-term stability and development, it is imperative to manage resources wisely. Regarding financial matters, I hope we can deliberate together in the future," Nagato remarked with grace. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," he continued. "There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Kakuzu replied politely, "Speak freely. As long as it is not too excessive." Nagato stated, "You must have seen the recent battles through the crystal ball." Kakuzu nodded, "Indeed. The pain you created from my corpse has demonstrated abilities reminiscent of my near-peak form. This is commendable. Thank you for your praise. I have heard tales of your prime. You were once a formidable force who battled the first Hokage." Nagato responded. Kakuzu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his nose and said, "Well, it's impressive that such ancient events are still remembered. When I fought the first Hokage, I was still in my growth phase, not at my peak. However, I must admit, even at my zenith, I was still quite a distance from the first Hokage." "You are far too modest, Mr. Kakuzu," Nagato replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Now, regarding the destruction of buildings during today's battle, I would appreciate your assistance in assessing the damages, so that we may allocate the necessary repair funds. Additionally, since we are commencing construction, I would like to renovate the Rain Village's ninja school. After all, we cannot let the children suffer, can we?" Kakuzu left in a huff. Nagato arrived at the experimental grounds and performed the summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Yahiko of the Deva Path appeared, accompanied by the human path yokai and Kakuzu's remains. Following that, Pylon and Pei AI, who were far away in the land of Earth, materialized, bringing with them two corpses of the original body. Unfortunately, the hungry ghost path's form had been reduced to particles by Inoki's dust release and could no longer be revived. Nagato personally utilized the Hell Path to resurrect Kaku. Gazing at the two mummies, each bound in bandages. One is the main grave, while the other is a suspected grave. As a precaution, I have retrieved both bodies for verification. Understood, Kabuto replied, stepping forward with a syringe to extract cellular samples from the bandages for comparison under the microscope. How can this be? The results left Kabuto utterly astonished. What is it? Nagato and Xiao Nan's hearts tightened. Kabuto, in disbelief, stated, it's impossible. The genetic profiles of these two individuals are 100% identical. Even identical twins could not match this perfectly. Xiao Nan furrowed her brows deeply. What does this imply? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke somberly. Regrettably, this indicates that neither of these individuals is the original body of the Lord. Rather, they are clones created by the Rock Village using similar techniques. Xiao Nan clenched her fists. How could this be? Nagato has worked tirelessly too. Perhaps. Both are the original, came a voice filled with intrigue, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated, splitting. It is said that the second Ōtsutsuki, the Lord, had the ability to split himself into two equal entities. Upon his death, he left behind two corpses, buried in separate graves to prevent his power from falling into the wrong hands. Does this not clarify the situation? Orochimaru mused with a smile. Thus, there is no distinction between the main grave and the suspected grave. Both bodies are simultaneously real and false. He thought to himself, what a pity that such a setup holds no significance for the impure world reincarnation technique. He glanced at Nagato. You made a wise decision to bring back both bodies of the Lord. Nagato had already suspected this, but only after Orochimaru's confirmation did he feel a sense of relief. How do we merge the two bodies into one? Nagato inquired. Orochimaru replied, create two panes from them and then reverse the splitting. Yet Nagato hesitated, prompting Orochimaru to ask, Nagato, do you have any concerns? After a lengthy contemplation, Nagato finally spoke. Orochimaru, do you think that once they are merged back into one, the Lord will be able to utilize dust release as pain? Orochimaru stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before providing an authoritative answer. Dust release. As a Kekii Toda, will have its limitations. The Lord's pain can only use dust release if what? If the chakra used to manipulate the 6 paths of pain is concentrated solely on the Lord's pain, then it can be used. I see. Much like the Deva path in its superiority, Nagato mused. However, that seems somewhat counterproductive. The Lord, in his split state, can freely utilize all his powers aside from dust release. And since pain's chakra source is you, there shouldn't be much difference between the split state and the complete state as a corpse. The hungry ghost path and human path indeed share a similar essence. Perhaps, losing the hungry ghost path during our journey was fate's design. I shall not rush the original body. Nagato made a groundbreaking decision. I have decided to create the two lords. One as the human path and the other as the hungry ghost path. Orochimaru chuckled. Truly worthy of you, Nagato, we are aligned in thought. Nagato began implanting black rods, ensuring that the arrangement of the black rods on both bodies was entirely consistent. Xiao Nan asked, will we not remove the bandages? Nagato smiled, we could, but it is unnecessary. The Lord's primary characteristic is a subtle presence, akin to that of a ghost. The King of Hell ignited. As Pain's human path and hungry ghost path emerged, please imagine the scene vividly. Nagato wore a satisfied smile, therefore. The pain created from the Lord shall be aptly named Pei-Wu. Chapter 91, A Toast with Xiao Nan. As night fell, the rain cascaded down the high tower's intricate reliefs, creating a symphony that resonated deeply within the heart. The occasional thunderclap, reminiscent of torn fabric, felt particularly soothing. Today held profound significance. It marked a certain resolution with his former mentor, Jiraiya, at least in the sense that it clarified Nagato and Xiao Nan's current positions. He had resolved the crisis with Orochimaru, alleviating Obito's doubts, at least temporarily, clearing the path for the successful birth of Kid. Moreover, the integration of Pei-Wu signified a milestone for the 6 paths of pain, yielding both practical and symbolic results. For the time being, there would be no more frantic searches for corpses. Stability. This held immense importance for Xiao Nan, who relished the tranquil moments spent with Nagato. In the dim yet serene tower, they listened to the wind and rain, detached from the conflicts of the ninja world. To put it poetically, it was akin to leaning against a building, listening to the wind and rain, casually observing the path of the ninja. Yet, Xiao Nan understood that this was not entirely realistic. So she cherished this fleeting half-year of tranquility. This evening, her mood appeared particularly bright, prompting her to suggest, "Nagato, let us celebrate with a little drink tonight. Is that appropriate?" Nagato replied, taken aback as he looked at his beloved's face. "We are only 19, after all, and still half a year away from the legal drinking age among ninjas." Since the moment in the bathhouse when Nagato overheard Orochimaru recounting Kabuto's experiences with self-discipline, he too aspired to embrace the path of a disciplined ninja in his life. To his surprise, Konan, with unwavering composure, posed a rather provocative question. "Are you willing to join me in indulging in forbidden pleasures?" Who could withstand such temptation? "To hell with the ninja's 3 prohibitions," Nagato declared. "I revel in life without wine." Rising to his feet, he proclaimed, "Very well. I shall procure food and drink. Await my return." Konan chuckled, "No need. I have already arranged everything, including your beloved sukiyaki, which should arrive shortly." Just then, a group of rugged rain village men, clad in straw raincoats and conical hats, arrived, escorting a lavish carriage laden with food and drink. They knelt before the celestial figure who conveyed the divine will to the populace, their reverence palpable, as they lacked the courage to even meet her gaze. "Well done. This is your reward," Konan stated, handing a beautifully crafted box made of golden silk and precious wood, containing a staggering 1,000,000 ryo, to the leader of the group. The man, taken aback, hesitated to accept, exclaiming, This, Lady Angel. Your benevolence toward our humble trade is an immense honor. We cannot possibly accept such a reward." Konan seized the opportunity to bolster Payne's influence. "Take it. This is a gift from Lord Payne, a divine decree that cannot be defied." "Lord Payne?" the man exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. As he reverently accepted the box with both hands, Konan admonished them. "Remember this. Lord Payne not only protects the citizens of the Rain from the ravages of war, but also desires that those who dwell here live in peace and prosperity." Amidst their astonished expressions, she continued, "Return to your people and proclaim that Lord Payne has decreed that today, every month, shall henceforth be a day of generosity in the Rain Village, where families without laborers shall receive a living allowance of 10,000 ryo per person." The men were left in tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Heavenly Lord Payne, Lady Angel, truly, you are a divine savior sent to rescue this wretched land. Compared to your grace, the likes of Hanzo the salamander are but pitiful vermin." Konan wore a celestial smile. "Go back now. We shall continue to support your endeavors." The men departed, filled with gratitude, as Konan pushed the dining cart back into the tower. Nagato remarked with a smirk, "You've spent quite a fortune, haven't you?" "Not a single ryo wasted," Konan replied. "And why is that?" Nagato inquired with a playful tone. "As long as it fortifies your standing in the hearts of the Rain citizens, it is indeed not a waste. And besides, the funds we expend are not our own," Konan explained. Nagato stroked his nose, a hint of amusement in his demeanor. "That is indeed the case." Suddenly, Konan, with an unexplained unease, asked, "Nagato, you don't think I'm wasteful, do you?" "How could that be? Your happiness is what matters," Nagato reassured her. Konan tilted her head. "Really?" Nagato affirmed. "As long as it allows the citizens to prosper while maintaining our luxurious lifestyle, it is all worthwhile, merely a small price to pay." Konan revealed a smile unique to Nagato, pouring a generous amount of sake into a cup for him, then filling her own. In reality, Nagato had never had a friend with whom to share a drink. Regardless of the dimension, this was his first encounter with alcohol. Thus, he was entirely unaccustomed to the customs surrounding drinking games. With a solemn expression, Nagato raised his cup. "To this first drink of yours, Konan, let us toast to Yahiko." Konan, touched, lowered her gaze and cautiously took a sip, only to cough violently as the fiery liquid burned her throat. "Konan," Nagato exclaimed, concerned. "I'm fine." She quickly gestured, composed herself, and took another sip, her brow furrowing before relaxing as she nodded in acceptance. Pouring another round for both herself and Nagato, she continued, "As a novice in the realm of drinking, Nagato was unaware that after finishing the first cup, one typically takes a moment to eat. He had no such concept. He raised his cup again. Then for the second cup, let us toast to our comrades from the era of dawn, those who fought alongside us." "Agreed," Konan replied, drinking several small gulps of the second cup. After refilling their cups, she awaited Nagato's words. However, he hesitated, struggling for a phrase. "Let us toast to ourselves with the third cup," she suggested. "That is a wise idea," Nagato smiled, gazing at Konan. "Then for the third cup, let us toast to you and me, and to a beautiful tomorrow, shall we?" Konan held her cup aloft, momentarily frozen. Nagato, fearing he had misspoken, hurriedly added, "Konan, do you find my words inappropriate?" No, it's quite good," she declared, then promptly downed the contents of her cup in one gulp. The potency of the sake rivaled that of strong spirits from another world. Perhaps due to her fervor, Konan soon felt her face flush, her heart race, and warmth envelop her entire being. Initially, her proposal to drink had stemmed from a desire to engage with Nagato and alleviate the stress of sleepless nights. But at this moment, she began to truly understand the essence of alcohol. The sukiyaki pot, suspended mid-air, bubbled as the broth warmed, wafting an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Amidst their shared toasts and merriment, Nagato felt a sense of contentment. "The night is long. Let us dine and drink." "Indeed," Konan agreed, nodding enthusiastically, adding, "This warming sensation is quite invigorating." As they savored the hot pot and sipped their drinks, they were blissfully unaware of how late the hour had become.